Sword God Chapter 511 to Chapter 562. Qianzong was completely immersed in the 7 emotions and 7 transformations, sinking into oblivion. If there were no accidents, he would probably sink into oblivion, forever immersed in the 7 emotions and 7 transformations. The 7 emotions and 7 transformations cycled over and over again. His submerged consciousness was suddenly awakened, as if a light had appeared in the chaotic darkness. It gradually became stronger, repelling the chaos around him. After an unknown amount of time, Qianzong was completely awake. However, the 7 emotions were still intertwining and surging, but they could not affect him at all. It was as if he had left the world and was standing at a certain height, watching the power of the 7 emotions from above. It was very strange. It was as if he had been split into 2. One side was directly experiencing the feelings of the 7 emotions, while the other side was not affected by them. In this strange state, his spiritual will was tempered again and again, and his spiritual power was also strengthened. His consciousness was clear like never before. Qianzong knew that his perception had been strengthened. He did not know how long the temporary increase in perception would last, but he could not waste it. Qianzong immediately entered a state of enlightenment. What he was trying to comprehend was naturally the sword intent. The sword intent had 5 minor sword intents. Qianzong had now grasped the sword intent, and the other 4 minor sword intents had left some impression in Qianzong's consciousness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianzong chose the 2nd minor sword intent and began to comprehend it. The sword intent, swords had both edges and sharpness. The edge of a sword could tear through everything, and the sharpness of a sword could pierce through everything. Edges and sharpness were the foundation of a sword. Without edges and sharpness, how could a sword be formed? The sharpness of a sword was unstoppable and indestructible. Qianzong's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light. It was as sharp as a sword, able to pierce through everything. In his consciousness, swords formed out of thin air, stabbing out again and again. Every sword carried extreme sharpness, piercing through everything. Grass, trees, mountains, rocks, rivers, earth, and even the sky. Everything was pierced through by the swords. The mysteries of the sword intent appeared bit by bit, and Qianzong gradually grasped them. He did not know how much time had passed. When the power of the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was exhausted, Qianzong suddenly came to his senses. It was as if he had fallen from the clouds in an instant, and he directly withdrew from the state of enlightenment. His consciousness returned to his body, and he instantly woke up. He didn't feel weak at all. Instead, he felt that his spirit had become stronger. After sensing it carefully, Qianzong could tell that his mental power was at least twice as strong as before, and he could vaguely feel a sharpness in the depths of his spiritual space. True meaning of sword sharpness. As expected of a treasure that is not a spiritual medicine but is better than a spiritual medicine. Not only did it double my mental power, but it also allowed me to comprehend and master the true meaning of sword sharpness. A smile appeared on Qianzong's face. His mental power was already much more powerful than martial artists of the same level, and now that it was doubled, it was undoubtedly even more shocking. As for whether his comprehensive ability had improved slightly, Qianzong could not feel it. After all, his comprehensive ability was already very high before, and the 7 lovers' noodles fruit's improvement was limited. However, even if his comprehensive ability did not get a permanent slight improvement, it was still fine. Just the double increase of his mental power and the comprehension of the true meaning of sword sharpness had already made Qianzong very satisfied. Currently, Qianzong had mastered 3 types of minor Zhen meanings, which were the sword intent, the sword sharpness intent, and the flowing water intent. In terms of the mastery of the minor Zhen meanings, Qianzong was already at the master level. The only thing he lacked was his battling power. Let's try the sword sharpness intent. Qianzong murmured to himself. He first took out a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor, activated its power, and threw it forward. He directly pulled out his sword, and under the activation of his mental power, a trace of extremely sharp power condensed on the star scar sword, and stabbed out. The deep blue sword light condensed into a beam, which was as thick as a chopstick. It instantly pierced through the void and hit the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor that had been activated. After activating its power, the 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual armor had an extremely strong defensive power, which was very difficult to break. Qianzong did not use the unhindered true power in this sword, and even used only a little of his physique to stab out this sword. The true power contained in this sword was the sword intent of sharpness. As the sword arrived, the defensive power of the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor was pierced through like a piece of paper. Then, the inner armor itself was pierced through as well, and Qianzong only felt a little bit of resistance. If I had used my Xianxia, this sword attack should have been able to pierce through the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual item inner armor. Qianzong thought to himself. Under the situation where the sword's sharpness intent had been infused, it would undoubtedly be even more powerful. About a quarter of my mental power has been consumed. Qianzong felt the rate of mental power consumption and couldn't help but feel delighted. The consumption of the sword sharpness intent and the sword edge intent was about the same. Previously, when Qianzong executed the sword edge intent, he had consumed 80% of his mental power. When he executed the sword edge intent, he had consumed about 70% of his mental power. Now that his mental power had been enhanced, he had only consumed a quarter of his mental power to execute the sword sharpness intent, which was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Qianzong was not in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Instead, he began to cultivate the first transformation of the mind change. He strived to master the first transformation of the mind change as soon as possible and cultivate the mind-body. With one hand supporting the sky and the other pressing down on the ground, he was in the middle, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. It was faster than the first time he cultivated. The mysterious power between heaven and earth appeared again and poured into Qianzong's body. Qianzong guided the power to surround his body, causing his body to transform bit by bit. The mind-body was said to be a kind of physique, but it was more like a kind of ability and talent. After cultivating it, it would exist forever and would not disappear because of a change in cultivation technique. This was the power of the mind change. As the mysterious power between heaven and earth flowed throughout his body, Qianzong felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was incomparably comfortable. His spirit relaxed, but it didn't dissipate. His body also slowly relaxed as if he had lost all his strength, but all his strength was hidden within his body. It was as if he had returned to his mother's womb. In this incomparable comfort, his body gradually transformed in all aspects. Unable to feel the passage of time, when the cultivation ended and he woke up, Qianzong stretched his muscles and bones. His entire body was filled with powerful vitality, and every part of his body seemed to be cheering. It was refreshing to the bone marrow and the soul. He tried to condense and explode his strength, and there was an improvement. If compared to before he cultivated the second transformation of the mind change, his strength had increased by about 30%. After cultivating to this point, Qianzong decided to come out of seclusion to see if there were any other matters. If there weren't, then he would continue his seclusion. He walked out of the secret room and asked the housekeeper. During this time, the 9th prince came, but it wasn't anything important. In the courtyard, Qianzong drew his sword and cultivated for a while. Just as he was about to cultivate the second transformation of the mind change, a powerful aura quickly approached. Qianzong, come and receive the imperial edict. A high-pitched and sharp voice pierced through the clouds, startling Qianzong. The housekeeper hurriedly rushed to open the door, and saw a man wearing a golden floral robe walking in. His face was pale without a beard, and his skin was pale. There was a gloomy aura around him. The man walked in with quick steps, holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a golden scroll in the other. It was an imperial edict. This man was a eunuch of the imperial family, a eunuch. The man's aura was very powerful, and he was an extreme mortal realm warrior. Qianzong, kneel down and receive the imperial edict. The eunuch's sharp gaze swept across Qianzong's face. The high-pitched voice sounded again. Wu Min Qianzong, receive the imperial edict. Qianzong knelt down on one knee. The housekeeper and the group of maids all knelt down on both knees, trembling in fear. If it was an ordinary person or a weak cultivator, they would have to kneel down on both knees before the emperor and the imperial edict. However, the stronger cultivators or geniuses didn't need to. They only needed to kneel down on one knee. As for the transcendents, they didn't need to kneel before the emperor. They could just bow and salute. The eunuch glanced at Qianzong. He opened the imperial edict in an orderly manner and read the words on it. By the emperor's decree. Wu Min Qianzong has outstanding talent, and has the potential to become a dragon. He should be placed in an important position. He is hereby appointed as the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, effective today. The eunuch closed the imperial edict after reading it, and looked at Qianzong with a smile on his face. Vice Commander Chen, please don't thank the emperor for his grace. I thank the emperor for his grace. Qianzong raised both hands and accepted the imperial edict, even though he was confused. Congratulations, Vice Commander Chen. Remember to report to the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters as soon as possible. The eunuch smiled and placed the imperial edict in Qianzong's hands, then turned and left. As one of the emperor's men, and a powerful extreme mortal realm cultivator himself, he didn't need to look at anyone else's face apart from the emperor, nor did he need to deliberately curry favor with others. The eunuch left after delivering the imperial edict. The entire process was very short, and Qianzong felt like he couldn't react in time. Holding the imperial edict with both hands, Qianzong couldn't help but think. If he remembered correctly, the Dragon Teeth Guard's inspector was the third prince. To put it simply, the Dragon Teeth Guard belonged to the third prince's faction to a certain extent, and he belonged to the ninth prince's faction. Even if he was appointed, he should have entered the Dragon Eye Guard. Why was he appointed to the Dragon Teeth Guard, and to the position of vice commander as soon as he arrived? There must be a reason behind this that he didn't know. The first person Qianzong thought of was the third prince. After putting the imperial edict into his mustard seed bag, Qianzong no longer had the mood to practice his sword. He immediately left the Saran residence and headed towards the ninth prince's residence. What? You were appointed as vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard by imperial fathers. Decree? The ninth prince was extremely shocked after hearing Qianzong's words, because he had no idea about this at all. Qianzong took out the imperial edict and handed it to the ninth prince. The ninth prince opened it and took a few glances. It was indeed an imperial edict, and no one dared to issue a fake edict within the imperial city. What does imperial father mean by this? The ninth prince closed the imperial edict and couldn't help but ponder, his brows furrowed tightly. Qianzong then spoke of his own conjecture. Brother Chen's words make sense. It's very likely that third brother is behind this. He wants you to enter the Dragon Teeth Guard so that he can slowly deal with you and weaken my strength, the ninth prince said with certainty. He then said to Qianzong with an apologetic tone, Brother Chen, I didn't think that third brother would do such a thing. Since imperial father has already issued an imperial edict, I can't change it. However, I can be certain that there's definitely something good about you being appointed as vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard. You must be careful. Qianzong nodded. Since things had come to this point, he could only welcome everything, whether it was a challenge or a scheme. Also, I'm very sorry Brother Chen. The Marquis of Mighty Mountain didn't receive any punishment because of third brother's interference. The ninth prince said apologetically. Qianzong wasn't surprised. This was within reason. No matter if it was a conspiracy or an overt plot, Qianzong couldn't go against the imperial edict because he didn't have the strength to do so. If Qianzong was a cultivator in the Sky Profound realm, then he could completely ignore the imperial edict. It was a pity that he was only a mere cultivator in the true martial realm. Let's just obediently take up the post. The next day, Qianzong packed up and left the Saran residence, heading for the headquarters of the Dragon Teeth Guard. The Dragon Teeth Guard's headquarters had a very strange appearance. It was as if an enormous dragon's tooth had been erected on the earth, and its aura was astounding. Halt. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters, or suffer the consequences. The cold voice was like a knife, carrying a hint of threat and killing intent as it stopped Qianzong from approaching the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. The gazes of the two Dragon Teeth Guard guards were cold as their right hands pressed down on the hilts of their blades, as if they would draw their blades at any moment and kill Qianzong. Qianzong's brow furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, the Dragon Teeth Guard should have received the news that he'd been conferred the title of vice commander by the imperial edict. There was only one explanation, and that was that the third prince had given the order to purposefully make things difficult for him. I am Qianzong. I was conferred the title of vice commander by the emperor yesterday. I've come to report today. Qianzong's brow relaxed as he spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. What a joke. Do you think you're a vice commander just because you say so? One of the dragon teeth guards smiled coldly and retorted. I think the two of you should know my identity and the matter of the Emperor's conferment. No matter who instigated you to make things difficult for me, it's best if you stop now and I'll let bygones be bygones. Zong spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, but his words were quite sharp, pressing forward like the edge of a sword. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, then that means you're defying the imperial edict. Your head will roll. The faces of the two dragon teeth guards stiffened after the incisive words. A trace of struggle appeared in the depths of their eyes as they looked at each other and released their grip on the hilts of their weapons. I remember now. There was indeed a new vice commander, but I didn't think that the vice commander would be so young that we didn't recognize him. Please forgive us. That's right, that's right. We made a mistake. Please don't take offense, Vice Commander. The two dragon teeth guards said hastily and bowed repeatedly. They had naturally received some orders to do their best to make things difficult for the new deputy commander. However, they had never thought that the deputy commander's words would be so sharp. It was like a sharp sword piercing straight towards them. There was no way to avoid it. The word defy made them tremble in fear. Within the Dragon Reflection Imperial City, whoever dared to defy the imperial edict was courting death. After weighing the pros and cons, the two could only give in. Zong hadn't suffered any losses, so he had no intention of quibbling with these two dragon teeth guards, unless they were seeking their own deaths. He strode into the dragon teeth guard headquarters. Only then did the two dragon teeth guards let out a sigh of relief, but then looked a bit angry. Zong's purpose in coming here was to make a report. Since he had been conferred the title of deputy commander, the one with a higher position than him was the commander. Therefore, the person he needed to report to was the commander Long Wulia. The commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, Long Wulia, was currently sitting high up in the main hall of the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. Zong's arrival was both expected and unexpected. After all, Zong had been conferred the title of deputy commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard. Therefore, it was necessary for him to report to the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters. Otherwise, it would be defying the imperial edict, and the consequences would be severe. However, Long Wulia and the others had all felt that Zong would come again after a few days to at least make more preparations. They hadn't thought that Zong would come after just one night. This was unexpected. Zong greets the commander. Zong raised his hands in a cupped fist salute to Long Wulia, who was sitting high up in the main seat. Numerous gazes landed on Zong, as if wanting to pierce through Zong. Zong was unperturbed and unaffected. Even if this was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it still wouldn't make Zong feel fear. To be conferred the title of deputy commander at such a young age, you are indeed no small matter. Long Wulia's tall and burly appearance was quite strong. His voice was like a great bell and rolling thunder, but an obscure light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Men, bring Deputy Commander Chen's martial robe and command medallion. Following Long Wulia's words, very quickly, someone carrying a dark red square wooden tray walked into the main hall with his head lowered and waist bent. On the square wooden tray, there was a set of folded robes neatly placed. On the robes, there was a belt, and beside the belt, there was a pair of shoes. Between the belt and the shoes, there was a dark golden token that looked like a dragon's tooth. Give it to Deputy Commander Chen. Long Wulia waved his hand and said directly. Zong was a bit surprised. The two dragon teeth guards had made things difficult for him when he'd been about to enter. Zong knew that it wouldn't be that easy to report this trip. Why was it different from what he'd imagined? Could it be that they weren't planning on making things difficult for him, or were they going to deal with him slowly in the future? As his thoughts turned, the martial robe and the other items were already in front of him. Zong raised his hands to receive him. Hold on. A shout exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. A tall man in armor suddenly stood up, his eyes shooting out a shocking light. He cupped his hands in salute to Long Wulia as he said, Sir Commander, it's not that I'm disobeying the decree, but I believe that the position of Vice Commander should be given to someone who has made great contributions to the Dragon Teeth Guard, and not to an unknown outsider. I'm not convinced. Sir Commander, we also do not accept this. The others also stood up and cupped their hands in salute, expressing their opinions one by one. Chenzong also put down his hands and stood still, waiting to see what Long Wulia had to say. Long Wulia seemed to be in a bit of a difficult position, and his expression was on point. Chenzong, His Majesty conferring you the position of Deputy Commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard is due to His Majesty's boundless benevolence. However, the Dragon Teeth Guard is in charge of apprehending criminals and killing all those who cause trouble for the dynasty. Long Wulia opened his mouth and said carefully, without a doubt, you are very talented, but talent is just talent. You need time to verify it. Our Dragon Teeth Guard has a commander and 2 deputy commanders. Not long ago, Deputy Commander Lin led a team to chase down criminals, but accidentally fell into a trap and sacrificed himself. The position of Deputy Commander was vacated, and thus you were conferred the title. After a pause, Long Wulia continued, as the commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, I have the strength of a Grandmaster. The 2 deputy commanders have the strength of 8 stars, and the 5 senior commanders have the strength of 7 stars. May I ask, Chenzong, what rank are you now? 5 stars. Chenzong replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Only 5 stars. Long Wulia frowned, and the others all laughed coldly. These people were the other deputy commander and the 5 senior commanders. None of them said anything, but the expressions on their faces clearly showed that they looked down on Chenzong's strength of 5 stars. They believed that Chenzong did not have the qualifications to be the Dragon Teeth Guard's deputy commander. The higher the position of the Dragon Teeth Guard, the more powerful one must be. Long Wulia opened his mouth again. I understand the meaning of the commander's words. Chenzong suddenly opened his mouth. I know that my strength is meager, and I do not have the qualifications to be the Dragon Teeth Guard's deputy commander. I will report this matter truthfully and return the imperial edict. Long Wulia's eyelids suddenly jumped when he heard Chenzong's words. If Chenzong really did this, then regardless of Chenzong's fate, Long Wulia's fate would definitely not be good. This was because this was equivalent to him forcing Chenzong into a corner. The others' expressions were also ugly. No one had thought that Chenzong would respond like this. This was not what they had planned. Wait a moment. Long Wulia hurriedly called out to Chenzong, Deputy Commander Chen has misunderstood. I'm not saying that Deputy Commander Chen does not have the qualifications to be the deputy commander. I'm just trying to give Deputy Commander Chen a more direct understanding of the Dragon Teeth Guard. Although Deputy Commander Chen's current battle strength is not high enough, Deputy Commander Chen's talent is quite outstanding. As long as Deputy Commander Chen is given enough time, it's not impossible for him to raise his battle strength to the 8-star level, or even become a master. However, since Deputy Commander Chen is the deputy commander, you must be able to convince others. Only in this way can the Dragon Teeth Guard display its greatest cohesiveness and strength. Long Wulia's meaning was that Chenzong's strength was too low, and he was unable to convince the Dragon Teeth Guard. He would drag the entire Dragon Teeth Guard down. Dare I ask, Sir Commander, is there any way for me to immediately reach the pseudo-transcendent realm? Chenzong suddenly retorted. His words didn't follow common sense. Long Wulia and the others' complexions immediately stiffened. They didn't know how to answer Chenzong. If there really was a way for a true martial realm cultivator to immediately reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, why would he need to immerse himself in the true martial realm for so many years to slowly improve? Deputy Commander Chen really likes to joke. Long Wulia forced out a smile and laughed. Vice Commander Chen, since you're going to take over the position of Vice Commander, then you must bring out the corresponding ability to convince the Dragon Teeth Guard and prove that you have the right to take on the position of Vice Commander. Otherwise, you'll be smearing the Dragon Teeth Guard's name and losing face for the royal family. A commander suddenly spoke up, his words sharp and incisive. Chenzong's heart was clear. In the end, these people were just deliberately making things difficult for him or trying to provoke him. It was an open conspiracy. Chenzong didn't know what the consequences would be if he really reported his resignation. If he wasn't careful, he could be very unlucky. If he didn't report his resignation, then he could only take on the position of deputy commander. If the other Dragon Teeth Guard didn't cooperate with him or even made things difficult for him, then it would undoubtedly bring him a lot of trouble. Chenzong didn't like trouble. If there was trouble, then he would find a way to solve it. Alright, since you've set up a trap to deal with me, then I'll break it and leave you helpless. Whether it's a conspiracy or an open one, I, Chenzong, will take it all on. Please instruct me, Sir Commander, how can I be considered qualified? How can I convince the other Dragon Teeth guards? Chenzong asked back, ignoring the hooting captains. It's very simple to convince the Dragon Teeth guards. Strength and merits. Long Wulia smiled. Vice Commander Chen is still lacking in strength. Then we can only start with merits. Sir Commander, I have a suggestion. Another deputy commander flicked a glance at Chenzong and spoke again. Deputy Commander Lin fell into the trap of a criminal and sacrificed himself. The criminal is still on the run. Vice Commander Chen, please capture or kill the criminal. Firstly, you can avenge Deputy Commander Lin. Secondly, you can also prove Vice Commander Chen's outstanding abilities. Thirdly, you can earn the corresponding merits. 3 birds with 1 stone. I'll be the first to be convinced. Anyone who isn't convinced will have to go through me first. At this point, the so-called trap was finally revealed. The captain of the 3rd Brigade was called Long Tai, and there were 2 other members of the 3rd Brigade. One was called Long Gang, Long Tai's younger brother, and the other was called Xianxia. In addition, there was the newly appointed Vice Commander Chenzong. Some members of the royal family, such as the Dragon Teeth Guard, Dragon Claw Guard, Dragon Eye Guard, and so on, were not all surnamed Long. There were also some who were not surnamed Long, and were not forced to change their surname. However, if they changed their surname to Long, they would receive better treatment. Chenzong's mission was to pursue the murderer who killed the previous vice commander, and capture him or kill him on the spot. As for Long Tai, Long Gang, and Xianxia, they were there to provide assistance. Long Tai was a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm master, while Long Gang and Xianxia were both 5-star masters. They weren't geniuses, but they had cultivated for a long time, and with the help of the Dragon Teeth Guard's various resources, they could be considered cultivators with a solid foundation. The Dragon Eye Guard was responsible for monitoring the Longtu region. They had already found out where the murderer was, and Chenzong and the other 3 only needed to rush to the murderer's location to capture and kill him. The 4 of them were extremely fast. After leaving the Imperial City, they hurried on their way. The murderer's location was at the edge of the Longtu region, where it intersected with another region. There were 2 regions adjacent to the Longtu region, one east and one west. The Dragon's Shadow Island was at the eastern edge of the Longtu region, and the murderer's location was at the western edge of the Longtu region. Chenzong's speed was not inferior to Long Tai's, but in order to take care of Long Gang and Xianxia, he had to limit his speed. Of course, the 3 of them did not know how fast Chenzong's true speed was. Late at night, the group stopped to rest after rushing for a few days. The bonfire burned brightly, and a large wild boar that had been slaughtered and cleaned was placed on top of the fire. The sizzling sound was the sound of the large wild boar's fat dripping onto the fire. The rich meat fragrance also spread out, floating in the air, making people drool. Xianxia took out the carefully prepared seasoning and evenly sprinkled it on the slowly rolling large wild boar. An even more enticing fragrance blew out like the wind. Fragrant, too fragrant. Long Gang took a deep breath, and couldn't help but drool. Going on a mission with Brother Yang sure feels good. Come, I have some good wine. Long Tai smiled as he took out 3 jars from his mustard seed bag, and gave 1 each to Long Gang and Xianxia. As for Chenzong, he didn't get a share. In short, Chenzong was isolated. Sitting far away from the bonfire, Chenzong had also started a bonfire. He was slowly roasting a plump rabbit over it. The conversation between Long Tai and the other 2 didn't affect Chenzong at all. In the eyes of Long Gang and the others, it was as if he was provoking them, causing them to gnash their teeth in hatred. Ever since they'd left the Dragon Teeth Guard headquarters, Long Tai, Long Gang, and Xianxia had intentionally or unintentionally isolated Chenzong. None of them talked to Chenzong along the way, only minding their own business. Even when they stopped to rest, the 3 didn't pay any attention to Chenzong, as if Chenzong didn't exist. They'd used this method to deal with others, and the results had been unbearable. However, Chenzong didn't. Chenzong had been mentally prepared from the beginning. Therefore, no matter what the other side played, Chenzong didn't find it strange. Chenzong took out a jug of wine and paired it with the roasted rabbit meat. He ate to his heart's content. Long Tai, Long Gang, and Xianxia immediately lost interest in his leisurely attitude. They felt that the wine and food in their mouths were like white wax. This kid isn't easy to deal with. Xianxia sent a message to Long Tai and Long Gang. Take it slow, there's plenty of time. A trace of darkness flashed through Long Tai's eyes. If this kid still doesn't know what's good for him. Long Gang's words had a hidden meaning. Then don't blame us for being vicious and merciless. Long Tai smiled sinisterly. Long Gang and Xianxia immediately revealed a trace of understanding when they heard these words. Their gazes when they looked at Chenzong became a bit more strange. Let's go, let's continue on our way. Long Tai said as he stood up after quickly finishing his meal. Long Gang and Xianxia also stood up and followed. For those with rich experience, this kind of running 1,000 miles to chase after an enemy was nothing out of the ordinary. Therefore, each of them had astonishing stamina. In reality, their level of training was quite good, so they planned on using this method to cause some trouble for Chenzong. Chenzong also got up and hurried on. They didn't know that although Chenzong's experience in running 1,000 miles to chase after an enemy was far inferior to theirs, his level of training in body training was much higher than theirs. His endurance had especially increased after he'd trained in the transformation of intentions. Chenzong calmly followed behind the 3 dragon teeth guards. His expression was refined and demure, as if he was out to play. This made the 3 of them grit their teeth in hatred. This bastard, they'd already left the imperial city for a few days now. They'd isolated the other party and used all sorts of methods, but they still hadn't been able to make him suffer. This was too detestable. With everyone's speed, it would take at least a month's time to travel from the imperial city to the western border. It was just as Long Tai had said, they still needed time to slowly deal with Chenzong. Night fell and it was time to rest again. Vice Commander Chen, I've heard that your battle strength is also at 5 stars. That's great, I'm also at 5 stars. Please give me some pointers. Long Gang threw away the bone that he'd completely gnawed on and rubbed his hands together, rubbing off all the grease. He stood up and a tyrannical aura surged out like a raging storm, directly bombarding Chenzong's body. He didn't have the slightest bit of respect for the vice commander. As you wish. Chenzong also stood up. You've used all sorts of methods to target me, but after discovering that they have no effect, you're now planning to teach me a lesson. Then I'll let you know what it means to lift a rock and drop it on your own feet. Long Tai didn't say a word. Xianxia looked like he was watching a show. Vice Commander Chen, swords have no eyes. If I can't hold back and hurt you, don't blame me. Long Gang laughed mischievously and pulled out the long saber at his waist. The blade's body flickered with a dazzling cold light under the night sky. Okay. Chenzong understood the meaning behind his words. He wanted nothing more than to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Take my saber. As soon as his voice fell, the snow-white saber light tore through the night sky like lightning, bringing with it an astonishing sharpness. The saber tore through the night sky, fully displaying the battle strength of an early 5-star warrior. His saber technique was exquisite and peerless, ruthless and fierce. It was the kind of saber technique that had been honed through life and death battles. It was most suitable for battle. Once it was used, it would either cause death or injury. Using such a saber technique to deal with Chenzong was already very obvious. However, the saber's trajectory was clear in Chenzong's eyes, and the power contained in it was also clearly grasped by Chenzong. Xianxia didn't see Chenzong pull out his sword at all. However, Long Tai's strength was higher and his eyesight was sharper. He saw Chenzong's right hand move and pull out the hilt at his waist. A dazzling deep blue sword light tore through the sky. There was no sound of metal clashing. There was only a beam of deep blue sword light piercing through the night sky. It was too fast, so fast that even Long Tai could not react in time. Long Gang's entire body was sent flying, and he kept vomiting blood. He was stabbed by Chenzong's sword. Chenzong used a skillful move, so the sword edge didn't pierce through Long Gang's body. However, the powerful force penetrated his body, not only repelling Long Gang, but also injuring him. How dare you use such a heavy hand? Long Tai was furious and directly chopped his saber at Qianzong. The overbearing saber light broke through the air, bringing a strong sense of crisis to Qianzong. He quickly waved his sword and hundreds of sword strikes broke through the air in an instant, while he himself quickly retreated. With his extremely nimble body and faster power condensed and erupted, Qianzong was able to avoid the chop of the saber hand. The ground behind him directly cracked open with a tens of meters long crack. Xianxia helped Long Gang up. Long Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly took out a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. He then stared at Qianzong with a fierce and murderous look. Qianzong held his two swords in front of him. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his words were as sharp as swords. "Captain Long Tai, are you trying to offend your superior?" Long Tai took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger and murderous intent inside him. "I don't dare," Long Tai said. He walked to Long Gang's side and examined him. He found that Long Gang had only suffered minor internal injuries and no other injuries. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were still cold when he looked at Qianzong. Long Gang's fighting strength could reach the middle stage of the 5-star level at most, and the early stage of the 5-star level was relatively normal. However, he was defeated by Qianzong with only one strike. The gap between their fighting strength was very obvious. Is it the late stage of the 5-star level or the peak of the 5-star level? Long Tai secretly guessed. Long Gang was full of hatred and wished he could pull out his saber and kill Qianzong. However, he also realized that the gap between his strength and Qianzong's was very obvious. Unless his brother was willing to help him. However, they came here with a mission. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't kill Qianzong. Seeing that Long Tai had stopped, Qianzong also put away his swords. However, he kept a certain distance from the three so that he could have more time to react. After a short rest, they set off again and continued their journey. Time flew by, and half a month passed very quickly. Qianzong was still in a state of isolation. However, what happened next surprised Qianzong. Xianxia tore off a roasted deer leg and walked over. "Vice Commander Chen, try my cooking." Xianxia handed over the roasted deer leg that was tender and fragrant. Qianzong couldn't help but be surprised. In the past half a month, Xianxia didn't even say a word to him. He was completely isolated by Long Tai and Long Gang. Why would there be such a sudden change in the past half a month? In an instant, Qianzong's thoughts turned sharply. "Don't worry, Vice Commander Chen. The roasted deer leg is not poisonous." Xianxia smiled. Qianzong reached out and took the roasted deer leg from Xianxia while thinking. He glanced at Long Tai and Long Gang from the corner of his eyes and found that they were also looking at him. They seemed to be observing Qianzong's reaction. Qianzong didn't know what these three people were thinking, but this change was too sudden. It was impossible to say that there was nothing fishy about it. While thinking, Qianzong took the roasted deer leg. It was really delicious. Seeing Qianzong take the roasted deer leg, Xianxia turned around with a smile and walked back to his original place. His eyes met Long Tai and Long Gang's eyes. Only they knew the meaning contained in those eyes. Although they didn't know why, they had to admit that Xianxia's roasting skills were very good, much better than his own. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Mid-Autumn Festival is here. The Dominator of 6 Realms wishes the brothers a happy and healthy family reunion. As for the Dominator of 6 Realms, it is said that the biggest typhoon since the founding of the country is coming. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was quiet and serene. The bonfire burned fiercely, and the light from the fire illuminated the area for hundreds of meters. The third prince is a man of great talent and vision. He is the best candidate to be the crown prince, Xianxia said. His face was dark and gloomy under the illumination of the bonfire. Not only is the third prince's talent outstanding, but his knowledge and experience are also incomparable to ordinary people. He is also ambitious. If he becomes the emperor of the dynasty in the future, he will definitely make the dynasty even stronger. Who knows, he might even be able to conquer the 2 neighboring regions and make them our Arlong to dynasty's territory. Long Gang added. Vice Commander Chen, the third prince is a wise ruler. Long Tai said to Qinzong as if he was concluding. In the first half of the month, the three of them isolated Qinzong. Then they changed their attitude. Since Xianxia took the initiative to send roasted deer legs to Qinzong, the three of them would take the initiative to talk to Qinzong from time to time. They talked casually with Qinzong and slowly talked about the third prince. In short, they were trying their best to say good things about the third prince. Gradually, Qinzong also understood that this was probably the third prince's instruction. First, they targeted him and isolated him. Then, they took the initiative to approach him and make him feel flattered. These were all tricks. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he was isolated or approached, Qinzong was not affected in the slightest. Just like the willow branch, it swayed in the wind and remained silent, unaffected by the outside world. Qinzong's attitude made Long Tai and the other two very angry, but there was nothing they could do about it. That's right, they had received the third prince's instructions. The third prince had wanted to get rid of Qinzong before, but changed his mind later on. He felt that it was better to subdue Qinzong rather than get rid of him. This was because Qinzong's talent was indeed astonishing. If he could sincerely submit to the third prince, he would be a great help. Moreover, if Qinzong submitted to the third prince, it would also be a blow to the ninth prince to a certain extent. Because of this, the third prince had used many connections in secret and finally had the emperor issue an imperial edict to make Qinzong the Dragon Teeth Guard's vice commander. In the third prince's eyes, making Qinzong the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard was giving Qinzong enormous benefits. He naturally couldn't do it so easily, or else he wouldn't cherish it. On the contrary, he had to think of ways to attack Qinzong within a certain range and grind away at Qinzong's edges, making it easier to subdue him. All in all, everything that had happened now was the third prince's efforts to thoroughly subdue Qinzong. One had to say, the third prince had put in a lot of effort, but unfortunately, the results hadn't been obvious. Of course, the third prince had also instructed that if they really couldn't convince Qinzong, then they had to find an opportunity to get rid of Qinzong. This was also why Qinzong had come out to carry out this mission. It was always more secretive to get rid of him in a place far away from the capital. In the blink of an eye, the second half of the month had passed. The three repeatedly praised the third prince, but unfortunately, Qinzong wasn't moved. They had also arrived at their destination. The Ascending Heaven region was adjacent to the western part of the Longtu region. Its name meant to reach the heavens in a single step. It was rumored that in ancient times, a peerless genius had appeared in this region. In a short period of time, he had gone from an ordinary person to a transcendent realm cultivator. He had skyrocketed and became a sky-profound realm martial emperor. It was a classic example of reaching the heavens in a single step. There was a city adjacent to the Ascending Heaven region called Ascending Dragon City. It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Longtu region or the Ascending Heaven region. In fact, a long time ago, the two regions had fought several wars over the sovereignty of Ascending Dragon City. The casualties were heavy, and Ascending Dragon City had been destroyed many times. It had been rebuilt again and again. Later, the two regions began to trade. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. They came up with a plan, which was to each take charge of the city for a period of 10 years. As for who would take charge first, it was decided after a series of battles. This lasted for more than 100 years, but every time it was the turn of the other regions to take charge, they would take the opportunity to plunder the resources of Ascending Dragon City as much as possible, making it difficult for the other regions to gain any benefits. In the long run, the benefits to Ascending Dragon City were huge, to the point of being fatal. It also caused many people from the two regions to be dissatisfied, and conflicts inevitably broke out again. In the end, the two regions reached a consensus after many negotiations. They decided to make Ascending Dragon City an independent city of the two regions. It would also serve as a bridge between the two regions. On the surface, Ascending Dragon City was indeed no longer under the jurisdiction of the two regions. There were also rules that forbade the forces of the two regions from directly entering the city. However, the various forces in Ascending Dragon City were inextricably linked to the forces of the two regions. Ascending Dragon City looked very big, but it was relatively new because it had been rebuilt after many wars. There were 4 true martial realm guards at the gate of Ascending Dragon City. Anyone who wanted to enter or leave had to pay a corresponding fee. The amount of the fee was related to the person's cultivation. In short, the fee for Qi and Blood realm was lower, the fee for Energy refining realm was higher, and the fee for True martial realm was higher. However, for most cultivators, such a fee was nothing. Love Go Xiaoxia W. Chu however, the fee could only last for a month. After a month, if one wanted to enter or leave Ascending Dragon City again, they would have to pay the fee again. After Qianzong and the other 3 had paid a certain fee, each of them received a wooden token. The wooden token had a unique aura fluctuation that couldn't be imitated. The token would last for exactly 1 month. If the wooden token was lost during this period, there was no way around it. It was an anonymous token. If one wanted to enter or leave Ascending Dragon City again, they would have to apply for a new one. Of course, if one was a Transcendent Realm Master, they could enter and leave Ascending Dragon City at will without paying any fee. This was the privilege of the strong. Qianzong and the other 3 didn't wear the Dragon Teeth Guard's martial robes. Therefore, it wasn't easy to recognize them. Even so, soon after the 4 of them stepped into Ascending Dragon City, they were secretly watched. The forces in Ascending Dragon City were complicated and there were many eyes and ears. Vice Commander Chen, in my opinion, why don't we find an inn to stay for the time being and then track down the culprits? Long Tai seemed to be asking for Qianzong's opinion, but his tone was very firm. He had already made a decision and strode towards a restaurant. In this regard, Qianzong didn't care. The lack of information put Qianzong in a passive position. He could only deal with the situation as it came. Those people have already stayed in the Long Sky restaurant. Make all the preparations. We'll act tonight. In the room, the 4 of them sat around a table. On the table was a fragrant and delicious dish. There was also a large jar of fine wine. There were also 4 simple bowls in front of the 4 of them. The bowls were filled with amber-colored fine wine, giving off an intoxicating fragrance. Vice Commander Chen, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. The 3rd prince is thirsty for talented people. Vice Commander Chen, you are indeed outstanding. If you are willing to assist the 3rd prince will definitely not treat you unfairly. Long Tai opened his mouth and spoke directly. He was not beating around the bush like before. After all, a month had passed, and they had arrived at their destination, Ascending Dragon City. It was time to make a decision. Long Gang and Xianxia also stared at Qianzong with shining eyes, waiting for Qianzong's response. The 9th prince treats me like a brother. Qianzong gave a very short answer. His words revealed everything. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He revealed Qianzong's intention and refused the 3rd prince's invitation. From the moment the 3rd prince attacked Qianzong, it was destined that Qianzong would not assist the 3rd prince. Moreover, the 3rd prince was ruthless and not a wise ruler. Even if Qianzong really assisted him, he would probably be killed after he had outlived his usefulness in the future. Qianzong, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Long Gang was furious and slammed his palm on the table. The wine and dishes splashed everywhere. Xianxia also stared at Qianzong with an unfriendly expression. If they could persuade Qianzong, then the 3 of them would be rewarded by the 3rd prince. This was closely related to their own interests. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. You can't force them. Long Tai spoke, suppressing Long Gang's anger. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said to Qianzong, since Deputy Commander Chen has his own plans, I can't interfere. However, don't regret it in the future. Qianzong just smiled when he heard this. He got up and walked to the door. If they were not on the same page, there would be no point in saying anything. If they had different aspirations and paths, there would be no taste in drinking. Seeing Qianzong walk out of the door and close it, the 3 people's faces suddenly darkened. Too arrogant. Long Gang was furious. Captain, what's next? Xianxia looked at Long Tai and asked. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, then we will proceed according to the original plan. Long Tai said firmly. In Ascending Dragon City, the influence of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family had been weakened to a certain extent. Even the Dragon Eye Guard, who claimed to monitor the entire region, was seriously affected. Late at night, after Chenzong finished cultivating, he was ready to have a good rest to make up for the lack of rest he had in the past month. Cultivation was often about balance between tension and relaxation. Proper rest could relax the whole body and was more beneficial to future cultivation. In the dead of night, Ascending Dragon City seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. "Who is it?" "It's you. You killed Deputy Commander Lin. How dare you come alone? You are courting death." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the room next door. It was Xianxia's room. Chenzong instantly got up. Sword light broke through the air, directly splitting the wall of the room and rushing into Xianxia's room. Chenzong heard Xianxia's voice very clearly. He also heard the content of the words clearly. It was the murderer of Deputy Commander Lin. Chenzong's mission was to catch or kill the murderer. Since the murderer took the initiative to appear, he could not let him go. At the same time, Long Tai and Long Gang also broke through the wall and rushed into Xianxia's room. They saw Xianxia fighting fiercely with a short man in black. Every move was fatal. Swift and fierce saber lights were everywhere, and all the furniture was smashed and turned into powder under the attacks of the two men. Chenzong saw the situation of the battle at a glance. His two swords pierced through the air to kill the black-clothed man without mercy. Long Gang also pulled out his long saber and slashed at the black-clothed man with killing intent. The black-clothed man's figure was very agile. He easily avoided Chenzong's two swords and Long Gang's long saber, and then fiercely slashed at Xianxia with the short saber in his hand. The swift and fierce black light drifted up and down like a ghost, making it difficult for Xianxia to distinguish it for a while. He could only wave his long saber with all his strength to lay down a heavy defense. Unexpectedly, the short saber suddenly turned and slashed at Chenzong without warning. Chenzong's perception was very sharp. He immediately reacted and locked the trajectory of the black light with his superb swordsmanship. His two swords pierced through the air, one to resist the black light and the other to stab the black-clothed man's heart. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sword light was a deep dark blue, like a star that streaked across the sky. Suddenly, Chenzong felt that the black-clothed man's attack had a sudden increase in power. In an instant, it had more than doubled. The sword light collapsed upon contact and mercilessly stabbed toward his heart. Chenzong felt a pain as if his heart had been pierced before it even hit him. With his superb swordsmanship and extremely nimble body, Chenzong was able to react faster. His long sword rolled, spun, and shook, changing its strength in an instant. In an instant, he weakened the black-cloaked man's tyrannical power layer by layer and diverted it. The other sword was even faster, like a thunderbolt that broke through the sky, fiercely stabbing toward the black-cloaked man's throat. Chenzong's quick change and nimble reaction were completely out of the black-cloaked man's expectation. A trace of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. But the black-cloaked man's fighting strength was superb. Under his all-out attack, Chenzong had no choice but to concentrate all his attention to deal with it. Xianxia and Long Gang, who were originally slashing toward the black-cloaked man, suddenly slashed their long sabers toward Chenzong. The momentum was fierce, like a massacre on the battlefield. After Xianxia and Long Gang, Long Tai also slashed out with his saber, completely blocking Chenzong's dodging and retreating. In an instant, Chenzong was facing attacks from all sides, and 3 of the attacks were so unexpected. Exerting all his strength to twist his body and shift his footsteps, Chenzong's sword thrust towards the black-robed man also took advantage of the opportunity to sweep horizontally, splitting into 2 sword lights as they shot towards Xianxia and Long Gang. Before the 2 men's long sabers could reach Chenzong, the 2 men had already struck them separately, breaking through their true force armor and the pseudo-spirit artifact's protection, penetrating their shoulders and penetrating their collarbones. The black-cloaked man also made his move at the same time. His mouth slightly opened, and a hair-raising sound was heard. Chenzong's sharp eyes vaguely saw a wisp of hair-like black light shooting toward him. He tilted his head back slightly and twisted his body to shift his feet. The black light shot out from beside his ear at an extremely fast speed. Long Tai's saber also arrived at the same time. It was like a maggot in one's tarsal bone, and there was no way to dodge it. He activated his cultivation method, and his chi and blood surged. Under the golden jade impenetrable body, a white gold light spread out. The power of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual armor was also activated, and formed another layer of protection. At the same time, Long Tai's other hand was holding a hair-like thin black needle. The tip of the needle was emitting a bone-chilling red glow. With a flick of his finger, the thin black needle silently pierced through the air. Love go little say W Chu. Even though Chen Zong's reaction speed was much faster than other warriors at the same level as him, facing such a sudden and planned attack, he couldn't avoid it completely. He was hit by the black needle in Long Tai's hand. The black needle ignored all of Chen Zong's defenses. It pierced through Chen Zong's back like a thin piece of paper. Chen Zong only felt a slight pain on his back. It was like being bitten by a mosquito or an ant when he was still an ordinary person. Immediately, a strong numbness slowly spread from the pain. With the saber in his hand, Long Tai slashed forward fiercely like lightning and thunder. Although he didn't use his full strength, Chen Zong could only barely resist with all his strength under the difference in combat strength. He also had to pay attention to the black-cloaked man's attack. Unconsciously, the numbness on his back spread faster. Chen Zong was shocked to find that his pure yang qi, blood, and pure zhonghuang true force were directly affected. The speed of circulation was getting slower and slower, and the power was slowly dispersing. Long Tai's saber came, and Chen Zong couldn't dodge. He was sent flying to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not knowing how to appreciate kindness. Long Tai walked to Chen Zong, holding a long saber, and looked down at him with cold eyes. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He said indifferently, I've given you many chances. You only have yourself to blame for this. The numbness had spread all over his body. Chen Zong found that not only was his power scattered, but he couldn't even control his hands and feet. Even speaking became extremely difficult. Xianxia and Long Gang came over with one hand covering their wounds. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were fierce. They kicked Chen Zong fiercely and sent Chen Zong flying. However, under the numbness, Chen Zong didn't feel anything at all. The sword wounds they suffered were very obvious, and there were still remnants of sword chi raging. It would be difficult for them to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest, so they hated Chen Zong very much. Well, take him away. The black-cloaked man said in a shrill voice. There was some impatience in his eyes. Long Tai put his saber back into the sheath and grabbed Chen Zong's shoulder with one hand, holding him up. He jumped and quickly left the restaurant. The black-cloaked man, the injured Xianxia, and Long Gang quickly followed. Love Go Xiao Say W, Chu. The strange thing was that the battle here was so loud, but no one in the restaurant came to watch. Groggy, Chen Zong gradually woke up. His vision was a little blurry, and there seemed to be a fire shining in front of him. The burning fire on the brazier became clear, and Chen Zong quickly woke up. He felt that his body was heavy, and his limbs were heavy and powerless. It was as if he was being pressed down by thousands of pounds of weight. He turned his head with some difficulty and first swept over his body. He didn't feel any restraint. The heavy and powerless feeling came from inside his body. After carefully feeling it, Chen Zong found that his pure yang qi and blood were like stagnant water. His pure true force was also the same, motionless. The only thing that wasn't affected in his body was his spiritual power. But his spiritual power was too illusory, and Chen Zong didn't have a good way to use it. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the ash-green walls under the illumination of the fire. They looked quite sturdy and thick, and there was even a door made of divine iron as thick as an arm. If Chen Zong's strength wasn't affected, he would have been able to break it open. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to even move in his current state, not to mention doing anything else. Since his spiritual power wasn't affected, Chen Zong's thoughts quickly turned, and he sorted out the cause and effect. The third prince was inextricably linked to him being conferred the title of vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard, and chasing after the murderer for 1,000 miles was also part of their plan. Even if Chen Zong didn't accept it, they would have had other methods to make Qinzong accept it. Along the way, Long Tai and the other two had first isolated Qinzong in order to suppress Qinzong psychologically. Then, they took the initiative to approach Qinzong in order to create the feeling that Qinzong was flattered, which would make it easier for them to take action later on. It was a pity that Qinzong remained indifferent to all of their actions. Even when they took the initiative to express their goodwill, Qinzong didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. Qinzong remained unmoved no matter how the three of them praised the third prince. The final ultimatum was undoubtedly when they drank in the restaurant after entering the city. Long Tai directly brought it up and wanted Qinzong to give a direct answer. Qinzong's answer was naturally not what Long Tai and the others wanted. Xianxia was attacked in the middle of the night, and the goal was to lure Qinzong over. The black-clothed man had concealed his strength from the beginning, and his methods of concealment were so brilliant that Qinzong didn't immediately detect him. He suddenly exploded with his true strength after exchanging blows with Qinzong, wanting to catch Qinzong off guard. Long Gang and Xianxia also took advantage of this opportunity to attack. This chapter isn't finished, please turn the page. They were originally in cahoots with the black-clothed man. However, he never expected that Qinzong's reaction speed would be so fast. Not only was he able to resist the black-robed man's attack, but he was also able to injure Xianxia and Long Gang, who had launched a sneak attack. However, in the end, Long Tai was only a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, and there was a big gap between him and Qinzong. Even if he didn't use his full strength, Qinzong still couldn't resist, let alone in a sneak attack. As for that black hair-like needle, it was a special kind of astral-piercing needle. It was a treasure specifically used to break through protective energy. The tip of the needle was smeared with a strong drug that could numb a person's body and cause their energy to dissipate. The more energy was used, the faster the drug would take effect. It was reasonable to say that if Long Tai directly attacked, Qinzong wouldn't be his opponent, but he didn't do so. Instead, he went through a lot of trouble to deal with Qinzong. In the end, he was worried that Qinzong might have some kind of trump card to deal with Long Tai. This operation couldn't have the slightest accident. If Qinzong escaped, the consequences would be unpredictable. In fact, their plan worked, and Qinzong was captured. As for whether Qinzong really had some kind of trump card, they didn't know. However, Qinzong's star dual swords, mustard seed bag, and the third-grade pseudo-spirit artifact on his body were all taken away. Only the void ring remained on his finger, unremarkable. It had to be said that in order to deal with Qinzong, the third prince and the others had gone through a lot of trouble. There was no chance to deal with Qinzong inside the Imperial City, so the only way was to lure Qinzong out of the Imperial City, preferably away from the Imperial City. So, how could they lure Qinzong away from the Imperial City? It was very difficult. On the other hand, the third prince also wanted to subdue Qinzong for his own use. With the combination of the two, he came up with a plan to make Qinzong the vice-commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard. Then, he gave Qinzong the mission of chasing a criminal for 1,000 miles. It would be more convenient for him to come to Ascending Dragon City, where the Dragon Eye Guard's surveillance was weak. If Qinzong was willing to submit to the third prince, then the mission would be completed smoothly, and everyone would be happy. If he wasn't willing, then it would be easier to get rid of Qinzong here and cut off the ninth prince's powerful arm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As his thoughts spun, Qinzong quickly straightened out the cause and effect of everything. Now that things had come to this, and he had become a prisoner, the most important thing was to find a way to recover his strength first, then find an opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Qinzong first looked outside the door. There was no one guarding it. As for whether or not there was someone watching in the dark, Qinzong didn't notice. Even with his strong mental strength, he didn't notice it, so there should be no one watching him. Moving his body with difficulty and sitting cross-legged, Qinzong began to circulate the great unhindered true energy, intending to activate the power that was like stagnant water to recover his strength. But no matter how hard he tried, the great unhindered true energy was like stagnant water, unable to move at all. Qinzong's personality was tenacious, and he was even more persistent. He continued to work hard, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. No matter how hard Qinzong tried, his great unhindered true energy was unable to move, and so was his pure yang qi. Ha 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 ha, although the true condensation poison isn't a fatal poison, it can freeze a person's strength and make them unable to move. No matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Unless you can get the antidote, you won't be able to recover even a bit of your strength within a few months. A person suddenly appeared outside the door. It was the man in black. Facing a trace of a sinister smile, he said in a sharp voice. Zong also stopped cultivating and looked at the other party, but didn't respond. On the one hand, he didn't want to respond, and on the other hand, he didn't have the strength to respond. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chase. Inside the cell, the third prince's face was twisted, his eyes full of anger and killing intent. Who would have thought that the true condensation poison would fail? Zong had completely recovered his strength at some point, but he pretended to be weak to fool everyone. Who would have thought that Zong would actually dare to attack and kill the third prince's men in front of him? Accidents happened again and again, all of them out of his control. This made the third prince very angry. He liked to control everything in his hands. If he couldn't control it, he would destroy it. The more he thought about it, the angrier the third prince became. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and the breath he exhaled was hot, like a volcano about to erupt. Trash! He viciously kicked the body of the man in black, sending it flying and crashing into the wall, but Long Tai had already chased after him. Taking a step, the third prince quickly rushed out of the cell and chased after him. He didn't care about his own safety, or rather, he didn't care, because he had a strong enough defensive power. Even an extreme mortal powerhouse couldn't break through it. Therefore, even if the conqueror martial ancestor wasn't by his side, the third prince didn't feel that his life would be in danger. Catch him, you must catch him. The third prince roared furiously, and the warriors in the dungeon began to move. This dungeon was secretly built by the third prince. Even the Dragon Eye Guard didn't know that this dungeon was directly related to the third prince. Unexpectedly, Zong used the mixed iron forging hand to kill the black-cloaked man. Zong also used the rebound force to propel himself out of the cell at an even faster speed. It wasn't that Zong didn't want to deal with the third prince, but the third prince had a hidden trump card, a defensive power. Zong knew this from the ninth prince. Even an extreme mortal powerhouse couldn't kill the third prince or the ninth prince. Since that was the case, the first thing he needed to do was to weaken the third prince's overall strength. Long Tai was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm, so Zong wasn't confident he could succeed, so he could only start with the black-cloaked man. The man in black was indeed powerful, but he was nothing compared to Zong, who had cultivated the embodiment of will. The alarms had already been set off, and the martial artists in the dungeon quickly took action, blocking the exits as a portion of the martial artists charged in. The enemy is here. Someone shouted as soon as he spotted Zong and attacked him. Die! With a low roar, Zong struck out with his palm. A terrifying power broke through the air, as if it could destroy a mountain, and directly defeated the opponent's attack. Then, the opponent's arm shattered inch by inch, and the punch landed on his chest. His chest caved in, and his whole body flew out as if he had been hit by a mountain. He crashed into the person behind him with an astonishing force, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. There were indeed many martial artists guarding the dungeon, and all of them were at the late stage of the true martial realm. However, most of them were just ordinary true martial realm martial artists. They could play a big role in dealing with ordinary true martial realm martial artists, but against a genius like Zong, they were like ants trying to shake a tree. Moving forward, Zong was like a hot knife through butter. Holding a level 1 pseudo-spiritual long sword, which was taken from a guard at the peak of the 9th stage of the true martial realm, Zong's strength was even more terrifying, and he was invincible. The star-marked twin swords were taken away, and so was his mustard seed bag. The mustard seed bag was no longer the mustard seed bag given to him by the unhindered sword sect, but it had been replaced with a mustard seed bag with a larger internal space. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The bag could hold more things, so Zong put the level 2 pseudo-spiritual long sword he had used before into the mustard seed bag. Now that Zong knew, he must put a pair of spare long swords in the void ring, in case the current situation happened again. The level 1 pseudo-spiritual long sword he had taken was really not enough to satisfy him. However, Qinzong also knew that his purpose was to escape from here, not to kill the enemy, so he kept moving forward at full speed. He would only attack when there was an enemy blocking his way. Originally, Qinzong's battle strength was as high as the peak of the 5-star realm. Taking into account his superb swordsmanship, he was able to compete with a warrior at the peak of the 5-star realm. After practicing the body of mind and body, his body had been reborn, becoming lighter and more responsive. The condensing and outburst of his strength had also been greatly improved, which imperceptibly improved Qinzong's strength. Although the most direct manifestation of one's battle strength was the attack power, Qinzong felt that he would not be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight with an early 6-star realm expert. This was because his reaction was faster, and his control of his strength was more amazing. None of the dungeon guards could stop Qinzong, not even for a breath of time. Go, 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 kill, kill, kill. Long Tai, who was chasing after Qinzong, felt as if his chest was about to explode. This Qinzong had actually killed a comrade right under his nose and even escaped right before his eyes. Along the way, Long Tai saw corpses after corpses strewn all over the corridor. Their blood was still warm, indicating that they had died not long ago. Long Tai did not feel sad about the death of these guards. First, they were relatively weak, and second, they were not familiar with him. Xianxia and Long Gang's injuries had already healed. After learning that Qinzong had escaped from the prison, they immediately led a group of guards to intercept him at the end of a passage. The passageways in this dungeon were intricate and complicated. Without a map, Qinzong didn't know which direction to take to escape from the dungeon. However, after the previous massacre, he had left one of the prisoners alive. He had used his strong spiritual pressure to force the prisoner to tell him the route and memorized it with his powerful memory. Seeing Qinzong's figure in the distance, Xianxia and Long Gang both showed a trace of excitement. Shoot! Long Gang roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen guards in the late stage of the true martial realm behind him shot out sharp arrows. More than a dozen arrows pierced through the air. Each arrow carried an amazing power and pierced through the sky, leaving more than a dozen white straight scratches. They were fast and urgent, like more than a dozen white lightning bolts. After more than a dozen arrows were shot, an extremely sharp whistling sound pierced the eardrums. In such a narrow passage, there was simply no way to escape. More than a dozen terrible special arrows, whose arrowheads had an obvious penetrating effect, could easily break through all the protective forces outside the body. If Qinzong was hit, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. More than a dozen powerful arrows completely blocked all possible escape routes. Qinzong's complexion was dignified. His keen perception could feel a strong threat from more than a dozen arrows. If it was before he cultivated the body of mind, perhaps Qinzong would find it troublesome, but now, with a wave of his sword, Qinzong's figure moved with incomparable dexterity, like a flutter in the wind, erratic and agile to the extreme. His hands and feet could make incredible movements. After completely avoiding more than a dozen arrows, his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. He rushed out to kill Xianxia, Long Gang, and the others. Stop him! Xianxia and Long Gang's complexion suddenly changed. They roared and quickly retreated, letting the guards come forward. Although they hated Qinzong, they were also clear that they were not Qinzong's opponents with their own strength. His figure flashed as a beam of sword light pierced through the air and spread out in a straight line. Qinzong's figure also passed through more than a dozen guards and directly rushed toward Xianxia and Long Gang. Although more than a dozen guards were not weak, they were too insignificant in front of Qinzong's sword. The murderous intent filled the air and was as cold as ice, making Xianxia and Long Gang feel stiff all over. Stop! Long Gang quickly roared, but he was unable to stop the cold sword light. The huge disparity in strength made it impossible for Long Gang to dodge or block. After the sword pierced through his body, the sword light changed into a fierce and overbearing one. It was like flowing water, yet also like a flying swallow. It made a beautiful turn in the air to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils dilated and could only helplessly watch the extremely beautiful sword light piercing through the air. His body seemed to become incomparably heavy and unable to move. The sword light pierced his glabella, causing a drop of blood to splash out and then fall to the ground. Without even looking back, Chenzong once again burst forth with an astonishing speed and rushed forward. Not long after, Long Tai caught up with him. His eyes swept over and fell on Long Gang's body. His distorted face was full of fright before his death, and his mouth opened as if he was shouting something. Long Tai's complexion greatly changed and he was grieving inexplicably. His red eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Chenzong. Chenzong. I'll kill you. I'll tear you to shreds. A mournful roar like that of a beast reverberated in the passage. Chenzong also heard it from afar and recognized that it was Long Tai's voice. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't show the slightest fear. Perhaps in terms of combat strength, he was not Long Tai's opponent, but in terms of speed, he was not inferior to Long Tai. If Long Tai wanted to deal with him, he would have to catch up with him first. The third prince also quickly caught up and happened to see Long Tai carefully holding Long Gang's body and leaning it against the wall. Where's Chenzong? The third prince frowned, but he didn't feel any sadness because of Long Gang's death. A cultivator like Long Gang was nothing in the eyes of the third prince. Even if Long Tai died, the third prince only felt that he had lost a useful tool, that's all. Third prince, I'll kill him, I must kill him. Long Tai roared. His red eyes were like that of an enraged beast, and his murderous intent surged endlessly. All right. The third prince furrowed his brows, before relaxing them as he nodded his head. At this point, the third prince no longer had any thoughts of subduing Chenzong. Because of Chenzong's stubbornness, he could only get rid of him. Firstly, it would weaken the ninth prince's support. Secondly, an outstanding genius like Chenzong might bring some trouble to him in the future. As for big trouble, what a joke. He was the third prince of the Longtu dynasty, the candidate for the crown prince, and the future successor to the throne. Even if Chenzong's talent was outstanding, it was impossible for him to fight against him. Ever since he was young, the direct bloodline of the imperial family had given him a sense of superiority that was ingrained in his bones. This superiority made the third prince always feel that he was superior to others, and that others could not compare to him. Even if their cultivation talent was better than his, it was useless. In the end, they still had to serve the imperial family. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There were more than 100 guards in this dungeon, and most of them were at the late stage of the true martial realm. A few of them had reached the 3-star level, and some even had 4-star combat strength. Although it seemed easy to find a 5-star combat strength in the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty, it was actually an illusion. Those who could raise their combat strength to the 5-star level were all top geniuses. There were quite a few in the imperial city. Outstanding talents and superior backgrounds allowed them to cultivate better. Furthermore, there were also cultivators who had accumulated a long time and had some opportunities. Outside the imperial city, 5-star cultivators were relatively rare. Even Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuya, who was one of the 5 heavenly prides of the Tianjiang prefecture, only had the combat strength of an early 4-star. There were many forces in Ascending Dragon City, and the situation was complicated. This dungeon was built in secret, and they couldn't reveal their relationship with the third prince. They were afraid that the Dragoneye guards would find clues, which would be detrimental to their operations. Under such circumstances, the number of experts that could be recruited was naturally fewer. There weren't any 5-star guards in the dungeon, but there was a 7-star pseudo-transcendent. At this moment, the 7-star pseudo-transcendent was blocking the entrance to the dungeon. This was the only way out of the dungeon if Yang Kai wanted to leave. This pseudo-transcendent realm master had a scar on his face that resembled a large dark brown centipede, giving him an extremely fierce and menacing appearance. His serrated saber rested on his shoulder as he stood in front of the closed door, giving off a fierce aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 enemies. Other than that, there were 2 4-star guards standing on either side of Chenzong. Both of them were looking at him. A prisoner should act like a prisoner. The scarred man waved his saber and pointed it at Chenzong. A terrifying aura rushed out like a ferocious beast, locking onto Chenzong. Chenzong ignored the man's oppressive aura and looked at the closed door behind the scarred man. That was the exit of the dungeon. The other party's aura was very strong. A 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator made Qianzong feel apprehensive. As for the 2 4-star pseudo-transcendents, they were completely ignored. On top of that, the enraged 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm Long Tai was chasing after them. It could be described as a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no time to waste. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong's pure yang qi and blood surged, and the vertically and horizontally true force surged. Although these two forces did not really overlap and fuse, when they exploded together, it was still able to slightly increase Qianzong's speed. Love go little say Wu Chu. Seeing that Qianzong actually took the initiative to attack, the scarred man suddenly grinned. The scars on his face moved like living centipedes, becoming more and more ferocious and horrible. The 2 4-star guards immediately attacked. One of them slashed out with a long saber, and the other stabbed out with a sharp sword, as if it could pierce through gold and jade. Both of them mercilessly attacked Qianzong. Qianzong's figure flashed. Not only did he avoid the slash of the long saber, but he also grabbed the hilt of the long sword. His fingers trembled, as if he was playing the strings of a zither, but it contained a terrifying power. It directly caused the other party to unconsciously let go of the sword, and the sword fell into Qianzong's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade broke through the air and swept across the neck of the 4-star guard. At the same time, the other sword also cut open the neck of the other 4-star guard. Double sword double kill. Without the slightest hindrance, Qianzong's speed increased due to the strength of the 2 swords, and he directly attacked the scarred man. Seeing that Qianzong killed the 2 4-star guards so easily, the scarred man did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that it was interesting. There was no doubt that Qianzong was a very outstanding cultivator. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. His left hand touched the scar on his face, and the long saber with sawtooth in his right hand had already broken through the air. The saber light was so overbearing that it seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. The terrifying strength of a 7-star warrior was fully displayed. This single slash brought a strong sense of crisis to Qianzong. It was as if the world in front of him had completely disappeared, and there was only a huge and terrifying saber light that could split the sky and the earth. He felt cold all over for no reason, and his powerful qi and blood seemed to have stopped flowing. His limbs became stiff, and he could not move at all. At this moment, Qianzong could feel that his body was very heavy. The saber light slashed down mercilessly. The scarred man's face was ferocious, and his eyes were scarlet. With one slash, Qianzong was split into 2 halves, but there was no blood. It was just an afterimage. At the critical moment, Qianzong's body of mind exploded, and he was able to escape from the pressure of the saber. He instantly reacted as fast as he could. 2 sword lights broke through the air, crossed the saber light, and slashed towards the scarred man. Too weak. The scarred man laughed, and the serrated saber that was slashing down suddenly spun around, bringing with it a violent wind, and fiercely slashed towards Qianzong. Qianzong once again used his extraordinary agility to dodge. Landing on the ground, the sword in his hand shot out like an arrow towards the scarred man. Then, his sword finger slashed across the spine of the sword, and a flash of light flashed like a meteor. It finally condensed at the tip of the sword, and turned into a cold light that was extremely dazzling. Secret sword, star touch. The light that shot out from the eyes was extremely sharp, as if it could see through everything in the world. A trace of mysterious and extremely sharp qi filled the body of the sword, and rushed towards the tip of the sword. Sword intent, sharpness, then, the shocking sharpness spread out as well, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Sword intent, sharpness. The moment the power of the 2 minor sword intents appeared, the scarred man felt that shocking sharpness, as if it could cut through his spirit and soul. In the blink of an eye, the power of the 2 minor sword intents merged into one and merged into the secret sword point star, pushing the power of the point star to a whole new level. It was truly indestructible and unbreakable. Like a meteor across the sky, it was extremely fast and extremely beautiful. No words could describe the elegance of Qianzong's sword. That kind of peerless beauty, unparalleled in the world. Kill. The scarred man only saw a streak of extremely condensed starlight piercing through the air. It was like a streak of starlight streaking across the sky, mysterious, unfathomable, and peerlessly tyrannical. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down, and even his powerful strength seemed to have become heavy, as if shackles had been placed on him. Only the icy cold starlight that was piercing towards him at an astonishing speed. It was clearly just a tiny starlight that was like a strand of hair, but it brought with it a terrifying power that felt like a falling meteor, as if it could destroy everything. I can't let it hit me, I definitely can't let it hit me. A thought emerged from the deepest part of his heart, repeating like a curse. The scarred man used all his strength to move his body to dodge this extremely terrifying sword. Like a death god's attack, it was so fast, and his reaction was so slow. His body was heavy, and his strength was sluggish. Saying 1,000 words, 10,000 words, but in just an instant, an extremely breathtaking sword broke through the air like a meteor chasing after the moon. The scarred man moved his body with difficulty, and at the last moment, he changed his body several times, avoiding the vital point of his heart. That sword light directly broke through the tyrannical true power protecting his body, and also broke through the defensive power of the second-level pseudo-spiritual tool inner armor and the pseudo-spiritual tool inner armor. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The armor's own defense, along the chest, left a long sword mark, and blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. After killing his opponent with one sword, Xianxia did not follow up with another attack. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around, and with a blazing and violent power, fiercely struck the tightly shut door. Xianxia did not need to break the door, he only needed to open it a crack. After all, this door was cast with extremely hard materials, so if he wanted to destroy it, he would need to be at least a pseudo-transcendent realm master. With a boom, the door was blasted open by Xianxia's primeval iron forging hand with all his might. Xianxia's figure was like a gust of wind that blew through the gap. In the end, he even kicked the door, causing the door to close once again. At the same time, he borrowed the strength of this kick to quickly rush forward. At the same time, he took out a medicinal pill and consumed it, recovering the almost depleted unhindered true power. The sword strike just now had not only consumed almost all of his unhindered true chi, but it had also consumed 3/5 of his spiritual energy. After all, using two different minor true meanings at the same time consumed more energy than using one of them alone, especially when Xianxia was not familiar with it. Even so, he had only managed to injure the pseudo-transcendent realm master, and that was because he had been shocked by the power of the minor true meaning, causing him to react a bit slower. Although the sword wound seemed terrifying, it was actually just a flesh wound. Although some of the sword chi had penetrated his body, with his opponent's strength, he was able to quickly expel it. This was also true. The scarred man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was a dignified pseudo-transcendent realm master with 7-star combat strength, yet he had actually been injured by someone whose combat strength was far inferior to his own. But at the same time, he was also shocked. His intuition had not been wrong, that kind of sharpness was indeed a minor true meaning. In other words, the other party had comprehended a minor true meaning before reaching the pseudo-transcendent realm. This kind of talent could only be described as unparalleled, and it was precisely because of this that he had been injured. At this time, the scarlet-eyed Long Tai also caught up. "Where's Xianxia?" Long Tai, who was filled with anger and murderous intent, roared. "He escaped," the scarred man said with an ugly expression. "Waste." Long Tai was extremely furious and directly slammed his fist into the closed door. His 7-star combat strength broke through the thick door and he quickly chased after Xianxia. The scarred man's expression became even more ugly, but he also quickly chased after Xianxia. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast, and he didn't hold back at all. After rushing out of the door, he followed the passageway up. There were no longer any obstacles. Xianxia rushed out of the prison and out of a small, shabby stone hut. He didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment, and quickly left. With a strong enemy chasing after him, Xianxia could not stay for even a moment. The direction he chose was completely based on his intuition, and it was precisely towards the outside of Ascending Dragon City. Although the forces in Ascending Dragon City were tangled and complicated, Xianxia did not know what kind of situation it was. After all, he had just arrived, and if he stayed in the city, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not attract other masters to chase after him. His current combat strength was not bad, but compared with a pseudo-transcendent realm master, there was still a huge gap. At best, he could only injure a pseudo-transcendent realm master by surprise, nothing more. Back in the imperial city, Chenzong did not want to go back for the time being. Perhaps by staying with the ninth prince, his safety would be guaranteed, and he would also be able to obtain good cultivation resources, but he always felt that something was missing, and it was not to his liking. Now that he had come out, he might as well come out. As for what happened next, it did not matter. As long as he was strong enough, everything could be solved. End of this chapter. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The sixth Tao of Samsara wishes all of you the best of luck, good health, and good health. Every year will be better than the last. End of chapter. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Author's note: after the wind tribulation, the sixth Tao of Samsara became confused. He actually skipped the 37th and 38th chapters and went straight to the 39th and 40th chapters. I'm so ashamed. Since that's the case, I'll update 4 chapters today and make up for the 37th and 38th chapters. The man in black arrived, followed by Long Tai. They opened the door and walked in. They stood in front of Chenzong, one on the left and one on the right. They looked down at Chenzong's face with a hint of mockery. Vice Commander Chen, this feeling is not good, right? Long Tai said in a mocking tone with a strange smile on his face. Chenzong didn't even look at Long Tai. He closed his eyes and rested. He had used a lot of energy to activate the Zhonghu True Force, so he was a little tired. To be honest, you could have chosen a broad road, but you chose such a narrow one. Long Tai said with pity, but it doesn't matter. You still have a chance. Hearing this, Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. Based on the other party's words, there seemed to be other changes or opportunities. Although it was still disadvantageous to him, it could at least ensure that his life would not be threatened for a period of time. You still have half a month's time. In this half a month's time, think about it carefully. Don't make any stupid decisions, Long Tai said again. Seeing that Chenzong didn't reply, he turned around and walked out of the prison cell. How did Vice Commander Lin die? Chenzong asked. This was something he hadn't figured out yet. That stupid guy was just like you. Unfortunately, the third prince has no patience. Long Tai smiled and left with the man in black. The door of the cell was closed again and locked with a huge chain. Chenzong immediately understood. The reason why Deputy Commander Lin died was because he was unwilling to submit to the third prince. Later, he was assigned a mission to pursue a murderer. In the end, he was captured and eliminated by a coordinated attack from the inside. Maybe Vice Commander Lin didn't have the talent and potential of Chenzong, so he was killed. As for Chenzong, the third prince valued his talent and potential more, so he still had a chance to live. Half a month. In half a month's time, I have to recover all my strength without being noticed. Only then can I succeed in one fell swoop, Chenzong thought to himself. However, even if his strength was fully restored, he was still no match for a pseudo-transcendent. Maybe I'll have to use the Red Thunder Sword, Chenzong thought to himself. Compared to his own life and future, the Red Thunder Sword was of great value, but he still had to use it. He sat down again and activated the Zonghing skill again. But no matter how hard Chenzong tried, the Zonghing Great True Force was still frozen. Frowning, Chenzong couldn't help but ponder. At this moment, someone delivered the food. It was not bad. Chenzong didn't throw a tantrum and refuse to eat. Instead, he finished all the food to ensure that he had enough strength and continued to practice the Golden Jade Bone skill. However, his pure yang qi and blood seemed to have solidified, and he couldn't move at all. Maybe I can try to cultivate mind change. Chenzong suddenly had an idea. This seemed to be his last resort. Raising one hand, it was as if he was holding up the sky, and lowering the other hand, it was as if he was pressing down on the earth. He was in between the heavens and the earth, transforming into a bridge. Chenzong's spiritual force was not affected in the slightest and he instantly entered a state of cultivation. He only felt a trace of mysterious power diffusing from the heavens and the earth, and then pouring into his body. The effect of the true condensation poison was only to solidify the power in the body, and it couldn't affect the power of the outside world. The first mind change was to use the power of the outside world to cleanse the body. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. However, when the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth entered his body, Chenzong felt a kind of difficulty, as if there was an invisible resistance. The speed of the circulation was more than 10 times slower than usual. No matter how slow it was effective. Chenzong continued to persevere, guiding the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth to circulate in his body little by little. Wherever it passed, he could feel the heaviness in his body seem to be reduced little by little. It was effective. Chenzong quickly concentrated and guided the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth to slowly circulate in his body, reducing the heavy and powerless feeling brought about by the true condensation poison little by little. It took longer than usual to circulate one cycle, but he didn't stop and continued to circulate the second cycle. However, this circulation was more difficult and consumed more of his spiritual force. After 5 cycles, Chenzong felt a little tired and had to stop to rest. Love Go Xiaosei W. Chu. After 5 cycles, Chenzong could also clearly feel the changes in his body. The heavy and powerless feeling had weakened a lot. What a good cultivation method. After his spiritual force was completely restored, Chenzong began to cultivate again. Every other day, someone would send food to ensure that Chenzong would not starve to death. After all, his strength had been solidified and it was difficult to maintain his bodily functions. While sending food, it was also equivalent to observing Chenzong's movements to prevent any changes. Therefore, every time someone approached Chenzong would sense it and quickly stop cultivating. Time flew. Chenzong had been imprisoned in the cold cell. In addition to the normal excretion, he basically stayed in the same place. Whenever someone came, he would pretend to be drowsy and powerless. But in fact, with the cultivation of the change of mind, the true condensation poison was also expelled from his body little by little and naturally dissipated into nothingness. His strength gradually recovered. However, Chenzong's special physique made his aura fluctuations restrained. As long as he did not use the power of his cultivation, it would not be perceived by others. After the meal, Chenzong was aware that the person who was monitoring him had left. He once again began to cultivate the change of mind. The mysterious power of heaven and earth instantly poured into his body and quickly transported the remaining true condensation poison out of his body again. When all the true condensation poison was expelled, Chenzong's pure yang qi and blood and the Zhonghuang true force were also completely restored. Not only that, Chenzong could feel the transformation of his body. He was constantly absorbing the mysterious power of heaven and earth. More and more of it poured into his body and integrated into every part of his body. From the inside to the outside, it was as if he was soaked in warm spring water. It was as if he had returned to his mother's body. Every part of his body was full of vitality. It was as if spring water was constantly gushing out from the mouth of a spring. His essence was undergoing a transformation. The previous cultivation could be said to be a kind of accumulation. It was for the change at this moment. All the mysterious power of heaven and earth disappeared in his body and was integrated. The transformation was also completed. An indescribable sense of comfort arose spontaneously. It was not only physical comfort, but also spiritual comfort. Have I cultivated the body of mind? A thought could not help but emerge. Chenzong could not help but feel happy. This time he was captured by the true condensation poison. It could be regarded as a kind of opportunity. Under the obstruction of the true condensation poison, he was able to cultivate the body of mind in advance. Carefully feeling it, Chenzong could feel that the changes in his body were very obvious. His body seemed to have been reborn. It became lighter, as if some of the dust had been removed. While no one was paying attention, Chenzong slightly mobilized his power. He found that the speed of the power condensation was about twice as fast as before he cultivated the change of mind. What kind of concept was this? It was almost as if the will of the power was there. It was incredibly fast. This made Chenzong's moves faster, his reaction faster, and his battle power had also been significantly improved. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, but how is it compared to a 6-star realm, Chenzong secretly thought. Not only did his body change, but even his spirit also changed. The total amount of his spirit power did not increase or decrease, but it seemed to be a lot purer. It was at least 30% purer and more harmonious. Silently calculating, if he used the true meaning of sword edge or true meaning of sword sharpness now, he would at most consume less than 1/5 of his spirit power. It was even enough to activate the fusion of 2 minor true meanings. There was still a lot left. This was also one of Chen Zong's trump cards. There are still 10 days. Chen Zong secretly said. He seized every minute and second to continue cultivating. In 10 days, it was difficult to make any progress in the Zonghu true power. Even if his cultivation base was raised to the limit of LV9 true martial realm, it would not be of much help to his battle power. As for the mysterious jade golden bone technique, it was the same. Therefore, in these 10 days, Chen Zong planned to use it all to cultivate the change of mind. If he was fast enough, he might be able to cultivate the second change of the change of mind. At that time, his battle power might be able to advance by leaps and bounds, and he would be more confident to leave this place. Thinking of this, Chen Zong started cultivating again. It was just that his current cultivation posture was completely different from before. The first change of the change of mind was to draw on the mysterious power of heaven and earth to refine one's body and cultivate the mind-body. Therefore, one needed to accept heaven and earth. The cultivation posture was to draw on the mysterious power of heaven and earth with one hand above and one hand below. The cultivation of the second change of the change of mind was different. This change had nothing to do with the mysterious power of heaven and earth. Instead, it was to integrate and condense one's physical strength and true power to become a stronger power under one's control. Therefore, when cultivating, one hand was inside and the other outside, and the inside and outside alternated, symbolizing the intertwining and integration of physical strength and true power in the body. Physical strength and true power were 2 different kinds of power. Martial artists of body refining and chi refining belonged to 2 different systems. However, at this moment, the second change of the change of mind was to integrate the power of these 2 different systems, so that they could be superimposed and released together. It was very difficult to combine the power of 2 different systems. When he started cultivating, Chen Zong could feel the resistance, a very strong resistance. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the first day had passed. The cultivation of the second change of the change of mind did not yield any results, but Chen Zong was not discouraged and continued to cultivate. The second day passed, and there was also no result. On the third day, he continued to cultivate. Day after day, it was not until the 5th day that Chen Zongfeng found an opportunity to combine the power of the 2 different systems. However, it was only an opportunity, and there was still a long way to go before he could truly combine them. On the 6th day of cultivation, Chen Zong felt a slight improvement. The power of 2 different systems had truly combined. This was undoubtedly a very good start, and Chen Zong was very happy. The 7th day of cultivation was better than the 6th day. The combination of the power of 2 different systems was more obvious, but Chen Zong was still not clear about the power. Because in this prison, once he made a move, there would be fluctuations of aura spreading out. It would not be good if it attracted attention. On the 8th day, there was another improvement. On the 9th day, there was another improvement. On the 10th day, Chen Zong had only cultivated for half a day. However, the improvement in this half a day was very obvious. It could be said that the cultivation of the second transformation of the changeable could be considered to have truly entered the door. Chen Zong could integrate 10% of the power of physique and 10% of the power of the Zhonghuang true power into an even more powerful force. Of course, with only 10% of the superposition, the power was still very limited. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Time flew. Today was the 15th day, as Long Tai had said. The sound of footsteps rang out, and Chen Zong could tell that 3 people were approaching the cell. Not long after, 3 silhouettes appeared outside the cell, and their gazes fell on Chen Zong through the cell door. Chen Zong leaned against the wall. His face was pale and blue. His eyes were closed, and he looked weak. After Chen Zong mastered the first change of mind change, he could better control his qi and blood. He could pretend to be weak to deceive others. As expected, Chen Zong's current appearance had completely fooled the 3 people. Long Tai quickly took out the key and unlocked the cell door. The 3 people followed him in. The leader of the group was a man in a black robe, which covered his entire body from head to toe. Even his face was hidden under the black robe, which made him look very mysterious. The other two were Long Tai and the black-robed man from before. Deputy Commander Chen, look who's here, Long Tai said with a bit of banter. Under Chen Zong's tired and weak gaze, the mysterious man in the black robe raised his hands and put them on the edge of the black robe's hat. He slowly took off the hat, revealing a face that surprised Chen Zong. The third prince, Chen Zong, was truly shocked, and he wasn't faking it. He had never thought that the third prince would show up here. From his appearance and aura, Chen Zong was sure that the man in front of him was the real third prince. He was not an imposter. The third prince stared at Chen Zong with a smile, as if he was enjoying Chen Zong's embarrassing appearance at this moment. Chen Zong, you didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances, did you? The third prince said. There was an unconcealable complacency in his voice. Third prince, you've gone through a lot of trouble to deal with me. Chen Zong's voice was low and weak, but there was a bit of sarcasm in it. It's good that you know. As if he did not hear the mockery in Chen Zong's words, he continued, Chen Zong, you are a genius and a talent. I need people like you to assist me. That's why you can live until now. Chen Zong seemed to have closed his eyes and ignored the third prince. In fact, his mind was racing as he tried to think of a way to escape from the encirclement of the three men. Chen Zong, you are loyal to Old Nine. I admire that very much. However, I am the best candidate to be the crown prince. I am the best candidate to inherit the throne in the future. The third prince didn't hide his ambitions at all as his eyes burned with passion. Now, I'll give you another chance. Pledge your loyalty to me. I also promise that as long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I won't treat you unfairly. The position of vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard is only a starting point. What if you don't? Chen Zong asked. Heh. If you don't, then I'll have to use some methods to enslave you. The third prince's tone carried a bit of ruthlessness. His left hand swiped across the mustard seed bag at his waist and a black ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. Its entire body was like a crystal. This is a treasure from outside the realm that I obtained by chance. I didn't think I'd have a chance to use it. A trace of an evil smile hung at the corners of the third prince's mouth as his right hand lightly rested on the black crystal ball, gently stroking it. There's a curse hidden within this treasure called the soul-binding curse. Those who are cursed will be enslaved. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Everything will be under the control of the caster. Even if the caster is unwilling, they will not be able to disobey all of the caster's orders. Long Tai and the black-cloaked man couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. They never knew that the third prince actually had such a treasure in his hands. Its effects were too terrifying. Everything would be under the control of the caster. Furthermore, from the meaning of his words, it seemed that those who were cursed would be able to maintain their own consciousness. They would have their own consciousness and would be no different from normal, but they had no choice but to obey the caster's orders. Even if they were unwilling, they would not be able to disobey. This kind of feeling was undoubtedly very uncomfortable, even more painful than death. Immediately, Long Tai and the black-cloaked man looked at Chen Zong with both excitement and pity in their eyes. Love Go Xiao Say W, Chu, a dignified top genius, who could be said to be the top genius in the Longtu region, was now reduced to a state where his life and death were not up to him. Everything was under the control of others. It was sad and lamentable. However, who asked him to be so ignorant of the situation? Chen Zong's gaze also landed on the black crystal ball in the third prince's hand. He was extremely vigilant in his heart, but his expression did not change. There were other regions outside the Longtu region, and some of them were quite unique. It was said that there were mysterious forces that were not related to martial arts, and they were not weak at all. Chen Zong, I'll give you one last chance. Immediately swear your loyalty to me and support me wholeheartedly. Then, I won't cast a curse on you, the third prince said with a cold look in his eyes. This treasure was rare, and the third prince was somewhat reluctant to use it. Thus, it was best not to use it if possible. Moreover, after being cursed with the soul-binding soul-controlling curse, even if one maintained their own consciousness, there would be some adverse effects on their future cultivation. Chen Zong did not reply. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he recalled that when he was hit by the Black Demon sect's secret technique in the Eastern continent, he had almost been enslaved. Qinzong's silence, in the third prince's eyes, was a stubborn resistance, and he couldn't help but feel angry. You listen, Qinzong. I will curse you, and then order you to continue following the ninth prince. At the most critical moment, you will give the ninth prince a fatal blow. The third prince revealed a ruthless smile. The ninth prince attached great importance to Qinzong, and would do his best to cultivate Qinzong. Qinzong's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and the competition between the princes was entering its final moments. If Qinzong suddenly attacked and gave the ninth prince a fatal blow, it would undoubtedly eliminate the third prince's greatest competitor. As long as the ninth prince was eliminated, the third prince would not have to worry about the other 7 princes. The position of crown prince was already in his bag, and as long as there were no particularly big changes, the position of emperor would also be his in the future. The reason why the third prince said so much and made it so clear was that he saw that Qinzong was weak and powerless at the moment, and had no ability to resist at all. He also wanted to attack Qinzong's will again and again, and make it easier for him to subdue and enslave him. Raising the black crystal ball in his hand, the third prince began to chant. His voice was low and complicated, and contained a unique rhythm, which unconsciously attracted people's attention. This was a language that had never been heard before, and it was very obscure. Looking at the third prince's expression, it seemed that he was also not familiar with it. As he chanted, he raised his right hand and pointed at the black crystal ball. Suddenly, a black light appeared at the tip of his finger, as if something was being pulled out of the black crystal ball. As his finger left the crystal ball, it was pulled out, and like a small black snake, it circled around his finger, moving endlessly with a unique rhythm. At the end of the incantation, the third prince raised his finger and pointed at Qinzong. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The small black snake circling around his finger raised its head and spat out its black forked tongue. It was about to leave the third prince's finger and fly towards Qinzong. Qinzong's body involuntarily tensed up, and he felt cold all over. It was the feeling of being stared at by the small black snake, and even on the spiritual level, he felt cold and gloomy. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and it made Qinzong feel very fearful. Previously in the Eastern land, Qinzong had been hit by the sect leader of the Black Demon sect's secret technique, and was almost enslaved by him. At the last moment, the mysterious sword in the depths of his mind released an amazing power. Not only did it free him from enslavement, but it also enslaved the sect leader of the Black Demon sect. However, Qinzong was not sure if the mysterious sword would be the same as before when faced with the soul-binding soul-controlling incantation. The origin of the mysterious sword was too mysterious. Up until now, Qinzong had not the slightest clue about it, let alone master it. Things that could not be mastered were full of uncertainty. Qinzong did not dare to entrust his fate to it. That would be the last resort. If the mysterious sword could be the same as before, it would undoubtedly be a good thing, a very good thing. But what if it was not? He would be enslaved by the third prince. To be enslaved was to live a life worse than death. Qinzong could not accept it. Since that was the case, he could only take the initiative in his own hands. The small black snake was extremely fast. It quickly spread in the air and shot towards Qinzong like an arrow released from a bow. The aura that made Qinzong feel even more intense. The third prince stared at Qinzong with a burning gaze, but his face was a little pale. Obviously, casting the curse was not a small burden for him. Long Tai and the black-cloaked man also stared at Qinzong curiously. Just as the small black snake was about to hit Qinzong's head, the seemingly weak Qinzong acted abnormally. He burst out with an astonishing speed and disappeared in front of the small black snake in an instant. He also disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. Long Tai, who was a pseudo-transcendent with 7-star combat strength, also found that his eyes could not catch Qinzong's figure. Without any hesitation, he flashed and directly appeared in front of the third prince, firmly protecting him. The black-cloaked man appeared behind the third prince, also firmly protecting the third prince. A blazing aura spread out in an instant, making the cell feel like it was in the mouth of a volcano. A terrifying blazing force burst out. A red palm, like a red-hot iron in a furnace, pierced through the void and pressed hard on the black-cloaked man's chest. This palm was too fast and too sudden. It was completely unexpected, so the black-cloaked man did not have time to dodge and was hit. With a bang, the extremely tyrannical power blasted the black-cloaked man backwards and heavily smashed into the third prince's back. It was as swift and fierce as a meteor. With such a collision, the third prince would not be able to dodge or withstand it with his strength. He would be hit until his bones and muscles were broken and his body was injured. In an instant, a light flashed on the third prince's body, firmly protecting his whole body like a boulder. The black-cloaked man directly hit the light, but not only did he fail to send the third prince flying, but he also broke his own bones and tendons. The place where his chest was hit directly collapsed, and the edges were scorched black. The terrifying blazing force was incomparably violent. It had already destroyed the black-cloaked man's heart, and he died a violent death. After using the full strength of the mixed iron refining hand to kill the black-cloaked man, Xianxia knew that he was not Long Tai's opponent with his strength. The light protecting the third prince's body was too strong for him to break. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the cell at full speed and escaped. End of chapter. My dear brothers and sisters, I'm really sorry. I was confused by the wind tribulation and skipped the update. Originally, I was supposed to update to chapter 37 and chapter 38, but I ended up skipping to chapter 39 and chapter 40. I'm really sorry about that. Now, the Dominator of the Six Realms has added chapter 37 and chapter 38. You can continue to read and continue the story. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ascending Dragon City covered a large area, but it seemed to be a bit messy. After all, there were many forces in the city, and each had their own territory. Conflicts would break out from time to time. Xianxia was heading towards the Ascending Heaven region. As a warrior who was determined to keep moving forward on the path of martial arts and swordsmanship, it was inevitable for him to leave the Longtu region. It was just a matter of time. Since he was here now, he might as well take this opportunity to enter the Ascending Heaven region. Long Tai, who was filled with murderous intent and extremely furious, also charged out of the dungeon and the stone house. He quickly chased in the direction Xianxia had left in. Behind him was the scarred man. As for the third prince, he had originally wanted to give chase, but after considering his identity, he left through a secret tunnel. Xianxia leaped forward. Along the way, he saw two groups of people fighting wantonly. The sound of killing was deafening, as if they were fighting a small-scale battle. Xianxia leaped through the middle of them, causing them to stop fighting. Then Long Tai went on a rampage, directly killing a group of people. The scarred man brandished his saber and killed a group of people. The remaining people who were still alive scrambled away. A life-and-death battle for benefits ended abruptly. Many people saw Xianxia, Long Tai, and the scarred man. Naturally, they could see that it was a chase. However, they did not have any intention to intervene. Who knew what was going on? If they provoked an existence that they should not provoke, they would be courting death. Long Tai persevered in chasing after Xianxia because Xianxia had killed Long Gang, who was his little brother whom he had depended on since childhood. Long Tai wanted to take revenge. As for the scarred man, it was because of the third prince's order. The tall city walls of Ascending Dragon City were just inches away. Xianxia leaped over the city walls and landed outside of Ascending Dragon City. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground and his body swept forward like a gust of wind. Long Tai, who was brimming with killing intent and had scarlet eyes, also chased after Xianxia. He maintained a certain distance from Xianxia, but it was difficult for him to get close. The scarred man was slightly behind. The wound that Xianxia had cut with his sword had already stopped bleeding and was slowly forming a scar under the effect of the pill. Such an injury was nothing to him. Sensing the terrifying murderous intent behind him, Xianxia could only keep moving forward at full speed. There were slight cracks on the first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon sword in his hand. It was the result of secret sword point star that was formed after combining two geni. A sword of this quality could not bear that level of power. At the very least, it should be a second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. Of course, the best one would be a third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, the Star Scar twin swords and the mustard seed bag were taken away. Although there was nothing valuable in the bag, Xianxia still suffered some losses. The most important thing was that he lacked a suitable weapon. First, he had to get rid of the pursuit, then he would think about other things. Ascending Dragon City was quickly left behind. Qianzong leaped over a river and headed towards the forest in front of him. There were more forests in the Ascending Heaven region than in the Dragon Diagram region. No matter how strong Long Tai's murderous intent was, and no matter how much hatred he had for Qianzong, he could not catch up with Qianzong quickly. A 7-star battle power was indeed very strong, but unfortunately, speed was not Long Tai's strong suit. It could only be considered average. Right now, Long Tai was extremely regretful. Why didn't he train in a movement art that focused on speed? The scarred man's speed was inferior to Long Tai's, making it impossible for him to catch up with Qianzong. Rushing into the forest, Qianzong took advantage of the terrain to better escape from the pursuit of the two pseudo-transcendents, Long Tai and the scarred man. Despite their relentless pursuit, Qianzong was gradually pulling away. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. At such a distance, Long Tai's anger could be imagined. He fiercely bombarded the surrounding trees, shattering them and sending wood chips flying. After escaping from the pursuit, Qianzong felt a little dazed, as if he was in a dream. Not long ago, if he encountered any pseudo-transcendents, he would not be able to resist at all, let alone escape from their pursuit. But now, although his strength had not yet risen to the point where he could compete with a pseudo-transcendent, his speed was comparable to a pseudo-transcendent, perhaps even faster. Otherwise, Qianzong would not have been able to successfully escape from the pursuit of the two pseudo-transcendents. However, Qianzong did not become complacent because of this. Long Tai and the scarred man were just not good at speed. If one of the people chasing him had been good at speed, he may not have been able to escape. In any case, he had finally escaped from their pursuit and was temporarily safe. Finding a relatively safe place, Qianzong restored his consumed strength while thinking about his next course of action. He had only heard of the Ascending Heaven domain and had not learned much about it. After all, Qianzong had not made any plans to leave the Dragon Chart domain for a life experience. Now that he had entered the Ascending Heaven domain, it was a complete accident. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. First, he had to find a suitable pair of pseudo-spiritual swords for himself. Only in this way would he be able to display his strength to the fullest. As for the defensive and auxiliary pseudo-spiritual weapons, he would naturally obtain as much as he could. The more, the better. Where is he? The mysterious third prince, who was dressed in a black robe, asked coldly. We lost him. Long Tai replied in a low voice, his voice filled with hatred. The scarred man also lowered his head. His identity as a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator did not allow him to hold his head high in front of the third prince. Two dignified pseudo-transcendents actually lost track of him. The third prince paced back and forth as he spat out a mouthful of resentment, you two pieces of trash. The word trash caused Long Tai and the scarred man's pupils to shrink, but they did not react. No one was willing to be called trash. Being able to cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm was enough to prove that they were more outstanding than most people. The word trash would not fall on their heads. However, the one who called them trash was the third prince, one of the most powerful princes in the Dragon Chart dynasty. Only the ninth prince could compete with him, and they were just subordinates of the third prince. If only the Conqueror Martial Sect was here, the third prince sighed unwillingly. There was no doubt about the strength of the Conqueror Martial Sect. If he was here, then no matter what, Qianzong would not be able to escape from the prison cell, let alone escape without a trace. Unfortunately, he had been very secretive when he came to Ascending Dragon City this time. In order to not let the ninth prince and the others notice, he had even used a substitute. The Conqueror Martial Sect naturally had to stay beside the substitute to protect him, otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. As for his own safety, there was basically no need to worry about it. With a defensive trump card, even an extreme mortal realm cultivator would not be able to kill him. Of course, an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator could, but no Earth Spirit Realm cultivator would personally deal with a person who had not even reached the Transcendent Realm, even if it was the third prince. Qianzong had escaped, this was a fact. Even if the third prince killed Long Tai and the scarred man, it would not help. On the contrary, it would weaken his own strength. However, considering Chenzong's talent, he might become a threat in the future, a small trouble. Then, he had to kill him before he truly matured. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In fact, if Chenzong was unable to reach the transcendent realm in the future, the threat he would pose would be negligible. However, Chenzong's talent was so outstanding that it was quite possible for him to become a transcendent realm cultivator in the future. Therefore, he had to be dealt with before the trouble appeared. You two stay here and try your best to find Chenzong's traces. Do everything you can to kill him. The third prince thought for a while and ordered. As for himself, of course, he would not stay here. A substitute was a substitute after all. The longer he stayed, the greater the possibility of him being exposed. Therefore, he had to rush back as soon as possible. As for the follow-up plan to deal with Chenzong, he could only carry it out after he rushed back. Of course, if Long Tai and the scarred man could kill Chenzong before he returned to the imperial city, that would be the best. Yes. Long Tai and the scarred man responded in unison. The two of them were determined to kill Chenzong. Long Tai's reason was Long Gang. His younger brother was killed by Chenzong. This was a blood feud that had to be avenged. As for the scarred man's reason, it was very simple. Chenzong actually injured him. A cultivator who was not even a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator actually injured him. It was unforgivable. The third prince left, leaving Long Tai and the scarred man behind. You are more familiar with this place. How are you going to find Chenzong's traces? Long Tai asked bluntly. Pay a sufficient price and ask the various forces in Ascending Dragon City to take action. The scarred man touched the hideous scar on his face and immediately responded. Although I am not familiar with this place, I know that asking these people to take action will cost a lot. Long Tai smiled coldly. In Ascending Dragon City, where the forces were tangled and complicated, none of them were easy to deal with. There is no other way. The two of us alone are not enough to find Chenzong. The scarred man touched the scar on his face and smiled coldly. Long Tai fell into deep thought. Although his younger brother, Long Gang, had been killed, causing his hatred for Chenzong to reach the extreme. He wanted nothing more than to catch Chenzong, skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and crush his bones. However, Long Tai was able to become one of the captains of the Dragon Teeth Guard not only because of his strength, but also because of his intelligence. Long Tai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He was thinking about the pros and cons of this, and whether there was a better way. The scarred man didn't say anything. Then pay the price. Long Tai finally said. After thinking of some ideas, he realized that paying a price was more effective. Whoever kills Chenzong and brings back his body will get 100 substandard spirit sources. Whoever captures Chenzong alive will get 200 substandard spirit sources. 100, 200. Are you sure? The scarred man was shocked when he heard this. 100 or 200 substandard spirit sources were not spirit shells. One substandard spirit source was worth 1,000 spirit shells. 100 substandard spirit sources were worth 100,000 spirit shells. 200 substandard spirit sources were worth 200,000 spirit shells. This was a huge price to pay. Even the scarred man himself was tempted. In fact, Long Tai was very hesitant when he mentioned such a high reward. However, after thinking about it again and again, only enough benefits could make people go crazy and search for and kill Chenzong at all costs. It would be best if he could capture him alive. As long as he could do this, he believed that the third prince wouldn't be stingy with those substandard spirit sources. Moreover, he would also be rewarded handsomely. Making a prompt decision, Long Tai immediately drew a portrait of Chenzong and found many painters to copy it at the fastest speed possible. The news of Chenzong's portrait and the reward spread throughout Ascending Dragon City in the shortest time possible. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Longtu region was dominated by the royal family of the Longtu region. On the surface, many forces submitted to the royal family of the Longtu region and were governed by the laws of the Longtu region. Therefore, on the surface, everything was orderly. The Ascending Heaven region was different. With two high-rank sects, the Ascending Heaven region was even more chaotic. The territory closest to Ascending Dragon City was called Morning Sun City. There was a city named Morning Sun City, and the Nangong family was the overlord of Morning Sun City. 100 substandard spirit sources for killing and 200 for capturing alive. Inside the Nangong family, an extreme mortal realm elder's eyes flashed as he spoke with a hint of enthusiasm. Someone who can pay such a high price is definitely not ordinary. It is at least a high-rank sect, and most likely a mid-rank sect. Another extreme mortal realm elder of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. As for a high-rank sect, no one dared to guess. 100 substandard spiritual sources were a considerable amount of wealth to any unranked force, let alone 200 substandard spiritual sources. Even to some low-ranked sects, it was still a considerable amount of wealth. It was no wonder that the Nangong family was tempted by it. The Nangong family was a family with hundreds of years of history. There were 2 extreme mortal realm elders in the family. Although it was still an unranked sect, except for the fact that they did not have a 4th layer extreme mortal realm elder, they were not weaker than an ordinary low-rank sect. The forces in Ascending Dragon City were complicated. One of them was inextricably linked to the Nangong family. Therefore, anything that happened in Ascending Dragon City would quickly spread to the other forces in the Ascending Heaven region. The Nangong family was the closest force to Ascending Dragon City, so they naturally received the news first. Outside Ascending Dragon City, a large group of people appeared in front of a forest. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. There were old and young, men and women. They were all here for the so-called Transcendent Realm inheritance. I have a bad feeling, it's like... A baby-faced young man looked around and whispered, but he did not know how to describe it. Coward, if you're afraid, you can go back now. But you won't get a share of the substandard spirit sources. A bald man sneered disdainfully. Substandard spirit sources, each one was worth 1,000 spirit shells. 100 spirit sources was a huge fortune. Not to mention 200 spirit sources. 2 spirit sources. 200,000 spirit sources. Spirit sources. As long as he could obtain these substandard spirit sources, he could buy any pseudo-spirit tools or elixirs to make himself stronger. Hundreds of martial artists poured into the mountain forest. It was said that this was the direction Xianxia had headed after escaping from Ascending Dragon City. Moreover, there were even more martial artists coming. Long Tai and the Scarred Man were also mixed in with the crowd. If they could kill or capture Xianxia alive, not only would they be able to save a large amount of substandard spirit source, but more importantly, they would be able to avenge their brother, Long Gang. As for the Scarred Man, he also wanted to kill Xianxia himself. There was strength in numbers. There was no lack of people in Ascending Dragon City who were good at tracking. They began to follow the subtle clues. After Xianxia got rid of Long Tai and the Scarred Man, he did not go far. On one hand, he was not familiar with the Ascending Heaven region. On the other hand, he wanted to rest and adjust. Although he had made some plans for himself, it would take time and process to implement them. Long Tai and the Scarred Man acted very quickly. They immediately spread the fake news. After the various forces in Ascending Dragon City received the news, some immediately started to discuss it while some directly took action. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as there was a chance, no one was willing to let it go. Even if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Even if they could not use it, they could still make a lot of money by selling it to a sect or sect. Profits could move people's hearts. This was applicable everywhere. After a while, Xianxia's trace was found. Looking at a group of people with murderous aura rushing towards him from afar, although Xianxia did not know what was going on, he could feel the malice from these people. There were hundreds of martial artists in Ascending Dragon City, but not everyone could find Xianxia's trace. Now, only a part of them were rushing towards him. There were more than 30 of them. From afar, these 30 people also saw Xianxia's figure. They had already seen Xianxia's portrait, so they were almost certain that it was Xianxia. Like hungry wolves who had found a fat lamb, the 30 martial artists suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Xianxia with murderous aura. In a flash, Xianxia completely sensed the aura fluctuations of these 30 martial artists. They were all in the late stage of the true martial realm, and a few of them had reached the peak of LV9. However, Zong did not feel threatened. In other words, these 30 martial artists' battle strength was not too high. Zong, surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Surrender now, and I will spare your life. The 30 martial artists roared one after another, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Spare my life. Zong could not help but smile. The 30 martial artists rushed towards him one after another. Zong took a step forward, as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. There was an indescribable calmness and contentment. Using his fingers like a sword, he drew a line in the air. The sword light twined like silk, meandering among the 30 martial artists like a gurgling stream. After passing by each other, the 30 martial artists all stopped and maintained their charging posture. Only the weakest martial artist still rushed forward with a murderous aura. However, he found that the target in front of him had disappeared. He quickly stopped and looked back, only to see the 30 martial artists who seemed to have turned into statues. Their faces were still filled with murderous intent, but their eyes had become dim and lifeless. The next moment, a bloody line appeared on the necks of the 30 martial artists, and they all fell forward. How could this be? The martial artist who was still alive was inexplicably horrified. He suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was too horrible. They were all alive just a moment ago. How could they all die in the blink of an eye? Immediately, a calm voice sounded behind him, which made the martial artist involuntarily tremble and his hair stand on end. He was terrified. So that's how it is. Zong revealed a look of realization after killing the last remaining person with one finger. Someone had posted his portrait and a bounty. Those who killed him would get a reward of 100 pieces of substandard spiritual sources, and those who captured him alive would get a reward of 200 pieces of substandard spiritual sources. To be honest, such a bounty tempted him. He really wanted to tie himself up in exchange for the bounty. Zong also knew that so far, hundreds of martial artists had left Ascending Dragon City to look for him. These 30 martial artists who found him could be said to be very lucky or very unlucky. Such a bounty, it must be the third prince's doing. Zong thought to himself. This time, he had wronged the third prince because the third prince didn't know at all. He just let Long Tai and the others do whatever they wanted. The one who really made this bounty was Long Tai. Profit made people crazy. Whether it was 100 pieces of substandard spiritual sources or 200 pieces of substandard spiritual sources, they represented amazing wealth. In that case, in addition to the hundreds of martial artists in Ascending Dragon City, it might attract more martial artists to track him down. These 30 martial artists recognized me at a glance because they had seen my portrait. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Zong thought. Most of the martial artists who were tracking him were not a problem, but some of them were pseudo-transcendents, which was a big problem. While thinking, Zong took away the spiritual shells and other valuable things from the 30 martial artists and put them into his mustard seed bag. Although the mustard seed bag he used before was taken away, there were still some empty things in his void ring. Not long after Zong left, another group of martial artists arrived. When they saw the 30 or so corpses, their faces suddenly turned solemn. It's the Horned Wolf Gang. This old thing has the combat strength of a 3-star martial artist. Look at his wound, it was a fatal blow. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Someone kicked one of the old man's corpses and said in a deep voice. Not only that, these 30 martial artists were killed at the same time. The killer is very strong and his martial arts attainments are very high. It seems that the killer's combat strength is very high. He is at least a 4-star martial artist. They were sure that the killer was Zong whom they were tracking. However, although Long Tai and the scarred man had spread false information, they did not specify how strong Zong was. They only vaguely mentioned that he was not weak. That was all. It was not that they were negligent, but that they deliberately did not mention it. They also intended to use this method to weaken the power of the various forces in Ascending Dragon City, so that the third prince's secret forces could develop better. It would be best if Zong died and the various forces in Ascending Dragon City suffered heavy losses. At least a 4-star martial artist. He is not easy to deal with. This group of martial artists all looked solemn. The Transcendents were masters. Only a few people could reach this level. As for pseudo-transcendents, they were also first-class masters, but the proportion was relatively low. There were many forces in Ascending Dragon City, but there were very few forces with transcendence. As for pseudo-transcendents, there were not many of them. Their main force was the late-stage true martial realm. Those true martial realm martial artists whose combat strength exceeded 1 star would often become people with high status in various forces. They were like the mainstays of the forces. A 3-star martial artist could hold a high position in a force, not to mention a 4-star martial artist, who could often become one of the top echelons. 5-star martial artists were very rare, even rarer than pseudo-transcendents. Originally, when they heard that Chen Zong's strength was not bad, they estimated that he was at least a 2-star or 3-star martial artist. It was not that they looked down on Chen Zong, but their vision was limited. A 4-star martial artist would be stronger than them and would be difficult to fight against. As for a 5-star martial artist who was stronger than a 4-star martial artist, they did not dare to think about it for the time being. After all, Ascending Dragon City was just a small city. Then, should we chase? This group of martial artists began to hesitate. A 4-star martial artist was difficult to fight against. Although money was good, the prerequisite was that they had to be alive to get it. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They all looked at the leader of the group, who was the only peak 3-star martial artist among them. Chase. Since we are already here, why don't we chase? The leader gritted his teeth and said. Wealth came from danger. It was just a guess. What if the other party's combat strength did not reach 4-star, or if he was injured by others and his strength was greatly reduced? Wouldn't they be able to take advantage of this situation? It had to be said that everyone had a fluke mentality, thinking that they would be able to get some benefits and so on. After this group of people passed the 30 or so corpses, they chased after Chen Zong again. End of chapter. With light footsteps, Chen Zong crossed a small mountain forest without leaving a trace. He continued to move forward, wanting to go deeper into the Ascending Heaven region. After learning about the high bounty, Chen Zong knew that there would be a lot of trouble. He might be able to kill most of the people, but he couldn't fight against a pseudo-transcendent. He carefully hid his whereabouts and tried his best to get rid of the pursuers, making it more difficult for the pursuers to find Chen Zong. Even so, Chen Zong was still caught by the pursuers. There were only 20 or so people in the group led by a 4-star, but some of them had reached 3-star, some 2-star, and the rest were all 1-star. They still didn't know Chen Zong's true strength. In order to prevent others from rushing over, the 4-star warrior decided to attack personally. He threw out a palm attack, and the palm print expanded like a rolling boulder. It brought along a loud rumbling sound and a shocking aura. It was as if a huge boulder was falling from the sky, and it was as if it could shatter a mountain. Chen Zong wasn't afraid of this tyrannical strike. He pointed out with his sword finger and directly shattered the palm strike. Like a hot knife through butter, he pierced through the center of his opponent's brows, killing him in a single strike. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Chen Zong waved his sword finger and killed all the 3-star combatants. Why don't I try the power of the second transformation? A thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. The cultivation in the prison cell allowed Chen Zong to successfully fuse 10% of his physique and 10% of his Zhonghen Great True Power into one for use. However, because the degree of fusion was too low, it could not compare to the Zhonghen Great True Power, so Chen Zong had never used it before. However, the strength of the people in front of him wasn't high, so maybe he could give it a try. Using the second transformation, Chen Zong combined the 10% of his physique and 10% of his transverse true force to form an even more powerful force. He used his sword finger to attack. The people who were originally scared out of their wits suddenly realized that Chen Zong's strength seemed to have weakened. Everyone, don't be afraid. Just now, he used a secret technique. Now that the secret technique is over, his strength will be greatly reduced. This is the best time to kill him. His words immediately made the other people who were about to escape stop in their tracks. Then they all attacked Chen Zong, which greatly increased the pressure on Chen Zong. Although the reward for capturing Chen Zong alive would be higher, it was better to kill him since he was very dangerous. Chen Zong, on the other hand, did not use his full strength. He still used 10% of his physical strength and 10% of his true power to fight against his enemies. Relying on his superb swordsmanship, he dealt with everyone with ease. In the beginning, Chen Zong's application of this new power was a little rough, but he soon became familiar with it and became proficient in it until he could control it freely. Chen Zong also clearly felt that the new power formed by the combination of the two powers had the characteristics of the two powers. The combination of the two powers was even more powerful. Chen Zong used this group of people as training targets for his new power. Only after he had fully grasped the new power did he use more power to kill them. Some of the spirit shells and other things naturally became his spoils of war. I should be able to fuse more power, Chen Zong thought to himself. This was a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. Chen Zong quickly left while wiping away the traces he left behind. He looked for a relatively hidden place to cultivate the change of mind. He started cultivating the second change of the change of mind. The strong physical strength and the pure Zonghu true power were slowly channeled. The physical strength moved inwards, while the Zonghu true power moved outwards. The two powers came into contact with each other, and there was a 10% fusion. The subsequent fusion and condensation became even easier. From the initial difficulty to the current smoothness, it became a kind of enjoyment. After half an hour, Chen Zong stopped cultivating because he had successfully fused 20% of his physical strength and 20% of the Zonghu true power. The only thing he lacked was the application, and fighting was the best catalyst. This time, Chen Zong took the initiative to find a tracking team. The strongest person in the team was also a 4-star. As soon as they attacked, Chen Zong used the 20% fusion and condensed new power to deal with them. The fusion of 20% of their strength was equivalent to 40% of Chen Zong's strength after he used the Zonghu True Force. With Chen Zong's peak 5-star combat strength, 40% of his strength was very tyrannical. Those below 5-star were not Chen Zong's opponent at all. They couldn't even resist a single move. Not long after, all the cultivators in the team were killed. Chen Zong felt a little regretful. These people were too weak to bring him enough pressure, so they couldn't achieve the effect of tempering. As for the stronger 5-star combat strength, there were very few of them. As for the pseudo-transcendents, they were not something he could fight against right now. How can this Chen Zong run so fast? The scarred man cursed. He had been chasing for a long time, but he still couldn't find Chen Zong. He was already a little impatient. Long Tai's face was gloomy. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he became more and more irritable. It had been almost a day, but they had only seen some corpses. Chen Zong's figure was nowhere to be seen. Big brother, if we find Chen Zong, let me make the first move, Nangong Jia, who was wearing a blue robe, said to his big brother Nangong Sun, who was walking beside him. To be able to get a reward of 100 to 200 substandard spirit sources, this person's combat strength is probably not low, Nangong Sun said. Big brother, don't worry. I have already cultivated the Nan Ming sword technique to the 3rd stage. My combat strength is much stronger, Nangong Jia smiled confidently. As long as the opponent's combat strength is below 4-star, I can cut him down with my sword. Nangong Sun immediately nodded. The Nan Ming sword technique was the Nangong family's signature sword technique. It was divided into 5 stages, but there were very few people who could cultivate to the 5th stage. At least, most of them were at the 2nd stage. It was already very good to cultivate to the 3rd stage. Perhaps this Chen Zong will become your whetstone. When the time comes, I will be there to support you, Nangong Sun said with a smile. Originally, the two brothers were cultivating in the Nangong family. After hearing about the reward, the two brothers came out together because they were attracted. Such a shocking reward. If they could obtain it, they would be able to purchase better pseudo-spiritual equipment to increase their combat strength. The two brothers' talents were not bad, and they were heavily nurtured by the family. However, it was not a small matter for the family to take out 100 substandard spirit sources at once. The two brothers came together with a group of powerful guards from Chaohui City. The direction that Chen Zong was heading towards was coincidentally Chaohui City. It was an unexpected encounter. Through a special communication method, the Nangong family had already seen Chen Zong's portrait. The 10 guards immediately spread out and blocked Qinzong's path. Every one of the 10 guards had 3-star combat strength. Furthermore, they were good at attacking together, which was enough to trap most 4-star martial artists. Qinzong, are you going to surrender or let me kill you with my sword? Nangongjia's face was full of arrogance. As he shook his dark green sword, the sword radiance rippled like water. A faint sword cry could be heard faintly. Qinzong could tell at a glance that these people were different from the previous pursuers. Their aura was different. Those who came from a better background would always have a certain aura. It could be described as being pampered. Ascending Dragon City was a place where good people mingled with bad people. It was very chaotic. Those who stayed there for a long time would usually have a similar aura. However, the disciples from the aristocratic families were different. Of course, one would need to have sufficient experience and eyesight to be able to tell. Now, Qinzong had the ability to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Qinzong's reply, Nangongjia charged forward with his sword. The dark green sword radiance flashed and rushed forward like a stream of fire. The shocking sharpness emitted waves of heat, as if it was a raging fire. Nangongsun stood at the side and watched to prevent any accidents. The 10 guards sealed off the surroundings so that Qinzong could not escape. Qinzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Nangongjia's attack seemed simple, but it contained profoundness. The key was the application of power. This sword was filled with blazing power and contained a restrained violence. Once it hit the target, it would be released and cause terrifying destruction. Qinzong did not know what the Nanming sword was, but it did not prevent him from seeing the profoundness of his opponent's sword technique. This was also an application of his superb sword technique. With one attack, Nangongjia's peak 3-star combat power was fully displayed. Nangongsun nodded slightly. His younger brother's sword technique was indeed not bad. It was not inferior to his when he was young. Qinzong pulled out his rank 1 pseudo-spiritual longsword and used 20% of his power to perform the unhindered sword technique. As the sword radiance spread, there was a domineering aura that looked down on the world. It was stronger and faster. Even though Nangongjia attacked later, it arrived first. At the moment when Nangongjia and Nangongsun could not react, it pierced through Nangongjia's glabella. It was too fast. Nangongjia only saw a flash of silver light before his vision turned white. He could not see anything. Soon after, he felt the pain coming from between his glabella. The pain was slight at first, but it quickly intensified. It was so intense that it felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He could not help but let out a shrill scream. After killing Nangongjia with one attack, Qinzong seized the opportunity to grab Nangongjia's sword hilt and took the longsword. This was a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual longsword, which was of a higher level than the one he was using. Jia. Nangongsun's eyes were bloodshot. His voice was mournful and full of murderous intent. With a clang, the dark green sword radiance was deep. It was like a heavenly fire surging through the sky. The shocking murderous intent carried a terrifying power as it mercilessly attacked Qinzong. However, the result was the same. The difference in combat strength had determined the outcome of the battle. Nangongsun's sword also fell into Qinzong's hands. With a shake of the longsword, the sword radiance overflowed. The 10 guards did not even have time to pull out their swords before they fell to the ground. It was undeniable that these people from the Nangong family were very pitiful. They had thought that they could earn some substandard spiritual roots, but they did not expect to lose their lives. All of this was because they had underestimated Qinzong's combat strength. This was also related to the lack of information. After all, Qinzong came from the Longtu region. Furthermore, Long Tai and the other two had concealed the truth. After quickly collecting the items from the Nangong family, Qinzong left with his rank 2 pseudo-spiritual swords. This pair of swords could basically unleash his full strength. Not long after Qinzong left, the people who followed him with their superb tracking skills also saw the corpses on the ground. This is Nangongsun. I've seen him before. He's the first young master of the Nangong family. I heard that he had cultivated the Nanming sword technique to the 4th level and had a chance to cultivate it to the 5th level. I can't believe he died here. These wounds were clearly left by Qinzong. Sun'er and Jie'er's deaths must be avenged. Nangong Shun's face was filled with murderous intent. The atmosphere in the Nangong family's meeting hall was cold and solemn. No one would have thought that the two young masters' first trial would be a trip to their deaths. I want to do it myself. Which elder will come with me? Nangong Shun said sternly. His only two sons had been killed, especially Nangong's son, who was extremely talented and was the next in line to be the family head. Family head, you can't. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely capture Chenzong alive. The second elder quickly stood up and said. Family head, I will go with the second elder. The third elder also stood up and said. Some families schemed against each other, but some families were united. The Nangong family was able to survive for hundreds of years and grow stronger because of their unity. Then I will leave it to the two elders. Nangong Shun said. As the family head, he had a heavy responsibility. No matter what, you must capture the murderer who killed Sun'er and Jie'er alive. The Nangong family was able to control Chaohui City because of their unity. They also had two extreme mortal stage elders. The family head and several elders were also pseudo-transcendents. For example, the second elder and the third elder were pseudo-transcendents with 7-star battle power. I can finally merge 30% of my strength. Chenzong put down his hands and stood up. He exhaled and his eyes flashed. Although Chenzong had yet to encounter an opponent that was strong enough, the repeated battles had allowed him to become more familiar with his own fused power. Finally, he was able to completely control 20% of his fused power, and with his cultivation, his fusion level had reached 30%. The sign of the second change of intention was to merge 100% of one's strength. Only then could one begin to cultivate the third change. If I can cultivate the second change of intention, I will be able to merge the strength of my physique and the unhindered true force into a new strength. My combat strength will increase even more. Chenzong thought to himself. Other than the cultivation of the second change of intention, there was also the improvement of his cultivation. Under the slow accumulation, he gradually approached the limit of the true martial realm LV9. However, this was not the end. There was an even higher true martial realm LV10, which was the so-called true martial realm full circle. The perfection of the Qi and blood realm, the perfection of the energy training realm, and the perfection of the true martial realm. The three perfection of the foundation of martial arts were the true perfection. Wearing a bluish-white sword robe, Chenzong lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Although there was no sound of wind, he flew forward at an incomparably fast speed. Chenzong stayed here for quite some time. Like a gust of black wind, a middle-aged man in black robes stopped at the place where Chenzong had cultivated. He had short hair and a chiseled face that was as hard as a rock. He quickly scanned his surroundings and carefully identified the area. After he sensed the lingering presence, he spoke with absolute certainty. Little rat, you won't be able to escape. Shortly after, the middle-aged man's stiff face squeezed out a sinister smile. Even if it was 100 substandard spirit sources, this middle-aged man was still tempted. The hallmark of the pseudo-transcendent realm was that one had opened at least one aperture and condensed their true qi, resulting in a transformation of their true qi. However, this kind of strength was not easy to cultivate because the pseudo-transcendent realm was unable to absorb world energy. As for cultivating true qi, the efficiency was too low. Therefore, absorbing the power contained in a substandard spirit source was the first and best choice. A substandard spirit source was essentially a kind of half-formed spirit source. It was a spirit source that had not yet been fully formed, so it was not completely sealed. Although it would not naturally dissipate, a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator could still absorb it. As for a low-rank spirit source, it was already a complete spirit source and was completely sealed. Without the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator, it was impossible to move the power contained in it. 100 substandard spirit sources were enough to improve one's strength. If it was 200, it would naturally be even better. There were also many people who had the same idea as this middle-aged man. Of the several hundred people who had chased after him from the various forces of Ascending Dragon City, most of them had already died under Chenzong's sword. Only a small number of lucky ones were still pursuing him. The rest were naturally the powerful pseudo-transcendent realm masters. The Nangong family's second elder and third elder each led a team of Nangong family guards and quickly split up to search for Chenzong's trail. Long Tai and the scarred man also continued their pursuit. If one were to calculate carefully, they would find that the pseudo-transcendent realm masters were coincidentally moving in the same direction, with Chenzong at the center. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Chenzong would soon be surrounded by several pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Nothing unexpected happened and Chenzong encountered his first pseudo-transcendent realm master, a true leader from one of the top forces in Ascending Dragon City, a master with 7-star combat strength. When the narrow-eyed pseudo-transcendent realm master saw Chenzong, a vicious grin appeared on his face, as if he had also seen 100 or even 200 substandard spirit sources beckoning to him. The moment he saw the other party, Chenzong's keen intuition determined that he was not the other party's opponent, and without hesitation, he turned around and fled. At full speed, he was no slower than an ordinary 7-star master. For a time, the narrow-eyed pseudo-transcendent realm master was unable to catch up, his expression changing greatly. Not long after, Chenzong saw another pseudo-transcendent realm master. The other party also discovered Chenzong and immediately burst forth with astonishing speed. Run, run, run. Choosing different directions, Chenzong helplessly found that there were people all around him, and all of them were pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Quickly approaching, these pseudo-transcendent realm masters blocked Chenzong's path and narrowed the range. Long Tai's eyes were scarlet, his murderous intent so thick it was almost tangible as he glared at Chenzong. The scarred man touched the ugly scars on his face with his fingers, his expression grim. The two elders of the Nangong family also stared at Chenzong with eyes filled with murderous intent, their gazes as sharp as swords, seemingly wanting to pierce through Chenzong. As for the other pseudo-transcendent realm masters, each of them had a greedy look in their eyes, as if Chenzong was a large number of moving substandard spirit sources. Chenzong, you killed 2 of my Nangong family's young masters, surrender and follow us back to the Nangong family to face trial, the third elder shouted. Surrounded by a total of 8 pseudo-transcendent realm masters, Chenzong didn't panic in the slightest, his expression calm as his thoughts raced. There are 8 of you, all pseudo-transcendent realm masters, I'm not your opponent. Chenzong said unhurriedly, but have you thought about who will obtain the 200 substandard spirit sources? As Chenzong's words fell, everyone's expression changed. There was no doubt that Chenzong was deliberately stirring up conflict between these people, tempting them with benefits. If I'm not wrong, the 2 of you should be the ones who issued the bounty. Chenzong's eyes turned and fell on Long Tai and the scarred man's faces. What's wrong? You issued the bounty yourself, but now you're worried someone else will take it away? Everyone's eyes also fell on Long Tai and the scarred man's faces. Seeing their expressions, everyone believed Chenzong's words. That's right, the bounty was issued by us. The scarred man's reaction was slow and he didn't know how to respond, but Long Tai directly admitted it. The scarlet in his eyes seemed to be restrained, and the strong murderous intent towards Chenzong was also restrained. He didn't know if Chenzong had any other hidden cards. Although killing Chenzong with his own hands to avenge his brother was extremely important, Long Tai wouldn't risk his life for it. This was his principle of survival. Everyone, this person is someone my master wants to capture and is also my enemy. Long Tai quickly swept his eyes over the crowd and quickly said, as long as you capture this person alive, the 200 substandard spirit sources will be divided among you. It had to be said that Long Tai's reaction was very fast, instantly reversing the unfavorable situation Chenzong had created. The 4 pseudo-transcendent realm masters from Ascending Dragon City were tempted, but the 2 Nangong family elders remained unmoved. Although 200 substandard spirit sources were very tempting, compared with the revenge of their young masters, the 2 elders chose the latter. I don't care who your master is, nor do I care what kind of enmity you have with him. He killed 2 of my Nangong family's young masters, this hatred must be avenged. The second elder said in a deep voice. Long Tai's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, fell on the Nangong family's second elder's face with an astonishing coldness. Do you know that one sentence can bring disaster to your little Nangong family? The second elder and third elder fell silent. They weren't stupid. A force that could offer 100 to 200 substandard spirit sources for a true martial realm cultivator's head was definitely extraordinary. Coupled with the meaning of the other party's words, they were certain that it was at least a high-grade force, while the Nangong family belonged to an unranked force. It wouldn't be too difficult for a high-grade force to deal with an unranked force. After weighing the pros and cons, the two Nangong family elders chose to remain silent. Immediately, the two elders' eyes fell on Chenzong's face, seemingly having made a choice. They didn't want to take away Chenzong, but they wanted to capture Chenzong and earn some substandard spirit sources. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling growing stronger. I'm just a 9th-layer true martial realm cultivator, while these two are pseudo-transcendents with at least 7-star combat strength. They have a great enmity with me, so why don't they act themselves instead of encouraging you to? Chenzong quickly opened his mouth, using the word encourage to make a lot of guesses. Yes, with a 7-star combat strength to deal with a true martial realm cultivator, why don't they act themselves? The value of 200 substandard spirit sources wasn't low. If they put themselves in Chenzong's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be willing. For a moment, everyone who was about to act paused, their eyes sweeping towards Long Tai, thinking that perhaps this true martial realm cultivator had some amazing trump card that could threaten a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. This was normal. Some talented cultivators, if not rogue cultivators, would often have some hidden trump cards with enough power to threaten or even kill a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. His original mustard seed bag was taken away by my master. Long Tai seemed to be explaining. Chenzong didn't refute him. He had a mysterious smile on his face, which made him look very mysterious. People couldn't help but be wary of him. For a moment, no one rushed to act first, because they were worried that they would be the first to act. Then kill him, but don't even think about getting a single spirit source. Long Tai said ruthlessly, unsheathing his long blade, a cold blade light piercing through the air. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split the earth, carrying endless killing intent as it rushed towards Chenzong. The scarred man also acted at the same time, his serrated broadsword like a torrential waterfall. The 7-star warrior's powerful attack arrived in an instant. Chenzong's face looked serious as he unsheathed both of his swords and slashed out countless sword lights. They were like a storm that swept out in all directions. At the same time, Chenzong quickly backed off. His body swayed left and right like a willow tree in the wind. He was like a floating cotton, trying to get rid of the two terrifying blades. In just an instant, Chenzong's figure flickered over 100 times before he managed to break free from the two terrifying blade lights. He dodged by a hair's breadth. As for the hundreds of sword lights he sent out, they were all destroyed. They only managed to delay the two blade lights bit by bit, giving Chenzong a sliver of time. The other pseudo-transcendents were shocked. It was incredible that a true martial realm cultivator could avoid the attacks of two 7-stars. Young master, it seems that Chenzong has also grown a lot over the years. Two figures stood on a hill in the distance. One of them was an old man in a gray robe who looked like an ordinary person. He looked at the battle in the distance with sharp eyes and said casually, "It's indeed beyond my expectations." The young man in a blue robe smiled slightly. The lines on his forehead seemed to flash with a blue light, however, I still need Old Song's help. Don't worry, young master. The old man in a gray robe chuckled. The young man in a blue robe nodded. He had his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. His deep eyes had a hint of sharpness as he stared at Chenzong in the distance. Long Tai and the scarred man attacked again. The sword chi broke through the air and turned into countless fine fragments. It rained down like a storm and covered the surroundings, making it impossible for Chenzong to dodge. Long Tai was worried that Chenzong had some hidden cards, so he tried not to get close to Chenzong. Instead, he used this long-range attack. Although he couldn't exert his full strength, the power was still amazing. The scarred man was worried that he would be injured by Chenzong like last time, so he also used sword chi to attack. The sword chi was dense and overwhelming. Activating the golden jade impenetrable body, a platinum-colored halo spread out. The power of both swords was activated, and the 40th style of the unhindered sword art was unleashed. The sword light was domineering and tyrannical, but it also contained an endless amount of power, flowing like water. The combination of hardness and softness was even more amazing. Using the two swords to shatter several saber attacks, Chenzong relied on his extraordinary movement skill to shuttle through the gaps between the broken saber attacks. The impact of the saber attacks caused his arms to feel slightly numb. At this time, the other pseudo-transcendents also attacked. They didn't approach Qianzong but instead attacked from a distance like the dragon iron-scarred man. Attacks from all directions instantly plunged Qianzong into a desperate situation. No matter how strong he was still a pseudo-transcendent martial, he was still a pseudo-transcendent martial realm cultivator. But now, 8 pseudo-transcendent level pseudo-transcendents, Chen Zong's, Chen Long, Qianzong. Qianzong tried his best to activate the golden jade unbreakable body, erupting with all his strength. Just as he was about to take out the red thunder sword and fight to the death, a sudden change occurred. All the attacks that were aimed at Qianzong were like smoke blown by a strong wind. They first paused and then dissipated. Qianzong was startled, unable to react. The 8 pseudo-transcendents also stared blankly. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. "You lot still haven't left," an old but vigorous voice called out, seemingly coming from all directions like a surging tide. The faces of the 8 pseudo-transcendents suddenly changed as they looked around, but they couldn't see anyone. However, they were certain that this was a master, a transcendent realm master. Only a transcendent realm master had the ability to kill them without appearing. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The attacks of the pseudo-transcendents disappeared. "Senior, I am the second elder of the Nangong family. This boy has a blood feud with my Nangong family," the second elder of the Nangong family said loudly. "The Nangong family is just a trivial unranked family," the old voice sneered, clearly not putting the Nangong family in its eyes. The Nangong family's second elder and third elder's expressions changed, a trace of anger flashing across their eyes, but they didn't dare show it. The other party was a transcendent realm master, and although there were some unwritten rules, or rather a tacit rule among transcendent realm cultivators, that was, transcendents would not take the initiative to attack those below the transcendent realm, this rule was not as strict as the Dragon Chart dynasty's laws. The reason why transcendents didn't take action against those below the transcendent realm was because of the gap between their realms. It was like fighting a tiger against a kitten. However, if someone dared to provoke the majesty of a transcendent realm master, some good-tempered transcendents might only punish them, but some bad-tempered transcendents would directly obliterate them. "Senior, please show yourself," Long Tai suddenly called out. However, the other party didn't show any intention of showing himself, so Long Tai couldn't help but speak again. "My master is a prince of the Dragon Chart dynasty. This person attempted to assassinate a prince and has committed a serious crime. I ask Senior not to intervene." "So what if he's from the Dragon Chart dynasty?" The owner of the old voice still didn't show himself, but from his words, there was no fear of the Dragon Chart dynasty. "This old master is very satisfied with this boy. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, don't blame this old master for being impolite." The last words carried a trace of fierceness, and a terrifying pressure seemed to descend from the sky, suppressing the 8 pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Even the Nangong family guards couldn't move, their faces turning pale. Unwilling, extremely unwilling, but as the pressure dissipated, the 4 pseudo-transcendent realm masters from Ascending Dragon City immediately retreated and quickly left. 100 to 200 substandard spirit sources was indeed very tempting, but the prerequisite was that they had to be alive to enjoy it. If they really angered the Transcendent Realm Master, none of them would be able to survive. The 2 elders of the Nangong family didn't hesitate and immediately retreated with the Nangong family guards, leaving as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would be terrible if they died here. In the end, only Long Tai and the scarred man remained, their expressions fluctuating. Immediately, the scarred man retreated, he didn't want to die here. "Humph." A cold snort exploded in Long Tai's ears like thunder, causing his face to change drastically. Glaring hatefully at Qianzong, it was as if he wanted to kill Qianzong. Long Tai quickly turned around and left. That cold snort was the Transcendent Realm Master's final warning. If he didn't leave, only death would await him. Seeing the 8 pseudo-transcendent realm masters leave one after another, Qianzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was definitely on the verge of death. Even with the red thunder sword in his hand, Qianzong couldn't guarantee that he would survive. Fortunately, a master had appeared and saved him. After relaxing, Qianzong quickly became vigilant again, sweeping his eyes around. After all, he didn't recognize any transcendent realm masters here, so who knew if they had any ulterior motives. Despite his vigilance, Chenzong still spoke, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. Is it convenient for Senior to show himself? If not, please tell me Senior's name." The purpose of knowing the other party's name was naturally to repay him in the future. A chuckle sounded from afar and soon, Chenzong saw a stream of light flash and two figures appear in front of him. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." The first figure looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. With his superb memory, Chenzong instantly remembered who the other party was. "Long time no see, Brother Chen," the azure-robed young man's mouth curled into a smile. "Indeed, long time no see." Chenzong also smiled. This person was the mysterious Qing Chen who had lost to him in Three Fiend City. After his defeat, Qing Chen left and no one knew where he went. Originally, Chenzong thought that Qing Chen was from one of the great forces in the Dragon Reflection territory, but now it seemed that he wasn't. Compared to a few years ago, Qing Chen's aura was much stronger. If he wasn't mistaken, Qing Chen's cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th true martial realm. As for his strength, Chenzong didn't know, but with this person's talent, his combat strength shouldn't be lower than a 5-star. In addition to the change in cultivation, Chenzong also saw the cyan vein between Qing Chen's eyebrows. It was very faint, like a flame, looking very mysterious. Chenzong still clearly remembered the battle in Three Fiend City a few years ago. At the last moment, Qing Chen had used the power of his bloodline, which was that vein, and his strength had greatly increased. Now it seemed that Qing Chen's bloodline had awakened more, but Chenzong's understanding of bloodlines was very limited. As far as he knew, the Dragon Reflection Imperial family also had a kind of bloodline, presumably the 3rd prince, the 9th prince and the others also had this kind of bloodline, but Chenzong had never seen it before. Immediately, Chenzong's eyes fell on the grey-robed old man next to Qing Chen. He looked very ordinary, like an old farmer. If he hadn't appeared with Qing Chen, Chenzong would have thought so. "Many thanks, Senior." Chenzong bowed respectfully. "No need to be so polite," the grey-robed old man said with a smile. However, Chenzong knew that this old man had saved him for Qing Chen's sake. Otherwise, he didn't know him, so even if he was just passing by, he wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. After all, a transcendent realm master wasn't so carefree. But in any case, it was a fact that he had been saved. This life-saving grace was greater than the heavens, so Chenzong would remember it and repay it in the future. "Brother Chen, we haven't seen each other for a few years, I didn't expect your strength to have improved so much." Qing Chen smiled, a trace of emotion in his tone. Just now, he had seen Chenzong's situation with his own eyes. Being able to dodge the attacks of 2 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm masters was enough to show Chenzong's amazing ability. Qing Chen knew that even if he stimulated his bloodline, he wouldn't be able to do any better. Qing Chen's background was quite mysterious and powerful, so he thought his growth was already very fast. He hadn't expected that his former rival, Chenzong, would not be any slower than him. However, this was more interesting, wasn't it? After chatting for a while, Qing Chen bid farewell, leaving behind some final words. "Brother Chen, I'll be going to the Heaven Ascension Tower soon." "Heaven Ascension Path?" Chenzong heard these words and looked at Qing Chen's departing back, muttering to himself. As a newcomer, Chenzong was still very unfamiliar with Ascension Heaven Field, so he naturally didn't know what the Heaven Ascension Tower was. However, since Qing Chen wanted to challenge it, presumably this Heaven Ascension Path was extraordinary. Perhaps he could also give it a try. But before that, he needed to find a suitable pair of long swords for himself and gain a deeper understanding of Ascension Heaven Field. His figure flashing, Chenzong used his movement skill and quickly left the place, heading towards Ascension Heaven Field. End of this chapter. Chenzong left quickly as he was worried that those pseudo-transcendent realm masters would come looking for him again. That wouldn't be a good thing. The 4 pseudo-transcendent realm masters from Ascending Dragon City were very annoyed. Not only did they lose a lot of their men in this operation, they didn't even get any benefits in the end. Compared to them, Long Tai and the Scarred Man were not only annoyed, they almost vomited blood. They were so close to capturing Chenzong and getting rid of Chenzong, but they didn't expect such an accident to happen. Now that Chenzong had escaped, they didn't know how to find him and kill him again. Long Tai's heart was filled with deep worry. Chenzong was such an outstanding genius. The reason why he wasn't strong enough was because he was still young. If he was given more time to cultivate and grow, his future would be limitless. When he came back to seek revenge, it would be quite troublesome. Since things had already come to this point, there was no turning back. Long Tai could only return to Ascending Dragon City as soon as possible and immediately send a message to the third prince to inform him of everything that had happened and see what the third prince planned to do. The two elders of the Nangong family were very aggrieved. In terms of strength below the transcendent realm, the Nangong family wasn't any worse than a low-grade sect. They were even stronger than some of the weaker low-grade sects, but because they lacked a master who had reached the fourth layer of the mortal realm, they couldn't leave the ranks of unranked sects. Now, they were being threatened by a transcendent realm master who not only knew about the Nangong family, but also didn't put them in his eyes. In order to save their own lives and not bring disaster to the family, the two elders could only choose to compromise and retreat. Dressed in a black robe, it was the third prince who had left Ascending Dragon City and was rushing towards the Imperial City. With the third prince's cultivation, it would take him at least a month to return to the Imperial City from Ascending Dragon City. However, the third prince's feet were glowing with a yellow light, which doubled his speed. He would be able to return to the Imperial City in half a month. This kind of treasure that could increase one's speed for a long time was rare. If he wasn't the third prince, it would be difficult for him to obtain it. If it wasn't for hiding his tracks, the third prince wouldn't have chosen to act alone. He would have definitely followed the Conqueror Martial sect. It had only been less than a day since they left Ascending Dragon City, so they were still far from the Imperial City. Suddenly, the third prince stopped in his tracks. He took out something from his mustard seed bag and placed it between his eyebrows. Not long after, the third prince snorted angrily. "Trash, you can't even do a single thing well." The third prince had already received a message from Long Tai. He had used a special treasure to send messages. It was not easy to forge, so it was very valuable. Ordinary factions would not have such a treasure. Just as Chenzong was about to be killed, a transcendent realm master had suddenly appeared and intervened. The third prince also understood that with a transcendent realm master intervening, even if he was present, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Since he couldn't subdue Chenzong, he wanted to kill him, but he found out that he couldn't kill him. Instead, he let him escape. Once he went deep into the Ascending Heaven region, it would be more difficult to find him. Moreover, the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Damn it! The third prince was furious. He smashed a huge rock beside him with his palm, but there was nothing he could do now. After all, the one in the Imperial City was just a substitute. Even if he tried his best to imitate the third prince's actions, a fake was still a fake. If he could avoid appearing in front of everyone, he would avoid any flaws. However, he couldn't do that now. In order to get rid of Chenzong as soon as possible, he could only take a risk. Taking out a communication treasure, the third prince sent his own message. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In the Imperial City, in the third prince's palace. After receiving the third prince's message, the Conqueror Martial ancestor was shocked. He didn't expect that after setting up so many traps, he still couldn't get rid of Chenzong. This kid's luck was too good. Immediately, a dignified look flashed across the Conqueror Martial ancestor's eyes. Chenzong had extraordinary talent. What he lacked was time. Now that he and the third prince were like fire and water, if they didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, he might become a big trouble in the future. Because of this, the third prince risked exposing his substitute to send a message to the Conqueror Martial ancestor. The Conqueror Martial ancestor quickly left the palace with the third prince's substitute, heading towards the Dragon Teeth Guard's headquarters. The Dragon Teeth Guard was in charge of chasing after criminals. In a situation like Chenzong's, the Dragon Teeth Guard naturally had to take action. The substitute's face was cold, but there seemed to be a trace of anger in his eyes. He looked like he was about to explode in anger. Add to that the fact that the Conqueror Martial ancestor was accompanying him, and they didn't meet many people on the way, no one suspected his authenticity. Not long after, the conqueror martial ancestor escorted the third prince's substitute out of the Dragon Teeth Guard's headquarters. Brother Chen couldn't have violated the laws of the imperial city and colluded with criminals. The ninth prince's face was ashen, his anger high. Ninth prince, this is the third prince's scheme. The Black Sword Master's words were like swords, pointing straight to the heart of the matter. Master, I also know that this is third brother's scheme. He really put in a lot of effort in order to cut off my wings. The ninth prince took a deep breath, calming himself down. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I didn't even notice third brother's scheme at all. The ninth prince blamed himself. If it wasn't for him, the third prince wouldn't have dealt with Chenzong like this. As the supervisor of the Dragoneye Guard, the Dragoneye Guard had the ability to monitor the entire Dragon Diagram region and was responsible for all information. Yet, he didn't discover the third prince's scheme. This was enough to show how secretive the third prince's actions were. Master, please make a trip to the Ascending Heaven region and protect Brother Chen as much as possible. The ninth prince requested. Although Black Sword Master was the ninth prince's sword teacher, he was still a personal bodyguard. Since he was a bodyguard, he naturally couldn't disobey the ninth prince's orders. However, the ninth prince respected Black Sword Master a lot, so it wasn't an order, but a request. Ninth prince, my duty is to protect you. Black Sword Master replied calmly, even though he admired Chenzong a lot. I know, but Master, the only person with enough strength on my side is you. The ninth prince said, moreover, I'm in the Imperial City and have a life-saving trump card, so I'm safe. Alright, I'll make a trip to the Ascending Heaven region. Black Sword Master nodded after a moment of silence, but, ninth prince, I can't guarantee anything. Master, just do your best. The ninth prince said. Of course, he understood what Black Sword Master meant. Entering the Ascending Heaven region might not necessarily lead to finding Chenzong. Even if he found Chenzong, he might not necessarily be able to protect Chenzong. After all, Black Sword Master was indeed the #1 expert below the Transcendent Realm in the Imperial City. However, there was no lack of experts like Black Sword Master in the Ascending Heaven region. Not to mention, the Ascending Heaven region's way of doing things wasn't like the Dragon Diagram dynasty. If they provoked some extreme Transcendent Realm experts, they might be killed. But no matter what, just do your best. A few silhouettes quickly left the Imperial City and headed in the direction of Ascending Dragon City. They traveled at full speed as fast as lightning. There were a total of 3 people. The leader was the Dragon Teeth Guard's deputy commander, an 8-star expert. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Long Hong Yen, a pseudo-transcendent realm expert with level combat strength, and the other 2 were 7-star senior captains. In the Dragon Teeth Guard, other than those rare Transcendent Realm experts, Commander Long Wulia, a Grandmaster Realm expert, was the leader. Next in line was the Deputy Commander with 8-star combat strength, followed by the 5 senior captains with 7-star combat strength. Now, in order to pursue Chenzong, they had dispatched their only Deputy Commander and 2 senior captains. Including Long Tai, who was still in the Ascending Dragon City, there were a total of 3 senior captains. It had to be said that in order to deal with Chenzong, the third prince had mobilized most of his forces. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to command Transcendent Realm experts, the third prince would probably have sent Transcendent Realm experts to pursue Chenzong. That would be faster and safer. With the 3 pseudo-Transcendent Realm experts rushing at full speed, they would arrive at the Ascending Dragon City in about 20 days. After that, they would enter the Ascending Heaven region to pursue Chenzong. Early in the morning, the sun rose slowly. The warm golden red light shone on the earth, bringing vitality to the world. The dewdrops hadn't been dried yet. They dotted the leaves and petals, making the leaves and petals brighter and more lively. A figure came from the distance at lightning speed. His feet were a few meters above the ground, and he flew past like the wind. The leaves and petals trembled as the wind blew past them. The transparent dewdrops on the leaves and petals fell, splashing into countless fine pieces. They reflected the morning sun and glowed with a gorgeous 7-colored luster. It was very beautiful. Chenzong didn't stop along the way. He saw a city in the distance. It was Morning Dawn City. However, Qinzong didn't enter Morning Dawn City. Instead, he went around it from a distance and continued forward. Along the way, he encountered some troubles, such as monster beasts and some bandits. Ascending Heaven region was more chaotic than Dragon Diagram region. Cultivators ran amok and bandits appeared. Many bandits were very strong, but compared to Qinzong, they were nothing. Under normal circumstances, pseudo-transcendent realm experts wouldn't become bandits. Even if they did, they wouldn't be ordinary bandits. Qinzong didn't know that in order to deal with him, the third prince had first accused him of colluding with the imperial dynasty to harm the Dragon Teeth Guard. He also sent the vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard and 2 captains to cross regions to kill him. He also didn't know that the 9th prince had sent the Black Sword sect to cross regions to protect him. After more than 10 days, Qinzong finally stopped because he saw the second city outside of Morning Dawn City. The scale of this city was obviously several times larger than Morning Dawn City. The city walls were towering and majestic. The entire city was located on the ground with a black mountain behind it. It looked very stable, like an ancient giant beast that was sleeping. The aura of this city was very ancient. Qinzong walked towards the main gate of the giant city. Outside the main gate of the giant city, there was a moat that was 1,000 meters wide. The river water was turbulent and he could vaguely see large fish swimming in the river. Each fish was at least 2 meters long. He could even see large fish that were more than 10 meters long leaping up. The fish scales on their bodies shone with a colorful luster under the sunlight. It was very beautiful. These fish weren't ordinary fish. They were monster beasts. However, they weren't strong. At most, they were equivalent to the training realm. Moreover, they were gentle and wouldn't take the initiative to attack others. Qinzong's gaze fell on the side of the arch bridge of the moat. There was a black stone tablet that was 9 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were 3 large blood-red words. At first glance, it looked like a golden spear and armored horse, like the light of swords and sabers. 100 Battles City, end of chapter. There's actually double the monthly votes, please, thank Luli for her tip. Without you, the group is a lot quieter. The 1,000-meter-wide moat was crossed by a black arch bridge that was also a kilometer long. The arch bridge was very wide and could accommodate several carriages at the same time without being crowded. A man and a woman stood on the edge of the arch bridge, watching the flowing river, quietly snuggling up to each other, as quiet as a painting. Qinzong stepped across the arch bridge and walked towards the gates of 100 Battles City. The gates were wide open, allowing anyone to enter and exit. As soon as Qinzong stepped into 100 Battles City, he felt a different aura from the other cities. Everywhere was desolate, as if a battle was about to break out at any time, without the slightest bit of leisure. The wide streets were paved with black stones and gave off a solemn feeling. The pedestrians walking on them also seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were rushing to the battlefield. Brother Lin, are you going to the 100 Battles Arena? Yes, Luani already had a 30-match winning streak the day before yesterday. I don't know if he can continue today. I'm also here to see Luani. In addition to Luani, I heard that Gu Zhongyuan, who had a 20-match winning streak a few days ago, will also continue to challenge. Mo Sen, who had a 10-match winning streak the day before yesterday, has unfathomable strength. I don't think he's worse than Gu Zhongyuan and Luani. Maybe he can achieve a 20-match winning streak today. Along the way, Qinzong could hear a lot of discussions about the so-called 100 Battles Arena, which made Qinzong very curious. 100 Battles Arena. 100 Battles City. 100 Battles. Qinzong couldn't help but think. As he continued walking, he listened to the conversations around him and gradually straightened out his thoughts. The 100 Battles Arena was a feature of 100 Battles City. As for which came first, the 100 Battles City or the 100 Battles Arena, no one knew. As long as a cultivator was above the true martial realm and below the transcendent realm, they were eligible to participate in the 100 Battles Arena. The 100 Battles Arena was divided into 2 types, one for true martial realm cultivators and the other for pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Any cultivator in the true martial realm could sign up for the challenge, but they needed to pay a corresponding registration fee. The registration fee for the true martial realm's 100 Battles Arena was 100 spirit shells, while the registration fee for the pseudo-transcendent realm was 1,000 spirit shells. This kind of registration fee was quite high, and it was also to prevent those who wanted to play in the arena. In the hearts of the people of the 100 Battle City, the challenge of the 100 Battles Arena was a very sacred thing, a symbol of honor. When he was almost done, Qianzong changed the direction of the restaurant to the 100 Battles Arena. The 100 Battles Arena was located at the center of the 100 Battle City. There was a huge sealed martial arts practice field called the 100 Battlefield. The 100 Battlefield was surrounded by a 10-meter-tall stone wall, forming a huge circle. A 30-meter-tall tower stood in the corner of the 100 Battlefield, fusing together with the walls. It was the 100 Battles Tower, and there were a few statues in other places of the 100 Battlefield. As soon as Qianzong walked into the entrance of the 100-year battlefield, he heard some noises. It was obvious that there were already people fighting inside. 5 spirit shells. On both sides of the 100-year battlefield, there were guards in the 9th level of the true martial realm. In addition, there were 2 people who were in charge of collecting the entrance fee, 5 spirit shells per person. 5 spirit shells was not a small amount, enough to eat a meal in the restaurant. For an ordinary martial artist in the qi refining realm, 5 spirit shells were not easy to take out, but for most martial artists in the true martial realm, 5 spirit shells were not much, and they could basically afford it. For Qianzong, 5 spirit shells were really nothing. After paying 5 spirit shells, Qianzong also stepped into the 100-year battlefield with the crowd. The sound of metal clashing was even more obvious, accompanied by bursts of shouting. Qianzong quickly glanced around. The 100-year battlefield was in the shape of a ladder, with a total of 10 steps. Each step was 1 meter wide and 1 meter high, surrounding the entire battlefield. Each step could accommodate many people sitting on it. Silently estimating, the 10 steps could accommodate 40 to 50,000 people sitting at the same time without being crowded. At this time, there were many people sitting on the 10 steps. His initial estimate was that there were more than 10,000 people, and there were still people continuously entering and sitting down. They are really good at making money. Qianzong could not help but secretly think. The entrance fee for one person was 5 spirit shells. Now that there were more than 10,000 people, it meant that the entrance fee of the 100-year battlefield was more than 50,000 spirit shells. If all the seats were filled, it could be as much as 200,000 to 300,000 spirit shells. Of course, 5 spirit shells were not a small number. Most people could not come to watch every day. Even if they had the money, they might not have the time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there were more than 10,000 people entering the 100-year battlefield to watch the battle. In the center of the 10 steps was a round arena that was 1 meter high and 1 kilometer in diameter. It was black and solemn. It was the 100-year battle arena, and there were 2 martial artists in the true martial realm fighting fiercely in the arena. Qianzong was not in a hurry to find a seat. After looking around, his eyes fell on a stone tablet on one side. The words on the stone tablet were neatly written, as if they were carefully carved. After Qianzong glanced over it, he understood the rules and rewards of the 100-year battle arena. The 100 Battles Arena was divided into the true martial realm and the pseudo-transcendent realm, alternating between each other. For example, today's battle was for the true martial realm while tomorrow's battle would be for the pseudo-transcendent realm. Whether it was a battle between true martial realm cultivators or pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, each person could only participate once a day. In other words, if they failed a challenge and wanted to participate again, they could only wait until the next time. However, if they won a challenge, they could continue to challenge until they won 10 consecutive battles. The maximum number of wins a day was 10, and 10 consecutive wins was the basis for the rewards. Yes, one could obtain rewards from the 100-year battle arena, but one needed to win at least 10 consecutive battles. Any true martial realm cultivator who participated in the 100-year battle arena would first have to pay a fee of 100 spirit shells, which would then be arranged by the people of 100 Battles Tower. If they won 10 consecutive battles, they would receive a reward of 1,000 spirit shells. In other words, if they paid 100 spirit shells, as long as they won 10 consecutive battles, they could earn 900 spirit shells. The rate of return was really high. After 10 consecutive victories, if one did not receive the reward, they could continue to challenge the next time and continue to maintain a winning streak until the 20th battle. The reward would be doubled, which was 2,000 spirit shells. However, if one lost, the reward for 10 consecutive victories would also be lost. If it was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, the fee would be 1,000 spirit shells. After 10 consecutive victories, the reward would be 10,000 spirit shells. After 20 consecutive victories, the reward would be 20,000 spirit shells. For 30 consecutive victories, the reward for true martial realm cultivators would be 4,000 spirit shells, while the reward for pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators would be 40,000 spirit shells. The rewards for 40 to 60 consecutive victories were somewhat different from those for 10 to 30 consecutive victories. In addition to more spirit shells, there was also a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact. From 70 to 90 consecutive victories, in addition to more spirit shells and second-order pseudo-spirit artifact rewards, there was also a pill reward that could assist one's cultivation. As for the final 100 consecutive victories, that was the end. The rewards for 100 consecutive victories were also very generous. Not only was there a high number of spirit shells, but one could also choose a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact from the 100 Battles Tower, as well as a heaven-grade top-rank pill. What's more, the 100 Battles Tower could build a statue to stand on the walls of the 100-year battle arena. These were the rewards for true martial realm cultivators, while pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators were even more generous. Statues. Chen Zong's brow furrowed as his eyes fell on the statues on the walls of the 100-year battle arena. There were a total of 4 statues, each of which was about 3 meters tall. Whether it was their demeanor or posture, they all gave off a lifelike feeling. Even the details of their robes were very clear and lifelike. Obviously, they were the work of a master sculptor. Of the 4 statues, one was gilded in gold while the other 3 were gilded in silver. The gilded statue was the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator who had won 100 consecutive victories, while the 3 gilded silver statues were the 3 true martial realm cultivators who had won 100 consecutive victories. At the feet of the 4 statues was a circular platform about half a meter high with the name and identity of the person represented by each statue written on the platform. At this time, the outcome of the 100 Battles arena had been decided. Chen Zong immediately went to the registration area and took out 100 spirit shells to save his life. He also received a number wooden token and went to the waiting area to wait. The waiting area was located in the 100 Battles Tower, at the same level as the 10th step of the 100-year battle arena. Facing the 100 Battles arena, one could see everything clearly. At this time, there were more than a dozen cultivators sitting in the waiting area, each of them having reached the late stage of the true martial realm. As soon as Chen Zong stepped into the waiting area, more than a dozen gazes fell on Chen Zong one after another. Every gaze flashed as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. After all, coming here meant that they wanted to participate in the 100 Battles arena and could become their opponent. Immediately, they were surprised as they found that they couldn't see through Chen Zong's cultivation. They couldn't even feel a trace of cultivation aura. Without any cultivation aura, he was either an ordinary person, not even in the qi and blood realm, or he had a special method to conceal his aura. It could be a treasure or some kind of secret technique. Those who dared to sign up for the 100 Battles arena had to be at least in the true martial realm, so it could only be the latter. Humph, hiding the head but showing the tail, a man who looked to be in his 30s said disdainfully. Among these people, only 2 were relatively young, looking to be less than 30 years old. The others were over 30 years old, but it was impossible to accurately estimate their specific age. After all, those who could reach the late stage of the true martial realm before the age of 30 were often talented. In the Tianjiang prefecture of the Longtu region, they could be called geniuses. Of course, in the Imperial City region, reaching the late stage of the true martial realm or even the 9th stage of the true martial realm before the age of 30 could only be considered good. After all, the cultivation environment and resources were different. Ascending Heaven region had 2 high-grade sect. Overall, it was better than Longtu region. In the long run, Ascending Heaven region's cultivation level would also be better than Longtu region's. Chen Zong heard the man's disdainful words, but he didn't get angry, nor did he show any expression, as if he didn't hear it. Chen Zong saw through the man's cultivation at a glance. He was in the 8th stage of the true martial realm. With such cultivation, even if his strength was high, Chen Zong could kill him with one sword strike. Seeing Chen Zong didn't respond, the man couldn't help but smile coldly and didn't say anything. The others saw that Chenzong didn't show any expression in the face of such ridicule and couldn't help but see clearly. Sitting in the waiting area, Chenzong looked forward and could clearly see the battle in the 100 battles arena. At this moment, the two sides fighting in the 100 battles arena, one wielded a sword and the other wielded a spear. Both of them were at LV8 of the genuine martial realm and were evenly matched. The outcome would depend on their martial attainments and power. The sword light was dazzling, like a folding fan opening up. Layers upon layers of sword shadows superimposed into a sword that pierced through the air. Profound ice spear. The spear-wielding cultivator shouted and shook the spear with both hands. The body of the spear rotated at high speed in an instant. All the power poured into the spear tip through the rotation. The tip of the spear emitted an astonishing cold light, as if it was cast from 10,000 years old ice. It fiercely stabbed out with astonishing power. The spear was like an ice dragon coming out of the abyss. Its momentum was astonishing. The sword light was shattered. The tip of the spear pierced the sword body. A terrible power erupted, causing the sword body to bend. The sword-wielding cultivator exerted his strength a second time. The sword body trembled, bursting with a powerful force that rebounded the tip of the spear. The sword body also took advantage of the momentum to cut down. The spear suddenly flicked up and fiercely smashed down, bringing with it an astonishing wind and thunder momentum. The weapons used by the two were standard weapons provided by the 100 battles arena. They had enough hardness and toughness, but they did not have any other power. Moreover, there was a rule that stated that in the 100 battles arena, one could not use power other than one's own, such as the power of a pseudo-spiritual weapon or taking pills to temporarily increase one's strength. This kind of contest was relatively fair. With a strike of his spear, the long sword was knocked away. Suddenly, he rushed forward and his shoulder fiercely slammed into the opponent's chest, causing the opponent to continuously retreat. Then, with a slight tremble of his spear, he stabbed out with layers of spear shadows. The spear and spear followed, knocking the sword-wielding cultivator off the arena and slightly injuring him. Number 17 wins, number 18 comes up. A loud voice came from the 100 battles tower. After a victory in the 100 battles arena, there was no time to recover one's strength or take pills. Otherwise, what was the point? It was just one battle after another. A loss was a loss. Moreover, only after 10 consecutive victories would the 100 battles tower announce the winner's name. If one could not even achieve 10 consecutive victories, no one would care what their name was. Chenzong looked at his wooden tag. The number on it was 30. Number 18 was sitting in the waiting area at this time. After hearing the loud and clear voice, she got up and first took a large saber from the weapon rack beside her. She jumped up and flew several thousand meters like a big bird before finally landing on the 100 battles arena. Just as his feet touched the ground, the tip of his foot touched the ground, his power burst forth, his entire person leaping high, both hands holding onto the big blade, true power poured in, bursting out a shocking red, like a raging inferno, fiercely chopping down. With a shake of the long spear, a cold light pierced through the air, like a flood dragon emerging from the abyss. The two martial artists used all their strength to fight for victory. In the end, the spear-wielding martial artist won again, achieving a record of 2 consecutive victories. However, number 19 immediately went up to fight. When someone went up to fight, regardless of the outcome, they would no longer stay in the waiting area. However, the number of people in the waiting area did not decrease. Instead, it increased because there were constantly people signing up to participate in the challenge. At this time, a cold aura filled the air, as if a cold wind was blowing. Everyone could not help but look back, and their complexions changed. They saw a black-clothed youth with a cold face walking over with his hands behind his back. His appearance and aura were unapproachable. His gaze was cold and sharp like a blade. When it swept past, it made people feel as if they were cut by an invisible blade. "It's Mo Senior, he's here again." A low voice sounded. Chenzong's heart was slightly moved. When he stepped into the 100 Battle City, he heard many people talking about Mo Senator. He had already achieved 10 consecutive victories, and hid a lot of his strength. Chenzong could see Mo Sen's cultivation with a glance. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but it was somewhat obscure. It was estimated that those who were not as strong as him would not be able to see his cultivation. As for his fighting strength, it was uncertain. However, according to Chen Zong's guess, this person's fighting strength should not be lower than 2 stars. Emosen was cold and arrogant. He ignored the others and sat down, looking forward. Ancient Bell Garden. Ancient Bell Garden is also here. This is interesting. Will Ancient Bell Garden achieve 30 consecutive victories, or Emosen achieve 20 consecutive victories? A young man with a slight smile on the corners of his mouth walked into the waiting area with large strides. He had an ordinary appearance, but he wore a thick chain around his neck. The chain was made of egg-sized jet-black balls that collided with each other as he walked, emitting a clear and melodious sound of collision. Although Ancient Bell Garden did not look as cold and arrogant as Emosen, he entered the waiting area and did not pay attention to anyone. He just glanced at Emosen's face and found a seat to sit down. Ancient Bell Garden's cultivation was not low. He was also at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. His fighting strength was unknown. In the 100 battles arena, the outcome of the battle between number 17 and number 19 was clear. Number 19 was more skilled and won. Number 20 immediately went up. Then, number 20 defeated number 19 and replaced him as the champion of the arena. He faced number 21's challenge. Number 22, number 23, number 24, one after another, they went up the 100 battles arena. Up until now, the most consecutive victories was 3. Soon, number 29 went up. Number 29 was the one who had mocked Chen Zong before. He landed on the 100 battles arena with a long saber in his hand. "You're no match for me. Get out of here obediently." Number 29 grinned. His foul mouth was really annoying. "We'll know after we fight." Number 27 frowned slightly and then answered indifferently. "I'll finish you with 1 strike." Number 29 laughed wildly. His long saber pierced through the air. His cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm made his saber even more powerful. The pressure on number 27 doubled, and his expression changed greatly. Just as number 29 said, number 27 was sent flying with only 1 strike. His weapon also flew out of his hand. He was no match for number 29 at all. "Ha ha ha ha, I said you're no match for me. 1 strike is enough." Number 29 put his long saber on his shoulder and laughed. A loss was a loss. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only leave. Number 29 has won in a row. Number 30 is up. As the voice came from the 100 battles tower, Chen Zong stood up and walked to the weapon rack. He glanced at it and pulled out a long sword that was not suitable for its weight. His body floated forward as if he was weightless. He was as light as cotton, but his speed was very fast. He landed on the 100 battles arena. "So it's you. Are you going to get out of here or do you want me to cut you down?" Number 29 sneered with disdain when he saw Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He was just at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Although his cultivation was similar to his, the gap between their combat strength was like a natural chasm. Therefore, he could only try to win with words. The long sword cut through the air. It was very slow, but in fact, it was very fast. It broke through the air and attacked. Number 29's expression changed. He immediately waved his saber. Countless saber lights raged like a storm. However, that blade light was directly destroyed by Chen Zong's casual sword attack. It continued forward like a hot knife through butter. There was nothing that could withstand Chen Zong's sword attack. The unsharpened point directly hit number 29's chest, and a terrifying power burst forth, pushing him forward heavily. Number 29's expression suddenly changed, and he looked like he was in pain. He tried his best to stop his body, but he couldn't do anything. He kept sliding back and fell from the 100 battles arena. So strong. He defeated a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm with 1 strike. This person's combat strength is at least at the 2-star level. In the waiting area, the people waiting for the battle were shocked. Emosen and Gu Zhongyuan's eyes lit up as they stared at Chen Zong. It was not difficult for them to defeat an ordinary warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm with 1 strike. They could not tell how strong Qianzong was, but it aroused their interest. Maybe he could be an opponent. The cultivators who came to participate in the 100 Battles arena, in addition to the rewards, also wanted to be able to fight with other cultivators to hone themselves. However, if the opponent was too weak and could be easily defeated, it would not have any effect at all. Only an opponent of similar strength or a stronger opponent could bring about a tempering effect. There were a few old men in the 100 Battles Tower watching the battle. They were all members of the 100 Battles Tower. Good strength. Yes, he has the ability to win 10 matches in a row. 10-win streaks were very common in the 100 Battles arena, and the rewards were nothing to the 100 Battles Tower. After all, the 100 Battles Tower earned quite a lot of spirit shells every day. Even if several people managed to achieve 10-win streaks in a single day, the spirit shells rewarded were only a portion of the income. Moreover, the more people who won, the more famous the 100 Battles arena was, to a certain extent, attracting more people to watch or participate in the battles. Number 31 entered the arena. He had seen Qianzong's strength, so when facing Qianzong, he unconsciously felt weak. Once he lost his momentum, it was even more impossible to resist. Qianzong only waved his sword, and number 31 retreated out of the 100 Battles arena. Fortunately, Qianzong had a sense of propriety, and his opponent only suffered light injuries. If it was some more ruthless warrior, he would often have seriously injured his opponent. This was also the rule of the 100 Battles arena, that no killing was allowed. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? Then, number 32 entered the arena. Number 32's actual age was over 40 years old. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but his aura was very vigorous. It was much stronger than the ordinary peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Please enlighten me. Number 32 was very calm. His weapons were his palms, and it could be seen that his palms were thicker than ordinary people's. They were like two small millstones, full of a heavy sense of power. Qianzong brandished his sword again. The light sword light contained a domineering might. Number 32 roared loudly. He did his best to brandish both of his palms. He displayed the palm technique that he was so proud of. His palms seemed to have swelled up like huge millstones. They contained a dreadful and heavy power as they blasted out fiercely. A rumbling sound resounded in all directions. But the sword light flashed, and all the momentum stopped. The huge millstone-like palms were also cut open by the sword light, dissipating like smoke blown by the wind. The sword light's momentum had yet to dissipate, and as fast as lightning, it directly slashed onto number 32's chest. His protective true energy instantly shattered, and with a bang, number 32 flew out of the 100 Battles arena uncontrollably. In each of his 3 consecutive victories, Qianzong defeated his opponent with a single strike. He's the same as Mo Senior. Emosen defeated his opponent with a single strike in each of his 10 consecutive victories, making it difficult for others to see his true strength. Number 33 leaped into the air and landed on the 100 Battles arena. I'll only use one strike. If you can take it, I lose. Number 33's eyes flashed as he shouted at Qianzong. Please. Qianzong didn't care what his opponent was thinking. Take this. Number 33 took a deep breath and suddenly let out a roar. His body swelled up as if it was filled with air. Then, his violent power surged forward like a huge wave. As he pushed his palms forward, a roaring sound rang out. It was as if a 10,000-meter tall tsunami was surging forward, one wave after another. The entire arena seemed to shake along with it. What a powerful strike. It's already stronger than an ordinary 1-star. It can even threaten a 2-star. Facing this attack, Qianzong's expression was still indifferent. He stood motionless with his sword in hand. Until the moment when the violent wave of power rushed towards him, he slashed out with his sword. It was an ordinary sword strike, but it contained a domineering power that could dominate the world. It also had a kind of carefree and light feeling like flowing water. A combination of hardness and gentleness. Good sword technique. This kid's attainments in sword technique are quite high. The eyes of the several old men in the 100 Battles Tower lit up. They were all pseudo-transcendents and had been hosting the 100 Battles arena for many years. Their eyesight was extraordinary. The seemingly casual sword strike actually contained an extremely shocking sharpness. It cleaved apart the palm strike that was as violent as a tidal wave, as easily as tearing apart a piece of white paper. The sword energy was unstoppable and directly slashed at number 33's body. In an instant, it became vigorous and powerful and sent number 33 flying out of the 100 battles arena in the blink of an eye. He won again. It's still one strike. Mo Sen's eyes were as bright as a blade. Gu Zhongyuan's left hand gently played with the ball-shaped chain around his neck. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. They were all very interested in number 30. Number 30 has 4 consecutive victories. Number 34, come on stage. As the voice sounded, another person flew up from the waiting area. Before this person fell, he waved his hands continuously. Streaks of cold light shot through the air, like a rain of flowers covering the sky and covering the earth. They contained astonishing power that could penetrate steel and hard iron. The sudden attack was enough to catch most people off guard. However, in Qin Zong's eyes, the rain of flowers in the sky seemed to be full of order. All the trajectories were clearly visible and were completely under Qin Zong's control. Once again, he slashed out with his sword, seemingly simple but containing an indescribable mystery, as if he had sealed off the space in front of him. However, Qin Zong's sword technique had already reached the limit of man and sword unity, a level that no one present could match. Even the veteran pseudo-transcendents of 100 Battles Tower were no exception, so it was difficult for them to see through the mysteries of this attack, only feeling that it was incredibly powerful. This was a very ordinary sword strike, but it was able to keep all of the glacial light at bay. The longsword trembled slightly, and all of the glacial light shuddered before flying back toward number 34, who was still descending from midair. How is this possible? Number 34 was secretly happy that he had made his move, when he suddenly realized that not only were the flying daggers that he had shot out completely blocked, they were actually reflected back. Extremely shocked, he hurriedly waved his hands and pushed his true power to the extreme, causing the true power protection to reach the strongest level. Puchi! 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 Continuous sounds rang out as beams of cold light shot onto number 34's body. His protective true power was broken apart as the flying daggers pierced through his protective true power and stabbed into number 34's body, sinking halfway into his body. Number 34's face turned pale as he hurriedly rushed down the 100 Battles arena, pulling out the flying daggers while sprinkling some medicinal powder on them to stop the bleeding. This scene caused many people to laugh, but at the same time, they were also surprised by the strength of Qin Zong's sword technique. In fact, until now, Qin Zong had not used his full strength at all, not even half of his strength. Qin Zong had only used 10% of his physical strength and 10% of his Zonghu True Qi to perform sword technique, and even the sword technique was a very basic sword technique. Even so, Qin Zong was still holding back. After all, if Qin Zong's battle strength was fully unleashed, it would reach the peak of 5-star. Under such a high realm, Qin Zong was confident that he could even fight against an early 6-star. Now that he was holding back, his battle strength was considered to be on the higher level among 2-star. Out of the 5 opponents in the 5 battles, only the opponent in the 4th battle was slightly stronger, close to 2-star's battle strength. As for the opponent in the 5th battle, he only had a hidden weapon technique and caught his opponent off guard, that was all. Number 35 entered the arena and saw with his own eyes how Qin Zong easily defeated his opponent with one strike. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel pressured. Number 35 was under a lot of pressure. He stared at Qin Zong with a very serious face, and pushed his true qi to the extreme. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too obvious. Even if he squeezed out all his strength, it still could not be changed. Not to mention that there was a huge gap in martial arts realm. Qin Zong could see all his opponent's attacks clearly. He broke them with a casual strike and defeated them. Number 30, 6 consecutive victories. Number 36, enter the arena. Effortlessly, Qin Zong obtained 6 consecutive victories, shocking everyone. Each and every one of them was certain that Qin Zong would definitely obtain 10 consecutive victories. Friend, you're very strong. I know I'm not your opponent, but I still beg you to show mercy and let me use a few more moves. Number 36 rolled his eyes and immediately said to Qin Zong. It had to be said that this was an opportunistic person. He knew he was not Chenzong's opponent, so he asked for a few more moves. At least he would not be defeated by Chenzong in one strike, which would make him look better. Chenzong did not care about this. With one strike, there was no way to dodge or resist. Number 36 was defeated and left in shame. Number 30, 7 consecutive victories. Number 37, enter the arena. Number 37's face was bitter. Just now, those warriors at the peak of LV9 True Martial Realm or even the limit of LV9 True Martial Realm were no match for one strike from Chenzong. Needless to say, he had just broken through to the early stage of LV9 True Martial Realm. He was not Chenzong's opponent at all, so he simply admitted defeat. Number 30, 8 consecutive victories. Number 38, enter the arena. I admit defeat. Number 38 shouted very shamelessly. He was not Chenzong's opponent at all. It would not help him at all, so he simply did not go up and embarrass himself. Number 30, 9 consecutive victories. Number 39, enter the arena. I also admit defeat. Number 39 shouted loudly. He admitted defeat again. Looks like he's going to win. 10 consecutive victories. From the moment he attacked, I knew that number 30 would definitely win 10 consecutive victories. Number 39 did not admit defeat. He was a middle-aged man who seemed to be over 40 years old. He looked a little skinny, with a sunken face and sunken eyes. His hands were hidden in the sleeves of his robe. Number 39 waved his sleeves and leaped into the air before landing back on the 100 Battles arena. His aura was cold and gloomy, with a faint deathly stillness. There seemed to be a faint smell of decay, as if it was the smell of being in the company of corpses for years. Number 39 did not say a word. His gloomy eyes were fixed on Chenzong. His eyes seemed to be glowing with a green light. Then, he jumped straight up. His seemingly stiff body was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and approached Chenzong. The smell of decay and gloomy became more and more intense. The hands hidden in the sleeves of his robe suddenly shot out. His pale green hands were as thin as claws. With a sharp sound of wind breaking, he grabbed at Chenzong, as if he wanted to tear off Chenzong's flesh and blood. Zombie art. There are still people who practice this kind of art. The expressions of the elders on the 100 Battles tower changed slightly as they exclaimed in a low voice. To practice this kind of art, you need to be in the company of corpses. You need to constantly absorb corpse chi to refine your body, turning yourself into a zombie. Your body will have amazing toughness and be able to withstand the attacks of swords and sabers. You will also have immense strength, but you will lose your senses and your body will become stiff. An elder of the 100 Battles tower said in a low voice, explaining the pros and cons of the zombie art. If you can master the zombie claw and zombie jump, it will also be a powerful martial art. It is good, but unfortunately, to practice this kind of martial art, you can no longer be considered human. Everyone has their own ambitions. The last 4 words were a conclusion. Everyone has their own ambitions. Some people would do anything to succeed. It was normal. The zombie art existed because someone created it. Since it was created, there would be people who practiced it. It was reasonable for it to exist. The zombie claw tore through the air at an extremely fast speed and was extremely sharp. It carried with it a sour and rotten stench that could make people dizzy. Chenzong was not affected, but he really did not like this smell. He did not dodge and attacked with his sword. Number 39's eyes flashed with a green light. His claws sped up, and a green light appeared on his claws. He directly grabbed Chenzong's long sword. One of his hands grabbed onto the back of the sword, while the other hand was still rushing towards Chenzong's chest. He wanted to tear off a piece of flesh. Got him. Impressive. Is he going to be defeated here? 9 wins in a row. He is so close to 10 wins in a row. It would be a pity if he was defeated. Originally, everyone thought that number 30 would definitely win 10 matches in a row, but no one thought that number 39 would be so powerful. One claw grabbed the sword, and the other claw attacked. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it, and it was difficult to react. One had to admit that this number 39's battle power had already surpassed 1 star and reached 2 star. Although Chenzong was a little surprised, he did not panic. Even if he was hit by that claw, he would be fine. His powerful body was not a joke. Of course, Chenzong did not want to be hit. As the 5 fingers on his right hand loosened and tightened, the power accurately flowed into the sword. The sword trembled and directly broke number 39's fingers. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. From the moment number 39 was caught to the moment he was killed, only a moment had passed. His speed was even faster than number 39's claw. Just as the claw was about to land on Chenzong's chest, the sword had already landed on his body. There was a dull thud like the sound of leather being torn apart. Number 39's expression changed when he sensed the powerful impact of the sword. Although he couldn't feel any pain, the impact of the attack was very obvious. He was sent flying backwards. Congratulations to number 30 for obtaining 10 consecutive victories. A loud voice resounded from the 100 battle tower, resounding through the whole place. Everyone cheered, but the cheers were not loud because 10 consecutive victories were too common in the 100 battle arena. Number 30, please tell us your name and title. Another voice resounded from the 100 battle tower. Everyone pricked up their ears. Only by obtaining 10 consecutive victories would one be qualified to announce their name and title. It was like an honor for the tens of thousands of people present to remember. Tell us your name and title. You have your name, but you don't have your title now. You used to be called Sword Sun. Sword Sun. Chenzong. After 3 breaths, Chenzong said his name and title. Even though he was removed from the sword sect, it was not the sect's intention. They had no choice but to do so under some circumstances. Chenzong did not resent them. Instead, he was grateful to the elders of the sword sect. He always thought of himself as a disciple of the sword sect. Now that he was in the outer region, he would make a name for himself in the sword sect. Sword Sun, it sounds very impressive. There is an indescribable domineering aura. Crazy. Everyone was shocked when they heard Chenzong say his title. Sword Sun, Emosen said in a low voice. Gu Zhongyuan's smile grew wider. After Chenzong obtained 10 consecutive victories, today's battles came to an end. Sword Sun, Chenzong, do you want to take the reward for 10 consecutive victories or keep it for another day? Someone from the 100 battle tower asked. Continue. Chenzong did not hesitate at all. A mere 1,000 spirit shells was not enough for Chenzong. Such a choice was within everyone's expectations. Chenzong leaped up and left the 100 battle arena. He landed on the spectator stand. He was ready to continue watching the battles. Chenzong's 10 consecutive victories were like a stone thrown into the water, causing ripples and splashes. Soon, everything calmed down, and the new challenges continued. Number 44, 2 consecutive victories. Number 46, Emo Senior Emosen is finally going to fight. I wonder how strong he is. Limitless Blade, Emo Senator, he will definitely obtain 20 consecutive victories. Not necessarily, there is still the ancient Bell Garden. There was a lot of discussion, and many people became excited. The atmosphere at the scene became even more lively. Emosen jumped up in front of everyone's eyes. He streaked across the sky like a bat. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and a long and narrow black blade flew out of the weapon rack. When Emosen's feet landed on the 100 battles arena, the long and narrow black blade also flew over and landed in Emosen's right hand. The moment the long saber entered his hand, Emosen's aura became even colder. It swept out like an invisible wave, covering the entire 100 battles arena, including number 44. Number 44 was originally in high spirits after 2 consecutive victories. However, when Emosen's aura swept over him, his entire body involuntarily trembled. He felt as if he had fallen into a serene prison. His aura weakened by more than 50%, and his hands and feet felt slightly numb. In this state, he could not bring out his full strength. It would be good if he could bring out 70% of his strength. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully raised his true power and unleashed his strongest blade attack towards Emo Senator. The gigantic blade image filled the air as if it could cut through a mountain. One blade break mountain. Facing such a tyrannical blade attack, Emosen was not moved at all. His expression did not change at all. However, when the gigantic blade image was about to fall, he waved the long and narrow black blade in his hand. The black blade light sliced through the sky, and the gigantic blade image shattered in an instant. The black blade light did not dissipate, and directly chopped onto the opponent's body, sending him flying out of the arena. There was a blade wound on his chest, dripping with blood. It was a shocking sight. I knew it would be like this. Emosen is too strong. Chenzong nodded imperceptibly. He could not tell Emosen's true combat prowess from the saber strike. However, he could still make out some clues. 3-star battle strength. Among the many martial artists, 3-star battle strength was indeed very strong. Of course, it could not be compared to those top geniuses. However, for some reason, Chenzong felt that this Emosen was very mysterious. After defeating his opponent with one blade attack, Emosen obtained a consecutive victory. Soon, a second person went up to challenge him, and was defeated by Emosen with one blade attack. The challenges in the 100 Battles arena were arranged by the 100 Battles Tower. This way, there would not be a situation where no one dared to challenge the arena master because he was too strong. That would just be a waste of time. After being arranged by the 100 Battles Tower, regardless of the opponent's strength, they would either go up or admit defeat. Soon, Emosen obtained 5 consecutive victories. He always used one blade attack. That cold blade attack had a kind of tyrannical aura, and no one could resist it. Every single one of them suffered serious injuries. From this, it could be seen that Emosen was not a kind person. Number 46 Limitless Blade, Emosen, 5 consecutive victories. Number 51 Guzhong Yuan, go up. Following the announcement, it was as if countless stones had been thrown into a lake. Countless splashes spread out, and layers of ripples spread out continuously. Guzhong Yuan is going up. Splendid. Emosen had obtained 10 consecutive victories before, and Guzhong Yuan had obtained 20. Both of them were not weak. Now that they were going to compete on the same stage, it could not help but make people excited. This kind of battle was much more attractive than normal battles. It would definitely be more intense. For the first time, a different expression appeared on Emosen's cold face. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his calmness. Guzhong Yuan held a bronze-colored long rod that was as thick as an arm in one hand and a beaded necklace on his neck in the other. His figure leapt several hundred meters into the air before falling like a meteor. With an astonishing momentum, he heavily bombarded the 100 Battles arena. With a loud boom, the 100 Battles arena shook. Cracks appeared under Guzhong Yuan's feet, and they quickly spread out. Smoke filled the air, making Guzhong Yuan look like he had just returned from a battlefield. It was very scary. Guzhong Yuan's title is Fallen Mountain Staff. I wonder who is stronger between him and Limitless Blade, Emosen. We will know after the battle. Chenzong glanced at Guzhong Yuan. The scene earlier was indeed very powerful. He estimated that Guzhong Yuan's battle prowess had reached the level of a 3-star martial artist. Perhaps Guzhong Yuan's battle prowess was about the same as Emosen's. It would be an intense battle. The two of them were dozens of meters apart. They regarded each other as strong opponents. A tyrannical aura gushed out from their bodies in an instant, and whistling sounds continued. The aura on Emosen's body was as cold as hell. It spread out, making the spectators feel a chill, as if a gust of cold wind had blown past. Guzhong Yuan's aura was different from Emosen's. It had a kind of calmness, a kind of heaviness, and also a hint of dominance. It was like a bronze and iron mountain, emitting a shocking sense of power. It spread out, making the spectators feel even more oppressed, as if their bodies were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became difficult. What a terrifying aura. Most of the people in the spectator stands were ordinary warriors of the true martial realm. Some of them were even in the chi refining realm. How could they withstand the impact of such momentum? Fortunately, they were quite far away. If they were in the arena, they probably wouldn't even be able to move. However, there were a few martial artists who weren't affected. Their battle prowess surpassed ordinary true martial realm martial artists. I have long wanted to experience the Limitless Blade. Guzhong Yuan laughed and waved his bronze staff. It brought a strong whistling sound, and an invisible wind blew out. "Come. As you wish." Emosen's voice was low, like a gust of cold wind blowing past. He waved his long and narrow black saber. A dark saber light as deep as hell broke through the air, silently attacking Gu Zhongyuan. "It's here, the limitless blade's amazing blade technique." "Good." Gu Zhongyuan wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. His aura fluctuated, and his bronze staff swept out like a storm, rolling up in astonishing force. Streaks of black saber light pierced through the air and continued to attack. They densely covered the entire 100 Battles arena. Every saber light seemed to have a spirit of its own. They moved around and continued to attack the ancient Bell Garden. What an exquisite blade technique. Chen Zong was a little surprised. With Chen Zong's current martial arts attainments, he could naturally see some clues. This kind of blade technique was much more exquisite than the original sword technique of the Unhindered Sword sect. From this point, it was clear that Emosen's origin was not simple. That is, the limitless blade. He's from that family. The several pseudo-transcendents from the 100 Battles Tower were startled at first, then their eyes widened in surprise. The limitless blade is that family's inherited martial art. It's impossible for outsiders to cultivate it. There's no doubt that Emosen is from that family. If Emosen is really from that family, his combat strength should be even higher. Don't forget that family's style of doing things. Ceiling? That's right. While the pseudo-transcendents from the 100 Battles Tower were talking, the battle on the 100 Battles arena was getting more and more intense. Facing Emosen's countless black saber lights, Gu Zhongyuan waved his copper rod and formed a copper circle around him. It was like a copper ball, blocking all the saber lights. No matter how hard the saber lights hit him, he did not move at all. Countless sparks flew. Gu Zhongyuan was very good at defense. After blocking all of the blade auras, Gu Zhongyuan suddenly leapt up into the air dozens of meters in the air. The waving copper rod paused for a moment, raised up high, and fiercely smashed down. An astonishing rumbling sound exploded, rolling like thunder. The incomparably huge bronze rod shadow was like a mountain falling down heavily. The name Fallen Mountain Staff came from this. Some cultivators' titles were given by others and recognized by the public, but some were given by themselves because some cultivators were worried that they wouldn't like the title given by others. For example, Chen Zong didn't think of a title at first, but after being asked, and considering that he was from the Unhindered Sword sect, he simply gave himself the title Unhindered Sword. A title was a kind of representation, often related to a cultivator's own characteristics, whether it was their appearance, what they were good at, or their fighting style. Gu Zhongyuan's staff bombarded the 100 Battles arena like a falling pillar, its power so violent that it seemed as if the entire 100 Battles arena would collapse. Emosen raised his head. His eyes seemed to be filled with a black light. As he brandished his long blade, countless jet-black blade lights tore through the air and slashed out. They were densely packed like a torrential downpour, like a rushing river, and like the overflowing sea. Under the mountain-like staff, the saber lights shattered one after another, but even more saber lights arrived. At some unknown time, Emosen suddenly disappeared from the 100 Battles arena. In the next breath, he passed by the mountainous staff shadows and appeared in front of Gu Zhongyuan. His blade swept out from left to right as if it was capable of sweeping away 1,000 armies. "You won." Gu Zhongyuan smiled bitterly as he touched the saber mark on his chest. Although the battle was intense, Gu Zhongyuan was still defeated by Emosen in the end. The limitless saber was indeed extraordinary. Gu Zhongyuan, who had 20 consecutive victories, lost. All his previous victories were nullified. This meant that the 3,000 spirit shells that he could have obtained were gone. However, to a cultivator with Gu Zhongyuan's combat strength, the 3,000 spirit shells were nothing. Being able to exchange blows with someone as strong as Emosen gave him a greater harvest. Gu Zhongyuan did not linger. Instead, he left the 100 battlefield. A new opponent entered the arena, but he was defeated by Emosen in one strike. Soon, Emosen accumulated another 10 consecutive victories. Now, he had 20 consecutive victories. Time passed quickly under the continuous battles. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Only a few people were left. The 100 battlefield had a rule that no more than 100 people could sign up each day. If there were less than 100 people, then the 100 battles arena would end for the day. If there were more than 100 people, then the excess would have to wait until the next round. The last few people entered the arena one after another. Today's 100 battles arena ended. Everyone, today's 100 battles arena ends here. The winners are Rampaging Sword Xianxia with 10 consecutive victories. The Limitless Saber Emosen with 20 consecutive victories. As the voice of the 100 battles towers people rang out, everyone got up and left the 100 battles arena. As night fell, the lights in the 100 battles city lit up. There was a different scenery in the dusky light. Xianxia strolled toward the nearby restaurant. Although he could skip a few meals with his current cultivation, he was already used to it. Furthermore, eating was human nature. It was a kind of enjoyment. Isn't that Rampaging Sword Xianxia? That's right. It's him. In the restaurant, Xianxia was leisurely eating and drinking. At a table not far away, a few people's gazes landed on Xianxia as they exclaimed in surprise. 10 consecutive victories. Every opponent was defeated with a single sword strike. I wonder how strong he really is. At least 2 stars. How about we go over and get to know him? Is that okay? He seems to be easy to talk to. I'll give it a try. One of the 3 stood up and walked towards Xianxia with a glass of wine in his hand. The other 2 were a little nervous. After all, their combat power was very ordinary. They were at most 1 star. Their concerns were reasonable because some people had strange temperaments and did not like to be disturbed. They might even kill people out of anger. Hello, Brother Chen. My name is Xianxia. Just now, I saw Xianxia's sword move unhindered in the 100 battlefield. I admire you greatly, so I came here to propose a toast to you to express my respect, Xianxia said with a smile. Brother you flatter me. Xianxia was slightly taken aback, but the other party was modest and sincere. He didn't look like someone who was looking for trouble. Xianxia smiled and raised his glass. Please. Please. Xianxia did not expect that Xianxia would be so easy to talk to. He was so happy that he quickly raised the wine glass with both hands and drank it. Brother Chen, I have 2 friends who also admire you and want to get to know you, Xianxia said. Let's invite them over, Xianxia said with a smile. The other 2 also raised their wine glasses and walked over. They even brought a table full of dishes. At first, Xianxia and the other 2 were rather restrained as they drank and chatted. However, as they chatted, they found that Xianxia was not a strange person and gradually relaxed. Since the 3 of you are familiar with the 100 Battles City, can you tell me where I can buy pseudo-spirit artifacts? Xianxia asked. Brother Chen, you asked the right person, Xianxia said with a smile. I grew up in the 100 Battles City. I'm very familiar with it. Please tell us, brother Xianxia said with a smile. There is a building in the 100 Battles City called 1000 Treasures. It sells all kinds of treasures, whether it's pseudo-spirit artifacts or pills. It also accepts consignments. If Brother Chen wants to buy anything, you can go directly to 1000 Treasures building, Xianxia said with a smile. Thank you, brother I'll take my leave first. Xianxia said. After calling the waiter to pay the bill, he left the restaurant. As for Xianxia and the other 2, in the end, they were just strangers who met by chance. They were not real friends. There was quite a distance between the 1000 Treasures building and the restaurant. The 1000 Treasures building had 3 floors and occupied a large area. When Xianxia stepped into the first floor, he found that it was quite lively inside. The first floor was where people consigned their treasures. Simply speaking, as long as you handed the item you wanted to sell to the 1000 Treasures building, the 1000 Treasures building would appraise it and quote a reasonable price. Then, it would be placed on sale in the 1000 Treasures building until the treasure was sold. After the treasure was sold, the 1000 Treasures building would take a certain percentage as a fee. Although they had to pay a certain price, they could sell the treasure better and invisibly save their energy and time. As for the second and third floors, they were places dedicated to selling the 1000 Treasures building's treasures. Xianxia first strolled around the first floor. The area of the first floor alone was quite large. The display booths were arranged in an orderly manner. Some of the booths were empty while others had some items placed on them. It seemed that there were no corresponding protective measures. Of course, there was no need for any kind of protective measures. After all, behind Thousand Treasure Pavilion was a Transcendent Realm Master. On the first floor, there were more than 10 pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters. On top of that, the things being sold here were basically all Transcendent Realm treasures, so naturally no one would be foolish enough to try and rob them. Chenzong glanced around and could see that many of the treasures on the booths were pseudo-spirit artifacts. If the power of a pseudo-spirit artifact was not stimulated, it was difficult to tell its grade from its appearance. However, under each treasure was a simple introduction, including the name, grade, price, and so on. Most of them are first-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Some of them are second-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Chenzong thought. Whether it was a first-order pseudo-spirit artifact or a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact, Chenzong didn't care about them now. They couldn't keep up with his pace. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use a spirit artifact now, Chenzong would have bought a spirit artifact. With Chenzong's financial resources, he could definitely afford a low-rank spirit artifact. The most suitable one was naturally a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. A pair of third-order pseudo-spirit artifact swords and a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact inner vest, these are necessary. Chenzong thought. The third-order pseudo-spirit artifact inner vest from before had helped him a lot. Of course, if he could obtain other third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, it would naturally be better. Speaking of which, if he could win 100 matches in the 100 battles arena, he could obtain a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact as a reward. Chenzong was also very excited. However, winning 100 matches in a row wasn't easy. Chenzong didn't have 100% certainty that he could achieve it. He could only say that he would try his best. Even if he couldn't win 100 matches in a row, it would still bring him a lot of training. While thinking, Chenzong wandered around the Thousand Treasure House's first pavilion, his eyes carefully sweeping over everything. In addition to pseudo-spirit artifacts, there were also some treasured medicines. As for pills, they were very rare. If there were any, they would often be bought directly. Very few of them could be kept for long. This is a treasure consigned by a Transcendent Realm Master. A pair of third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. They are now for sale. Those who are interested can come and take a look. A clear voice sounded and spread throughout the first pavilion. Immediately, everyone was attracted to it. The value of a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact far exceeded that of a second-order pseudo-spirit artifact. It was simply two different levels. This was because there were some extreme mortal realm masters with weaker strength and financial resources who still used third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts as weapons. This kind of situation naturally made the value of third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts extraordinary. Very few people would consign third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Every time they were consigned, they would be bought very quickly. Chenzong also quickly walked towards the booth. He saw a Thousand Treasure House pseudo-spirit artifact master place 2 long swords on the booth. The scabbard was placed to the side, and a sign was placed below the 2 long swords. Soon, the booth was surrounded by several dozen people, each of their eyes falling on the 2 long swords. The 2 swords were of the same length. One was bright red, not the red of flames, but the red of the rising sun. The other was a bright red that seemed to glow, somewhat dazzling and somewhat scorching. The other was a deep cyan, but the aura it gave off was relatively cold. The bright red long sword's blade was slightly wider, as wide as 2 fingers, while the cyan long sword's blade was relatively narrower, less than 2 fingers. Whether it was the shape or the color of the 2 long swords, they looked very delicate. Chenzong's eyes moved away from the 2 swords and fell on the sign below. Heavenly Sun Sword, Earthing Sword, third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. The Heavenly Sun Sword contains blazing yang energy, while the Earthing Sword contains colding energy. Sold as a pair, the price is 30 low-rank spirit sources. Why is it so expensive? On average, it costs 15 low-grade spiritual sources for a handful. Too expensive, an average third-order pseudo-spirit artifact only costs 10 low-rank spirit sources. And they're actually being sold as a pair. 30 low-rank spirit sources, that's too expensive. Besides a Transcendent Realm Master, who can afford it? Even a transcendent realm master doesn't necessarily need two swords. Discussions broke out all around. Everyone, the previous owners of the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword were Yang Profound Sword and Yin Profound Sword. The pseudo-spirit artifact master from Thousand Treasure House said loudly, whether it is the Heavenly Sun Sword or the Earthing Sword, their quality is superior to most third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, so it is reasonable for their price to be higher. So it was the two of them. The Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword have accompanied them for many years, how could they sell them? Didn't you hear clearly? These are weapons consigned by a Transcendent Realm Master. In other words, the two of them are now Transcendent Realm Masters. Through the discussions of the crowd, Chenzong also learned about Yang Profound Sword and Yin Profound Sword. The two of them were famous Grandmaster-level masters in the Ascending Heaven domain. Their swordsmanship was amazing, and they were especially proficient in the dual sword combination, making it difficult for them to find a match under the Transcendent Realm. Now that the two of them had broken through and become Transcendent Realm Masters, it was likely that they had obtained a low-rank spirit sword to better display their strength. They also needed spirit sources, so they sold the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword that they had used for many years. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword were not a set of pseudo-spirit artifacts, but because the people who used them were husband and wife, the dual sword combination was regarded as a pair. The power of the two swords could not be mutually amplified. However, these two swords were both top third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, better than most third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts, so their value was higher. As for selling the two swords together, it was the request of the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple. Dozens of people gathered around the booth, discussing among themselves. Although they felt that these two swords were very good, there were very few who could afford them. Most of them were just here to watch the show. Under normal circumstances, pseudo-spirit artifacts were traded with spirit shells, but if the consignor had a request, they would follow the consignor's request. For example, the Yin-Yang Mysterious Sword couple requested to trade with low-grade spirit sources, so the Thousand Treasure Pavilion would naturally follow the other party's request. 30 low-grade spirit sources. If you don't have low-grade spirit sources, you can also use substandard spirit sources, but due to the exchange rate and difference between substandard and low-grade spirit sources, you need 360 substandard spirit sources, said the pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. 360 substandard spirit sources was not a small number. In other words, each sword was worth 180 substandard spirit sources. Chenzong couldn't help but think of the bounty he received when he was wanted. Capturing him alive would give him 200 substandard spirit sources. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to buy two relatively ordinary third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Even top-notch third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts like the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword would be enough to buy one. The original Star Scar twin swords were a set of pseudo-spirit artifacts. After activating their power, they could amplify each other, making them even more powerful. Their value was not inferior to the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword. Unfortunately, it was taken away by the third prince, and now it was impossible to get it back. Chenzong wanted to get another pair of third-order pseudo-spirit swords. The Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword might be suitable. Chenzong was about to speak. Ha 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 ha, good swords, good swords. 320 low-grade spirit sources, I'll take them. A voice sounded with a hint of dominance. Two figures pushed through the crowd and walked to the front of the booth, staring at the two swords with sharp eyes. One of them was wearing a golden robe and had a golden feather crown on his head. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and his entire body seemed to be constantly emitting a shocking light. He was like a scorching sun, and his aura was oppressive. He was the one who had just spoken. The other person was wearing a silver robe, and his aura was not as strong as the first person. Very directly, the young man in the golden robe waved his right hand and directly grabbed the two swords. Just as he was about to grab them, he was blocked. Young man, if you want the two swords, 30 low-grade spirit sources or 360 substandard spirit sources, not one less. The pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion blocked the young man in the golden robe and said. The young man in the golden robe narrowed his eyes, and he stared at the pseudo-transcendent with displeasure. His tyrannical aura and spread out, making the surrounding people to retreat. Only Chenzong stood. Although the young man's aura of the pseudo-transcendent realm, no matter who you are, since you came to my Thousand Treasure Pavilion, you have to abide by my Thousand Treasure Pavilion's rules. The pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator said unhurriedly, meeting the golden-robed young man's gaze without fear. Thousand Treasure Pavilion, what great prestige. The young man in the golden robe sneered. Of these two swords, my senior brother Xianxia is only interested in the earthing sword. However, by purchasing both of them together, he is already abiding by the rules of your Thousand Treasure House. He is giving your Thousand Treasure House a lot of face, said the silver-robed young man with a cold voice. Since you want to follow the rules, you should follow them thoroughly. The pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion was not angry at all. He could see that the young man in the golden robe had an extraordinary background, so there was no need to conflict with him. He only needed to follow the rules of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. I want these two swords, but I only want one of them as a gift. It is useless to me. The corners of the golden-robed young man's mouth curled up into a smile that was filled with a sense of dominance. 30 low-grade spirit sources or 360 substandard spirit sources. The pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said unhurriedly. The young man in the golden robe's face sank. 360 substandard spirit sources was not something he could not take out with his background, but he did not have that many on him. I want this pair of swords. Xianxia said, reaching out and taking out 30 low-grade spirit sources from his mustard seed bag. He still had a lot of these things in his void ring. Of course, Xianxia would not take them out directly from his void ring. He had already taken some out and stored them in his mustard seed bag. Good. The pseudo-transcendent of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion suddenly smiled and took the 30 low-grade spirit sources from Xianxia. After confirming that they were genuine, he took the Heaven Sun Sword and Earthing Sword and handed them to Xianxia. Taking the two swords, Xianxia put them in their scabbards and hung them at his waist. He then walked to the other booths to see if there were any third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts or armors. Stop. The young man in the silver robe's figure flashed and directly blocked Xianxia. 180 substandard spirit sources. The earthing sword is mine. The young man in the golden robe said with a bit of arrogance, as if his words were an imperial edict that everyone had to obey. As he spoke, the young man in the golden robe stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the earthing sword, as if everything he wanted was his. Xianxia moved his feet, causing the young man in the golden robe to miss. Sorry, these two swords are a pair. They are not for sale. Xianxia said neither too fast nor too slow. Xianxia could see that the young man in the golden robe had an extraordinary background and estimated that his combat strength was not weak. However, Xianxia did not deliberately go against him. It was just that Xianxia wanted the Heaven Sun Sword and Earthing Sword after seeing them. It was just that he was one step slower than the young man in the golden robe. If the young man in the golden robe could afford to buy them, then Xianxia would have nothing to say. He could only say that he had no fate with this pair of swords and would have to look for other swords. However, since the young man in the golden robe did not meet the standards of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion would not sell these swords to the young man in the golden robe. Xianxia's bid was completely normal and reasonable. However, while Xianxia thought so, some people did not think so. You'd better think it over carefully. The young man in the silver robe said with a cold face and a threatening tone, my senior brother Xianxia is a core disciple of the sacred martial palace and a peerless genius on the minor heaven ascension list. Obediently hand over the earthing sword and apologize before my senior brother Xianxia gets angry, and I can spare you this time. Scram. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted at the young man in the silver robe. Suddenly, the young man in the golden robe and the silver robe young man's faces changed dramatically. An astonishing aura fluctuated around their bodies. It was extremely tyrannical, as if it was going to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone's faces changed greatly, especially when they heard the identity of the other party. They were shocked and hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This is the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Whether you are a disciple of the sacred martial palace or the 10,000 Heaven sect, you must abide by the rules of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. You are not allowed to fight here. The pseudo-transcendent's face darkened. A tyrannical aura spread out and directly suppressed the auras of the young man in the golden robe and the silver robe young man. The young man in the golden robe was furious. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, but he knew that his strength was not enough to fight against a pseudo-transcendent. This was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and not the sacred martial palace, so he restrained his aura. Immediately, the young man in the golden robe angrily snorted and turned to walk out of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. "You, very good, I will remember you." The silver-robed young man's face was gloomy. His sharp eyes fell on Qianzong's face as he pointed at him threateningly. Finally, his gaze also swept over the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. He coldly snorted and quickly followed the young man in the golden robe. It was only after the two had left the Thousand Treasure House that someone opened his mouth to speak. The discussion was extremely noisy, just like a market. However, Qianzong could hear that the content of their discussion was basically related to the sacred martial palace and the minor sky ascension ranking. "Young man, you may have gotten into big trouble," the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said to Qianzong. "Have a strong background?" Qianzong asked back. Although he already knew about the sacred martial palace and the minor heaven ascension list, Qianzong did not know about it. The sacred martial palace is a high-rank sect with great strength and deep heritage. Its core disciples are all talented and have amazing combat strength. Those who can be listed on the minor heaven ascension list are the best of the best among core disciples. The pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said, "The minor heaven ascension list has a total of 72 places. It records all the geniuses under the age of 30 in the entire ascending heaven region. In other words, those who can be listed on the minor heaven ascension list are basically the 72 most talented and most powerful people in the younger generation of the ascending heaven region." Hearing this, Qianzong was indeed surprised. On one hand, he was surprised by the strength of the young man in the golden robe. He was one of the 72 most powerful geniuses under the age of 30 in the entire ascending heaven region. On the other hand, he was surprised by the ascending heaven region's minor heaven ascension list, which was not much different from the dragon chart region. "When I heard that person's surname was Xiaho, I thought of someone." The pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion seemed to be able to tell that Qianzong did not know much about this information, so he continued, "The sacred martial palace has an elder named Xiaho Yuan who is listed on the minor heaven ascension list. Xiaho Yuan has two grandsons, one is named Xiaho Ba, and the other is Xiaho Xin. Xiaho Ba is listed on the minor heaven ascension list, while Xiaho Xin is listed on the minor heaven ascension list. The person just now should be Xiaho Xin. I heard that the Xiaho family's people are overbearing. I believe that Xiaho Xin will remember what happened today and try to harm you." The pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion finally said. "Many thanks for the information." Qianzong smiled and cupped his fists to the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Although he did not like trouble and tried his best not to provoke it, some troubles were inevitable. He could not take a step back and give away what he needed just because he did not want to provoke others. "Take care of yourself." Finally, the pseudo-transcendent from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion sighed. Qianzong took his leave and walked to the other stalls to see if there were any level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. Unfortunately, after walking around, he did not see any other level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts other than the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword. Qianzong was not disappointed. If he had not coincidentally met the yin-yang profound sword couple who had consigned the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword here, he probably would not have been able to obtain the two swords. After all, level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts were relatively rare. Once they appeared, they would be quickly bought. For example, there were pseudo-transcendent masters just now, but unfortunately, they did not have enough substandard or low-rank spirit sources, so they naturally could not bid for them. After thinking about it, Qianzong stepped onto the stairs of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and walked to the second floor. Perhaps the Thousand Treasure Pavilion itself sold level 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. Sitting cross-legged, with one hand inside and the other outside, Qianzong alternated between inside and outside, fusing his strength. Second transformation of will. 30% of the power of physique and 30% of the power of Zhonghuang true power fused perfectly, forming a new and even stronger power. But because he lacked a strong enough opponent, Qianzong had not completely fused and condensed this 30% power. Cultivating with second transformation of will require time and energy, not instant benefits. In the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Qianzong purchased the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword, as well as a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact, spending a total of 20 low-rank spirit sources. After a night of cultivation, Qianzong felt that his cultivation was closer to the peak of the true martial realm's 9th layer and estimated that he would be able to reach it within a few days. At that time, he would have to prepare to break through to the 10th layer. At dawn, Qianzong went to the 100 Battles Arena after breakfast. Today was the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena, so there were many spectators. Obtaining a complete winning streak, the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's rewards were very generous, naturally attracting many Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters to participate. But relatively speaking, there were still fewer Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters. After paying the entrance fee, Qianzong sat down in the spectator area. Before the battle even began, he first glanced at the waiting area and saw that there were only a few people present. Soon, 2 Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters stepped onto the stage. The two of them were evenly matched in strength, and as soon as they began fighting, a fierce battle ensued. It took more than half an hour before a winner was decided. The winner had consumed 70 to 80% of his strength, but his next opponent quickly stepped up, and after a fierce battle, the arena master was defeated. It's too difficult to obtain a 10-win streak in the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena, Qianzong thought. The Pseudo-Transcendent Realm was divided into 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star. A 9-star master was equivalent to a grandmaster, so it was basically impossible for such a master to participate in the 100 Battles Arena. Even those with 8-star battle prowess would rarely participate. Most of them were 7-star battle prowess. Although there were strong and weak 7-star masters, after consecutive battles, it was inevitable that they would be defeated by other challengers, so obtaining a 10-win streak was extremely difficult. Simply put, a 10-win streak in the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena was at least 10 times more difficult than a 10-win streak in the True Martial Realm's 100 Battles Arena. But a fight between Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's martial realm was more often, their martial arts attainments were often higher and more powerful. At the end of the day, Transcendent Stage's Transcendent Stage's Transcendent Stage, Qianzong's Transcendent Stage's Transcendent Stage. Tomorrow, it's the 100 Battles Arena of the True Martial Realm. Qianzong thought to himself as he left the 100 Battles Arena, returning to his residence and continuing his cultivation. Transcendent, 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 he chan and the waiting area waiting to the waiting to the waiting to the waiting. Transcendent. Transcendent to transcendent to transcendent transcended. To transcento transcendent. Compared with the Pseudo-Transcendent Stage's 100 Battles Arena, there were many times more true martial realm cultivators participating. After a while, Emosen also arrived, his eyes falling directly on Qianzong's face. Qianzong looked back, their gazes colliding in the air. At the entrance to the 100 Battles Arena, the crowd suddenly became restless. Luani is here. He didn't come the day before yesterday, I thought he wouldn't participate. 30-win streak, this is even more exciting. Luani was handsome and walked over with a smile on his face, attracting the attention of many young girls. Gently waving his folding fan, he appeared confident and calm. When the time came, the 100 Battles Arena's battles began. This time, Qianzong's number was 5. Number 1 and number 2 faced off in the 100 Battles Arena. The difference in cultivation between the two was not small, so the outcome was quickly decided. Number 3 went up to fight number 2, but was defeated by number 2. Number 4 went up and was also defeated by number 2. Number 2 has 3 wins in a row, number 5 Qianzong, the unhindered sword. As the voice of the 100 Battles Towers people sounded, Qianzong grabbed a long sword from the weapon rack and floated down. Unhindered sword Qianzong, you have a reputation. It seems that you have at least 10 wins in a row. Number 2 was slightly surprised, but immediately sneered, good, let me defeat you and end your winning streak. Number 2 had never seen Qianzong fight before. He had only arrived in 100 Battles City yesterday and came for the 100 Battles Arena. Hearing this, Qianzong did not respond. Number 2's strength was indeed not weak. He could easily defeat an ordinary true martial realm cultivator. Qianzong estimated that his combat strength was at least at the late stage of the 2-star realm. But compared to the previous zombie-like cultivator, this kind of combat strength was not much different. Qianzong slashed out with his sword, neither fast nor slow. Number two's expression changed drastically. He realized that he couldn't dodge this sword and could only explode with his full strength. He also slashed out with his sword. The sword rumbled like thunder and its power was shocking. But such a tyrannical sword could not resist Qianzong's sword at all. It was instantly shattered, and the sword directly slashed at number two's chest. The abundant and terrifying power directly sent number two flying. Another defeat with one sword. Number two, who had fallen off the stage, was stunned. Just now, he had been in high spirits and wanted to defeat Qianzong and end his opponent's winning streak. But now, he had been defeated by Qianzong, and it was only a casual sword strike. The huge difference made him cover his face in shame and run away. Interesting. In the waiting area, Luani chuckled softly. Emosen's expression did not change. After watching the battle the day before, he more or less knew that Qianzong's strength was extraordinary. He defeated number two with one sword without using his full strength. Number 6 went up and was defeated with one sword. Number 7 went up and was also defeated with one sword. One sword. Qianzong defeated his opponent with only one sword. 9 wins in a row. With one more victory, he will have 10 wins in a row today. Altogether, it will be 20 wins. Amazing. 10 wins in a row were very common in the 100 battles arena of the true martial realm. 20 wins in a row were relatively rare, but not rare. In short, 10, 20, and 30 wins in a row were relatively easy in the 100 battles arena of the true martial realm. Another person was defeated by Qianzong. Congratulations to Qianzong, the sword of the unhindered for 20 wins in a row. Qianzong jumped up, put his sword back on the weapon rack, and left the waiting area. He sat in the spectator area to watch the battle, because it was soon Emosen's turn to fight. Qianzong was actually somewhat curious about Emo Senator. Although it seemed that his combat strength was at the 3-star level, Qianzong always felt that it was more than that. It was a little strange. Emosen stood on the 100 battles arena with a long black blade in his hand. His aura was cold, like water rippling. Emosen's opponent could not resist at all. He was directly sent flying out of the arena, and his injury was not light. One win after another, in the blink of an eye, Emosen obtained 9 wins in a row. Looks like Emosen will also obtain 30 wins in a row. It feels too easy. Yeah. That's not necessarily true. His next opponent is not easy to deal with. He might be defeated. It's Luani. Emosen's next opponent is actually Luani. Everyone was shocked at first, and then they cheered. Emosen was now only 1 win away from 30 wins in a row, and Luani had already obtained 30 wins in a row. This time, he came for 40 wins in a row. Both of them were very powerful. When the two of them met, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Luani put away his folding fan and casually grabbed a thin sword from the weapon rack. His figure flashed, looking very elegant. Like a breeze, he gently landed on the 100 battles arena. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the sword, he pointed it at the ground. There was a slight smile on his handsome face. He looked outstanding, making people scream. In terms of appearance and temperament, Luani was indeed very outstanding. However, in the world of cultivators, one did not rely on one's looks to make a living. Without sufficient strength, no matter how good-looking one would at most become the exclusive property of others. Emosen's sharp eyes landed on Luani's face with some coldness. Luani still had a smile on his face, as if he did not feel any pressure. "Sorry, your winning streak ends here," Luani said to Emosen with a smile. "It's too early." Emosen's voice was cold. The corner of Luani's mouth curled up, and the smile on his face became even more obvious. He immediately swung his sword, and sword images filled the sky like a rainstorm, bombarding Emosen with unstoppable force. Emosen swung his saber, and a dark and cold saber light swept across the sky like a black rainbow, shattering all the sword images in its path. Luani took a step forward, and his figure flickered as he closed in on Emosenator with a wave of his thin sword. Countless sword images shot towards Emosen from all directions. There was no beginning, nor was there an end. Luani's floating rain sword art is even more exquisite than a few days ago. Its power has increased a lot. Several pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower nodded and said. However, he shouldn't be able to defeat Mo Sr. after all, he's a member of that family. He's not simple. While they were talking, Emosen swung his saber and displayed the Netherworld Net Saber art. A dark saber light surrounded him like a blooming lotus. Not only did it resist the endless sword images coming from all directions, but it also shattered all of them and condensed them into a single saber that slashed towards Luani. Luani's complexion changed slightly. His footsteps quickly staggered, and his body flew back like a breeze. As he waved his thin sword, countless sword lights shot out like raindrops, one after another shooting towards the saber light. The sound of metal clashing against metal was endless. Ding ding dang dang dang, it was like countless raindrops falling on a piece of metal. The sound was pleasant to the ears. Every drop of rain carried astonishing power, and could easily kill an ordinary peak 9th layer true martial realm cultivator. Countless drops of rain continuously shot towards the black saber light, continuously weakening the power of the saber light. However, Emosen swung his black saber again. Man and saber became one, and he broke through the countless drops of rain, directly attacking Luani. The power of this saber seemed to come from the 9 nether cold underworld. The colding intent suddenly made Luani feel cold all over. He felt that the circulation of his true chi had become sluggish, and even his blood and chi seemed to be solidified. Only now did Luani realize how powerful Emosen was. Emosen's strength was not something he could compete with. Peak 3-star. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. Sure enough, this Emosen was very capable. The combat strength he displayed before was only at the late-stage 3-star level. Moreover, Chen Zong had a feeling that this peak 3-star level was not Emosen's true strength. His true strength could only be stronger. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. After defeating Luani, Emosen had also obtained 30 consecutive victories, causing waves of cheers. Reigning Sword Chen Zong has obtained 20 consecutive victories. Limitless Saber Emosen has obtained 30 consecutive victories. I wonder who is stronger between the two. Needless to say, it's definitely Limitless Saber Mo Sr. I think so too. Although Chen Zong isn't weak, up to now, his opponents have not been strong. He can easily defeat them. Emosen is different. His opponents were powerful. People like Gu Zhongyuan, followed by even more powerful people like Luani. Yet, they were defeated by Emosen one after another. It shows how powerful Emosen is. After today's 100 Battles arena ended, discussions could be heard everywhere in the 100 Battles city. It was the topic of everyone's leisure time. But speaking of which, Emosen has obtained 30 consecutive victories. It will probably not be easy for him to obtain 40 consecutive victories. According to the 100 Battle arena's usual practice, the first 30 consecutive victories are easy. After that, the difficulty increases exponentially. No matter how strong one is, the 100 Battle arena will not allow them to keep winning. Only at 40 consecutive victories will it be truly exciting. After having his meal, Chen Zong made a trip to the 1000 Treasure Tower. However, he did not discover anything and returned to his residence to continue cultivating. Senior brother Xiaoho, the person who snatched the Earthine sword back then, is Chen Zong. He has obtained 20 consecutive victories in the 100 Battles arena. The silver-robed youth said to Xiaohojin. 100 Battles arena. Xiaohojin sneered when he heard that. Go to the 100 Battles arena as well. You know what to do. Don't worry, senior brother. The silver-robed youth grinned as his eyes were filled with coldness. The next day was the 100 Battles arena for the pseudo-transcendents. Chen Zong did not go to watch the battles. Instead, he stayed in his residence to cultivate the second change of heart. He wanted to master the second change of heart as soon as possible so that he could fuse 100% of his physique and 100% of his reigning true force. It would be even more powerful and his combat strength would increase several-fold. However, his cultivation progress was very slow. Chen Zong did not know when he would be able to master the second change of heart and begin cultivating the third change. Time flew, and it was time for the 100 Battles arena of the true martial realm. Chen Zong would not miss this opportunity. Chen Zong is here again. I wonder if Limitless Blade Emosen will come. I don't think so. I just saw Emosen leave the city last night. I'm afraid he won't be back so soon. What a pity. I wanted to see the battle between the unhindered sword and the limitless saber. Qianzong sat down in the waiting area, and many eyes fell on him. Just then, a silver silhouette swept over like lightning and stopped in the waiting area. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura fluctuation, as though thunder had descended, causing the faces of the other martial artists in the waiting area to change. Their entire body was numb, and they felt as though their qi, blood, and true power were collapsing, and they couldn't even muster up any strength. It was too terrifying. This kind of aura was many times stronger than theirs. They all stared at the silver-robed man in horror, and retreated to the edge of the waiting area. They felt as if they were stuck on a painting. The silver-robed man wantonly emitted his own aura fluctuation, and did not care about other people's feelings. His body directly appeared in front of Qianzong, and his cold eyes seemed to contain lightning, falling on Qianzong's face. Qianzong, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel in front of my senior brother and kowtow to him. Hand over the twin swords. The silver-robed man's face was grim, and his voice was cold and domineering, with hidden killing intent. Get lost. Qianzong's eyes flashed, like a sharp sword being unsheathed. The silver-robed man's face suddenly changed, as if he had seen two peerless divine swords breaking through the air. He felt a chill in his heart, and could not help but take a step back. Immediately, he was extremely angry, and his face was ashen. Good, good, good. I'll let you know the consequences. The silver-robed man sat down in another place, and his body was still emitting an astonishing aura, causing the others in the waiting area to be terrified, fearing that they would be killed by him. This kind of combat strength is very strong. At least a 4-star combat strength. The several pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were very experienced. From the aura fluctuations the silver-robed man was emitting, they could roughly guess his combat strength, but they could only be sure that he was a 4-star. As for what level he was in, they could only find out when they fought. It seems that he's here for Qianzong. The grudges between them have nothing to do with us, but today, there might be a wonderful battle to watch. Those who walked up to the waiting area felt the terrifying aura of the silver-robed man wantonly. Each and every one of them was terrified, and some even directly left the waiting area, not wanting to fight. What a joke, with such a terrifying person here, what was the point of fighting? If they were careless and were killed by the other party, who would be to blame? Even if they were not killed, they might be seriously injured. Even the spectators in the waiting area felt the powerful aura fluctuations, and all of them looked over. Although they did not know what level this person's combat strength had reached, they understood that he was very strong. Looks like there will be a good show today. What a terrifying aura, I wonder who it is. While everyone was guessing, the 100 Battles arena began. The first two to enter the arena were both in the 9th layer of the true martial realm. The battle was very intense, and one side won by a narrow margin. One battle after another, each side had their own victory and defeat. Soon, it was Qianzong's turn. Qianzong, unhindered sword. He's going to enter the arena, I wonder if he can achieve a 30-win streak. He should be able to. The difficulty of achieving a 30-win streak, a 20-win streak, and a 10-win streak was actually not much different. Seeing Qianzong enter the arena, the lightning in the silver-robed man's eyes seemed to burn even more fiercely. Qianzong held a long sword in his hand, and stood tall on the 100 Battles arena. His opponent had also landed, and without saying a word, he immediately made his move. His long spear trembled, and a tyrannical true power covered the spear body. It was like a flood dragon breaking through the air, and indistinctly, there seemed to be an ear-piercing shriek. Qianzong did not move and swung his sword diagonally. The spear light was shattered, and the shriek stopped. His opponent was also sent flying and fell off the arena. Similarly, he could not block Qianzong's sword. Not bad. The silver-robed man muttered to himself. His voice was neither loud nor soft. 1-win streak, 2-win streak, 3-win streak. Qianzong defeated his opponents one by one with his sword, and quickly achieved a 7-win streak. Looking at this momentum, he'll definitely achieve a 30-win streak. After Qinzong defeated another opponent and obtained his 8th consecutive victory, the silver-robed young man in the waiting area stood up as the voice of the member of the 100 Battle Tower sounded. He glanced at the number wooden token in his hand as a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he crushed the wooden token into powder. He took a step forward, and it was as if he was a lightning tower. With a violent crackling sound, he descended on the 100 Battles arena. Unhindered sword, is it? Watch how I break you. The silver-robed man laughed wildly, and the aura around him became more and more intense. Crackling sounds could be heard as strands of silver lightning appeared around the silver-robed man. As they jumped, they emitted a destructive aura. It was very terrifying. So scary. Who is this guy? I recognize him. He's Lin Ziki, a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace. People call him Thunder Finger. What? He's actually a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace? The Martial Saint Palace is an upper-rank sect. Every core disciple is extremely talented and powerful. I can't believe they're here. Oh no, Qinzong is in for it this time. He actually provoked Thunder Finger Lin Ziki. Yu Wenxiu and the other two, who had met Qinzong once before, had a drastic change in their expressions. Although they felt that Qinzong's strength was not bad, his opponent was a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace, Thunder Finger Lin Ziki. But it's worth it to be able to see a core disciple of the Martial Saint Palace in action. No one was optimistic about Qinzong's chances. They all thought that Qinzong's winning streak had come to an end. Moreover, from the looks of it, Lin Ziki didn't just want to defeat Qinzong. Thunder Finger Lin Ziki's aura continued to rise. The silver lightning arcs around his body increased in number, making him look even more terrifying. Soon after, hundreds of silver lightning arcs swam towards Lin Ziki's right arm, circling around his right arm and rapidly spreading to his palm. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will cripple your limbs one by one. Lin Ziki grinned maliciously. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Amidst crackling sounds, many silver lightning arcs jumped and gathered on his index finger. Then, as his index finger trembled slightly, a silver thunderbolt shot out from his fingertip. Fast, it was incomparably fast. Everyone could only see a dazzling silver light flash before their eyes. Those who weren't strong enough felt as if their eyes had been ruthlessly stabbed. They had no choice but to close their eyes as bitter tears flowed out. Almost at the same time Lin Ziki's finger trembled, the silver thunderbolt shot in front of Qinzong, aiming straight at Qinzong's left arm. Just as Lin Ziki had said, if he wanted to cripple Qinzong's limbs one by one, he would start with his left arm. Without a doubt, Lin Ziki's battle strength was at the 4-star level. In an upper-rank sect, a 4-star battle strength was completely qualified to become a core disciple. Although Qinzong had seen many 4-star and 5-star battle strength martial artists in the imperial city of the Longta dynasty, those were all first-rate geniuses. Only in a place like the imperial city could one see so many of them. There weren't many of them in other prefectures. For example, in a middle-rank sect like the Wanluo sect, there were only 2 or 3 5-star battle strength martial artists in the sect, and no more than 10 4-star battle strength martial artists. However, there were thousands of disciples in the entire Wanluo sect, so the ratio was very low. The overall level of martial Dao in the Ascending Heaven region was higher than in the Longta region, but even so, 4-star battle strength martial artists were still rare. The silver thunderbolt was very fast, and Qinzong didn't seem to be able to react in time. He didn't react at all, and even his expression didn't change. However, the moment the silver thunderbolt was about to hit Qinzong's figure seemed to sway slightly. The silver thunderbolt missed his left arm and shot backwards, hitting the protective barrier of the 100 Battles arena. With a pop, it shattered and dissipated into nothingness. It missed? What happened? In the spectator stands, everyone was surprised. Their strength was too low, so they didn't see Qinzong's figure sway at all. Only the pseudo-transcendents saw it, and it was precisely because they saw it that their faces became solemn. They suddenly realized that this unhindered sword Qinzong's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. The atmosphere in the 100 Battles arena was bleak. Lin Ziki squinted his eyes and stared at Qinzong. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was at least 30% of his strength. He thought he would be able to cripple his opponent's left arm, then his right arm, and finally his legs. He didn't expect his attack to be dodged. Not bad. Looks like you're not weak either. You probably have some background. Lin Ziki sneered. However, even if you're a disciple of the Myriad Sky sect, offending my senior brother Xiahou won't change the fact that you'll be crippled by me. Back in the Thousand Treasures building, Chenzong was able to take out 30 low-grade spiritual sources to buy the two swords. This made people think that Chenzong probably had an extraordinary background. However, in the Ascending Heaven region, the Martial Saint Palace and the Myriad Sky sect were the two high-grade sects. Xiaohozhen was one of the top core disciples of the Martial Saint Palace and was ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. His brother was ranked on the Heaven Ascension list. As for his grandfather, he was one of the strongest experts in the extreme mortal realm. Not to mention, there were even stronger experts above him. With such a background and foundation, what was there to be afraid of? Fine, I'll use 40% of my strength to deal with you. Lin Ziki spoke again. As his voice faded, he pointed out again. The same silver thunderbolt tore through the air, but it was faster and more dazzling. This time, it was aimed at Chenzong's left arm. However, it missed again. Once again, it shattered on the 100 Battles Arena's protective barrier. Lin Ziki's face darkened. He couldn't hit his opponent even after using 40% of his strength. His opponent was stronger than he imagined. However, that was all. In an instant, the silver electric arcs around Lin Ziki became denser and more violent. He was already impatient and used his full strength. A terrifying aura spread out. He pointed out again and the silver thunderbolt tore through the air. This time, it was much faster and more powerful than the previous one. Peak 4-star battle strength. Very strong indeed. The finger attack with his full strength reached the peak 4-star battle strength. This surprised Chenzong, but it was only a slight surprise. Chenzong couldn't help but smile. 4-star peak fighting strength, this might be a worthy opponent, a whetstone for him to sharpen his sword. It would allow him to further familiarize himself with the fusion of the second transformation of the change of will. It would also be beneficial for the fusion of the power of physique and the great true force. Taking a step forward, Chenzong not only dodged Lin Ziki's finger, but also quickly closed in on his opponent and swung his sword. Today, Chenzong had only used 30% of his physical strength and 30% of his Zhonghu true power, which was equivalent to 60% of his own strength. With such strength, he was already stronger than a 4-star warrior. Lin Ziki's pupils suddenly contracted. He had unleashed a finger attack with all his strength, but it had actually been dodged. For no reason, Lin Ziki had a bad feeling in his heart. He hated this feeling because things seemed to be beyond his expectations. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were also shocked. Lin Ziki had already revealed his peak 4-star battle strength. That finger attack was extremely powerful, but Chenzong was still able to dodge it. Didn't that mean that Chenzong's battle strength was not inferior to Lin Ziki's peak 4-star? Immediately, the several pseudo-transcendents smiled wryly. With such combat strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to obtain a 60 to 70 win streak in the 100 Battles Arena. It was even possible for them to obtain an 80 win streak and obtain amazing rewards. Lin Ziki stretched out his 10 fingers and shot out streaks of silver lightning. Each of them had the power of a peak 4-star. 10 streaks of lightning shot towards Chenzong from different directions. If it were any other peak 4-star warrior, they would not be able to withstand it. However, Chenzong swung his sword and a terrifying sword chi revolved around his sword. He directly shattered the streaks of silver lightning and quickly closed in on Lin Ziki, stabbing with his sword. This sword seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. It arrived in an instant and contained a terrifying power, causing Lin Ziki's expression to change drastically. He felt like he was about to be pierced through. Lin Ziki was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge this sword. He hurriedly waved his hands and condensed a shield in front of him with countless silver lightning arcs jumping around. The sword struck and the shield shattered, forcing Lin Ziki to retreat again and again. Too weak. Chenzong's voice rang out and reached Lin Ziki's ears, causing Lin Ziki's expression to change again and anger to erupt. However, Chenzong's second sword arrived. Still unable to dodge, it slashed into Lin Ziqi's body, breaking the shield he had just condensed and sending him flying again. So weak. One sword strike after another, but each sword strike left a certain amount of time for Lin Ziqi to use his true qi to condense a shield to defend himself. Every sword strike would break the shield and land on Lin Ziqi's body, but it would not injure him. Is this all you've got? Is this what you're relying on to cripple my limbs? One sword strike followed by one sentence. Every word was like a sword that ruthlessly pierced into Lin Ziqi's heart. This feeling was even more unbearable than his body being torn apart. Lin Ziqi's face contorted as his killing intent soared to the sky. His eyes were red with anger. This was a humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. You dare to humiliate me? I want you dead. I want you dead. Lin Ziqi went crazy. Countless terrifying silver lightning arcs spread out from his body. That was the manifestation of his true qi. Thunder King transformation. Kill you. Amidst the furious roar, countless silver lightning arcs drowned Lin Ziqi's body like an ocean. His aura was incomparably terrifying as it rose steadily. Thunder King transformation, this is one of the secret arts of the Martial Saint Palace. This kid's battle strength is going to surpass the 4-star level. Chenzong didn't make a move. Instead, he stood to the side and allowed his opponent to perform the secret art. With Chenzong's strength, if he wanted to, he could directly break his opponent's secret art with one sword strike and kill him. However, the rules of the 100 Battles arena stated that he couldn't kill his opponent. Moreover, Chenzong also planned to use his opponent to sharpen his own strength and better train the second transformation of his mind transformation. Countless silver lightning arcs gradually became orderly and condensed around Lin Ziqi's body. It was as if Lin Ziqi was wearing a silver lightning arc battle armor. Lin Ziqi's black hair also turned silver, fluttering without any wind. Crackle, outside the lightning arc battle armor, there were still many silver lightning arcs jumping around. Each of them carried a terrifying power. Powerful, this power is really powerful. Lin Ziqi, who seemed to be wearing a lightning arc battle armor, raised his hands and spread his fingers. Silver lightning arcs gathered in his palms. His voice also seemed to be accentuated. Immediately, his eyes, which seemed to contain lightning arcs, looked towards Chenzong and a faint sound resounded in the air. His hands flashed and countless lightning arcs jumped in the air, shooting towards Chenzong at an astonishing speed. Rushing Thunder Finger. Following that, Lin Ziqi let out a low roar, and the countless silver arcs around his body became even more violent. The power was astonishing, as if it wanted to destroy everything around it. It quickly gathered on Lin Ziqi's right hand, condensing between his index and middle fingers. Break! His 2 fingers trembled and terrifying lightning roared like a demonic dragon. It tore through the void and ruthlessly shot towards Chenzong with terrifying power. First he used the Thunder King transformation, then he used the rushing Thunder Finger. The power of this attack is already close to the mid-5-star level. A pseudo-transcendent realm expert of the 100 Battles Tower said. The Thunder King transformation was one of the top secret arts under the transcendent realm of Saint Martial Palace, and the rushing Thunder Finger was also a top martial art. When the two were combined, their power was even more terrifying. Chenzong stood in place and swung his sword towards the demonic dragon-like lightning released by the rushing Thunder Finger. The lightning was shattered, but countless arcs of electricity flowed along the sword and struck Chenzong. The terrifying impact caused Chenzong's body to sway. This level is still not enough, Chenzong said, a trace of contempt in his eyes. Is this the strongest strength you can show me? Lin Ziqi had thought that by using his Thunder King transformation and rushing Thunder Finger, he would be able to shatter Chenzong. Unexpectedly, Chenzong had blocked his attack with a single sword strike and even looked down on him. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ziqi became even more furious. Flicking his 10 fingers, he ignored the burden on his body and continuously pushed the rushing Thunder Finger. Terrifying silver arcs of lightning shot towards Chenzong like demonic dragons, as if they wanted to destroy everything in their path. Chenzong still stood in place, not moving at all. He simply waved the sword in his hand to resist the bombardment of the rushing Thunder Finger. Every time the sword collided, the rushing Thunder Finger would shatter, but at the same time, the sword would also be repelled. The terrifying impact impacted Qianzong's body, and the arcs of electricity would quickly spread throughout Qianzong's body, attempting to destroy Qianzong's muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs. Qianzong used a combination of 30% of his physique and 30% of his true qi to not only shatter the power of the rushing thunder finger, but also to resist the impact of the lightning arcs, tempering his control over his own strength. Continuously bombarding out more than 30 rushing thunder fingers, Lin Ziqi also felt that it was very strenuous. Too weak. After Qianzong completely shattered more than 30 rushing thunder fingers, countless silver arcs of electricity flashed around his body, but they were unable to cause any damage to Qianzong. Staring at Lin Ziqi, Qianzong said again. His tone was very calm, but it made Lin Ziqi feel contempt from the depths of his heart. Although he followed Xiahozhen everywhere, Lin Ziqi was a very proud person. Because of his talent and identity, he could not tolerate Qianzong looking down on him. You have completely infuriated me. I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. The furious Lin Ziqi ignored everything and quickly took out a pill from his mustard seed bag. The pill had silver patterns on it that resembled lightning arcs, emitting a faint lightning aura. Not good. The faces of the several pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators from 100 Battles Tower suddenly changed, but it was already too late to stop him. Lin Ziqi threw the pill directly into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Qianzong actually had the time to stop him, but he chose not to because the tempering effect of Lin Ziqi's previous strength was limited. After swallowing the pill, a terrifying power immediately spread out. Dazzling silver arcs of electricity burst out from Lin Ziqi's body. Let me show you the power of my Thunder King transformation's second transformation. Insignificant ant. Lin Ziqi's voice boomed like thunder, high and mighty. At that moment, the tyrannical power made him feel like he was a god, one that could control Qianzong's life and death. Don't disappoint me. Qianzong smiled slightly as he stared at the increasingly powerful Lin Ziqi. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk every time the sound rang out, many people in the spectator stands trembled in fear, as if their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The silver arcs of lightning on Lin Ziqi's body became denser and denser, and the aura he exuded became even more tyrannical and terrifying. Countless silver arcs of lightning jumped and gradually connected together, densely covering the lightning arc battle armor. Thunder King second transformation. Lin Ziqi roared, his voice like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately, a terrifying aura soared into the sky along with countless silver arcs of lightning, reaching a height of 5 meters and condensing into a silvery figure of lightning. The figure was 5 meters tall and extremely muscular. Its face couldn't be seen clearly, only a pair of overbearing eyes that flickered with silver lightning could be seen, as if a king of lightning had descended to the mortal world. The several pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower stood up one after another, each of them staring at Qianzong with solemn expressions. As long as Lin Ziqi showed signs of being unable to resist, they would immediately intervene and save Qianzong. Of course, they wouldn't make things too difficult for Lin Ziqi. After all, he was a core disciple of Marshal St. Palace. Marshal St. Palace wasn't something the 100 Battles Tower could compare to. When the Thunder King figure appeared, Lin Ziqi's aura also increased to the extreme. Mid 5-star. This secret technique allowed Lin Ziqi's combat power to increase from the peak of 4-star to the mid-stage of 5-star. One had to admit that this secret technique was indeed terrifying. No wonder they were an upper-rank sect with a long history. Their foundation was something that other forces couldn't compare with. Of course, Qianzong also knew that Lin Ziqi had only displayed the Thunder King second transformation after taking a pill. In other words, he didn't rely on his own strength. Or perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to display the Thunder King second transformation and could only rely on the power of a pill. No matter what, it couldn't hide the fact that the Thunder King second transformation was a powerful secret technique. Die. After displaying the Thunder King second transformation, Lin Ziqi felt that his entire body was filled with destructive power, as if he could shatter the earth and shatter the sky with just a wave of his hand. This was naturally an illusion caused by power beyond one's control, but it was a fact that he had become stronger. With a finger, a silver lightning as thick as a thigh broke through the air, as if a demonic dragon was roaring. It was still the rolling thunder finger, but it was much stronger than before. Between mid-stage and late-stage 5-star, Chenzong said to himself. Chenzong's full power was at the peak of the 5-star level, which was very close to the early stage of the 6-star level. With his excellent swordsmanship and martial arts realm, Chenzong was able to remain undefeated against the early stage of the 6-star level who was not as good as Chenzong. On the other hand, 60% of his strength would allow him to possess the strength of a 5-star intermediate stage cultivator. Lin Ziqi's current attack power was just right for Chenzong to hone his skills. Instead of dodging, Chenzong directly faced his opponent's more powerful finger attack. Under the slash of the sword force, Chenzong's body swayed and he retreated 3 steps in a row. However, he also defeated the rolling thunder finger. The remaining lightning spread all over Chenzong's body, as if it wanted to destroy Chenzong. However, it was blocked by Chenzong's strength and then destroyed. He's been repelled. Looks like that's Chenzong's full power. Several pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower thought. However, they were also shocked. This kind of combat power was at least at the mid-stage of the 5-star level. Unhindered sword Chenzong's combat power was so tyrannical that it was almost possible for him to be listed on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Seeing Chenzong retreat 3 steps, Lin Ziqi also seemed to see the hope of defeating Chenzong. He once again used the rolling thunder finger, one finger after another. Each finger was used with his full strength, without holding back. The power of each finger was close to the late stage of the 5-star level. It was very terrifying. The silver lightning was like a demonic dragon that pierced through the air, carrying with it a destructive fluctuation that wanted to tear Chenzong into pieces and turn him into dust. Chenzong kept swinging his sword, each strike containing an astonishing amount of sword chi, destroying the lightning bolts one after another. However, he was also constantly pushed back. The terrifying lightning bolts spread all over his body, wreaking havoc. Even with Chenzong's tyrannical physique, he felt numb, as if he was about to be torn apart. After using more than a dozen finger strikes, Lin Ziqi thought that he could kill Chenzong, but he didn't expect that he would only be able to push Chenzong back again and again. The consumption of using the rolling thunder finger like this was undoubtedly astonishing. The Thunder King's phantom on Lin Ziqi's body began to fade and gradually become unstable. Rolling thunder finger. Double stack. Using the last of his strength, Lin Ziqi pushed out both hands and used the rolling thunder finger at the same time, causing the 2 rolling thunder fingers to merge into one. Its power doubled and became even more terrifying. He wanted to kill Chenzong in one fell swoop. The power of this attack directly surpassed the late stage of the 5-star level, reaching the peak of the 5-star level. Chenzong's face turned solemn. He completely stimulated the power of the fusion of 30% of his physique and 30% of his unhindered true force, turning it into a tyrannical sword chi as he used the 40th style of the unhindered sword art to meet force with force. The momentum was vast, and the terrifying power swept out in all directions, causing the 100 Battles arena to crumble inch by inch. Countless pieces of rubble soared into the sky, and then shattered under the impact of wave after wave, turning into dust that filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. On the dust-covered 100 Battles arena, one could vaguely see silver arcs of lightning jumping, giving off an ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. Who won? What happened? In the spectator stands, everyone stretched their necks and stared with wide eyes, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to see through the smoke and dust covering the 100 Battles arena. Even the several pseudo-transcendents inside the 100 Battles tower could only vaguely see 2 figures standing in the middle of the smoke and dust, but they couldn't tell who was winning or losing. As the dust gradually dissipated, the 2 figures became clear. Chenzong stood tall on the 100 Battles arena, his face slightly pale. The sword robe on his body was somewhat tattered, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, and many parts were charred black, as if it had been burned by lightning. Only the hilt of the long sword in his right hand remained. As for the body of the sword, it had long been shattered into countless pieces and scattered around. The original 100 Battles arena was also shattered beyond recognition, like a pile of rubble. Looking at Lin Ziqi, although he was still standing, his aura was weak and his face was pale. His body was bent and his arms hung limply, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. It was clear that Lin Ziqi was at a disadvantage. That blow just now was so strong that even a late-stage 5-star cultivator would find it difficult to withstand it. This Qianzong. The pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower were horrified. They originally thought that they had seen through Qianzong's strength, but now they found that it was once again beyond their expectations. Who is Qianzong, the unhindered sword? Actually. Lin Ziqi's body was weak and powerless, as if several sharp blades were cutting into his body. This was the after-effect of forcibly using the Thunder King's second transformation. Even with the help of the pill, he still had to bear a part of it. If it weren't for the pill, this side effect would have killed him directly. He had paid such a price, but the other party was still alive and didn't even seem to be injured. Lin Ziqi couldn't accept this result. You're still too weak. Qianzong smiled slightly, his 5 fingers loosening, and the sword hilt fell to the ground. Don't be complacent. Lin Ziqi said fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Qianzong. If I can't do anything to you, senior brother Shahe will take action, and that will be the time of your death. Haha. Qianzong only smiled slightly, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the air with a finger. A sound that made one's scalp go numb rang out, and then a sword energy shot through the air, as fast as lightning. Lin Ziqi didn't even have time to react. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his left arm, as if a sharp sword had pierced through it. What are you doing? Lin Ziqi's body trembled even more violently, and he asked in disbelief and anger. I'm crippling your limbs. Qianzong replied unhurriedly. He pointed out a second time and another sword energy shot out. Lin Ziqi's right arm was pierced through, and he was unable to dodge or defend against it. The terrifying sword energy penetrated the wound and invaded his entire arm, wreaking havoc, crushing the bones and muscles in his left and right arms, completely crippling them. Damn you! Lin Ziqi howled in pain, his face distorted, but he couldn't stop Qianzong. Qianzong pointed out with 2 fingers and 2 streams of sword energy simultaneously pierced through Lin Ziqi's legs. The terrifying power crushed the muscles and tendons in Lin Ziqi's legs. Lin Ziqi's entire body fell onto the broken stage. He kept struggling and twitching, and the blood-curdling screams he let out caused people's scalps to go numb. Qianzong's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if what he had just done was insignificant. The power of the 4 sword energies was terrifying. Not only had they pierced through Lin Ziqi's limbs, but they had also crushed the bones and muscles in his limbs. Unless he had extremely high-quality spirit medicines, it would be difficult to recover, and even if he did recover, there might be repercussions. In short, if Lin Ziqi hadn't encountered some kind of great opportunity, his life would have been ruined. Several pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower appeared on the broken ring, and looking at the crippled Lin Ziqi, they couldn't help feeling their scalps go numb. Qianzong, you might have gotten yourself into big trouble, one of the pseudo-transcendents said. So, I can't continue to challenge? Qianzong asked rhetorically. Of course you can. Inside the 100 battlefield, you naturally have to abide by our rules, but once you leave the 100 battlefield, we won't care about you. It doesn't matter, I just need to continue my winning streak, Qianzong said, his tone full of confidence. The pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower didn't think that Qianzong was boasting. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to continue winning, even 80 or 90 consecutive victories wouldn't be difficult. If they didn't allow Qianzong to continue participating in the 100 Battlefield's challenges, wouldn't it mean that the 100 Battlefield was afraid of Marshal St. Palace? Marshal St. Palace was indeed very powerful, but such a great force was intricate and complicated. They wouldn't mobilize so many forces for a single core disciple, not to mention the 100 Battlefield's backer wasn't an ordinary master. No one paid any attention to Lin Ziqi, but in the end, the pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battlefield still arranged for people to take Lin Ziqi away. After a simple treatment, he was sent out of the 100 Battlefield. What happened after that had nothing to do with the 100 Battlefield. After witnessing Qianzong's tyrannical strength, the challengers behind him directly admitted defeat. There was nothing they could do about it. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying Qianzong, so they naturally didn't dare to come up for fear of having their limbs crippled. My hand. My leg. Lin Ziqi's limbs were bound as he fell to the bed and wailed. Pain emanated from his limbs, a pain worse than death. Xiaozhen stood by the side with a cold expression. Senior brother. Senior brother Xiao. You have to avenge me. Lin Ziqi wailed. Enough. Xiaozhen bellowed softly as a look of impatience appeared in his eyes. Lin Ziqi's attitude left him disgusted. He did not feel any pity for him, nor did he understand that Lin Ziqi had ended up in such a state because of his orders to deal with Chen Zong. At that moment, Lin Ziqi, who was lying on the bed with limp limbs and wailing in pain, was as ugly as a reptile in Xiaozhen's eyes. The more he looked at him, the more vexed and disgusted he felt. I will avenge you. Rest in peace, said Xiaozhen as his tone revealed a hint of cruelty. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Ziqi first thanked him before he thought of something. He felt that Xiaozhen's words had another meaning. He saw Xiaozhen raise his finger and could not help but be appalled. Senior brother. What are you doing? Xiaozhen's eyes suffused a hint of coldness and killing intent. His finger trembled slightly as a golden beam tore through the air. It was fast, extremely fast. Even at his peak, Lin Ziqi would not have been able to dodge it, much less in his crippled state. Lin Ziqi never expected that his senior brother would attempt to kill him. There was a soft spluttering sound as Lin Ziqi's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. He never expected that he would be killed by senior brother Xiao, whom he had served wholeheartedly. Did he regret it? He did not know because his vision was already plunged into darkness. He did not know anything. Xiaozhen's expression did not change at all despite personally killing his junior brother who had served him. Chen Zong, next, is you. There was a flurry of discussion throughout Hundred Battles City. All of them were about what had happened in Hundred Battles battlefield today. I never expected that sword-reigning dominance Chen Zong's strength would be so terrifying. That's right. I always thought that Chen Zong's strength was not bad, but that was all. I never expected that battle to scare me. What I didn't expect even more was that this seemingly gentle person didn't hesitate at all when he attacked. It's too shocking. What's the background of Chen Zong? I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Even I feel that with that kind of strength, perhaps there's hope for him to be ranked on the minor heaven ascension ranking. He shouldn't be a nameless person. It doesn't matter what his background is. Unless his background is stronger than the Martial Saint Palace, the consequences will be dire. Someone sneered. Lin Ziqi was a core disciple of Martial Saint Palace, yet his limbs had been crippled. The people of Martial Saint Palace would never let this matter rest. Perhaps the Transcendent Realm Masters wouldn't take action because of their status, but Martial Saint Palace had many core disciples, each of whom possessed formidable combat strength. Everyone could not help but sigh. If it was just an ordinary disciple of the sacred Martial Palace who had been crippled, the consequences might not be so severe. However, Lin Ziqi was a core disciple, and his battle strength had reached the peak of 4-star. He was considered above average among the core disciples. That being said, this kind of thing had nothing to do with them at all. At best, it was more of a topic to talk about after a meal. Chen Zong didn't feel anything special about crippling Lin Ziqi's limbs. After achieving 30 consecutive victories in the 100 battlefield, Chen Zong left and returned to his residence to continue cultivating. Forcing Lin Ziqi to constantly stimulate his strength, even to the point of using strength beyond his control, all the way to mid-stage or even late-stage 5-star, Chen Zong's tempering effect was very obvious. He had completely grasped the power condensed from the fusion of 30% of his physique and 30% of his unhindered true force. Now that he was cultivating the second transformation of the mind transformation, he could feel that the progress was obvious. 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force had begun to fuse. If the fusion was successful, the new strength would be even more powerful, equivalent to 80% of Chen Zong's unhindered true force's strength. Time passed slowly, and the cultivation of the second transformation of the mind transformation was also slowly improving. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a fluctuation of power in his body. A brand new strength circulated around his body as 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force successfully fused. Just as he was about to savor it, suddenly, he felt a chill between his eyebrows. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong quickly moved. With a poochie sound, a sharp golden light pierced through the tightly shut door and shot towards Qinzong's forehead, shattering Qinzong's afterimage. They seemed to have noticed that the golden light didn't kill Qinzong. More golden lights pierced through the air like a rain of arrows, riddling the closed door with thousands of holes. They all shot towards Qinzong. Each of the golden lights had the terrifying power of a late-stage 5-star warrior. In the midst of the puffing sounds, the entire bed was turned into ashes. Qinzong moved his body and dodged all the golden lights. Using his finger like a sword, 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force condensed into a tyrannical sword power, which instantly broke through the air. The door that was riddled with holes was completely shattered by the sword power. A golden figure stood outside the door, raising his hand to shatter the sword power. With a flash, the figure forced its way into the room, leaving behind layers of golden afterimages. It was difficult to tell which was the real one. All of them charged at Qinzong. Qinzong's eyes focused as he swiped with his sword finger. The sword power tore through the air and shot back. With his extraordinary eyesight, Qinzong instantly recognized the golden figure. It was Xiahou Zhen, who had failed to snatch the earthine sword from him back at the Thousand Treasure Tower. As expected of a top genius on the Minor Heaven Ascension roll, Xiahou Zhen's strength was not something Lin Ziqi could compare with. Every move he made was at the late-stage 5-star level. However, it was only at the late-stage 5-star level. With 40% of his physique and 40% of his unhindered true force fused together, Qinzong was able to completely withstand it. He slowly familiarized himself with the fusion of the two powers. Xiahou Zhen was extremely surprised. He believed that he would be able to quickly kill his opponent if he were to personally attack. He never expected that his opponent would not only dodge all of his attacks, but also counterattack. Such combat strength was at least at the late-stage 5-star level. As the two fought, the guest room was immediately shattered. Even the entire inn was affected by the shockwaves as it collapsed. The people living in the inn hurriedly rushed out in horror, preventing them from being killed. All of them stared at the two figures in the dust in horror. They felt a lingering fear when they sensed the terrifying auras. The more Xiahou Zhen attacked, the angrier he became. He used powerful finger techniques as countless golden beams of light interweaved in the air. They spun in a straight line as they charged at Qinzong. Their strength constantly increased, approaching the peak of the 5-star level. Even so, he was unable to defeat Qinzong. Instead, through the tempering, Qinzong became more familiar with his control over his strength. Xiahou Zhen was indeed very strong, but it was nothing to Qinzong. If he used his full strength, he could quickly defeat or even kill Xiahou Zhen. However, Qinzong was using Xiahou Zhen's strength to temper himself, aiding in the cultivation of mind change. Stop! How dare you attack in 100 Battle City? A loud bellow sounded like rumbling thunder. A powerful aura surged out as though a mountain was crushing down. This was the powerful aura of a pseudo-transcendent. Immediately following that, a gigantic palm print that was dozens of meters tall condensed in the sky. It descended like a mountain, bringing with it an astounding pressure. Qinzong and Xiahou Zhen's expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. The gigantic palm print descended, seemingly about to collapse the ground, but it suddenly paused and dissipated into nothingness. It demonstrated the other party's astounding control over strength and martial arts. Following that, a figure appeared, separating Qinzong and Xiahou Zhen. His cold gaze swept across them, immediately threatening Qinzong and Xiahou Zhen. This was a very powerful pseudo-transcendent. Qinzong estimated that his combat strength was not an ordinary 7-star. It might even reach the 8-star level. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules and attack in the city? The pseudo-transcendent was from 100 Battle City. His bellow was like a thunderclap, stirring the surrounding air and sending dust into the air. Qinzong, if you wish to continue participating in the 100 Battles arena, you will have to abide by the rules of 100 Battle City. On account of the fact that you were not the one who attacked first, you can continue staying in the city if you compensate for this in. The pseudo-transcendent's sharp eyes were bright as they landed on Qinzong. His tone left no room for argument. Following that, his gaze landed on Xiahou Zhen and turned cold. Xiahou Zhen, 100 Battle City is not Martial Sacred Palace. It is not a place where you can do as you wish. Leave 100 Battle City now, immediately. My 100 Battle City does not welcome you. Xiahozhen's expression changed drastically. By doing so, they were trying to banish Xiahozhen. Although a mere 100 Battle City wasn't weak, it was nothing compared to the sacred martial palace. It didn't matter to Xiahozhen whether he stayed in the city or not. However, the problem was that he would be expelled. How could someone as proud as him tolerate that? You have to consider the consequences. Xiahozhen's eyes were cold as he glared angrily at the pseudo-transcendent. Consequences? The pseudo-transcendent grinned as a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. What consequences? Will Martial Sacred Palace attack my 100 Battle City for a mere core disciple like you? Or do you think Xiahou has the ability to cause trouble in my 100 Battle City? The two rhetorical questions made Xiahozhen's expression turn ugly. He clenched his teeth as his anger burned. It was true that the Martial Saint Palace was very powerful, but his faction was only one of them. Although the 100 Battle City was inferior to the Martial Saint Palace, the strength of his faction alone wasn't enough to shake the 100 Battle City. As for Martial Sacred Palace, it was even more impossible for them to take action and suppress 100 Battle City for him. That would only make them a laughingstock. If a war were to erupt, Martial Sacred Palace would definitely suffer losses. It was also possible that the 10,000 Heaven sect would find an opportunity. The infighting between large factions was far more complicated than one could imagine. Xiahozhen, scram from 100 Battle City. 100 Battle City does not welcome you. The pseudo-transcendent said again. The surrounding crowd was appalled. You. Good. Good. Xiahozhen's chest heaved violently as though a volcano was erupting in his body. He was about to explode from anger. Such a blatant banishment was a complete humiliation to him. Both of you, remember this. Today's humiliation will be returned 100 times over in the future. Xiahozhen's voice was like a cold wind from the extreme north that blew through the cracks. It made the surrounding crowd shiver unknowingly as their bodies trembled. Chenzong, remember, do not do it again. Otherwise, 100 Battle City will not welcome you. With that said, the 8-star pseudo-transcendent left. From this point, it could be seen that 100 Battle City was very strict with its rules. It was also clear that 100 Battle City was very fair. They did not favor Xiahozhen just because he was a core disciple of Martial Sacred Palace. Neither of them were in the wrong for fighting and destroying the inn, but the main responsibility lay with the person who attacked first. After all, the world of warriors was like that. If someone attacked first, it was impossible to expect the other to be killed obediently. Counterattacks were inevitable. The inn was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing to Chenzong. After paying for what he owed, Chenzong found another inn to stay in. He continued cultivating the change of heart. After the brief exchange with Xiahozhen, Chenzong became more familiar with his new strength. However, he was still a distance away from fully grasping it. Unfortunately, it would have been better if the pseudo-transcendent had come a little later. He could have used Xiahozhen's strength to temper himself and fully grasp the newly fused strength. Then, he would have been able to better cultivate the second change of heart. What a pity. However, Chenzong did not dwell on it. There would always be tempering. According to Xiahozhen's temperament, he would definitely seek revenge. When that happened, it would be a form of tempering. While Chenzong cultivated, the entire city was discussing the matter. Xiahozhen's expulsion was no trivial matter. It could be said that he had embarrassed Martial Sacred Palace to a certain extent, but such a matter would not implicate the upper echelons. Ignoring how furious Xiahozhen was after being expelled from 100 Battle City, time flew. The second day passed and it was time for the true martial realm's 100 Battles arena. When Chenzong stepped into the 100 Battles arena, he was surprised to discover that the spectator stands were almost filled with people. It's Chenzong. Sword of Dominance Chenzong is here. I didn't come the day before yesterday. I missed it. Numerous gazes landed on Chenzong as they exclaimed in surprise. The reason why so many people were here was because of Chenzong. The several pseudo-transcendent realm old men on 100 Battles Tower all smiled happily. Such a grand occasion would only appear after 70 to 80 consecutive victories. Although Chenzong has brought us a little trouble, it's nothing compared to the benefits. The 100-year-old battlefield could hold 40 to 50,000 people. Normally, it would hold around 10,000 people. In other words, today's spirit shell income was several times higher than usual. Moreover, it was certain that as long as Qianzong continued to participate in the 100 battles arena, the spectators would definitely be more than usual, and the benefits would naturally be greater as well. Spirit shells were a form of currency that could be used to purchase substandard spirit sources, which in turn could be exchanged for low-rank spirit sources. These were all very useful to transcendence, so naturally the more one had, the better. Under everyone's gaze, Qianzong stepped onto the waiting area and sat down. Those who were going to fight walked up to the waiting area one by one. When they saw Qianzong, their hearts trembled involuntarily, especially those who had seen Qianzong fight that day. Many people did some calculations and realized that they might have to fight against Qianzong. They could not help but smile bitterly. At that moment, Emosen arrived. As soon as he stepped onto the waiting area, Emosen's eyes fell on Qianzong. His eyes were extremely bright, as if there was a blade hidden within them that could cut through everything, as if he wanted to tear Qianzong's body apart. Emosen returned not long after leaving 100 Battle City. As soon as he returned, he heard all kinds of discussions. Only then did he realize that he had missed an exciting scene. Only then did he realize that Qianzong's combat strength was actually so powerful. Such strength made Emosen feel excited. Sensing Emosen's sharp gaze, Qianzong looked back and smiled slightly. Emosen's combat strength was also very strong, but it was unknown what level he had reached. However, from the looks of it, he should already know about the battle between Qianzong, Lin Ziqi, and Xia Hozhen. Since he was still acting like this, it meant that his true combat strength had reached the 5-star level. Perhaps, he would be a good opponent to hone his new strength, allowing Qianzong to better cultivate the change of will. Soon, Qianzong went on stage and defeated one opponent after another. Should we still send someone to stop him? A pseudo-transcendent from the 100 Battles Tower's upper echelons asked. There's no need. That's right. With his combat strength, to stop his winning streak, one would need at least a late-stage 5-star combat strength. Our 100 Battle City also has late-stage 5-star combat strength, but, forget it for now. Let him continue his winning streak. As a result, Qianzong obtained a 40-match winning streak. Next was Senator Emosen also successfully obtained a 40-match winning streak. He was not attacked by the 100 Battles Tower because the people from the 100 Battles Tower could tell that Emosen was not weak. It's not like the two of them are facing each other. What a pity. I really wanted to see the two of them fight. You and I will eventually fight. Emosen left a sentence as he walked past Qianzong. Qianzong smiled faintly. Time flew by, day after day passed. Besides heading to the 100 battlefield to participate in the 100 battles arena, Qianzong would occasionally make a trip to the 1000 Treasure Pavilion to see if he could find other Grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. But unfortunately, he didn't have any. In addition, Qianzong would cultivate the change of will and sword arts. He would also comprehend minor true meanings. However, the comprehension of minor true meanings was very slow. Without a chance encounter, it was too difficult to comprehend a new minor true meaning. He was only more familiar with the 3 minor true meanings that he had grasped so far. 50-match winning streak, 60-match winning streak, every time the 100 battles arena. For the true martial realm level started, the spectator stands in the 100 battles arena were almost full of people. They were basically here for Qianzong and Mo Senator in just a few days. The benefits brought to the 100 battles tower were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong obtained a 70-match winning streak in the 100 battles arena. Emosen also obtained a 70-match winning streak. Emosen, who obtained a 70-match winning streak, had already displayed more of his strength. He had reached the peak of the 4-star level, but that was still not Emosen's full strength. A new day had arrived. When Qianzong stepped into the 100 battles arena, waves of cheers sounded. They were all here for Qianzong and Mo Senior 70-match winning streak. Will Qianzong obtain an 80-match winning streak today? Yes. After the 50th match winning streak, the 100 battles arena had already intentionally arranged for stronger martial artists to snipe them. However, due to the lack of battle strength, they were all defeated. Not long after Chen Zong stepped into the 100-year battlefield, Missouri-san followed suit. The two of them entered the waiting area one after the other. The two of them came together. Haha, perhaps there will be a battle between the two of them today. Soon, Chen Zong entered the arena. The first opponent's battle strength was not bad. He was a 2-star martial artist. However, compared to Chen Zong, he was too weak and defeated in one strike. The second opponent's battle strength was also a 2-star martial artist. He was also defeated in one strike by Chen Zong. The third opponent, the fourth opponent, all of them were defeated. On the waiting area, Emosen grabbed his black long blade. His body was like a cold blade light piercing through the air. He landed on the 100 battles arena, 100 meters away from Chen Zong. It's Emosen's turn. Are the two finally going to fight? Immediately, everyone became excited. They were extremely excited. From the beginning, many people had been discussing the strength between Chen Zong and Limitless Blade Mo Senator previously. Most people thought that Emosen was stronger. However, after Chen Zong revealed his shocking battle strength, it was one-sided. Almost everyone thought that Chen Zong was stronger. Subsequently, Emosen slowly revealed his powerful strength. It was like a bottomless pit. The two of them were once again caught in all kinds of guesses about who was stronger. Now, the two of them were finally going to fight. From now on, the outcome would be clear. You are a good opponent. Emosen took the initiative to speak. His voice was as cold as a blade. I hope you are also a good opponent. Chen Zong smiled slightly. Until now, no one knew how strong Emosen's battle strength was. However, he was sure that he was a 5-star martial artist. Moreover, according to his confident attitude, he must have reached the late stage of 5-star or even stronger. However, it was estimated that he would not exceed the 5-star level. Until now, Chen Zong had gone through many battles. He had also successfully grasped the power of the fusion of 40% of his physical strength and 40% of the great true force. He had started to step into the fusion of 50% of his power. In every battle, although Chen Zong basically defeated his opponent with one strike, it was not like he did not gain anything. He tried his best to use the least amount of power to achieve the greatest effect. The black long blade pointed directly at Chen Zong. The blade trembled slightly and emitted a sound that spread out. It was like the low moan of the dark forest. When people heard it, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. A dense blade chi gradually spread out from the black long blade. It was like endless smoke, emitting an even stronger chill. There was no wind, but Emosen's long black hair fluttered in the wind. His black robes rustled as well. A cold and sharp aura erupted from Emosen's body, wreaking havoc like a storm, leaving tiny scratches on the stone floor of the arena beneath his feet. No one had ever seen such an attitude before. It was enough to show how much importance Emosen attached to Chen Zong. Emosen's aura rose steadily and became stronger. The aura from his body became fiercer and more tyrannical. It was like an invisible blade chi that cut everything around it. The scratches on the stone floor became clearer and clearer. The surrounding air was also cut apart. Roars came from Emosen's body. It was like thunder, like the roar of a beast, and also like the roar of a surging sea. Is he unlocking the seal? In the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents' eyes flashed as they whispered. As far as they knew, in addition to inheriting the ghastly underworld Luo saber, the successor of that family would also inherit a self-sealing technique. He would seal a part of his own strength and use it to train himself. Only when he encountered a strong enemy would he release the seal so that his strength would be on the same level as the enemy. He would then use his saber skills to defeat the enemy. The current Emosen seemed to be doing such a thing. Chen Zong did not move. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Mo Senator. He felt Emosen's aura continue to rise and become more tyrannical. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Compared to Lin Ziki, Emosen's aura was even stronger. It had already reached the level of 5-star, but it did not stop. It continued to rise until it reached the level of Lin Ziki's Thunder King transformation. Then, it reached the level of Lin Ziki's second transformation. Middle 5-star, late 5-star, when Emosen's aura rose to the late 5-star, it stabilized. His fluttering long hair and robe also returned to silence. Only the long blade trembled slightly and the sound of struggle grew stronger. Buzz buzz buzz, the jet-black saber radiance swallowed and spat out, and a gloomy coldness filled the air. My blade technique is called the ghastly underworld net. As his aura grew stronger, Emosen's voice became even colder and sharper, like the edge of a blade. Every word he spoke could cut open the sky. Zongheng. Chenzong held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. His eyes shone brightly as he opened and closed them. Two completely different yet equally formidable auras coiled around the two of them, and they were sharp and overbearing as they collided with each other, causing a string of shocking sounds to resound out and cause waves of violent winds to blow towards the surroundings, causing the expressions of everyone in the spectating area to become solemn. They had yet to make a move, but the collision of their auras had already made everyone excited. They felt as if their blood was about to boil. Emosen attacked. The black long saber trembled, and a cold black saber light broke through the air. One after another, it was densely packed like a torrential rainstorm. Countless cold saber lights seemed to have formed a long river, and were surging towards Yishuan. The long sword shook, and the body of the sword trembled slightly. Then, the jet-black cold saber lights shattered, and turned into countless black light spots that splashed in all directions. The onlookers only saw streaks of half-meter-long saber light rushing out like a long river. Then, they were intercepted and shattered by Chenzong. Countless pieces of broken black light splashed out, drowning Chenzong's figure. After a dozen breaths of time, all the black blade lights were shattered, and Chenzong was not hurt at all. How terrifying. He actually managed to block that attack completely. In the spectator stands, everyone was endlessly shocked. The intensity and power of those attacks caused their hearts to tremble. However, that was only Emosen's probing attack. It was only the prelude to a fierce battle. With a wave of the black saber, the cold and dark saber light drew a mysterious half-arc in the air. Like a waning moon, it came from one side and attacked Chenzong. The saber light was hazy, and a halo appeared on its own, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, Chenzong did not even look at it. He waved his sword to block it, and with his skillful movement, he swept the saber light and reflected it back at Emosenator. Then, he took a step forward and stabbed with his long sword, leaving a straight sword mark in the air. Emosen's figure flashed, and he avoided the counterattack of the cold saber light. Then, his saber slanted upwards to avoid the long sword stab, and chopped towards Chenzong. The two approached each other, and the long saber and long sword started fighting fiercely. Sparks flew out like a group of stars shining brightly. It was abnormally gorgeous, causing people to be intoxicated by it. However, they all knew that under that kind of brilliance was an astonishing danger. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to the danger of death. Sabers and swords were equally sharp. They were both lethal weapons. In this kind of close combat, the fierceness of sabers and swords were vividly displayed. This was especially so when the two of them had high attainments in saber and sword techniques. Every saber and sword strike was like a fatal blow. It was abnormally terrifying. Chenzong could feel that Emosen's saber technique was very profound. He was at least in the Lingwu realm of one with the saber. However, although this level of cultivation was profound, it was nothing compared to Chenzong. Chenzong did not use his full strength. Instead, he used the new power after the fusion to fight against Emosenator. However, after fusing with 50% of his power had already surpassed the late stage of the 5-star realm. Moreover, Emosen could not match up to his superb sword technique. Soon, Emosen was suppressed by Chenzong. "Show me your full strength," Chenzong said as he repelled Emosen with his sword. This scene made everyone in the spectator seats and the 100 Battle Tower widen their eyes. They originally thought that Chenzong and Emosen's combat power should be about the same. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It seemed that Chenzong was more powerful. No, according to Chenzong's words, Emosen did not really use his full strength. He was still holding back. Emosen's eyes became sharper. He did not expect that he could not compete with Chenzong even after using most of his strength. Since that was the case, he could only release the seal completely and use his full strength. Emosen raised his left hand and quickly tapped his chest with his 5 fingers. His body, which did not look strong, shook, and an even more powerful energy wave exploded from his body. The surrounding air seemed to rumble and tremble. Ripples spread out like water. Wisps of black aura slashed out like a long saber, cutting the surroundings. The ground under his feet also collapsed. This level should have surpassed the peak of 5-star and reached the limit of 5-star. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He guessed with some reluctance. At this time, Mo Sen's aura was much stronger than before. Chen Zong came to this conclusion based on his own experience, but he was not 100% sure. However, beyond the late stage of 5-star was the peak of 5-star and the limit of 5-star. As for 6-star, Chen Zong had felt that kind of aura from the disciples of the ancient mountain before. It was stronger than the current Mo Senior. Now, I'm using my full strength. Mo Sen smiled. His eyes became dark and deep. A layer of black flame seemed to burn on his long saber. What answered him was Chen Zong's sword. The sword light broke through the air, carrying a powerful sword energy. However, it was blocked by Mo Sen's saber and counterattacked. The ghastly underworld saber could be used in close combat and could also slash out saber light to attack the target. It was very powerful. Countless black saber lights flashed in the surroundings and slashed toward Chen Zong. 9 shadows 1 kill. Mo Sen shouted in a low voice. His figure flashed and transformed into 9 figures. Each figure looked like a real person. They carried a monstrous murderous aura. Dark halos surrounded their bodies, making them look like death gods from hell. They held long black sabers in their hands as they quickly wandered around Chen Zong, looking for the best angle to attack. The terrifying killing intent made Chen Zong's body feel numb. The 9 sabers came from different angles. The supreme killing intent made Chen Zong's face even more serious. It was a terrifying killing move. This made Chen Zong even more serious, but it also aroused a stronger fighting intent. With a sword in hand, the world looked down on him. The 40th move of the unhindered sword technique was not reserved. The new power formed by the fusion of 50% of the physical strength and 50% of the unhindered true power was comparable to 100% of the unhindered true power. In other words, the power of Chen Zong's new power was equal to 100% of his previous power. The limit of 5-star, moreover, it was the limit of 5-star that was very close to 6-star. In an instant, the 9 swords completely blocked the 9 saber attacks that came from all directions. The terrifying might of the sword energy was astonishing. It passed through the saber images and shattered 8 of the 9 figures. The one that did not shatter was sent flying. It was Mo Sen's original body. Mo Sen was extremely shocked. 9 shadows 1 kill was one of the ultimate moves of the ghastly forest underworld Luo saber. When it was executed with his peak 5-star battle strength, its might was extremely terrifying. Even someone with the same battle strength might not be able to withstand it. However, not only did Chen Zong withstand it, he even shattered the 8 shadows. Mo Sen could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Chen Zong's sword. It seemed to be even stronger than his. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower were dumbfounded. With their eyesight and experience, they could naturally see Chen Zong and Mo Sen's strength. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The combat strength displayed by the two of them. The limit of 5-star, this was definitely a powerful strength that could be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Moreover, it was a strength that could be ranked among the top. With the Netherworld Net Saber, they were certain that Mo Sen came from that family. He should be the successor of that family and had just come out to gain experience. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was not famous. As for that Chen Zong, where did he come from? Was he also a member of a hidden family? However, they had never heard of a hidden family with the surname Chen. They had also never seen the sword technique he used. The Dragon Chart region's Tianjiang mansion was very far from the Ascending Heaven region. The unhindered sword technique was nothing in the vast sea of martial arts. Of course, it was not famous. It was normal that they did not recognize it. After dispersing the impact of the sword energy, Mo Sen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and charged at Chen Zong again. Before he arrived, he had already swung his saber. Several cold saber lights that emitted a cold murderous intent pierced through the air like crescent moons. Each saber light was several meters long. Before they arrived, many saber marks had already been left on the stage. That was not all. As Emosen swung his saber, more and more cold saber lights condensed and pierced through the air, as if they were going to cut Chenzong into pieces. It felt as if he could destroy a city wall with just one saber. Even if he was facing thousands of soldiers and horses, he could still kill them all with his own strength. Countless saber lights slashed toward Chenzong. Each of them was extremely cold. They could freeze the chi and blood of an ordinary warrior and destroy all resistance. If it were an ordinary 5-star warrior, any saber light would be able to kill him. Chenzong's eyes flickered. With the long sword in his hand, he stood still and let the saber lights slash toward him. He only swung his sword and used his sword energy to shatter the cold saber lights one after another. Every time he shattered a saber light, a wisp of cold energy would spread out and enter his arm through the sword, trying to invade his body and cause damage. However, Chenzong's chi and blood were pure yang. They were extremely powerful, like a raging fire. Before the cold energy could cause any damage, it was shattered by the pure yang chi and blood. It could not affect Chenzong at all. Every saber light was very powerful, but Chenzong stood still and took it head-on. His purpose was to use the power of these saber lights to train his own strength and try to master the new strength completely. Emosen swung his saber without stopping. He swung his saber down from the sky with an extremely powerful aura. Before the saber landed, the arena under Chenzong's feet had already been shattered, leaving a long saber mark. It was a shocking sight. Raising his head slightly, Chenzong's eyes flickered. After shattering the saber lights, he swung his sword upward. The powerful sword energy seemed to be able to break the sky. The saber and sword clashed. The sound was intense and sharp. An invisible sound wave spread out and crushed the saber lights. Everyone in the spectator stands in the distance covered their ears. Each and every one of them showed a pained expression. It was like the sound of a demon piercing through their heads. It was as if their souls were being torn apart. Emosen brandished his saber again and again, but Chenzong blocked his attacks time and time again. The terrifying sound waves shattered everything in their surroundings. Rocks flew into the air and then turned into dust under the shockingly formless sound waves. Dust and smoke billowed. The ring around Chenzong was shattered beyond recognition, but the place where his feet were standing was completely undamaged. He displayed an astonishing control over his power, causing the spectators to be amazed. Terrifying. If it were us back then, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Not to mention back then, even now, we may not be able to do better. The pseudo-transcendence in the 100 Battles Tower smiled bitterly. In the head-on confrontation, Chenzong's control over his strength became more and more refined, gradually approaching his limit. End of chapter. Senior and junior brothers, please subscribe to me. The cold blade light filled the air, and the blades connected endlessly. Suddenly, he grasped 50% of his power, and under Chenzong's control, he condensed it into an incomparably tyrannical sword energy, and slashed it upwards. When the blade and sword collided, the long blade could not resist and was bounced up high. Emosen's expression suddenly changed, and his body flew up high along with the long blade. A terrifying power kept attacking the blade. Not only was it tyrannical, but it also contained a shocking sharpness. Moreover, it was endless, like a tide, wave after wave. It was simply inconceivable. It was common knowledge that domineering, ferocious, and unyielding forces were usually weaker in terms of sustainability, while continuous forces were usually softer. However, the force of Chenzong's sword contained domineering, ferocious, sharp, and continuous force, and even contained a kind of flexibility, like the gurgling of flowing water. Underworld Blade. 10,000 Mammoth Forest. Hundreds of meters in the air, Emosen held the hilt of his blade with both hands, and a vast and mighty sound rang out continuously. It was like thunder, like a gale, and also like a cold wind from hell. The black long blade was slowly waved, and countless black blade shadows filled the air, like a cold dark cloud that covered the sky and earth. It was gloomy and oppressive. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They felt that it was difficult to breathe, and their bodies stiffened. The full name of the Underworld Blade was the Underworld Blade. 10,000 Mammoth Forest was the second ultimate move of the Underworld Blade, and it was more powerful and profound than the 9 shadows one kill. The underworld blade light condensed into a cold dark cloud, and a layer covered it, as if the sky was collapsing. Chop. Accompanied by Mo Sen's low shout, which was like the roar of a cold wind from the underworld, the black long blade slashed down. Immediately, a large amount of blade light covered the sky and covered the earth as a dark cloud descended from the sky. It was low and heavy, and the extremely terrifying aura caused the stage below to shake. The faces of the spectators changed greatly, and they all had no choice but to use their full strength to activate their techniques and revolve their true power to resist the impact of the aura. If it weren't for the fact that they were far enough away, this kind of aura would have been enough to crush them one by one. Even so, they still felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if there was an invisible stone blocking their chests. They tried their best to breathe but were unable to take in much air. It was as if they were about to faint from suffocation. Qianzong raised his head and stared at the gloomy, cold clouds pressing down from above. He could see that every streak of dark blade light flickered with terrifying sharpness. The gloomy coldness contained an astonishing and irresistible dominance, as if it could crush everything. The broken arena of 100 battles seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Qianzong felt the pressure on his body increase sharply, like a mountain of knives falling down. The light in his eyes became brighter and sharper. His arms shook slightly, and as his 5 fingers loosened and tightened, the long sword trembled slightly, emitting a melodious and ear-piercing sword cry, as if the sword was cheering. Slash! With a low shout, Qianzong seemed to use all his strength to slash upward with his sword. It seemed like a simple slash, but it was the 40th move of the Zhonghu sword technique, and it was extremely powerful. The Zhonghu sword technique was a sword technique that used the Zhonghu sword technique to activate the Zhonghu sword technique. Only in this way could its power be maximized. However, under Qianzong's slow improvement, it could be activated with the new power after the fusion. Its power was not reduced, and it had even more amazing mysteries under the new power. The sword light broke through the air, like a 10-meter-long crescent rising to the sky. The crescent moon emitted a hazy halo. If one looked closely, they would find that the halo was actually formed by countless shadows of the sword light and the crescent moon. Up and down, the crescent moon of the sword light directly hit the dark clouds of the blade light, shattering the layers of blade light. However, it was constantly weakened and finally collapsed. A small part of the dark clouds of the blade light remained. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The slash continued. Qianzong waved his sword again. The 10-meter-long crescent moon of the sword light shattered the remaining small part of the dark clouds of the blade light. His body and sword became one. It was as if he had pierced through the clouds and soared into the sky. The long sword streaked across the sky, like a flying star chasing after the moon, and attacked Mo Sen, who was falling from the sky. Facing Qianzong's attack, Mo Sen's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. He held the long blade tightly with both hands and chopped down. A dark shadow seemed to appear behind him. It raised the huge black long blade like a demon from the netherworld and then chopped down at Qianzong. Netherworld blade. Netherworld killing move. This was the 3rd move of the Netherworld Luo blade. This slash seemed to be able to summon the power of a demon from the netherworld to kill a strong enemy. The murderous intent was shocking. It was as cold as hell. Everyone in the audience was numb all over. Their blood was frozen, and they could not move. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. They felt that the blade was coming for them, and they could not dodge or resist it. They could only wait for death to come. Qianzong could not dodge it either. When the blade and sword collided, Qianzong only felt an extremely terrifying force hitting his body. It was as if he could not resist it. His whole body fell from the sky like a meteorite, fiercely bombarding the 100 battles arena. With a rumble, the earth shook, and the 100 battles arena completely shattered. In the billowing dust, no one could see the situation inside. They could only see Mo Sen falling from the sky. What a terrifying move. Did Mo Sen win? Qianzong couldn't have been killed, could he? After coming back to their senses, everyone found that they could move again. They were shocked and started to talk. When the dust settled, there was a deep hole in the center of the collapsed 100 battles arena. A figure soared into the sky, bringing with it countless pieces of rocks and debris. He landed dozens of meters in front of Mo Senator. It was Qianzong. It seemed that other than his sword robe being a bit tattered, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. In fact, that was the case. Mo Sen's blade was indeed very powerful. It was enough to kill an ordinary extreme 5-star martial artist. However, Qianzong's strength was not something an ordinary extreme 5-star martial artist could compare with. Moreover, Qianzong's physique was strong. The golden jade impenetrable body's defense was amazing. Coupled with the tyrannical sword force, he completely resisted the terrifying power of that blade. However, Qianzong was very emotional. This Mo Sen's background was not ordinary. His inheritance was not simple. It was obvious when compared to the Zongheng Sword Codex. Before the Zongheng Sword Codex was perfected, its level was not high enough. It could only be considered good in the Tianjiang prefecture. In the entire Longtu region, it was nothing. However, the perfected Zongheng Sword Codex had indeed improved greatly. In the Tianjiang prefecture, no one could compare with it. Even if it was compared to the sect-guarding martial arts codices of the 4 middle-ranked sect, it was not inferior. However, it still could not be compared with the martial arts codex of the Longtu royal family. It was not that its level was inferior. The Zongheng Sword Codex was the highest level of the Zongheng Sword Codex. It was just that it lacked other inheritances, such as some ultimate moves and killing moves. For example, Mo Sen's ghastly underworld Luo blade. Normally, the power of each blade was very strong. It was not weaker than the sword moves of the Zongheng Sword Codex. However, there were also terrifying ultimate moves such as 9 Shadows 1 Kill, all-encompassing forest, and even the ghastly ultimate move just now. Those were not things that the Zongheng Sword Codex could compare with. Mo Sen was also very surprised that his ghastly ultimate move did not hurt Qianzong at all. The Zongheng Sword Codex itself is strong enough, but it lacks the corresponding ultimate moves. My strongest moves are only 2 secret swords, Qianzong thought to himself. Those 2 secret swords were called by another name. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was the pseudo-lingwu. The pseudo-lingwu was also divided into low, middle, and high grades. The secret sword point star and the secret sword dragon dance were both low-grade pseudo-lingwu. As for the Thunder King transformation that Lin Ziki used before, Qianzong estimated that it was at least a middle-grade pseudo-lingwu. It might even be higher. For the first time, Qianzong felt that he had very few moves. His lack of skills caused him to be weak when fighting against a strong opponent. He could only rely on the Zongheng Sword Codex to fight against the enemy. He felt that his strength was not enough. It could not be helped. The foundation of the Zongheng Sword Codex was too weak. Even if Qianzong had the help of the ancient Xian tablet, his knowledge and experience were limited. It was like a clever housewife could not cook without rice. Perhaps I should find some other sword moves or pseudo-lingwu to cultivate in the future, Qianzong thought to himself. However, right now, he still needed to defeat Mo Sen first. Only then could he continue his winning streak and obtain 100 consecutive victories. You are very strong. Just this alone is not enough to deal with you. Mo Sen suddenly opened his mouth to speak while recovering the strength he had just consumed. Next, I will use my secret technique to determine the winner. Is the winner going to be decided? Finally, the winner is going to be decided. Everyone could not help but become excited. Come. Qianzong only replied with one word. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and placed his left hand on the sword's spine like a sword, slowly brushing it. Netherworld Storm. As Mo Sen's name rang out, the long sword seemed to explode. A gust of cold black wind appeared out of nowhere, as if it was born from Mo Sen's body and directly swallowed his body. The rumbling sound was terrifying. It was like a storm formed by the wind from the underworld. It descended with the will of death, strangling everything and devouring all life. Everywhere it passed, the shattered stone slabs of the 100 Battles arena collapsed. Netherworld Storm, mid-rank pseudo-lingwu. He really is the successor of that family. The pseudo-transcendence of the 100 Battles tower had solemn expressions. Qianzong's expression was solemn. He felt a kind of terrifying destruction from the Netherworld Storm. It was extremely tyrannical, and its power was probably enough to threaten an early six-star martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's sword finger brushed across the sword's spine and reached the sword's tip. His unrestrained great true qi poured out like flowing water. Countless strands of energy condensed into light and flowed along the sword's spine. The power penetrated the sword's tip and burst out with an extremely sharp cold light, as if it could shatter stars. Secret sword, star touch. Chen Zong was still unable to use new energy to activate his secret sword. He could only use his unrestrained great true qi, and its power was still extremely tyrannical. Using his great true qi at the peak of the ninth true martial realm, this sword was extremely powerful. But that was not all. Chen Zong concentrated and stimulated the power of his sword intent. An astonishingly sharp aura descended on the long sword and gathered at the sword's tip, fusing into the cold light. It was as if a terrifying bolt of lightning had struck it. Staring at the terrifying black storm that was madly sweeping over, Chen Zong stabbed out with his sword. The space in front of him seemed to tremble, as if it had been pierced through by the sword. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword pierced straight through the black netherworld storm. Everyone unconsciously stood up and stared with wide eyes and craned their necks. They didn't dare to blink, lest they miss the most exciting scene. On the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents also stared with wide eyes. The unrestrained sword and limitless saber. The outcome of the battle between Chen Zong and Emosen would be decided in this strike. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember, love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. I was delayed by something, so I had to make up for it. Sorry. The sword was like a star mark, breaking through the air. Love go little say W, chew the storm was cold, destroying heaven and earth. When the long sword stabbed into the netherworld storm, it shattered inch by inch from the tip of the sword and turned into powder. However, the power of the secret sword technique was not damaged at all. It still broke through the storm with amazing sharpness and stabbed forward. The weapons of the 100 battlefields were specially made. Although they were not pseudo-spiritual weapons, they were stronger than first-stage pseudo-spiritual weapons in terms of hardness and were comparable to second-stage pseudo-spiritual weapons. Even so, Chen Zong's full-powered sword was too powerful. Coupled with the terrifying power of the netherworld storm, the long sword suffered more pressure under the collision and naturally shattered. Inside the netherworld storm, Emosen's long sword also shattered inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's gaze, the terrifying netherworld storm, which seemed to come from the depths of hell, swallowed Chen Zong's body. However, Chen Zong's sword also stabbed into the netherworld storm and pierced through it. Rumbling sounds continued to erupt from the nether storm, and every sound caused the hearts of the surrounding people to involuntarily beat wildly. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed. The netherworld storm seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful impact and disintegrated from the inside. It shattered inch by inch and turned into gusts of cold wind that blew in all directions. At the same time, everyone only saw a figure fly back like a meteorite. It's Emosen. Emosen was actually repelled. Everyone was shocked. The netherworld storm had completely dissipated. Chen Zong stood empty-handed in the ruined 100 Battles arena. His sword robe was tattered beyond recognition, his hair was messy, his face was pale, and his body was aching faintly. The power of the netherworld storm was too strong. In the distance, Emosen clutched his chest with one hand. There was a charred black palm print on his chest. A terrifying blazing energy was surging through his body and wreaking havoc, causing him to feel a tearing pain if he moved even a little. The earlier intense battle had exhausted most of his strength. The final nether storm had exhausted all of his remaining strength. Now, Emosen did not have much strength left in his body. Chen Zong was also the same. His tyrannical true power poured out in torrents and was completely used to display the secret sword point star. The reason why he was able to force Emosen back and injure him was also because of his powerful body refinement cultivation. He was able to display the primeval iron forging hand. Do you still want to fight? Chen Zong retorted. Even though he had used up all of his true power, he still had more than half of his physical strength left, so he could still fight. You win, Emosen said. His expression was still cold. There was no excuse for him to find. Now that he had exhausted all his strength, he had no strength to fight anymore. On the other hand, Qianzong seemed to still have some strength left. He had no choice but to admit defeat. After admitting defeat, Emosen turned around and left the ruined 100 battles arena step by step. We won. Qianzong won. Too terrifying, this kind of strength is too terrifying. This kind of combat strength can definitely be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list, a pseudo-transcendent of the 100 battles tower side. He hasn't won 80 consecutive victories yet. Should we send someone to snipe him? Although Qianzong won, he seems to be an arrow at the end of its flight. Send someone. Maybe they can defeat him, but if that's the case, I'm afraid the following matches won't be as exciting, and the profits of the 100 battles arena will drop again. There are still 3 matches left before Qianzong has a chance to win 80 consecutive victories. Send someone to snipe him. If he loses, he can only blame himself. The next opponent was immediately sent to the stage, not giving Qianzong time to recover his strength. The rules of the 100 battles arena also forbade taking pills to restore strength. You're very strong, but how much strength do you have left? This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The challenger thought that he had seized the opportunity. As long as he defeated Qianzong, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would leave behind an indelible record. That was, he had once defeated Qianzong, who had terrifying battle prowess. More than enough to defeat you. Qianzong smiled faintly and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With a loud bang, the stone floor under his feet shattered instantly. Before his opponent could react, Qianzong's fist landed on his opponent's body. With a bang, the unparalleled challenger was sent flying, coughing up blood. He won again. It seems that Qianzong still has a lot of strength left. Soon, another challenger came to the stage and attacked Qianzong from a distance without saying a word. With a wave of his hand, Qianzong shattered all the attacks and punched out. His fist energy was like a dragon, roaring as it smashed towards his opponent, sending him flying with a single punch. He won again. He's only 1 match away from 80 consecutive victories. I'll fight you this time. With a deep voice, a tall and mighty middle-aged man fell on the ruined 100 battles arena like a huge rock. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky around him. This man was wearing a short gray coat. The muscles on his exposed arms bulged as if they were made of steel. His forearms and wrists were wrapped with black chains as thick as a little finger, which added to his fierceness. There was a scar on his ordinary face. His eyes were fierce and sharp, like a lurking beast that could scare ordinary warriors with a glance. He was one of the warriors trained by the 100 battles arena to snipe challengers who had a winning streak. From his appearance alone, Qianzong could see that his opponent's physique was very strong. He should have practiced a body refining technique and had achieved a certain level of attainment. However, he didn't know how strong he was until they fought. Take my punch. With a loud shout, the middle-aged man glared fiercely. He raised his fist and punched forward like an arrow on a bow. Boom, the fist energy rushed out like a fierce tiger, bringing up dust and smoke in the sky. It was like an earth dragon roaring, and countless rocks were flying. This punch was very fierce, as if it could crush a mountain. About the strength of an early 4-star warrior, Qianzong thought. He immediately punched out and shattered his opponent's fist energy. At his peak, his body refining technique could compete with an early 5-star warrior. If he used the mixed iron refining hand, he would be even more powerful. Although Xiaochen had exhausted a lot of his physical strength in the fight with Mo Sen, he had recovered some of his physical strength after the 2 fights earlier. Now, he was about 60% of his peak. 60% of his body refining technique was not something an ordinary 4-star warrior could compare with. Seeing that Qianzong still had the strength to break his attack with 1 punch, the middle-aged man was surprised and attacked again. He continuously punched out with both fists. Wave after wave of fist energy was like a fierce tiger or a fierce dragon. The continuous bombardment caused the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. The momentum was shocking. After throwing out dozens of punches, the middle-aged man didn't stop. Instead, he let out a loud shout and his upper body swelled up as if it was filled with air. His muscles bulged and there was a faint layer of blood-red color that emitted traces of pure blood chi fluctuations. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound was like the sound of flowing water. It was the momentum brought by the flow of qi and blood. His powerful qi and blood all went to his right arm. A strange scene appeared. The middle-aged man's right arm kept expanding, and the other parts of his body seemed to shrink. The black chains wrapped around his right arm flew up and danced like snakes. They instantly turned red. Blood prison dragon breaking fist. With a loud shout, the middle-aged man used all his strength to attack with this heaven-level body refining technique. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The terrifying qi and blood soared into the sky like smoke signals. His right arm, which had expanded like a pillar, seemed to shatter the air in front of it. His right arm quickly shrank as if it was shrinking. A blood-red dragon head rushed out of the blood prison. It roared with shocking destructive power and fiercely attacked Qianzong. So powerful. Qianzong couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this punch has reached the peak of 4-star. If Qianzong was at his peak, he could ignore it. However, he only had 60% of his strength now. It was a little difficult. No matter what, Qianzong had to win. Taking a deep breath, his pure yang blood qi surged toward his right arm and gathered in his right palm. His entire palm swelled to the size of a millstone and glowed red. It emitted a terrifying heat that caused the surrounding air to distort as if there was an invisible mist rising. It felt as if Qianzong's right palm was compressed into a blazing sun that was incomparably hot. Mixed iron refining hand, he slammed his palm forward and directly hit the blood prison dragon head. At the moment of collision, the terrifying heat and violent power directly shattered the blood prison dragon head. It turned into a shocking blood-red qi and rushed out in all directions. Immediately, the blood-red palm flew out and blasted toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly raised his arms to block. With a bang, he felt like his arms were broken. The terrifying heat kept invading his arms, burning his qi and blood. Retreat, 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 there was no way to resist. Congratulations to Qianzong for his 80 consecutive victories. A voice came from the 100 Battle Tower. In the spectator stands, everyone was stunned at first, then cheered. 80 consecutive victories. Qianzong's 80 consecutive victories were very exciting. Everyone thought it was difficult to achieve. First, it was the fierce battle with Mo Senator. Everyone thought he couldn't win, but he still won in the end. However, it seemed like Qianzong had exhausted his strength. According to the 100 Battle Tower's usual practice, they would definitely send someone to snipe him. Sure enough, the last battle was a sniper from the 100 Battle Tower, and their combat power was not weak. Especially that blood prison dragon breaking fist, which was even more shocking. Even so, Qianzong still won. It felt like being thrown into the clouds, falling instantly, and then being thrown up again. The feeling of rising and falling in an instant was too exhilarating. In the 100 Battle Tower, several pseudo-transcendents looked at each other. They had indeed arranged for someone to snipe Qianzong, the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's combat power was not weak, especially the blood prison dragon breaking fist, which had peak 4-star combat power. If it was Qianzong at his peak, it would not be enough. However, Qianzong had just fought Mo Sen with his full strength, and his strength was nearly exhausted. I didn't expect this kid's body refinement cultivation to be so high. He also mastered a body refinement martial art more powerful than the blood prison dragon breaking fist. Unexpected, completely unexpected. Several pseudo-transcendents smiled bitterly. Now that Qianzong had won 80 consecutive victories, today's battle was over. In the future, Qianzong would continue to challenge others, but it would be difficult to find such an opportunity again. And with Qianzong's combat power, it would not be difficult for him to win 90 consecutive victories. In fact, he might even have a chance to reach the most difficult 100 consecutive victories. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battle Tower had complicated thoughts. On one hand, they wanted to see 100 consecutive victories, but on the other hand, they did not want Qianzong to win 100 consecutive victories. End of this chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the entire 100 Battle City, everyone was talking about today's 100 Battles arena. They were talking about the battle between Qianzong and Mo Sen, and they were talking about Chen Zong's formidable and unexpected strength. Love go little say W, Chu Chenzong had already returned to his residence and started to meditate. After recovering his strength, he changed into a new sword gown, tidied up his appearance, and sat cross-legged on his bed. Now that he had completely grasped the fusion of 50% of his physique and 50% of the great true power, he continued to cultivate the second transformation of his mind, and there was progress. Gradually, he began to fuse 60% of his physique and 60% of the great true power. If he could successfully fuse the two, Chenzong would be able to surpass the past in terms of strength. This was a kind of breakthrough. Time passed slowly, but the discussion about today's 100 battles arena did not stop because of this. Instead, it became more and more intense, arousing the curiosity of many martial artists who came to 100 Battle City for the first time. They all made up their minds to wait until the day after tomorrow to see what kind of style it was. Chenzong, the great sword of traversing? That's interesting. Let's go together the day after tomorrow. A few young men laughed, and each of them looked like they came from an extraordinary background. Don't have too much hope. Some rumors are just rumors, and after many people spread them, they lose their original flavor and become exaggerated. That's true. Haha, how can it be so easy to be ranked on the Minor Sky Ascension list? These people talked among themselves, and immediately attracted many angry gazes, but when they saw the symbol on their robes, they immediately retracted their gazes and did not dare to look again. After a night of cultivation, Chenzong finally managed to fuse 60% of his physique and 60% of his Zongjing true power. The only thing he was lacking was mastering it. He needed to spend enough time to slowly sharpen it, or if there was a strong enough opponent to exert pressure, Chenzong would be able to completely master it in a short period of time, just like before. The sky was slightly bright. Although he did not sleep for a night, Chenzong did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he was full of energy, and his eyes flashed with light. 9 shadows 1 kill. 10,000 mammoth forest. Netherworld ultimate move. Netherworld storm. The first 3 were the ultimate moves of the Netherworld Luo Saber, while the Netherworld storm was a fake Lingwu. Chenzong slowly sorted out his current shortcomings and flaws, and then made up for them. Pseudo Lingwu can be divided into low, middle, and high grades. Both Star Touch and Dragon Sparrow Dance belong to low-grade pseudo-Lingwu. I have to exert all my strength every time I use them, but their power is relatively average. That Nether Storm is not a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu. Its power is probably at the middle grade. Chenzong thought silently. The fake Lingwu was a trump card for genuine martial realm martial artists. It was like a killing move, and it would not be used easily. Once it was used, it would consume most of one's strength, or even all of one's strength. If one was unable to kill a strong opponent, one's strength would be greatly reduced, and one would fall into a life and death crisis. Relatively speaking, the ultimate moves of martial arts were more practical. Some of the ultimate moves of martial arts were even comparable to the low-grade pseudo-Lingwu. Chenzong's top priority was not to master more fake Lingwu, but to master the best ultimate moves. Maybe I can create my own based on the Zongjing Sword Codex, Chenzong thought to himself. The new Zongjing Sword Codex had been perfected in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, and it was the most suitable for him. In addition, he had been practicing and comprehending it continuously, and the more he mastered it, the purer it became. He had already understood all the mysteries. After that, he had honed himself time and time again, and had gone through many life and death battles. These were all accumulations, until today's battle with Mo Senator. After seeing Mo Sen's 3 ultimate moves, Chenzong had a flash of inspiration. He felt that he could create his own ultimate move based on the Zongjing Sword Codex. Thinking of this, Chenzong calmed his mind, cleared away all distracting thoughts, and started to comprehend. My master, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Since he was practicing the Zongjing Sword Codex, his ultimate move should be based on the Zongjing Sword Codex. Only in this way could he exert his power to the limit. Moreover, it would be easier for him to create his ultimate move. After all, there were traces to follow, and he could not create it out of thin air. For example, when building a house, the Zongjing Sword Codex was already a very solid foundation, and the ultimate move was like building a wall to build the structure of a house. Without a foundation, building a wall out of thin air would be easy to collapse with a little external force. All the mysteries of the Zhongheng Sword Codex flowed through his mind like water. When he reached the end, he seemed to have a little inspiration. That was the starting point for Chen Zong to create his own ultimate move. In that case, what kind of unique skill should he create? Different ultimate moves, in addition to their power, would be presented in different ways. They often had different effects, and their power was also different. For example, the 3 ultimate moves of the ghastly underworld Luo Saber. The 9 shadows 1 kill condensed 8 phantoms, but they had the same power as the real body. They formed 9 phantoms with the real body and attacked the enemy from different angles. The all-encompassing forest was formed by endless dark clouds condensed by the saber light. Love Go Xiaosei could the Netherworld final kill seemed to be able to summon the power of the Netherworld devil to come and kill everything. Each of the 3 ultimate moves was stronger than the last. While thinking, Chen Zong gradually straightened out and understood what kind of ultimate move he should create. The ultimate move based on the Zhongheng Sword Codex should not be just one move. It could be 2 or 3. Then, the first move should be the convergence of the essence of the Zhongheng Sword Codex, a kind of strengthening of the Zhongheng Sword Codex. The subsequent ultimate moves would continue to be extended. After the clarity, the inspiration in his mind seemed to have become brighter. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. However, Chen Zong still did not create any ultimate move. It was very difficult to create an ultimate move when you thought about it, but when you actually did it. However, Chen Zong had long been mentally prepared. He could not rush it. He could only take it slow. First, he would find a clue, slowly create it, and then perfect it step by step until it was really completed. He did not know how much time it would take, but if he could create it, it would be of great significance. Soon, the day passed and the night fell. However, Chen Zong was still immersed in meditation. Gradually, he found a clue. Chen Zong did not sleep for the whole night. He was still meditating. At dawn, Chen Zong woke up from his meditation. After adjusting his breath for a while, he was full of energy. He got up and walked out to the arena of 100 battles. Today, he would win 90 consecutive victories. As soon as he stepped into the arena of 100 battles, Chen Zong found that the battle seats of the 10 Taoist temples were full of people. It looked a little crowded. There were many more people than the day before, which meant that the arena of 100 battles had received more spiritual shells. He's here. Chen Zong is here. The sharp-eyed people exclaimed the moment Chen Zong appeared. Suddenly, countless eyes fell on Chen Zong. Admiration, awe, curiosity, and so on. Is that Chen Zong? It should be. He doesn't look like anything special. There are no aura fluctuations. I can't see his cultivation. He must have some means to hide it. He's hiding his head but showing his tail. In the corner of the spectator stand, several young people were discussing wantonly. There was no one else around them. They were all driven away by force and kept a distance. Chen Zong went to the waiting area as usual. Seeing Chen Zong's arrival, the faces of the people in the waiting area changed greatly. Then they smiled bitterly. It was undoubtedly very stressful to compete with such a person on the same stage. They just hoped that they would not have to fight against Chen Zong. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chen Zong was leisurely. While waiting in the waiting area, he divided half of his attention to meditate on his own unique skill. Soon, it was Chen Zong's turn to fight. In the repaired arena of 100 battles, Chen Zong's opponent looked bitter. He had seen Chen Zong's fight with his own eyes. Although he had some strength, he was too weak compared to Chen Zong. I admit defeat. Without any hesitation, he immediately said and quickly left the arena of 100 battles. No one laughed at him. It was normal to admit defeat when facing a genius with superb combat strength like Chen Zong. In the next round, the challenger did not appear because he directly admitted defeat in the waiting area. Admit defeat, admit defeat, admit defeat. Chen Zong had admitted defeat 5 times in a row. He had won 5 times in a row without making a move. The 6th person did not admit defeat because he had a 3-star combat strength and had not seen Chen Zong's fight with his own eyes. He only thought that the rumors were exaggerated. Chenzong, I'll defeat you. This person looked very confident. Chenzong smiled slightly and did not answer. I'll show you how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stabbed with his spear. The spear was like a flying star, extremely fast. Chenzong waved his sword to block. After the sword was blocked by Chenzong, the man immediately attacked with his spear again. Suddenly, the sky was filled with spear shadows with a little bit of cold light, like a group of bright stars, and attacked from all directions. He can't be defeated with one move? What's going on? Is Chenzong's opponent very strong? It doesn't seem like it. Although the aura fluctuations are not weak, compared to Mo Sen's, it's too weak. In the spectator stands, everyone was surprised when they saw that Chenzong did not defeat his opponent after attacking with his sword. The pseudo-transcendents in the 100 Battles Tower also looked at each other. They could see that the man's combat strength was almost at the 3-star level, which was not bad among the many true martial realm cultivators. However, the gap between him and a 5-star was like the gap between heaven and earth. The combat strength Chenzong showed before was not as simple as an ordinary 5-star. No one understood what was going on, and Chenzong would not explain it to them. Facing the sky full of spear shadows, Chenzong stood still and waved his sword again and again. Every sword was straight and fast, shattering the spear shadows one after another. It felt like Chenzong did not know any sword skills. Every sword move was so casual, like a child's doodling. What they did not know was that Chenzong was trying to comprehend the unhindered sword scripture's unique move and was using this method to speed up his deduction. Is this the strength of someone who can be ranked on the minor heaven ascension list? The young men were stunned at first, but then they all sneered. Any disciple in the clan has sword skills 10 times better than his. What a disappointment. I thought I would be able to watch a good show. I've said it before. It's just a rumor that exaggerated the truth. These people talked among themselves, and their voices were very loud. Chenzong could hear them clearly. He glanced over and saw the expressions of these young men, but he did not care. Instead, he continued to attack, using this method to speed up his deduction of his unique move. Chenzong's opponent also felt that it was exaggerated. In fact, he might be able to defeat his opponent. Thinking about it, a person who had won 80 consecutive matches was defeated by him. What kind of glory was that? He almost laughed out loud. His long spear shook, and like a roaring dragon, it fiercely blasted towards Chenzong. He wanted to defeat Chenzong with one strike, but Chenzong swung his sword and blocked the spear. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tonight, the Dominator of 6 realms will undergo the wind tribulation for the 2nd time. Fellow cultivators, please give me your monthly ticket. Tiger leaps over 1,000 mountains. Tiger stomps over 10,000 forests. Tiger taming spear style. Move after move of tyrannical power was unleashed. It was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring, unleashing all its demonic might as it mercilessly blasted towards Chenzong. Especially the last move, it was the culmination of all its might and was shockingly powerful. However, Chenzong still waved his sword and blocked them one by one. He was not defeated at all. When the last sword swept out, the sword force was continuous and sent his opponent flying. He won another match. Then, Chenzong won one match after another. His opponents were so weak that they could not even block his casual sword, let alone help him comprehend his unique skill. 90 consecutive wins, 90 consecutive wins. Amazing. He should be challenging for a 100 consecutive wins. 100 consecutive wins. It hasn't happened for a long time. Finally, someone is going to challenge for a 100 consecutive wins. 90 consecutive victories just like that. Isn't it a little too easy? The few young men were stunned. Soon after, they laughed. Looks like I'll come and play some other day. It's not a bad idea to get a 100 consecutive wins and leave a statue here for people to admire. One of the young men laughed as if the challenge of the 100 battles arena was very easy and he could get as many consecutive wins as he wanted. I think it's okay. Why don't you come the day after tomorrow? You can fight Chenzong and end his winning streak. Okay, let's do that. In a few words, the young man made a decision. After winning 90 consecutive wins, Chenzong got up and left the 100 battles arena. He did not have the leisure to wander around. He went straight back to his residence and continued to practice his unique skill. With Chenzong's hard work, his unique skill became clearer little by little, but it was still a long way to go. The outside of the house was brightly lit. People were talking about the 100 battles arena. The name Chenzong was constantly mentioned, as if it was hanging on the lips of everyone. The young men were having their meal in the restaurant. From time to time, they would hear the words Xianxia or Chenzong. The more they heard, the more annoyed they became, and they couldn't help but become violent. "Shut up!" The young man with long and narrow eyes shouted coldly. His body exuded a shockingly cold and sharp aura. It was like an invisible sword chi piercing through the air, causing the others in the restaurant to tremble. "Chenzong, Chenzong, Chenzong. Who does he think he is? Why do you idiots keep talking about him? I will kill whoever dares to mention this name." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold murderous intent filled the air. It was as if the entire restaurant was about to be crushed. None of them dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to move for fear of being killed. "Enough, what's the point of bickering with a bunch of ants?" The leader of the young men spoke up, his tone filled with arrogance and indifference, making those who heard him feel very uncomfortable. "Humph," the young man sat down, his expression cold. As the murderous intent dissipated, the people in the restaurant didn't even dare to move. It was only after a long time that some of them stood up and left, trembling with fear. Not long after, only a few people remained in the restaurant. These people were all pseudo-transcendents, so naturally they weren't afraid of a few true martial realm cultivators. On the contrary, they were quite disdainful. However, that Chenzong had nothing to do with them, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in his business. Chenzong didn't know about these things and was still immersed in his comprehension. The night passed, and when the sun rose, a new day had arrived. Today was the pseudo-transcendent stage true martial arena, so Chenzong didn't plan on watching. Walking out of his residence, Chenzong nodded. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Zong strolled into the streets of 100 Battle City, seemingly aimlessly walking along the wide street, his mind still focused on comprehending the unique skills of the unhindered sword tome. As he walked, Chenzong relied on the portion of his consciousness he had left outside to step into a restaurant and sit down by the window. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The restaurant waiter trotted over and wiped the table again while asking with a smile. "Give me a few signature dishes and a jar of wine." Chenzong responded casually. His main focus was on comprehending the unique skills, regardless of whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down. "Okay, please have some tea first." The waiter skillfully served Chenzong hot tea. Not long after, four young men also stepped into the restaurant, their eyes sweeping over and landing on Chenzong. "Ai go shao say w, chu it's him. Let's go." With that, one of them walked in front of Chenzong and put his hands on the edge of the table, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were cold, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. "Chenzong, don't be too arrogant." Chenzong was slightly stunned when he heard these words. Too arrogant? He had never acted in a flamboyant manner, so how could he be arrogant? "Does it feel good to have your name repeatedly mentioned by everyone? Do you think that you're high and mighty and invincible?" The young man's eyes were cold and sharp like a sword, his words aggressive and sarcastic. "Remember my words, you are nothing. Tomorrow, you will know." After saying that, the young man got up and walked back to his original place. Chenzong's expression returned to calm and he didn't refute the other party because he was too lazy. There was no benefit in this kind of verbal battle, so it was better to divide his attention to comprehend his unique skills. Chenzong didn't respond, which made the young man very unhappy, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart. He would wait until tomorrow's 100 Battles arena to teach him a lesson. After a delicious meal, Chenzong left the restaurant and returned to his residence along the street to continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, Chenzong didn't have the slightest clue about the 10th layer, which symbolized the peak of the true martial realm. For a while, he didn't know how to break through, so he could only take it slow. In fact, after a normal cultivator reached the peak of the ninth layer of the true martial realm, they could begin accumulating their true qi in preparation for breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. There was only one way to break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, and that was to open an aperture. After opening an aperture, one's true qi would undergo a transformation and become even more powerful. It was something between true qi and spirit energy at the transcendent realm, a kind of pseudo-spirit energy. Although it was inferior to real spirit energy, it was still many times stronger than true qi. It was very difficult for an ordinary cultivator to open an aperture. This was also the reason why many cultivators who reached the peak of the ninth layer of the true martial realm would be stuck at a bottleneck for decades or even longer, unable to break through. As for Qianzong, that was not the case. He could clearly feel that as long as he wanted to, he could transform his tyrannical true qi into a more powerful pseudo-spirit qi. When he stepped into the pseudo-transcendent realm, his combat strength would soar. This was because Qianzong had opened two apertures when he was in the true qi refining realm. The Heaven's Peak Aperture and the Earth Abyss Aperture, for example. Qianzong had a door in front of him, and Qianzong had the key to open the door. As long as he wanted to, he could directly open the door and walk into a wider world. However, Qianzong didn't want to. The 10th layer of the true martial realm was his next goal. Moreover, he needed to first cultivate the second transformation of the heart change form, and it would be best if he could cultivate the third transformation of the heart change form before breaking through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. After all, pseudo-spirit qi was many times stronger than true qi, and if he wanted to integrate it with his other true qi, the difficulty would be greatly increased. But if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he first integrated his true martial realm, then after he broke through, he wouldn't need to integrate his true qi again. Based on these 2 points, no matter what, Qianzong couldn't break through to the pseudo-transcendent realm now. So, if he wanted to enhance his combat strength, he could only cultivate the heart change form and create his own unique skills. As night fell, Qianzong was still cultivating. As the sky brightened, Qianzong woke up from his cultivation, got up, and walked in the direction of the 100 battlefield. When Qianzong arrived at the 100 battlefield, the spectator stands were already full of people, even more crowded than last time. Because today was Qianzong's challenge to win 100 consecutive victories, it was of great significance and couldn't be missed. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, there were also many pseudo-transcendent realm masters who were full of interest. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to win 100 consecutive victories. After all, the 100 battlefield wouldn't allow others to win 100 consecutive victories and would instead try to stop them. Holding the number wooden plate, Qianzong walked up to the waiting area. In the waiting area, Qianzong felt 5 fierce and tyrannical gazes fall on him, almost as if they were real. The owners of these gazes weren't young, at least 40 years old. Qianzong suddenly had a feeling that these people might be his opponents today. It seemed that they were all masters cultivated by the 100 battlefield, each one of them not weak in combat strength. In addition to these 5 people, there were also others in the waiting area who were going to participate in the challenge. After all, if they didn't fight against Qianzong, they might also be able to win a few consecutive victories. After a while, a young man walked up, his whole body exuding a sharp aura, like an invisible sword qi. The young man's sharp eyes swept over the crowd and finally fell on Qianzong, a cold sneer appearing on his face. I wonder if Qianzong can win 100 consecutive victories? He should be able to, his strength is so strong. I think it's a little difficult. The 100 battlefield won't let him win 100 consecutive victories. You know, the 100 battlefield has cultivated many masters, each of them is not weak. Yes. Today, there will definitely be several exciting battles. I hope Qianzong can win 100 consecutive victories. Amidst countless discussions, today's challenges in the 100 battles arena began. The first one to enter the arena was not Qianzong, because Qianzong was not the first one to arrive. Qianzong stared at the battles in the 100 battles arena, but most of his mind was actually focused on the comprehension of his unique skill. The outcome of the battles in the 100 battles arena was soon decided. Then, another person rushed into the 100 battles arena and continued to fight. One battle after another, Qianzong's name was soon called. The voice was unusually loud, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. There might be a chance for 100 consecutive victories. How could he not be excited? I know I'm no match for you, but I won't admit defeat. Chen Zong's opponent said seriously, as if he wanted to release a monstrous fire with the weak candlelight. Although it was an extravagant hope, Chen Zong still let him use his full strength, and then defeated him with one sword strike. If they were too weak, they wouldn't be of any use in tempering themselves. When the voice rang out and the next opponent was about to leave the waiting area, the young man suddenly stood up and pressed down on the man's shoulder. Give me the wooden token, the young man said calmly, with a hint of coldness in his voice. The man was about to get angry, but he found that he could not move. A terrifying aura enveloped him, as if an invisible sword had pierced through his body. In horror, he quickly handed over his wooden token. The young man took the wooden token, a cold smile on his lips, and stepped out. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many people were stunned when they saw what happened at the waiting area. I knew he would do that. I knew it. There were 3 young men sitting together in the spectator area. 2 of them laughed and the other one smiled. In theory, this was not considered breaking the rules of the 100 battlefield. After all, that person had to hand over the wooden plate after being pressured. If he refused to hand over the wooden plate, the people of the 100 battlefield would intervene. However, the 100 battlefield would not care about what happened afterward. Chen Zong was a little surprised when he saw the young man who appeared in front of him like a sword beam, piercing through the air with a shocking sharpness. Are you surprised? The young man smiled, but his face was cold. I already told you not to be too arrogant. Do you know that your name is very loathsome? Every time I hear it, I feel like vomiting. Are your parents sick in the head to give you such a name? Chen Zong didn't care about the first part of the sentence, but the last part made Chen Zong's eyes narrow and a trace of coldness spread out. His mother passed away after he was born. He had never enjoyed his mother's love. Deep in his heart, he longed for it. However, as time passed, his longing seemed to fade. In fact, it was hidden even deeper. His father brought him up single-handedly and tried his best to create the best conditions for him to grow up. Chen Zong's parents were the closest people to him. Now that he was far away from his father, he would occasionally miss them. He would not allow others to belittle them. Are you angry? The young man felt a wave of coldness and suddenly felt his hair stand on end. His eyes narrowed and his power surged. He suddenly smiled and said, Is it because I mentioned your stupid parents? What a filial son. When he was about to continue speaking, a sword light seemed to fly from the sky with amazing sharpness. It tore the sky, leaving a straight cut. It was cold. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. He brandished his long sword, and the sword light flashed like a gust of wind, aiming at Chen Zong. The sword light was shattered, and the young man appeared in front of Chen Zong. He used his sword art, and countless sword lights swept out like a storm. With amazing power, they strangled everything and covered Chen Zong. Chen Zong's sword trembled, and his sword energy surged, shattering all of his opponent's sword light. You have some strength. Not bad. The 3 youths in the spectator stand were discussing. They had never seen how powerful Chen Zong was, so they thought that hearsay was exaggerated. Therefore, they never thought that Chen Zong could defeat their clan brother. Residual wind. With a low shout, the young man waved his sword. A green light condensed on the blade of the sword, and it was incomparably sharp. Looking at it, one would feel as if one's eyes would go blind. With a swing of the sword, the green sword light was like a broken wind. A long arc of sword light was directly drawn on the brand new 100 battles arena. It was extremely sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't cut. Chen Zong felt a slight chill, as if he was being torn apart. His bones, muscles, and even his organs felt an amazing sharpness. Sure enough, he's from the Xian family. Inside the 100 battles tower, one of the pseudo-transcendent's eyes flashed as he secretly nodded. As a sword family, the Xian family's divine wind sword art is indeed extraordinary. Residual wind was one of the ultimate moves of the divine wind sword art. In an instant, it was as if it wanted to cut Chen Zong in half. The power of this sword had completely reached the peak of 4-star. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. His long sword pierced through the air, and he used the 40th form of the unhindered sword art, unhindered disdain. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It became even more terrifying. With a single slash, Chenzong's sword chi continued towards his opponent. If it were any other time, Chenzong might have suppressed the majority of his strength and slowly fought with this person, using him to hone himself and display his ultimate move. However, the other party had belittled his parents, which angered Chenzong. With a single slash, he shattered the waning moon sword art and continued to slash at his opponent's body. The terrifying sword chi instantly broke through the other party's true chi protection, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly activated the power of his second-grade pseudo-spirit artifact, but it was also cut open by Chenzong's sword. With a cracking sound, even the tough second-grade pseudo-spirit artifact was cut open by Chenzong's sword. However, Chenzong's sword chi was endless. It broke open the young man's chest, cut into his body, and wreaked havoc. The young man's body flew out of the 100 battles arena. His bones, muscles, and internal organs were all destroyed by the sword chi. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of them were destroyed. He fell outside the 100 battles arena, vomiting blood non-stop, unable to get up. The new sword chi formed from the combination of physique power and unhindered true chi had an even more shocking power. Because of the physique power, the damage to the body was also very shocking. Big Brother Yuan. The three young men's expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed as they rushed down from the spectator seats and quickly helped the young man up. The young man's face was as white as gold paper. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth and could not be stopped. His breath was like a candle in the wind, dying. The young man in the lead frowned. After a quick check, his eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Chenzong. The murderous intent in his eyes was so dense that it could not be dispersed. The murderous intent spread out and seemed to have traces of blood rolling, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill in their hearts. Let him take this. The young man took out a pill and gave it to the other two young men, then put it into the injured young man's mouth. With a flash, the young man in the lead landed on the 100 battles arena. His murderous intent soared to the sky, causing the surrounding air to distort. You actually used such a vicious method in a challenge. Even if you died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. The young man in the lead had a murderous look on his face. His voice was like a cold wind blowing from the underworld. His face became even more ferocious and ruthless. I will put you to death by 1,000 cuts. As his voice fell, gusts of wind blew in the air. Each of the gusts of wind carried an astonishing sharpness and murderous intent. They swept around the young man's body like an angry dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. Clang! The sharp sound made people's scalps tingle. A bright light flashed by. A sword was in his hand. The sharpness of the sword made people feel like their eyes were being cut open. Stop! A loud shout sounded. A powerful aura came down and directly annihilated the murderous aura storm around the young man. No one can break the rules of my 100 battles arena. If you want to fight, then follow the rules of my 100 battles arena. A pseudo-transcendent realm master appeared on the 100 battles arena and stared at the young man with an oppressive gaze. You should know that I come from the Xian family. The young man glared at the pseudo-transcendent realm master from the 100 battles arena and said in a threatening tone. It doesn't matter if you come from Sacred Martial Palace, the pseudo-transcendent realm master from the 100 battles arena sneered. You want to use the Xian family to oppress me? What a joke. The 100 battles arena is the property of the Lord of 100 Battles City, and the strength of 100 Battles City is not inferior to the Xian family. Good, very good. The young man's murderous intent fell on Chenzong's face. You'd best stay in 100 Battles City for the rest of your life, otherwise, I'll put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Saying so, he sheathed his sword and his figure flashed outside the 100 battles arena. After examining the injured young man again, he found that after taking some pills, the young man's condition had improved. However, his injuries were still very serious and he needed to leave quickly. Good, the challenge continues. After the pseudo-transcendent realm master finished speaking, he returned to 100 Battles Tower. First, you crippled the core of Sacred Martial Palace. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. This disciple seriously injured a Xian family disciple. This Qianzong is going against the heavens. After watching the battle for so many days, this is the first time I've seen him so angry. Insulting one's parents is wrong. Amidst all kinds of discussion, the challenge continued. Although Qianzong did not kill his opponent on the spot, it was not much different from killing him. The terrifying sword energy directly destroyed his opponent's bones, muscles, and internal organs. Now, he was just barely hanging on. If he did not have any spirit medicines, he would not live for long and would instead die in pain. This was even more ruthless than killing him directly. This was the price for insulting his parents. Reaching out, the young man's sword that fell on the stage flew into Qianzong's left hand. Dual swords? Why is he using dual swords? Everyone was stunned and puzzled. Another person went up and was defeated in a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong won 5 consecutive victories. The new challenger came up to the stage. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was short, dark-skinned, and his fingers were long and slender. This middle-aged man was one of the warriors trained by the 100-year battlefield. He was specially trained to snipe challengers who had a winning streak. This man's hands were empty, but there were many finger-thick throwing knives on his belt. There were a total of 30 of them. He was about 100 meters away from Qianzong. Although he was short, his legs were very light. He quickly moved around with great agility. No one knew when, but he held a throwing knife in each of his hands. The throwing knives were shining with cold light and extremely sharp. With a shake of his arms, 2 cold lights shot through the air with a swishing sound. The flying daggers were extremely fast. Just as the short middle-aged man waved his arm, they had already crossed 100 meters and arrived in front of Qianzong. One from the left and one from the right, they shot towards Qianzong's left and right shoulders. The throwing knives were fast, but Qianzong's reaction was faster. He held his 2 swords horizontally and blocked the 2 throwing knives. However, there were 4 more cold knife lights that shot through the air from 4 different angles. But Qianzong still blocked them easily with his swords. Kill! With a roar, the short middle-aged man suddenly jumped high. He held a throwing knife between his right index and middle fingers and raised it. His true power surged. He shook his arm and the throwing knife turned into a cold light that shot through the air. The cold light suddenly exploded halfway and turned into dozens of even finer cold lights. With amazing sharpness, they turned the air in front of them into a sieve. Each of them carried amazing power. The throwing knives were shattered by the short middle-aged man's tyrannical power. They turned into dozens of pieces, each piece equal to a throwing knife. With continuous clanking sounds, the dozens of flying knife fragments were all blocked by Qianzong's 2 swords. They were not broken at all. Swish! Swish! What kind of technique is this? Amazing throwing knife consummate skill. Everyone in the audience was surprised. It was very rare to see someone who could practice throwing knives to such an extent. It was well known that the martial arts of concealed weapons were relatively rare, and the profound ones were even rarer. The power of concealed weapons was also relatively ordinary. Therefore, the martial artists who chose to practice concealed weapons were also relatively few. Most of them were not very strong, but the ability displayed by this short middle-aged man was quite astonishing. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The long snake flying dagger was fast and nimble. It quickly swam in the air and surrounded Qianzong. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it launched a surprise attack as fast as lightning. With both swords in his hands, he was firm and unbreakable. He blocked all the attacks. The path of the swords was clear and simple. There were only a few of them coming and going. There was not a bit of unfathomable feeling. The short man used all his strength to launch the flying daggers. His goal was not to defeat Qianzong, because Qianzong's battle power was very strong. His main mission was to exhaust Qianzong's strength as much as possible. Little did he know, Qianzong was actually using his opponent to perform his own ultimate move. The short middle-aged man used all his strength to launch the last of his flying daggers. Every flying dagger was as fast as lightning. with both swords, all the flying daggers were split apart. Immediately, the dazzling cross-shaped sword light pierced through tens of meters and directly imprinted on the short middle-aged man's body. It broke through his protective true power. The sword energy was violent, overbearing, and endless. It slashed the short middle-aged man out of the arena. 6 consecutive victories. This was also the so-called 96 consecutive victories. Immediately, the next opponent landed on the 100 battles arena. It was an old man with a hunchback. He held a bronze tiger head cane. The tiger head cane was a strange weapon. Very few people knew how to use it because it was not easy to cultivate. However, it was very powerful and not easy to deal with. The old man walked step by step towards Xianxia. His footsteps were getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed 100 meters. His slightly hunchback body seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, he fiercely smashed out with his cane. Wind and thunder surged, and it was like a fierce tiger's roar. Another 4-star battle power expert. Xianxia blocked with one sword and counterattacked with one sword. His sword technique was very ordinary. The tiger head cane turned. The sharp end pierced through the air like a sharp sword, as if it wanted to pierce through Xianxia. The bronze tiger head cane in the hunchbacked old man's hand was being played with by him with great vigor and vigor. The air surged, the strong true power roared, like 100 tigers roaring, the momentum was astonishing. The old man's purpose was the same as the short middle-aged man's. He didn't want to defeat Xianxia, but wanted to exhaust Xianxia's strength as much as possible so that the snipers behind him could take advantage of the situation. Xianxia, on the other hand, also used the old man to perform his unique skill. After a fierce battle, Xianxia's swordsmanship was still ordinary and mediocre. He only swung a few swords back and forth, slashing vertically and horizontally, but every single one of his swords blocked all of the old man's attacks and repelled the old man time and time again. 100 tigers wreak havoc. A vigorous voice rang out, and the ancient bronze tiger head cane blossomed with a simple and profound luster. The tiger head seemed to have come alive, and it let out a mighty roar that shook the forest. Phantoms of tiger heads rushed out one after another. There were more than 100 of them, and they all rushed towards Xianxia from all directions. The old man's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. This move had exhausted all of his strength. He stared at Xianxia, who was surrounded by more than 100 tiger heads, hoping that this move could cause some damage to Xianxia and weaken Xianxia's strength as much as possible. More than 100. Tiger heads were indeed ferocious. They rushed from all directions, and each tiger head carried an astonishing power. Xianxia's face was calm. With 2 swords in his hands, the sword energy flowed continuously. The 2 swords slashed out dazzling cross-shaped sword light, smashing more than 100 tiger heads. After a series of explosions, the smoke dissipated. The old man's face turned paler, and then he smiled bitterly. Before Xianxia could attack, he took the initiative to admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. He had exhausted all of his strength. 97 consecutive victories, 3 more opponents left, and he would get one. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. 100 consecutive victories. Everyone was getting more and more excited. A new opponent appeared in the 100 battles arena. It was a woman in a rose-red gown. Although she looked a little old, and there were traces of age at the corners of her eyes, she was still charming. She must have been a beautiful woman when she was young. The woman smiled slightly, and a cold light shone in her hand. It was a soft sword. It was more difficult to practice a soft sword than a normal sword, but it was often more difficult to resist once it was mastered. "Little brother, I know I'm no match for you. Please show mercy," the woman said with a smile. "Please." Xianxia smiled slightly. As the woman chuckled, her rose-red gown trembled slightly. It was like a blooming flower or a red cloud drifting over. The soft sword slashed through the air, creating ripple-like luster. Layer after layer, there was no beginning and no end. The woman was like a flower, and the sword was like water. Xianxia's eyes lit up slightly. The combat strength displayed by the woman was at most at the peak of the 4-star level, which was nothing. However, her swordsmanship was interesting. Xianxia had never seen it before, so he stared at it carefully, adding bricks and tiles to the foundation of his swordsmanship. The two swords went back and forth, and all the attacks were blocked by Qianzong. They couldn't hurt Qianzong at all. The woman was very helpless. She had already used all her strength. The soft sword was like a flying snake. When it was sharp, it could cut gold and break jade. When it was flexible, it could twist and turn thousands of times. When it was continuous, it could flow like water. However, it couldn't hurt Qianzong at all. The two swords were like a natural moat, completely blocking all the attacks. However, the woman's purpose was not to defeat Qianzong, but to exhaust Qianzong's strength as much as possible. Therefore, she displayed her swordsmanship to the extreme, and repeatedly used strange moves without caring about her own consumption. However, Qianzong seemed to be bottomless. Until now, no one knew how much strength he had consumed. Qianzong had almost grasped the essence of his opponent's soft swordsmanship. His two swords were also sharpened to a certain extent. The cross-shaped sword light flashed out, and the sword force quickly repelled the woman directly. The sword force was not only fierce, violent, and domineering, but also contained an amazing sharpness. The woman tried her best to resist, but she couldn't stop herself from retreating. When she was out of the 100 battles arena, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. When fighting with Qianzong, it really felt like everything was out of control. Instead, everything was going according to the opponent's will. The fact was indeed so. Under the pressure of Qianzong's two swords, she had to use all her strength. In the end, she was defeated without any luck. 98 consecutive victories. There were only 2 more matches left to achieve 100 consecutive victories, and the opponents in these 2 matches were often the strongest. The opponent in the 99th match was a bald man. He didn't wear any clothes on his upper body. His muscles looked like they were made of steel, full of violent strength. The weapon he used was also very interesting. It was an oval shield that was 1 meter long and half a meter wide. The front of the shield was covered with sharp awls, which looked very ferocious. This person placed his shield in front of him, firmly defending himself. After that, he shifted his center of gravity downwards and closed in on Qianzong step by step. He was like an elite on the battlefield setting up a battle formation. An astonishing aura emanated from him, spreading out. When he ran quickly, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging together, causing the entire arena to tremble. Advancing, continuously advancing forward, as if he wanted to use this method to force Qianzong out of the arena. Qianzong swung his sword. The cross-shaped sword light slashed on the shield but was completely blocked. The bald man's body only paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward. When he was 10 meters away from Qianzong, suddenly, the bald man's true power swept out and covered the 2 shields, and the 2 shields overlapped in an instant. In the roar, his whole body was wrapped in a tyrannical strength, like a fierce meteorite. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. He blasted towards Qianzong. The momentum was amazing, like a meteorite falling, destroying everything. Qianzong had no intention of dodging. Instead, he crossed his 2 swords in front of him, blocking the attack head-on. The terrible impact shattered the arena. When the 2 swords collided with Qianzong's, an amazing sound resounded through the sky. The arena under his feet was completely shattered, and his feet collapsed. The bald man's face was fierce. He tried his best to attack and suppress Qianzong, but Qianzong's 2 swords did not move at all. Maybe the bald man's strength was not bad, and his battle strength was strong enough to fight against an early 5-star, but compared to Qianzong, there was still a big gap. The 2 swords trembled slightly, and the sword energy surged. The violent and tyrannical power rushed out, and suddenly the bald man leaned back. The power was endless, like a tide, wave after wave, endless impact, but the power of each wave was so terrifying. Unable to resist, the bald man's face was full of shock. He could not stop his feet from retreating, and every step he took would crush a piece of the arena's stone floor. He retreated all the way back to the edge of the 100 battles arena. Even though he tried his best to stop his footsteps, the continuous momentum of the sword energy was completely unexpected. He was unable to resist it, and when he took the last step back, he fell off the arena. What a terrifying power! One by one, they stared at the broken path on the 100 battles arena that was created by the 2 feet. It was at least a few hundred meters long, and they were all shocked. 99 wins in a row. There's only one match left. Chen Zong is going to get 100 wins in a row. In the spectator seats, everyone was getting more and more excited. The last match was coming, and the decisive moment was coming. In the waiting area, Chen Zong's last opponent also stood up. He took a step forward and appeared in the 100 battles arena as if he had teleported. He was holding a long saber in his hand. This person looked ordinary, and it was difficult to recognize him in the crowd. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and there were crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. However, his eyes were deep and calm, like a deep pool. Defeat me, and you will get 100 wins in a row. The middle-aged man said to Chen Zong slowly with one hand behind his back and the other holding the saber. Then he took a step forward, as if he was leisurely strolling in his own backyard and admiring the blooming flowers. He walked slowly step by step toward Chen Zong. It felt like he was not here to fight, but to chat with Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could clearly feel it. As the middle-aged man leisurely walked over step by step, there seemed to be a faint aura quietly condensing on his body. It was very subtle, almost undetectable. If Chen Zong's perception did not surpass that of other cultivators, he would not have been able to detect it. The momentum was very subtle, but it constantly diffused and scattered around the middle-aged man. Chen Zong had a feeling that when the middle-aged man walked to a certain distance, the scattered momentum would gather in an instant. At that time, it would release a destructive blow like a volcanic eruption. Aware of this, Chen Zong's expression did not change. He did not attack, but let the opponent accumulate momentum. Chen Zong wanted to achieve 100 wins in a row, but he also wanted to fight a strong opponent. The stronger this middle-aged man was, the happier Chen Zong was. Of course, it was impossible for the other party to be a pseudo-transcendent, otherwise, it would be a slap to his face. It was also impossible for him to have a 6-star combat strength. It was no longer something that could be achieved through time, but rather through talent. As for those who possessed 6-star strength, they would often reach the pseudo-transcendent realm by the time they reached 40 or 50 years old. End of chapter. Genius. 1 second. Remember, love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ta ta ta. As the middle-aged man gradually approached Chen Zong, the sound of his footsteps gradually turned from light to heavy, like the rhythmic beat of a drum. It could not help but disturb one's heartbeat, and then control it. There was an indescribable pressure. Love go little say W, Chu. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's footsteps accelerated and became faster. His body swept forward like a gust of wind. His long saber hummed and a layer of purple saber light spread out like dancing electric arcs. In just an instant, the middle-aged man approached Chen Zong like a bolt of lightning. His scattered aura gathered in an instant, and with a thunderous boom, the purple electric arc swallowed up the long saber, exuding a terrible aura of destruction. Purple thunder annihilation. The violent roar turned into a shock wave, directly penetrating Chen Zong's ears, shaking Chen Zong's spiritual will and making him dizzy, making it difficult for him to resist the power of the purple thunder annihilation saber. However, Chen Zong's spiritual will was incomparably strong, even a pseudo-transcendent with 7-star combat strength could not compare to it. He was completely unaffected and stared at his opponent. The saber slashed down, like a thick purple thunderbolt smashing through the sky. The air under the saber was completely repelled, forming a vacuum. The air swirled back and formed a storm. The wind and thunder roared. The saber seemed to be able to split mountains and tear the earth apart, destroying everything. So scary. It's fine if he doesn't use it, but when he does, it's so violent. It's too sudden. The faces of many people in the spectator stands changed greatly. The main reason was that the middle-aged man was too leisurely at the beginning. There were no signs of him making a move at all, but he suddenly erupted with such power that it was impossible to guard against. Moreover, the power was so tyrannical that if an opponent with similar or slightly stronger combat strength was not prepared, they might suffer a loss. The power of this saber had reached the mid-5-star level. It was very strong. However, Chen Zong was prepared and everything was under his control. Facing the horrifying purple thunderbolt, Chen Zong drew his sword fearlessly. The silver cross-shaped sword light pierced through the air, sharp, domineering, and extremely violent. The moment the cross-shaped sword light collided with the thunderbolt, it was directly shattered, as if there was a huge gap between them. Chen Zong's expression was calm as usual. He struck out with his two swords again, and another cross-shaped sword light broke through the sky. One silver cross-shaped sword light after another was unleashed by Chen Zong, but they were all destroyed by the violent power of the purple lightning. However, each silver cross-shaped sword light seemed to become more condensed, slowly increasing in power. In the end, they were able to destroy the power of the purple lightning and counterattack. Love Go Little Say could the middle-aged man's combat strength was only at the mid-stage of 5-star. Compared to Chen Zong, his combat strength was not high and could be easily defeated. However, Chen Zong was using the middle-aged man to perform his ultimate move, so the silver sword light he displayed was not his full strength. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong felt that the middle-aged man's help had reached its limit, so he attacked, shattering the middle-aged man's saber with one strike and sending him flying out of the 100 battles arena with the other. The moment the middle-aged man's figure flew out of the 100 battles arena, the surroundings quieted down and fell into a strange silence, like the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a tsunami of cheers rang out. 100-win streak. 100-win streak. Chen Zong has won a 100-win streak. After a few years, someone has won a 100-win streak again. In the spectator stands, almost everyone stood up and roared wildly, unable to contain their excitement. In the 100 Battles Tower, several pseudo-transcendents had complicated expressions. They were excited and happy, but also helpless. All their attacks were ineffective. There was nothing they could do. Chen Zong's actual combat strength should be at the peak of 5-star. That kind of combat strength was not available in the current 100 Battles arena. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Congratulations on winning a 100-win streak. On the top floor of the 100 Battles Tower, one of the pseudo-transcendents said to Chen Zong with a smile, his face full of congratulations. Later, we will build a statue for you and erect it at the edge of the 100 Battles arena, but where did little friend come from? It will be convenient for us to carve words under the statue, another pseudo-transcendent asked. Just carve my name on the words on the statue. Chen Zong thought for a moment. He wanted to tell them about his origin and the Unhindered Sword sect, but on second thought, he did not know if he would provoke people from other great forces in the future. If they failed to deal with him, they would target the Unhindered Sword sect instead. He might as well keep it a secret. Is that so? Then as you wish, the pseudo-transcendents of the 100 Battles Tower were slightly taken aback, but they did not insist. Then, little friend, do you want to come with us to choose a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact now, or do you want to wait until later? Now, Chen Zong replied without hesitation. One of his goals in participating in the 100 Battles arena was to obtain a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. Please. The third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was still stored in the 100 Battles Tower, but it was not on the top floor, but underground. After all, a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was very valuable. In addition to presiding over the 100 Battles arena, these pseudo-transcendents were also responsible for guarding the third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. Chen Zong went dozens of meters underground and opened the heavy bronze door. It was pitch black inside, and as the light lit up, Chen Zong could clearly see what was inside. He was shocked. There were actually more than 20 types of level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons here. A third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was worth at least 10 low-rank spirit sources, so the total value of the third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts here was at least 300 low-rank spirit sources. This was enough to buy a low-rank spirit artifact. Chen Zong glanced over and took in all the third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. There were 3 swords, 2 sabers, a long spear, a long staff, a water splitter, 2 gloves, a bracelet, a pair of arm guards, 2 pairs of shoes that looked different, a resplendent belt, 2 pieces of inner armor, and a pair of black and red claws. Different types of pseudo-spirit artifacts often had different values. I now have the Heavenly Sun Sword and Earthing Sword, so I don't need a sword, not to mention the 3 swords here are all separate, Chen Zong thought. As for the third-order pseudo-spirit artifact inner armor, I also bought one from the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Then, what I need is speed. Chen Zong's gaze fell on the 2 pairs of shoes, then immediately shifted, it was a longbow, and the body of the bow was like two snakes entwined together. The scales were lifelike, and two snake heads appeared at the two ends of the longbow. The snake's mouth was open, revealing sharp venomous fangs, and the bowstring was as black as ink, suffused with a trace of blood-red light. Next to the longbow was an arrow. The arrow was straight, and the shaft was covered with countless snake scale patterns. The arrowhead was incomparably sharp and amazing. Chenzong himself had mastered excellent archery, so if he had a suitable bow and arrow, he could display amazing power. However, he could only choose one third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. Can I use a low-rank spirit source to buy other third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts? Chenzong thought and asked. Suddenly, the pseudo-transcendents looked at each other. This was the first time they had encountered a situation where they had to use a low-rank spirit source to buy a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact. However, they still shook their heads. The third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts here are only used as rewards and are not for sale. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In fact, these third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts were all brought by the city lord of 100 battles. As a transcendent realm master, if he needed to sell them in exchange for a spirit source, he would not have brought them here as rewards. Chenzong felt regretful, but there was no other way. So, what should he choose? After thinking about it, Chenzong finally chose the longbow and arrow. This snake-devouring bow and this snake-devouring arrow are one. Not only can they enhance each other's power, but after shooting the snake-devouring arrow, you can also use the power of the snake-devouring bow to summon it back, but the distance cannot exceed 10,000 meters. The pseudo-transcendents took out the longbow and arrow and handed them to Chenzong while explaining. Many thanks. Chenzong received the snake-devouring bow and snake-devouring arrow with a smile and put them into his mustard seed bag. Good, since little friend has chosen a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact, please follow us to the pill room to choose a heaven-grade top-rank pill. Pills were divided into different grades. Heaven-grade pills corresponded to the true martial realm. Heaven-grade top-rank pills were extremely high-grade and had extraordinary value. Even some pseudo-transcendents with 7-star strength would be tempted. As the pseudo-transcendents stepped into the pill room, each of them placed a pill with a name and a simple description of the pill's effects. There were many types of pills, but they could generally be divided into auxiliary cultivation, restorative strength, healing injuries, temporary enhancement, life-sustaining, and so on. Chenzong looked around. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, the 10th layer of the true martial realm was not something he could reach by relying on auxiliary cultivation pills. Even if he could, it was not something a heaven-grade pill could achieve. As for restorative strength pills, Chenzong still had the true returning pill, which was enough. As for healing injuries, the effect might not be as good as the 1,000-year tree heart's vitality, so only temporary enhancement and life-sustaining pills were left. Chenzong did not hesitate and quickly made his choice. A pill that could temporarily enhance his strength. The 1,000-yuan body explosion pill. This heaven-grade top-rank pill was suitable for cultivators below the pseudo-transcendent realm and could increase their combat strength by 30% for a quarter of an hour. Of course, cultivators who were not strong enough could not take it, otherwise they would not be able to bear the power contained in the 1,000-yuan body explosion pill. In light cases, their body would be damaged, and in heavy cases, they would explode and die. Usually, Chenzong could use too few trump cards, which made it difficult for him to compare with those geniuses with great backgrounds. But there was no other way. Chenzong relied on himself most of the time. Although the unhindered sword sect supported him as much as possible, the sect itself was not strong enough. Little friend, you used a body-refining martial art that day, right? The seemingly oldest pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator asked. Yes. Chenzong nodded. I wonder if little friend is willing to give that body-refining martial art to 100 battlefield. In exchange, little friend can choose any low-rank pseudo-lingwu from the secret martial arts room, the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator said with a smile. Chenzong could not help but be moved. He had mastered 2 low-rank pseudo-lingwu, Dragon Sparrow Dance and Point Star. However, this did not prevent him from cultivating other pseudo-lingwu. The primeval iron refining hand was obtained from an auction, so it was not a secret. Thinking of this, Chenzong nodded in agreement. Good, then little friend, please go to the secret martial arts room and choose a low-rank pseudo-lingwu that you are satisfied with. After that, you can write down the body refining martial art for us. The secret martial arts room was not far from the alchemy room. After a few steps into the secret martial arts room, Chenzong swept his gaze across the dozen or so low-rank pseudo-linguo, looking at them one by one. Each low-rank pseudo-linguo had a name and relevant introduction, making it easier to understand. End of chapter. Genius. 1 second. Remember love/go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Among the dozen or so low-rank pseudo-linguo, Chenzong looked at them and finally chose a secret martial art called Wrath of Wind and Thunder. After choosing a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact, a heaven-grade top-grade pill, and now a low-rank pseudo-linguo with the primordial iron refining hands, all that was left was the reward of spirit shells. A 10-win streak was worth 1,000 spirit shells, a 20-win streak was worth 2,000 spirit shells, and a 30-win streak was worth 4,000 spirit shells. At the 40th win streak, the spirit shell reward rose to 10,000 spirit shells, a 50-win streak was 20,000 spirit shells, and a 60-win streak was 30,000 spirit shells. At the 70th win streak, the spirit shell reward rose to 50,000 spirit shells, 60,000 spirit shells for 80 wins, and 70,000 spirit shells for 90 wins. The spirit shell reward for a 100-win streak was 100,000 spirit shells. Because of the 100-win streak, the 100 battlefield side directly gave Chenzong 100 substandard spirit sources, which in theory was equivalent to 100,000 spirit shells, but in reality, it was more than that. Several seniors, Chenzong will take his leave. Chenzong cupped his fists and bowed. Little friend, wait. Suddenly, a pseudo-transcendent called out to Chenzong. What other advice does senior have? Chenzong asked. We sincerely invite little friend to join 100 Battle City. The pseudo-transcendent said with a serious face, and the other pseudo-transcendents also nodded. Join 100 Battle City? Chenzong was slightly startled. Yes, little friend, your combat strength is high, and you can definitely be ranked on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Moreover, your age is young and your talent is outstanding. First, he complimented Chenzong. Our 100 battlefield directly belongs to 100 Battle City, and 100 Battle City is a mid-rank force in the Ascending Heaven region. Mid-rank? Chenzong was surprised. He knew a little about 100 Battle City, but not much. Chenzong had never thought that 100 Battle City would be a sect. That's right. Our City Lord is a powerful extreme mortal realm warrior, and the old City Lord is a powerful earth spirit realm warrior. The City Lord also has a few disciples, each of them with outstanding talent and extraordinary combat strength. As a mid-rank force, our 100 Battle City's cultivation resources are extremely abundant. If you join our 100 Battle City, I can make the decision to let you choose another rank 3 pseudo-linguo and gift you a mid-rank pseudo-linguo. It had to be said, the conditions of the pseudo-transcendent realm were quite attractive. Another level 3 pseudo-spirit artifact and a mid-grade pseudo-linguo. Moreover, this was just a gift from him. In the future, he would still be able to obtain the resources of the 100 Battle City to cultivate. In addition, the Sacred Martial Palace's Xia Hojin and the Sword Family's Xian family will probably find trouble with you. However, as long as you join our 100 Battle City, you will naturally receive our protection. Many thanks for senior's consideration, but I don't plan on staying in one place. Chenzong thought for a moment and refused. Perhaps if Chenzong joined 100 Battle City, he would be able to obtain more cultivation resources and the protection of 100 Battle City, but in the end, 100 Battle City was only a mid-rank force. Thinking back to his experience in the Sword Sect, in the end, because of his lack of strength and various threats, they had no choice but to announce his removal. Strength, everything depended on strength. What's more, Chenzong really didn't plan on staying in one place for too long. Who knew if he would leave Ascending Heaven region? Little friend, please consider. Seeing Chenzong refuse, the pseudo-transcendent realm couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he still said this. All right. Chenzong nodded and didn't refuse again. After all, he had already made his decision. Of course, these pseudo-transcendents could also see that he couldn't change his mind. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. After leaving the 100 battlefield, Chenzong walked towards the 1,000 treasure pavilion. The Wrath of Wind and Thunder was different from the Star Secret sword art. It was similar to the Thunder King transformation used by Lin Ziki of St. Martial Palace. It was a low-rank pseudo-lingwu technique that could increase one's strength for a short time. The Wrath of Wind and Thunder wasn't easy to cultivate because it required external conditions. Chen Zong went to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion to purchase the 2 treasures needed to cultivate the Wrath of Wind and Thunder. The essence of wind and thunder. Everything in the world had their own essence qi, which was hidden but not visible. Different things had different strengths and weaknesses. In places where strong winds blew all year round, over time, they would be affected by the aura of the wind and slowly condense and precipitate in a special geographical environment, eventually forming crystals with wind essence qi. The formation of thunder essence qi was similar. This was a treasure that belonged to nature. Stepping into the second floor of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Chen Zong directly stated his intentions. The essence of wind and thunder? We do have them, but they aren't cheap. How much are they worth? Chen Zong asked. That depends on whether you want the unrefined essence qi or the refined essence qi. Although Chen Zong was here to purchase the wind and thunder essence qi, he knew very little about these 2 treasures. The unrefined essence qi is more impure, so you have to refine it yourself after buying it. As for the refined essence qi, you don't have to. The unrefined essence qi is worth 2 substandard spirit sources, while the refined essence qi is worth 5 substandard spirit sources. The manager of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said with a face full of smiles, letting Chen Zong make his choice. Chen Zong pondered for a moment. Cultivating the Wrath of Wind and Thunder required 10 wisps of wind essence and 10 wisps of thunder essence. Naturally, they had to have been refined before. In that case, he would need a total of 100 substandard spirit sources. 10 wind essence qi and 10 thunder essence qi each. Chen Zong said as he took out the 100 substandard spirit sources he obtained from the 100 battlefield. This time, the substandard spirit sources came and went quickly. Different secret techniques had different requirements to cultivate. Some secret techniques didn't require the help of external objects and only required the user's own strength. However, if they were to be used, it would put a huge burden on the user's body. On the other hand, secret techniques that were cultivated with the help of external objects would not put a huge burden on the user's body. For example, the Wrath of Wind and Thunder secret technique would not put any burden on the user's body after cultivating it. Of course, there was a time limit and it couldn't be used indefinitely. Other than the 2 types of essence qi, Chen Zong also bought arrows from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The best ones were of course the 3rd-level pseudo-spirit arrows, but there were too few of them and the Thousand Treasure Pavilion didn't have them. Next were the 2nd-level pseudo-spirit arrows. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion only had 10 of them, and each arrow was worth 2 substandard spirit sources. Chen Zong bought all of them. Next were the 1st-level pseudo-spirit arrows. Chen Zong bought 100 of them, and that was all that the Thousand Treasure Pavilion had in stock. The total value of 100 1st-level pseudo-spirit arrows was 30 substandard spirit sources. Soon, Chen Zong took 10 wisps of wind essence qi, 10 wisps of thunder essence qi, and the pseudo-spirit arrows and left the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. He rented a secret room specifically for cultivation and began to cultivate the Wrath of Wind and Thunder secret technique. The wind essence qi was green in color, and each wisp was like a strand of hair. It emitted a crystal clear luster, and there was a light aura fluctuation that spread out. It was very agile. The thunder essence qi was purple in color, and it was also as thick as a strand of hair. The luster it emitted was somewhat dazzling, and it also carried the violent and destructive aura of thunder and lightning. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The cultivation of the Wrath of Wind and Thunder was to absorb the wind essence qi and thunder essence qi into the body and refine it. Then, through the absorption of the Wrath of Wind and Thunder, the body would condense a wind and thunder seal. Chen Zong's mental strength was very strong. Under his control, all 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence qi were absorbed into his body. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt that his body was so light that it was about to float. At the same time, he also felt a mixed feeling of numbness. Under his control, the 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence qi quickly swam in Chen Zong's body. They passed through his bones, muscles, internal organs, and qi, and traveled through every part of Chen Zong's body, synchronizing with his body. Condense. With a low shout, Chen Zong's 10 fingers quickly flicked. As they swam, they were like 10 spiritual snakes wriggling in the air. They were also like a flower that had already bloomed and was shrinking back into a bud. Countless spiritual chi fluctuated around him. The 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi that were scattered all over his body intertwined with each other and quickly moved to the center. The wisps of essence chi danced like dragons and snakes. As Qinzong's muscles expanded and contracted, they seemed to be condensed. His bones and muscles trembled slightly. The wind and thunder essence chi had the effect of assisting the body refining. This was out of Qinzong's expectation. Unfortunately, Qinzong's body refining cultivation was quite high. The effect of the 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi was almost negligible. Like 100 rivers flowing into the river, the wisps of wind and thunder essence chi all flowed into the center of his chest. Under the guidance of Qinzong's powerful mental strength, they condensed in a spiral shape like a vortex. Seal. His voice was like thunder. After his 10 fingers quickly formed a seal, he blasted it into the center of his chest with a powerful force. At the same time, the 20 wisps of wind and thunder essence chi that were entangled together became more condensed, weaving like a needle. The light was so bright that it almost shone through Qinzong's chest and out, causing Qinzong's body to emit a misty green and purple light. When the light receded, Qinzong could see a thumb-sized imprint condensed in the center of his chest. The imprint was green and purple, intertwining with each other. It flowed like the wind, yet it also flowed like lightning. Its shape seemed to be fixed, yet it also seemed to be changing. This was the wind and thunder seal after mastering the wrath of gale and thunder. When his mental strength touched it, Qinzong knew that the wind and thunder seal contained a powerful force. The method to activate the wrath of gale and thunder was to detonate the wind and thunder seal and release the power within. It would spread through every part of the body to increase one's strength. The increase in strength after detonating the wind and thunder seal had nothing to do with the wind and thunder essence chi. Instead, it was a wonderful way to increase one's physical strength and true power. To put it simply, the wrath of gale and thunder was a secret technique that could increase one's physical strength and chi cultivation strength at the same time. This was also the reason why Qinzong chose it. The wrath of gale and thunder was also the most outstanding secret technique among the dozens of low-grade pseudo-lingwu in the 100 battlefield. That was its advantage, but its disadvantage was also very obvious. It required the use of wind and thunder essence chi to train, and the value of wind and thunder essence chi was not low. After using the wrath of gale and thunder, the wind and thunder seal would explode and the wind and thunder essence chi would naturally disappear. There were only 2 ways to recover it. The first was to naturally absorb the wind and thunder essence chi from the heaven and earth. However, it was very weak and required a long time to recover. The second was to directly absorb the wind and thunder essence chi to recover quickly. As such, this secret technique could only be used as a trump card. After mastering the wrath of gale and thunder, Qinzong left the secluded secret room and prepared to leave the 100 battle city. Passing by the 100 battlefield, his statue had not been erected yet. After all, to meticulously carve a statue was not an easy task. It would take some time to do so. Perhaps he would see it the next time he came. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second. Go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Along the way, many people stared at Qinzong. The 100-win streak made Qinzong famous in 100 Battle City, and there were many people who went to 100 Battle City to watch the battle, so Qinzong's face was naturally remembered by many. He's out of the city. Since he's out of the city, let's kill him. Stepping out of 100 Battle City and crossing the moat, Qinzong looked back at 100 Battle City, then stepped forward without looking back. This was neither the starting point nor the end, it was just a relay station, nothing more. Next, go to the Heaven Ascension Tower, Qinzong thought to himself. In 100 Battle City, in addition to cultivating and participating in the 100 Battles arena, Qinzong also learned a lot about Ascending Heaven region and knew what kind of place the Heaven Ascension Tower was. A long time ago, a peerless genius appeared in Ascending Heaven region and advanced by leaps and bounds at an astonishing speed. He broke through all the shackles and went straight to the Transcendent Realm. After that, he did not stop in the Transcendent Realm and finally ascended to the Emperor's throne with irresistible force. This Emperor's throne was not the Emperor's throne of a dynasty, but the strongest martial emperor in the profound Sky Realm. After that, he remained silent for 10 years, then tore the void of ascending heaven region with his bare hands and left. The Heaven Ascension Tower was a treasure left behind by that master when he broke through the void. Legend said that it contained the inheritance left by that master. At that time, Ascending Heaven Region was another name, but because of that master, it was renamed Ascending Heaven Region. He hoped that everyone in this region would be like dragons and be able to follow his predecessor's example and reach the heavens in a single bound. Although that senior had remained silent for 10 years, 10 years was a short time for a profound Sky Realm master. One retreat might pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call that senior's cultivation journey reaching the heavens in a single bound. It was said that the senior started on the path of cultivation at the age of 20. Before he was 100 years old, he tore the void with his bare hands and left behind countless legends. He was a legend of his generation. While thinking, Chenzong walked further and further away. Suddenly, Chenzong stopped in his tracks and glanced around. They were at the foot of a small hill. "You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet?" Chenzong spoke slowly, as if he was talking to the air. "I wanted to find a better place for you to be buried, but since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way now." Cold killing intent filled the air as 3 silhouettes appeared from behind several large trees. They were none other than the 3 young men from the Xian clan. All of them glared at Chenzong, their eyes filled with killing intent as if they wanted to pierce through him. "Only the 3 of you?" Chenzong seemed a little disappointed. "The 3 of us are enough to put you to death by 1,000 cuts." The voice of the leader was like a cold wind from the extreme north, freezing everything. The 3 young men unsheathed their long swords at the same time. Their swords flashed, bright and cold, carrying fierce killing intent. They surrounded Chenzong from 3 different directions and then attacked him. The cold long swords were like a gust of wind. They were not only fast but also sharp. Chenzong seemed to hear the whistling of the wind. It was the wind of death. The 3 young men from the Xian family, a family of swordsmanship. The leader was at the early stage of the 5-star level, while the other 2 were at the peak of the 4-star level. Their divine wind sword technique was powerful enough to defeat most of the warriors in the real martial arts realm. Unfortunately, their opponent was Chenzong. With his perception, Chenzong captured the trajectory of the 3 young men's swords clearly. The mystery seemed to be under his control. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. The Xian family was a family of swordsmanship from a middle-rank force. The divine wind sword technique was from the Xian family. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The inherited sword technique of the Xian family was very profound and contained unique skills. It was extraordinary. With the strength of the 3 young men, Chenzong could easily kill them. However, Chenzong did not do so. Instead, he used a similar strength. He unsheathed the Sky Sun sword and the Earthine sword and used them to perform the unique skills of the Zhongjing sword technique. At the same time, he studied the mystery of the divine wind sword technique to accumulate experience. Beams of cross-shaped sword light broke through the air and blocked the 3 young men's swords one by one. The sword energy was domineering, sharp, and continuous, bringing great pressure to the 3 young men. They had no choice but to use more power. How can he be so strong? The 3 from the Xian clan were shocked. That day, after their companion had been crippled by Chenzong, they had left. Thus, they had not seen Chenzong's subsequent battles with their own eyes. As for the rumors, they did not believe them. If they had seen it with their own eyes that day, they would not be in such a situation now. At this point, there was no way out. They could only kill this young man to avenge their clan brother. That's right, that young man was severely injured and could not be treated in time. Now, he was on the verge of death. If there were no accidents, he would undoubtedly die. The 3 young men used all their strength to perform the divine wind sword technique. The wind whistled and countless green lights filled the air. It was as if the wind was stronger than the previous one. The young man's sword trembled. As his arm trembled, layers of green ripples condensed into sharp blades. They surrounded the long sword and attacked Chenzong. It was as if he wanted to cut Chenzong into pieces. The other 2 young men also performed their best moves. Their long swords carried an astonishing amount of power. The divine wind sword technique was broad and profound. It was difficult for cultivators to fully master it. Therefore, they were all biased. They were good at different things. Naturally, there were differences in strength. Although the three young men were all performing the divine wind sword technique, Chenzong could distinguish some subtle differences. It was indeed very subtle. If he could obtain the complete divine wind sword technique, he could also practice it and deepen his accumulation. Unknowingly, the rhythm was under Chenzong's control. He used the sword energy to drive the two swords to suppress the three young men. However, he was able to let the three young men display their strength to their heart's content. Moreover, he continued to use more skills. Long sword, sword finger, the Xian clan was a sword clan. It was a mid-level power. Naturally, they did not only have the divine wind sword technique. They had many other martial arts. Some of them were not inferior to the divine wind sword technique. As a direct descendant of the Xian clan, in addition to practicing the divine wind sword technique, they would also practice other martial arts to strengthen their own fighting ability. The sword energy was crisscrossing. The finger energy pierced through the air. The surroundings were severely damaged, leaving countless sword marks that covered a radius of hundreds of meters. Countless cyan sword energy splashed out like a gust of wind. However, Chenzong, who was in the center, was waving his two swords to resist all the attacks. He was constantly comprehending and developing his unique skills. After a period of meditation, the first style of the Zongheng sword technique gradually became clear. Although there was still some distance before it was complete, it was already on the right track. The only thing missing was time. After a while, the three young men had already done their best. However, they were still unable to defeat Chenzong. The difference in strength was obvious. "I'll send you on your way." Chenzong's voice was neither fast nor slow. His voice carried a trace of undetectable killing intent. The three young men's faces suddenly changed. The leader of the group was stronger and reacted faster. He immediately retreated and wanted to escape. Although the other two had the same idea, their reactions were slower. One step was the difference between life and death. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The sword energy flashed in front of their eyes. The two young men felt dizzy. "You can't escape." Chenzong's voice was clearly heard by the young man who had already rushed more than 10 meters away. The young man's face suddenly changed. "Stop, I'm from the Xian family." The young man hurriedly said in horror. He wanted to use his family background to threaten Chenzong so that Chenzong wouldn't dare to kill him. However, before he could finish his words, the cross-shaped sword energy had already reached him. An indescribable fierceness appeared, as if it was going to break the heaven and earth. Its peerless sharpness was beginning to show. With a puff, the cross-shaped sword energy disappeared. The young man's body stopped in place. After a slight tremor, it was torn apart. Even the protective power on his body was useless. The two swords returned to their sheaths. However, the remaining sword energy was like silk in the air and gradually disappeared. Chenzong moved quickly. He put away the three people's second-level pseudo-spiritual weapons and took away their mustard seed bags. As for their pseudo-spiritual armors, Chenzong had already broken them and they were useless. After skillfully doing all this, Chenzong burned the three bodies. During this time, Chenzong also checked the three people's mustard seed bags. There were some spirit shells, some substandard spiritual sources, but not many. In addition, there were some essential medicinal pills. As for the divine wind sword technique that Chenzong wanted the most, there was none. After all, it was the Xian family's inherited martial art. It was very precious. The direct disciples were qualified to practice it, but they couldn't copy it and take it away. Of course, Chenzong could also leave the three people behind to force out the divine wind sword technique, but it would take a lot of time. Since the three people appeared, Chenzong always had a bad feeling, as if a crisis was approaching. Therefore, he didn't stay for long. As for the divine wind sword technique, there would be a chance in the future. Chenzong executed the sweeping 8 directions movement technique and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, a few figures quickly approached and stopped. There are remnants of auras here. We fought not long ago. There should be 4 people. 3 people besieged 1 person, but they were killed. Their bodies were burned to ashes. These people's words almost replayed the battle not long ago. It had to be said that their eyesight was amazing and they were very experienced. This Qianzong didn't go far. We can still catch up. After a short pause, they immediately used their movement techniques and quickly chased in the direction Qianzong left. We've finally entered the ascending heaven region. But I wonder where that bastard Qianzong is? Let's find a place to gather information first. The 4 figures were the Dragon Teeth Guard who came from the Dragon Reflection Imperial City in the Dragon Reflection region. The Dragon Teeth Guard's vice commander and 3 captains each had the strength of a pseudo-transcendent. The 4 of them teamed up to hunt down Qianzong. If they caught up, Qianzong would be in danger. However, as soon as they stepped into the Ascending Heaven region, they were still quite a distance away from the 100 Battle City. With their speed, it would take them at least a few days to reach the 100 Battle City. In a few days, Qianzong would be able to travel very far. Moreover, the Ascending Heaven region was so big, and Qianzong was only 1 person. It would be even more difficult to find him. Let's go to Chaohui City first and gather information. The vice commander of the Dragon Teeth Guard said directly. Among the 4 of them, he had the highest status and the strongest combat strength. Naturally, he was the leader. Okay. Although Long Tai wanted to catch Qianzong right now and cut him into pieces to avenge his blood, everything would be in vain if he couldn't find Qianzong. He could only gather information first and plan slowly. End of chapter. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The scenery was extraordinary, but Qianzong didn't stop to appreciate it, because the sense of danger was getting stronger. What's going on? Is someone after me? Qianzong thought to himself as he rushed towards the Heaven Ascension Tower at full speed. Qianzong wouldn't be surprised if someone was after him. After all, he had offended many people when he first came to the Ascending Heaven region. Moreover, the 3rd prince of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family wouldn't let him go. However, after eliminating the possibility, the 3rd prince of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family couldn't have sent people to chase him so quickly, unless they were transcendents. Moreover, the Xian family, a sword family, wouldn't have received the news immediately after he killed 3 of their disciples. Then, there was still the Martial Saint Palace. The Martial Saint Palace was a high-rank sect. Xiaohozhen wouldn't let him go after he crippled their core disciple, Lin Ziki. Wait. Qianzong suddenly thought of Chaohui City's Nangong family. The 2 young masters of the Nangong family had died under his sword. Whether it was right or wrong, the Nangong family wouldn't let him go. They had sent a pseudo-transcendence to chase him, but they were scared off by the old man beside Qing Chen. They would probably send someone after him after a period of silence. As a powerful force, the Nangong family had more than a few pseudo-transcendents. Qianzong was very fast, but the 3 pursuers were even faster because they weren't in the true martial realm. They were all pseudo-transcendents with 7-star combat strength. Although they were only early 7-star, true martial realm cultivators couldn't compare to them, especially when they were good at speed. However, Qianzong's speed was much faster than ordinary early 7-star cultivators. For a time, the 3 couldn't catch up to Qianzong. They could only follow the traces of aura left by Qianzong. In the valley, there was a series of courtyards. Looking down from above, one would find that the courtyards formed the outline of a sword, emitting a dense sword qi. The Xian family, a sword family, was a mid-rank force. Who's the killer? The 4th elder of the Xian family asked coldly. Qianzong. One of the people below knelt on one knee and lowered his head. What's his origin? It's suspected to be someone from the outer realm. His combat power can reach the limit of 5-star. How dare he kill a disciple of the Xian family? The 4th elder's eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Let Wuxing take action. He must take this kid's head. The Xian family's face suddenly changed Qianzong's heart. Xian Wuxing, the prodigy of the Xian family, was over 40 years old. He did not practice the Xian family's divine wind sword technique, but another sword technique that was not inferior to the divine wind sword technique. It was even more strange and terrifying, and was best at killing. Not only that, Xian Wuxing's combat strength was as high as 8 stars, and he was now ranked on the Heaven Ascension list. He was known as the Ghost Sword, and when he did, he would kill. He was extremely murderous and had once slaughtered hundreds of cultivators with his sword in half a day, and there was no lack of pseudo-transcendent experts among them. Chen Zong's combat strength was only at the peak of the 5-star realm, yet he actually asked Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing, who had the combat strength of an 8-star realm, to fight. Wasn't he making a big fuss over a minor issue? However, this was the elder's decision, and he just had to follow the order. Little did they know that the Xian clan's 4th elder had his own considerations. That Chen Zong was clearly a prodigy, and such a prodigy could grow while being hunted down. Thus, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, they had to kill him to prevent him from being left alive. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Causing future trouble. Throughout the ages, there were many examples of this. The most obvious example was the powerhouse who reached the heavens in one step. His enemies chased him time and time again. Not only did they fail to kill him, but they also allowed him to grow and eventually destroy his enemies. Of course, the 4th elder didn't think that a mere true martial realm cultivator could really threaten the Xian family. After all, the Xian family was a mid-rank force. There were many extreme mortal realm cultivators in the family and an earth spirit realm ancestor. Since ancient times, there were many geniuses who couldn't reach the transcendence realm in the end. They couldn't withstand the erosion of time and disappeared from the world. Not long after, a figure exuding a shocking cold aura stepped out of the valley. This person stopped here. 3 figures seemed to have descended from the sky. After careful observation, they found the residual aura fluctuations. Not far. Chase. The 3 people's faces were cold. They were indeed members of the Nangong family. They were cultivators trained by the Nangong family. Their talent was quite good, but they were able to cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm because of some special secret techniques. Naturally, there was a price to pay. One of the prices was that their cultivation couldn't advance any further. To put it bluntly, any force with a strong background must have something to rely on. This kind of method to cultivate a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator at a high cost was something that many forces possessed. The only difference was that some forces were strong and some were weak. With their pseudo-transcendent realm strength, they couldn't catch up to a true martial realm cultivator. It was a disgrace. The 3 people chased after Chen Zong's aura with all their might. The sense of crisis was still there, as if an invisible sword was stabbing at his back. Chen Zong ran as fast as he could, pushing his movement skill to the limit. Maybe I should find a better movement skill. Chen Zong thought to himself. Although this sweeping all directions movement skill was good, it seemed to be unable to keep up with his own progress, making it difficult for him to completely transform his strength into speed. Realizing this was a bit slow. Otherwise, he might have been able to buy one in the 1,000 treasure pavilion. However, since he had already left 100 Battle City, Chen Zong wouldn't return for the time being. Moreover, it wasn't only 100 Battle City where he could find a better movement skill. Moving forward, Chen Zong headed straight for the Heaven Ascension Tower without stopping. Although Chen Zong's cultivation was still only at the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm and couldn't be compared to a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, the purity of his true chi far exceeded that of an ordinary peak 9th layer true martial realm cultivator. In addition, he had reached the peak of the blood force realm, the peak of the strength refining realm, the body tempering arts mixed yuan body, and the profound jade golden bone arts 3rd layer. All of these factors made Chen Zong's physical endurance far superior to others. His recovery speed was also extremely fast. Even if he was compared to a 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, not only would he not be inferior, he would even be slightly superior. This was also the reason why the 3 pseudo-transcendents of the Nangong family couldn't catch up to Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. With Chen Zong's speed, he was already thousands of kilometers away from 100 Battle City. Along the way, he had even crossed 2 cities and gradually stepped into the territory of the Heaven Ascension Tower. The Heaven Ascension Tower was a unique treasure of a sect, and it had been here for many years. Over time, the Heaven Ascension Tower became the center of the Heaven Ascension region. Surrounding the Heaven Ascension Tower, some gathering places gradually formed. As time passed, these gathering places continued to expand until they were connected. Now, they were built into a city. Heaven Ascension City. This city was in the shape of a ring, surrounding the Heaven Ascension Tower in the center, as if it was protecting the Heaven Ascension Tower. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chenzong saw the ancient Heaven Ascension City. The city walls had long been mottled by the erosion of time, but they still stood tall, like a giant that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, but was actually still strong. Heaven Ascension City was in the shape of a ring, so there were a total of 4 city gates facing the 4 directions. They were divided into the east, west, north, and south gates. Each gate was guarded by a master, all of whom were 9th-layer true martial realm martial artists. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles, and their combat strength had reached the level of 2-star. From this point alone, it was enough to see the strength of Heaven Ascension City. Similarly, the forces in Heaven Ascension City were intricate. Almost all the ranked forces in the Heaven Ascension territory would try their best to occupy a place in Heaven Ascension City and build a stronghold there. In other words, if one couldn't build a stronghold in Heaven Ascension City, it was nothing. Even if it was a ranked force, it belonged to the bottom. According to the division of the Longtu territory, it would be difficult for a low-ranked sect like the 4 Great Sect of Tianjiang Prefecture to build a stronghold in Heaven Ascension City. After learning about this, Chenzong was very surprised, and at the same time, he had a sense of expectation. Heaven Ascension City was known as the most powerful and prosperous city in the Heaven Ascension territory. At the same time, it was also the most complicated city. With quick steps, Chenzong approached quickly, and then stopped outside the east gate, and changed to walking. No one was allowed to enter Heaven Ascension City. Otherwise, it would be regarded as disrespectful, and they might be killed on the spot. Under the cold gaze of the 2 guards with outstanding combat strength, Chenzong took out 10 spiritual shells as the entrance fee. Heaven Ascension City wasn't a place where anyone could casually enter. Every time one stepped in, they had to pay 10 spiritual shells. After that, no matter how long one stayed in the city, if one wanted to enter again after leaving, they would have to pay 10 spiritual shells again. Of course, there was another way, and that was to apply for an entrance token. The entrance tokens were divided into 3 grades: low-ranked, mid-ranked, and high-ranked. They corresponded to 1 month, 1 year, and 10 years. In other words, a low-ranked entrance token allowed one to enter and leave Heaven Ascension City freely for 1 month without paying any entrance fee. Similarly, a mid-ranked entrance token allowed one to enter and leave freely for 1 year, and a high-ranked entrance token allowed one to enter and leave freely for 10 years. However, to apply for an entrance token, one had to first enter Heaven Ascension City, and then go to the city logistics department. In other words, no matter what, one had to pay 10 spiritual shells first. Stepping into Heaven Ascension City, Chenzong immediately had a strange feeling. The streets of Heaven Ascension City were wider than those of the 100 Battles City, but it wasn't ridiculously wide. It was just that the feeling was completely different. How to describe it? It was like the feeling Chenzong had when he first stepped into the Cloud Dragon dynasty from the East Continent, or the feeling when he first stepped into the Longtu dynasty from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe with words. It was a feeling formed by the accumulation of the martial Tao over the years. Heaven Ascension City had existed for a long time, and the forces in the city were complex. There were many masters, and the martial Tao was prosperous. Over time, everything in the city would be affected, and it would become different. For example, if poetry was popular in some places, then over time, that place would be filled with a unique poetic charm, and if singing and dancing were popular in some places, it would also be affected. Just as Chenzong stepped into Heaven Ascension City and was surprised by the unique aura of Heaven Ascension City, the 3 pseudo-transcendent realm masters of the Nangong family who were chasing after him also saw Heaven Ascension City, and their expressions changed drastically. Heaven Ascension City had strict rules, and no one was allowed to fight in the city without permission. Otherwise, no matter what their origin was, they would be imprisoned or killed on the spot. End of this chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Pavilions of different styles stood on both sides of the street. Although they were different, they didn't feel out of place at all. Instead, they were full of harmony. There were many shops, from small ones that sold some trinkets to big ones that sold all kinds of treasures. There was everything. Qianzong couldn't take it all in, but in the end, Qianzong's gaze passed through countless pavilions and landed on a towering black figure in the distance. Although it was quite far away, with Qianzong's eyesight, he could clearly see that the towering black shadow was actually a tall tower. The tower was octagonal, as if it was going to fly with the wind. The black tower stood tall on the ground as if it had broken through the clouds. It was like a giant standing between the heaven and earth, exuding a monstrous divine aura. It made people feel as if they were looking up at a mountain and felt that they were insignificant. Heaven Ascension Tower. Qianzong said secretly. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. The purpose of this trip was to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. However, when Qianzong was in the 100 Battle City, he learned that the Heaven Ascension Tower was not a place that anyone could challenge. There was only one chance every year. At that time, everyone who wanted to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower would gather here. There's still half a month left, Qianzong said secretly. During this half a month, Qianzong planned to stay in the Heaven Ascension City. As for applying for an entry order, he didn't plan to leave. He wouldn't leave until he finished challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower. Perhaps he wouldn't come back then, at least for a short time. In the beginning, when he was still in the Longtu region, Qianzong had also thought of leaving the Longtu region to train in other regions, but he had not been prepared. Now that he had coincidentally left the Longtu region, he would continue to train himself. At the same time, he would also seek a way to treat Yuan Lingzi. Let's find a place to stay first. Muttering to himself, Qianzong withdrew his gaze and looked around, looking for a restaurant or inn. Suddenly, Qianzong's gaze froze, and his pupils focused straight ahead. A cold and murderous gaze directly fell on Qianzong's face from hundreds of meters away. If looks could kill, Qianzong would have been riddled with holes by now. Xiahozhen, Qianzong said softly. He was a little surprised to see Xiahozhen here, but he was not surprised either. After all, the Sacred Martial Palace was a high-ranked sect. It was easy for them to have a foothold in Heaven Ascension City. As for Xiahozhen, he was a core disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace and a genius ranked on the minor Heaven Ascension roll. Furthermore, the Heaven Ascension Pagoda was about to open in half a month. It was only normal for him to appear here. Love go little say W Chu Qianzong. Upon seeing Qianzong again, the killing intent in Xiahozhen's heart seemed to awaken. It was on the brink of erupting. His body emanated a shocking killing intent that was as cold as hell, but also as violent as lightning and fire. Immediately, the people around Xiahozhen retreated. Although it was strictly forbidden to attack without permission in Heaven Ascension City and the consequences were severe, there would occasionally be people who would go crazy and cause destruction without regard for anything else. Even if they were killed in the end, there would often be people who were unlucky enough to be implicated. They would either be injured or killed in serious cases. As Xiahozhen's body emanated killing intent that was as cold as hell, guards dressed in dark golden armor quickly appeared. Their sharp gazes landed on Xiahozhen with a warning look in their eyes. Xiahozhen instantly snapped to his senses. This was Heaven Ascension City. If he dared to attack, he would be punished even if he was the son of the Sacred Martial Palace's palace lord, much less a core disciple of the Sacred Martial Palace. At the same time, someone was staring at Xiahozhen with interest by the window of a restaurant to the side. He then looked at Qianzong with a glint in his eyes and a smile on his lips. Qianzong, you are here for the Heaven Ascension Pagoda, right? You won't have a chance because you will soon die on the life and death arena. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xiahozhen converged his killing intent, but the killing intent in his eyes remained sharp and sharp. His tone was sinister. With that said, Xiahozhen turned and left. He was worried that he would lose control and attack. Back when he attempted to kill Qianzong in 100 Battle City, he never expected that Qianzong's combat strength would not be weak. He was unable to kill Qianzong immediately, causing the experts of 100 Battle City to rush over to stop him. They even banished him from 100 Battle City. It made Xiahozhen feel extremely humiliated. Back then, he was about to send a message to the sacred martial palace to gather people to hide outside and kill Chenzong when he received the news first. He was to rush to Heaven Ascension City as soon as possible. Left with no choice, Xiahozhen could only put aside the matter of Chenzong and rush to Heaven Ascension City. Once he was done with Heaven Ascension City, he would eliminate Chenzong. He never expected that Chenzong would come to Heaven Ascension City as well. He could finish him off in one fell swoop. One could not attack without permission in Heaven Ascension City, but it did not mean that one could not attack. It was normal for warriors to have grudges between them. It was impossible for them to not resolve their grudges, right? Therefore, Heaven Ascension City had set up in Life and Death Arena. It was meant for warriors with grudges to resolve their grudges. However, to enter the Life and Death Arena, one had to first apply to Heaven Ascension City's City Logistics Division and pay the corresponding fee. Then, the City Logistics Division would make the arrangements. Life and Death Arena? A glint flashed in Chenzong's eyes. Whatever, I'll kill you on the Life and Death Arena. Xiahozhen wanted to kill Chenzong, but how could Chenzong not want to kill Xiahozhen? Investigate who Xiahozhen was facing off against. The person sitting by the window in the restaurant said slowly. His voice was not loud. Yes, senior brother. The person standing behind him immediately bowed and quickly left. After Xiahozhen left, he went straight to the City Logistics Division to apply for a life and death battle. As for Chenzong, he found a restaurant to stay in a small hall in the Sacred Martial Palace's stronghold. Senior brother, I've already investigated. That person's name is Chenzong. He came from 100 Battle City and not long ago, he obtained a 100-win streak in 100 Battle City. Oh, a 100-win streak. Not bad indeed. The man sitting in the seat of honor smiled faintly. He was none other than the person sitting by the window in the restaurant. He tapped his fingers on the back of the dark brown chair, producing a rhythmic sound. What grudge does he have with Xiahozhen? Not long ago, Xiahozhen brought Lin Ziki to 100 Battle City. He had a conflict with Chenzong and Lin Ziki wanted to cripple Chenzong in the 100 Battles arena. However, he ended up being crippled by Chenzong. Xiahozhen then attempted to kill Chenzong but was banished from 100 Battle City, explained the person with a smile. His expression had a hint of mockery. Oh, he was banished by 100 Battle City. The man in the seat of honor was first taken aback before he laughed incessantly. Xiahozhen is such a prideful person. He must be mad with anger after being banished by 100 Battle City. The man could not stop laughing. This person was also a core disciple of the Sacred Palace. However, he had a competitive relationship with Xiahozhen. They were at odds with each other. In short, the Sacred Palace was a high-grade sect. It was powerful and had a deep heritage. However, the heavenly profound realm expert had not appeared in 100 years. As for the 3 earthly spirit realm experts, they took turns guarding the sect. The other 2 were either out adventuring or cultivating in seclusion. However, the earthly spirit realm experts guarding the sect would not interfere with the affairs of the sect on a typical day. The large sect was not a monolithic entity. There was always a struggle for power. The Sacred Palace could be divided into 3 factions. The Sect Masters faction and the Elders faction. Xiahozhen belonged to the Second Elders faction while the man belonged to the Grand Elders faction. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Investigate where that Chenzong is staying. Bring my name card and let him work for me, said the man. Yes, senior brother, the young man below hurriedly replied. There was a knock on the door. Chenzong was slightly surprised. Who is it? But Chenzong, please open the door. I have an urgent matter. An unfamiliar voice sounded from outside the door. It sounded rather amiable. Chenzong opened the door with a wave of his hand. He saw a white-robed youth standing outside the door. He was looking at him with a smile. I'm a core disciple of the Sacred Palace, Wang Yunyu. When the youth introduced himself, Chenzong's expression changed slightly. However, the youth smiled again and said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not on the same side as Xiahozhen. I'm here on behalf of my senior brother, Xianxia. Senior brother Xian has heard of your outstanding talent and combat strength. He admires you greatly and would like to invite you to a grand occasion, said Wang Yunyu with a smile. It sounded rather elegant, but there was only one meaning behind it. He was trying to recruit Chenzong. He wanted Chenzong to work for Xianxia. I'm used to my freedom, rejected Chenzong. Please consider it. I'll take my leave first. Despite being rejected, Wang Yunyu's expression did not change at all. He continued speaking with a smile. After cupping his hands, he walked out of the room. Finally, he paused and turned back to look at Chenzong. By the way, Your Excellency, Xia Hozhen has already submitted an application for the Life and Death Arena to the City Logistics Division. Someone from the City Logistics Division will inform you soon. If you are not competent, you can seek help from senior brother Xian. With that said, Wang Yunyu turned and left. Chenzong waved his hand and closed the door. He did not take it to heart and continued his cultivation. Not long later, there was another knock on the door. Who is it? Having his cultivation interrupted once again, Chenzong's tone was somewhat displeased. It was sharp like an unsheathed sword. I'm a guard from the City Logistics Division. A deep voice sounded from outside the door. City Logistics Division. Chenzong's eyes focused. He waved his hand and opened the door. A tall figure dressed in armor stood outside the door. His head was level with the top of the door. He took a step forward and bent his back slightly before entering the room. Are you Chenzong? Did you come from 100 Battle City? The tall man asked with a steady gaze. I am. Chenzong had a general idea of the other party's intentions. Sacred Martial Palace's core disciple, Xia Hozhen, has challenged you to a life and death battle. It is scheduled for the Life and Death Arena 3 days from now. Do you accept? The other party inquired. If you accept, head to the Life and Death Arena 3 days from now to fight Xia Hozhen. If you do not accept, leave Heaven Ascension City immediately. You are not allowed to take a single step into Heaven Ascension City for 10 years. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. I accept. Chenzong did not hesitate at all. The application for the Life and Death Arena required a considerable fee. Similarly, there were restrictions. If one accepted, it was fine. If one did not accept, one would be punished. The punishment was banishment from the city and not being allowed to take a single step into the city for 10 years. This kind of punishment could be considered heavy, but it could also be considered light, depending on the person. However, Chenzong's goal was to challenge the Heaven Ascension Pagoda. He naturally did not wish to accept such a punishment. Besides, it was time to deal with Xia Hozhen to prevent him from being constantly targeted. Very good. Since you have chosen to accept, arrive at the Life and Death Arena 3 days from now. If you are late, you will be banished from the city and not allowed to take a single step into the city for the rest of your life. The City Logistics Division's guard said sternly. He turned around and walked out the door. End of chapter. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Brothers and sisters, the subscriptions have been plummeting recently. There's no more food to eat. Please support the original subscriptions. It's great to subscribe. The Black Tower had 11 floors, each of which was 10 meters tall. Including the top, it was 120 meters tall. It stood above the ground and reached the clouds. Every day, many people would pass through the streets of Ascending Sky City and come to the observation tower on the city wall to get a closer look at the tower. The observation tower was circular in shape, with a pillar extending out of the city wall. It was 20 meters above the city wall and had a diameter of 100 meters. It could accommodate many people at the same time. There were many observation towers like this. Each of them was about 1,000 meters apart. They were distributed around the entire inner city wall of Ascending Sky City. It's so tall. It's magnificent with unimaginable exquisiteness. It's hard to imagine how much time, resources, and manpower it took to build such a tower. Idiot, this tower is a treasure left behind by Emperor Li Tian when he tore open the void and left. It's not built. On every observation tower, there were all kinds of discussions and exclamations of surprise. The name of the expert who ascended to the heavens in one step and tore open the void with his bare hands was Emperor Li Tian. Soon, the ascending sky tower will be opened. I'm going to try it then. Maybe I can get through a few more floors and exchange for some treasures. It's said that you can get the inheritance of Emperor Li Tian if you can reach the last floor. I wonder if it's true. It's just a legend. After all, no one has been able to reach the 11th floor until now. The most they can reach is the 9th floor. You're wrong. 100 years ago, there was someone who reached the 10th floor, although he didn't stay there for long. The 9th floor is the record for the past 100 years. This time, many geniuses will try it. Maybe someone can reach the 10th floor. What I'm concerned about is whether anyone can break this record. Impossible. That's too difficult. Qianzong carefully looked at the ascending sky tower in the distance. He then looked away and jumped down from the observation tower. He jumped down the city wall and walked into the city. Since he came to Ascending Sky City, Qianzong's goal was the Ascending Sky Tower. The Ascending Sky Tower had not opened yet, but Qianzong could satisfy his curiosity. After looking around, Qianzong was about to return to the restaurant to cultivate. As he walked, Qianzong suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. The gaze was cold and sharp. Qianzong looked back, but he didn't realize that the gaze on him. After Qianzong left, a figure appeared in the corner, one of the Nangong family's 3 pseudo-transcendent realm masters. They chased Qianzong into Ascending Sky City. They couldn't take action inside Ascending Sky City, so they could only keep an eye on Qianzong and observe his every move. The moment Qianzong left Ascending Sky City, they could chase after him and kill Qianzong. If possible, they actually wanted to let Qianzong enter the life or death arena. Unfortunately, the rules of Ascending Sky City were very strict. The application for the life or death arena had to be from the same level or from a lower level to a higher level. For example, a true martial realm cultivator could only apply for a life or death battle with a true martial realm cultivator or a pseudo-transcendent, but they couldn't apply for a life or death battle with a true martial realm cultivator. Similarly, a pseudo-transcendent could only apply for a life or death battle with a pseudo-transcendent, not a true martial realm cultivator. Returning to the restaurant, Qianzong got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to cultivate. The first thing he cultivated was the change of heart. Although his body-tempering cultivation had not reached the limit, it was very difficult to cultivate on his own without the assistance of resources. His progress was very slow and almost negligible. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that he had reached the limit, he had no idea how to break through to the 10th level of the true martial realm. All he needed to do was spend some time every day to consolidate his foundation. His main focus was on the change of heart and the comprehension of his sword techniques. His ultimate move was also gradually taking shape. Time flew by and in a flash, 3 days had passed. It was already afternoon. Sacred Martial Palace's base. Ah Zhen, put this on. The man, who looked to be in his 30s, had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a domineering aura about him. He took out a round black jade tablet. The jade tablet had 2 lifelike dragon carvings on it, and it emitted a unique aura fluctuation. It had an indestructible feeling. Xiaozhen's eyes immediately lit up as he recognized what it was. Thank you, big brother. Xiaozhen smiled and wore the jade token around his neck. Soon after, Xiaozhen and company left the Sacred Martial Palace's base and strode towards the life or death arena. Love go little say W, Chu let's go. There's a good show to watch today. What show? Someone has applied for a life or death battle. It's this evening, when the sun is setting. There's actually a life or death battle? Let's go. Let's go. Instantly, many people began heading towards the life or death arena. There were relatively few people who applied for a life or death battle. Sometimes, there might not even be one in a month or 2. However, there were also times when there would be several matches a day. The last life or death battle had been held nearly a month ago. That was why it attracted so many people. The life or death arena was circular in shape. It was 1,000 meters in diameter and was empty around it. It was specially used for spectators. Before the life or death battle began, people constantly rushed over. It did not take long for them to gather. On the life or death arena, people from the City Logistics Division were already present. There was also a squad of City Logistics Division guards stationed below to prevent any accidents from happening. The sun gradually turned red as it slowly turned into a setting sun. Bit by bit, it sank to the west as the sky gradually darkened. Xiaozhen is going to engage in a life or death battle. How interesting. Many people from the Myriad Heavens sect laughed. In Heaven Ascension City, the Sacred Martial Palace and the Myriad Heavens sect had their own strongholds. Furthermore, they were not small. After all, they were both superior grade sect. There were also quite a number of mid-grade sect factions. For example, the Sword family, the Xian family, also had their own strongholds. That Qinzong actually dared to kill people from our family clan. He sure has the guts of a leopard. It's said that Clan Brother Wuxing is already here. Clan Brother Wuxing. Immediately, the expressions of the Xian family changed drastically as they felt a faint sense of fear. To actually get Clan Brother Wuxing to take action, isn't he thinking too highly of that Qinzong? Fourth Elder's way of doing things is just like that. He doesn't give his enemy any chance to escape, so as to prevent future troubles. On the other side, Emosen stood in the crowd with his saber in hand. His eyes were cold as a cold aura emanated from his body. It was not deliberate, but a result of the cultivation techniques and saber techniques he cultivated in. Emosen had little interest in the life or death battle of others. The reason he came was mainly because he had heard the name Qinzong. He was the person who had defeated him in 100 Battle City's 100 Battles arena. Nearly all the people from the various factions stationed in Heaven Ascension City had come. If it was an ordinary life and death battle, it would not have attracted them. The person who initiated the life and death battle was a Sacred Palace core disciple, a top genius on the Heaven Ascension roll, Xiaozhen. Therefore, the person who could engage in a life and death battle with him was definitely extraordinary. There were also people who had learned through various channels that Xiaozhen's opponent had obtained 100 consecutive victories in 100 Battle City not long ago. 100 Battle City's 100 Battles arena was considered pretty good, allowing one to obtain 100 consecutive victories. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The victor's combat strength was at least at the 5-star level. It would not be lower than the mid 5-star level. Xianxia and Wang Yunyu were also standing in the Sacred Palace faction. He's here. That must be Xiaozhen. The other one is Xiaoba. Xiaoba was one of the 36 people on the Heaven Ascension roll. His combat strength was at the 8-star level and he was in his 40s. Be it his talent or strength, he was astounding. Xiaozhen is here, but Qinzong isn't here yet? Don't tell me he's too afraid to come. Amidst the discussion, Qinzong walked over in the setting sun's rays. His body had the afterglow of the setting sun. Immediately, many gazes landed on Qinzong. There was curiosity, malice, and everything else. Xiaoba's scrutinizing gaze was extremely domineering, as though he wanted to see through Qinzong. However, even with so many gazes, it was unable to pressure Qinzong. After all, they were all gazes below the transcendence realm. When he saw Qinzong, a smile and fighting spirit flashed in Mo Sen's eyes. Brother Qin still came after all, said Qin Chen with a smile. The elder behind him smiled as well. He knew what his young master meant. It was not that Qinzong had not fled, but that he was here to attempt the Heaven Ascension Tower. As for the life and death battle with Xiaozhen, there was no need to elaborate. Qinzong, today is the day you die. Xiaozhen leaped and landed on the life and death arena like a bolt of lightning in a domineering manner. He looked down at Qinzong from above. It's too early to say that. Qinzong said with an unhurried smile. With a light tap of the ground, he leaped up and landed on the life and death arena. Are the two people on the arena the Sacred Palace's core disciple, Xiaozhen, and Reigning Sword, Qinzong? The city garrison's guard on the life and death arena spoke. His voice was deep and resonant, like the tolling of a bell. It reverberated in every direction, instantly silencing all the discussions. Yes, Xiaozhen and Qinzong responded in unison. It was a simple process to verify their identities. Stand there and don't move. As the guard spoke, a mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror was simple and unadorned, with countless mystic runes engraved on its back. The guard shook the mirror, releasing a white light that first landed on Xiaohou's body before it landed on Chenzong's body. A faint white light rose from Chenzong and Xiaohou's bodies at almost the same time. True force. The two of them are indeed at the true martial realm. The life and death battle is established. As the guard spoke, he put away the mirror. The mirror was a grade 3 pseudospirit artifact. It was very special. It could not be used to attack or defend, much less provide any support. Its only use was to detect. It could detect the level of strength a person possessed. For example, a true martial realm warrior's true force or a pseudo-transcendent realm warrior's pseudo-spiritual energy. Both parties in the life and death battle had to be at the same level. This was to prevent pseudo-transcendent realm warriors from deliberately concealing their strength when applying for a life and death battle and requesting a true martial realm warrior for a life and death battle. After the test, it was confirmed that Chenzong and Xiaohou were indeed at the true martial realm and not at the pseudo-transcendent realm. The life and death battle could naturally proceed. Listen carefully. Xiaohou has applied and Chenzong has agreed. Both parties will engage in a life and death battle here. Siwei solemnly announced, a life and death battle is a matter of life and death. If you want to admit defeat, you need to obtain the other party's consent. No one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, it will be considered a provocation to Ascending Heaven City. Ascending Heaven City will punish you severely. In addition, all the belongings of the defeated party will belong to the victor. His voice was solemn, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. No one thought that he was joking. Although Ascending Heaven City was not listed as a ranked force, its strength was not inferior to a high-ranked sect. Neither the Sacred Palace nor the 10,000 Heavens sect were willing to make an enemy out of Ascending Heaven City. End of chapter. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. In the life and death arena, Chenzong and Xiaohou stood opposite each other. Chenzong had a calm expression as he stared straight at Xiaohou. He did not feel any pressure. Xiaohou's eyes were cold and sharp. Lightning seemed to surge in them as strong winds howled. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. His body emanated an awe-inspiring aura that resembled an abyss. Back then, you killed my junior brother Lin. Today, I will avenge him by killing you here and now. Xiaohou roared as his killing intent erupted like a volcano. Magma surged into the sky and filled the entire life and death arena. It was like a thunderstorm. So it's because Chenzong killed Xiaohou's junior brother that Xiaohou wants to seek revenge in a life and death battle. Immediately, a number of people revealed looks of enlightenment. Xiaohou nodded secretly. Although he did not think much of it, and if Xiaohou wanted to kill, so be it. There was no point in saying so much. However, it was undeniable that Xiaohou's words had caused the public opinion to lean towards him. It was as though he was the righteous party. What's right and wrong is in a person's heart. Besides, I did not kill your junior brother. Chenzong said unhurriedly with a calm expression. There's no point in saying more. My junior brother was killed by you. Now, it's time for you to pay with your life. With that said, Xiaohou did not give Chenzong any chance to retort. To avoid arousing suspicion, he immediately attacked. The sacred martial palace had thousands of martial arts in it. There were many types of martial arts that the palace's disciples could cultivate in. Therefore, the sacred martial palace's disciples were not only proficient in one type of martial art. As one of the best among the core disciples, Xiaohou was naturally well versed in the martial arts he knew. He raised his hand and slapped out with the golden lightning rune glove. Immediately, a gust of wind blew. As it held, it blasted towards Chenzong as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, if there was a towering tree, it would be blown up by this palm and shattered in the wind. Amidst the gale, a palm print with a misty green light drifted about, up, down, left, and right. Moreover, it was very vague. It was rapidly approaching Chenzong. If he was attracted by the gale and ignored the palm print, he would be severely injured. However, Chenzong's 5 senses were astonishingly sharp. With a single glance, he was able to see the hazy palm print. He knew that the profundity of this palm lay in the palm print. That seemingly vast and mighty gale was merely a form of concealment. He unsheathed his sword as a sword beam tore through space, tearing through the howling winds before cleaving apart the oncoming azure palm. The astonishing sword beam was extremely sharp, like a crescent moon descending from the heavens. It made Xiaohoujian's expression change abruptly. The power of this sword was actually at the peak of the 5-star level. Back when he attacked Chenzong in 100 Battle City, they had exchanged a few blows. Back then, Xiaohoujian knew that Chenzong's combat strength was not weak. However, he was stopped before he could unleash his full strength. So strong. I'm afraid this battle is going to be difficult. Those with good eyesight could tell that Chenzong's strike was indeed very powerful. With combat strength at the peak of the 5-star level, it was enough to enter the minor heaven ascension role. They originally believed that Xiaohoujian's request for a life-and-death battle would allow him to successfully kill his opponent. But from the looks of it, it was not going to be easy. Xiaohouba was slightly taken aback as well. Following that, his brows relaxed. He believed in Xiaohoujian's strength. It's just a futile struggle. With a cold bellow, Xiaohoujian attacked once again. He struck out with both his palms, causing the gale to gather into a tumultuous storm that tore through everything in its path. It ruthlessly struck Chenzong, filling more than half of the life-and-death arena like the might of the heavens. So powerful. As expected of a top genius on the minor heaven ascension roll. Everyone exclaimed. This level is not enough to deal with Brother Chen. Qingchen said unhurriedly. His voice was only audible to him and the grey-robed elder beside him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The corners of Mo Sen's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Such an attack was indeed very powerful. However, even he could break through it, much less defeat Chenzong. With a resounding clang, a second sword beam was unsheathed. The heavenly yang sword beam was a sun-red color. The moment it was unsheathed, it was like the morning sun rising into the sky. Its light illuminated the world in a grand and majestic manner. It was as though it could destroy everything with a domineering and mighty force. As for the earthine sword beam, it was blue in color. When it was unsheathed, it seemed as though deep moonlight filled the sky. Sword forces were activated as the two swords struck out. The completely different sword beams emitted different auras, but they were both extremely sharp. Kill, the storm surged forward in a mighty and unstoppable manner. Chenzong's two swords produced an extremely sharp two-colored cross-shaped sword beam. They tore through the storm like paper, completely unaffected. His sword forces were extremely domineering and sharp. Furthermore, they came in a continuous stream with great momentum. As he constantly meditated, Chenzong gained more and more insights into the unhindered sword art's ultimate move. Gradually, he developed a framework for it. Although it appeared immature and only in its embryonic form, its strength was not weak. The cross-shaped sword beam tore through the storm with Chenzong in tow. After tearing through the storm, it headed straight for Xiaohoujian. Xiaohoujian pointed with his finger as a finger-thick golden lightning tore through space. The golden lightning was extremely domineering. It emitted a destructive aura that was even more astounding than the storm. It exceeded the peak of the 5-star realm and reached the limits of the 5-star realm. This was Xiaohoujian's true strength. The two swords arrived and clashed with the lightning. Following that, Chenzong was sent retreating. Xiaohoujian remained motionless when he saw that his finger had succeeded. He flicked his fingers repeatedly as golden lightning tore through the sky. In terms of finger techniques, he was a lot more profound and powerful than Lin Ziqi. However, Chenzong did not dodge. Instead, he used his two swords to constantly clash with the golden lightning. He was sent retreating time and time again. What is he doing? He knows he is no match for Chenzong. Is he going to fight to the death? Beneath the life and death arena, everyone was stunned. Even the city guards presiding over the life and death arena frowned slightly. However, it had nothing to do with him. Qingchen's expression remained unchanged. Although he did not know why Chenzong was doing so, he knew that there was a reason behind it. Mo Sen shared the same feeling. He even felt that Chenzong was using Xiaohoujian to hone himself. That's right. Chenzong was using Xiaohoujian to demonstrate the rain sword cannon's ultimate move. After repeated demonstrations and insights, the ultimate move became more and more perfect. Its strength also increased. Previously, it would be sent retreating when facing a mid-stage 5-star combat strength. Now, it had been enhanced to the point where it could withstand a peak 5-star combat strength. It would only be sent retreating when facing a peak 5-star combat strength. Xiaohou frowned. The more he watched, the more he felt that something was amiss. Quickly kill him. Xiaohou sent a voice transmission to Xiaohou. Xiaohou was slightly taken aback. As a participant in the situation, he did not see the situation clearly. He believed that he could kill Chenzong when he saw his finger techniques repeatedly send Chenzong retreating. But in fact, Xiaohou had no intention of directly killing Chenzong. He wanted to slowly torture Chenzong like he was prey. He wanted to ravage Chenzong and send him to his death bit by bit, letting him die in despair. Ever since he was banished from 100 Battle City, this thought had taken root in Xiaohou's mind. Therefore, Xiaohou did not heed Xiaohou's words. Instead, he focused on conjuring his finger techniques. Golden finger blasts tore through the air at Chenzong, sending Chenzong retreating time and time again. Xiaohou frowned tightly. Ah Zhen, kill him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xiaohou sent a voice transmission again. However, Xiaohou remained unmoved. He had to torture Chenzong to death. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Another finger tore through the air. Chenzong held his two swords horizontally as a cross-shaped sword beam shot out. However, it shattered the golden lightning without him retreating a single step. Xiaohou was taken aback. Everyone else was taken aback as well. Even Xiaohou himself was taken aback. Why wasn't he sent retreating? Could it be that everything that happened before was fake? No, there was nothing fake about him being sent retreating. Then, why was he able to withstand the constant retreating attacks? He could not figure it out, but he had a strange feeling. Chenzong brandished his two swords as he approached Xiaohou. The cross-shaped sword beam shot out. The heavenly Yang sword beam was grand and majestic, while the earthly Yin sword beam was deep and tranquil. When the two swords struck out, the sword beam contained two different types of sword beams. It left a deep impression and was unforgettable. Aluo, those are our swords. In a distant pavilion, a scholarly middle-aged man dressed in azure-colored robes suddenly shot out a glint from his eyes that were as calm as water. His tone turned slightly perturbed. Standing beside him was a beautiful woman dressed in a green gown. She smiled when she heard that. You are wrong. They are no longer our swords. They have found a new master and they are a pair. You are right. They have now found a new master, said the middle-aged scholar with a smile. I hope this child does not disgrace them. If he can defeat Xiaohou, it won't be a disgrace, said the woman with a smile. As the two conversed, Chenzong had already closed in on Xiaohou. His two swords struck out and every strike gave Xiaohou a fatal sense of danger. It made his hair stand on end. His body quivered as Xiaohou's expression turned cold and solemn. He flicked his 10 fingers repeatedly. Specks of golden light tore through the sky like meteors as they shot at Chenzong, riddling the air in front of him with holes. Following that, Xiaohou struck out with his palm as a golden palm mark tore through the air. It contained countless bolts of lightning that were more powerful than finger techniques. As one of the best among the sacred martial palace's core disciples, Xiaohou was not only powerful in combat, but he was also proficient in many martial arts. He was mainly skilled in finger and palm techniques. Rumbling sounds reverberated like a myriad of lightning bolts crashing down from the sky with astounding destructive power. Chenzong struck out with both swords as a cross-shaped sword beam shattered the finger beams. It even split apart the palm marks, sending out a continuous stream of sword blasts. The sword blasts were extremely powerful. Even if his opponent's strength was on par with his, it was impossible for him to shatter the sword blasts directly. This was because the sword blasts were extremely powerful in an instant. Furthermore, it had the effect of being continuous. Wave after wave of sword blasts constantly surged out. Xiaohou's expression changed drastically. He never expected Chenzong's strength to be so strange and terrifying. People who had never encountered it directly would not understand it. Furthermore, back in Hundred Battle City, they had only just clashed. Chen Zong had yet to reveal his true strength. Retreat, Xiahou had no choice but to retreat. The sword blasts were just too powerful. Xiahou's retreat immediately left everyone astonished. Wasn't Xiahou holding the upper hand previously? Although Chen Zong was gradually turning the tables, no one knew that Chen Zong could force Xiahou to retreat. After all, one was a top genius ranked on the minor heaven ascension roll, while the other was an unknown. No, he had already obtained 100 consecutive victories in the 100 battles. However, that was nothing compared to the minor heaven ascension roll. Xiahou's retreat seemed unstoppable. Under Chen Zong's two swords, he retreated again and again. End of chapter. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. He was enraged. Xiahou nearly blew his top. He had actually been forced to retreat. It was completely unexpected. Thunderous roar. A thunderous roar exploded in the Samsara arena. A terrifying sound wave blasted at Chen Zong's face like a thunderous roar. Following that, he struck out with his palms, sending golden palm prints with lightning bolts tearing through the air. They bombarded Chen Zong in a dense barrage. The two swords slashed out. Break, break, break. When an ultimate move was developed to a certain level, it would slowly become more powerful. Coupled with the sharpness of the heavenly Yang sword and earthing sword, there was nothing it could not destroy. All of Xiahou's attacks were shattered by Chen Zong's two swords. It was not only because of the sharpness of the swords or the potential of the ultimate move, but also because of Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship. He had reached the perfected realm of man and sword as one. Although Xiahou was a top genius, his martial attainments had only reached the second level of man and sword as one. He was clearly inferior to Chen Zong in terms of realm. The level of a warrior's realm greatly affected a warrior. When two warriors used the same amount of strength, a warrior at a lower realm could destroy a boulder weighing 500 kilograms with a single strike. A warrior at a higher realm could use the same amount of strength or even the same move to destroy a boulder weighing 5,000 kilograms. That was the difference. Not only did a warrior's realm allow them to better unleash their strength, it also allowed them to find the patterns and flaws of objects. Then, they could follow the patterns and flaws and use their strength to cause greater destruction. All of Xiahou's attacks were shattered by Chen Zong. The two swords were just too sharp. All Xiahou could do was constantly retreat. Is this all you have? With such strength, what right do you have to fight me in a life and death battle? Chen Zong's two consecutive sentences were like two swords stabbing into Xiahou's heart. The proud Xiahou could not accept it. You deserve death. Xiahou's eyes spewed fire as his hands trembled. The Grade 3 pseudo-spiritual artifact glove's powers were activated. Amidst crackling sounds, golden lightning bolts surged out of the gloves, releasing a destructive aura that left one shuddering. As Lin Dong pointed his finger, the golden lightning on the glove adhered to it, causing the might of his finger to clearly increase, making it even more frightening. Chen Zong's expression was slightly solemn, but he still did not dodge. A more powerful finger technique would only bring him better training. The strength of a Grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifact was very potent. It significantly enhanced one's strength. Xiahou's finger art was originally at the peak of the 5-star realm, but now, it was approaching the 6-star realm. There was still a huge gap between the limit of 5 stars and 6 stars. After forcing Chen Zong back once again, Xiahou no longer felt the same as before. Instead, he recalled Xiahou Ba's words, "Kill Chen Zong as soon as possible." With this in mind, Xiahou immediately cast a mystic technique. Lightning bolts blasted out from his body as they surged in every direction. Every golden lightning bolt was as thick as a finger, as though they wanted to destroy everything around them. However, they did not spread out. Instead, they surrounded Xiahou, bathing him in lightning. Thunder King Transformation. The Martial Saint Palace's Thunder King Transformation is a high-grade pseudo-linguo. The Thunder King Transformation has a total of 3 stages. I wonder which stage Xiahou has cultivated to. Upon seeing Xiahou cast the Thunder King Transformation, a smile suffused across Xiahou Ba's lips. Chen Zong had seen Lin Ziki use the Thunder King Transformation before, but the difference in aura was obvious. Xiaohoujian's Thunder King transformation was clearly more astounding. It was not to say that Lin Ziqi's Thunder King transformation was flawed, but that Lin Ziqi's grasp of the Thunder King transformation was inferior to Xiaohoujian's. Casting the Thunder King transformation, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. At the first stage of the Thunder King transformation, Xiaohoujian's strength was even more powerful. However, he had yet to break through the shackles of the 5-star realm and reach the 6-star realm. The gap was obvious and difficult to bridge. This was still not an overwhelming strength. More golden lightning bolts blasted out from his body, densely covering Xiaohoujian as though they were devouring him. Then, they shot into the sky as a phantom appeared behind Xiaohoujian. The phantom was golden in color and was about 3 meters tall. Its face was blurry and only its eyes were clear as they emitted a blinding golden light. At the second stage of the Thunder King transformation, a Thunder King phantom condensed. It emitted a domineering aura, as though it was the King of Lightning that reigned supreme over the world. When the second stage of the Thunder King transformation was cast and the Thunder King phantom condensed, Xiaohoujian seemed to break through a shackle as his combat strength soared. Early 6-star, Xiaohoujian felt unprecedentedly powerful. It was as though he could control the life and death of everyone in the world. Chenzong, die. Thunder rumbled as it roared. Xiaohoujian pointed with his finger as a golden bolt of lightning as thick as an arm tore through the air. It was faster and more violent. The aura contained within the finger was extremely terrifying. It made Chenzong's hair stand on end. Previously, Chenzong had always believed that although his combat strength had yet to reach the 6-star realm, he should be able to match an early 6-star warrior. But now, the aura from Xiaohoujian's finger left him horrified. The gap between the peak of the 5-star realm and the early 6-star realm was greater than he imagined. However, Chenzong had no intention of dodging. The cultivation of the second transformation of the mind transformations had already fused 60% of his physical strength and 60% of his unhindered true force. However, he had yet to fully grasp it. Even though Chenzong was constantly working hard, the further he progressed, the more difficult it was to fuse his strength. Today, he was using Xiaohoujian's strength to temper himself. Without dodging, Chenzong powered his swords with sword force as he received Xiaohoujian's finger head-on. At the instant they came into contact, an extremely terrifying energy exploded out. It was a violent impact that destroyed everything in its path. Chenzong's arms trembled. That energy seemed to want to shatter his bones and tear his muscles apart, causing his entire body to go numb. His entire body flew backwards like a rock falling from the sky, and he almost flew out of the life and death arena. When he landed, Chenzong's feet left several deep footprints in the samsara arena. The edges of the footprints were filled with cracks. His arms could not stop trembling as golden bolts of lightning wreaked havoc on them. Chenzong felt as though his arms had been destroyed. He could not feel anything but as his pure young lifeblood surged, he gradually recovered. Boom, boom. Xiaohoujian struck out with 2 fingers again as golden bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out. His 2 fingers roared like a golden lightning dragon as Chenzong regained the feeling in his arms. The heavenly yang sword and earthine sword trembled in unison as a melodious sword hum sounded. Suddenly, the heavenly yang sword emitted a golden red beam of light. It was as majestic as the blazing sun rising into the sky, illuminating the land. The earthine sword emitted a dark green beam of light that was silent and dark as it streaked through the air. As one with the sword, Chenzong tore through the air as a cross-shaped sword beam tore through the air. The sword force was domineering and continuous. Chenzong clashed with the golden bolts of lightning once again. An intense explosion blasted out as countless golden bolts of lightning leaped about. Sword flashes shattered as sword beams shot out, tearing countless marks on the samsara arena's hard surface. Chenzong flew backward at an even faster speed as he endured the numbness in his arms. He brandished his sword like a swallow flapping its wings as he retreated to the edge of the samsara arena. He drew an arc and landed on the samsara arena once again. Countless golden bolts of lightning filled his body as they wreaked havoc. Chenzong felt numb and excruciating pain. Myriad mammoth bolting lightning. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Xiaohoujian straightened his palms as the Thunder King phantom behind him raised its palms as well. Countless golden bolts of lightning condensed from every direction as they slithered about like dragons. He struck out with both palms as lightning surged. Booms reverberated through the world. Everyone could only hear the countless booms explode in their ears. It left their scalps tingling. Bolts of golden lightning as thick as an arm tore through the sky, blanketing the samsara arena. There were dozens to hundreds of them. Every bolt of golden lightning contained terrifying power that seemed capable of destroying everything. They surged towards Qianzong like hundreds of dragons and snakes dancing in the air. Die. Xiahou. Jin's killing intent was fully expressed with that one word. His most powerful strike was one that would not rest until Qianzong was dead. How terrifying. Xiahou Jin has actually reached such a state with the myriad mammoth bolting lightning. Wang Yunyu was appalled. Xianxia's smile vanished as his expression turned cold and solemn. It was as though Xiahou Jin's means had exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Xiahou Ba nodded secretly. He had naturally cultivated in the myriad mammoth bolting lightning before. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate it as well as the cultivation progress. Now that he saw the might Xiahou Jin had produced, he knew that Xiahou Jin had cultivated the myriad mammoth bolting lightning to an extremely brilliant level. Compared to him in the past, Xiahou Jin was in no way inferior. In fact, Xiahou Jin was slightly stronger. He's doomed. Life and death are about to be decided. Beneath the samsara arena, many people thought to themselves as they stared with widened eyes. Qing Chen had his hands behind his back as he wore a look of indifference. He firmly believed that Qianzong would not be defeated as a result. As for Mo Sen, his eyes turned brighter as he stared intently at Qianzong. He wanted to see how Qianzong would respond to such a terrifying strike. Would he be blasted to death, or would he destroy it? Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted from the terrifying 100 bolts of golden lightning to Qianzong. They wanted to see how Qianzong would deal with the attack. Behind the 100 bolts of golden lightning was Xiahou Jin. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was staring at Qianzong through the 100 bolts of golden lightning. He wanted to see Qianzong being reduced to dregs by his myriad mammoth bolting lightning with his own eyes. With two swords in hand, Qianzong stared at the terrifying bolts of golden lightning that surged towards him with a heavy expression. Every bolt's aura was in no way weaker than the finger art from before. More than 100 bolts came crashing down at him. Such terrifying might was impossible to withstand. Wind lightning seal. Shatter. With a deep bellow, the wind lightning seal that had condensed at his chest instantly shattered. Like a storm or a bolt of lightning, it surged through Qianzong's body. His tendons and bones hummed, his organs roared, his lifeblood roared, and his unhindered true force surged like a tidal wave. The wind lightning seal was a seal cultivated from the secret technique, Wrath of Wind and Lightning. Once it was detonated, it would release an astounding power. The power would instantly increase one's body tempering and chi refinement strength simultaneously. 10%, at the instant the wind lightning seal shattered, the power spread through every part of his body. Qianzong's physical strength and unhindered true force were both enhanced by 10%. 10% might not seem like much, but it was very obvious to Qianzong. In terms of physical strength alone, it increased from 50,000 kilograms to 110,000 kilograms. Furthermore, Qianzong had cultivated change of mind. The 10% enhancement was completely within his control. This enhancement and fusion allowed Qianzong's combat strength to break through the shackles. His combat strength soared to the early stages of the 6-star realm. The powerful combat strength allowed Qianzong to better deal with the terrifying bolts of lightning that came crashing down at him. With two swords in hand, he slashed out sword beams in the shape of a cross. They clashed with the bolts of lightning, tearing through the sky as they charged towards Xiahou Jin. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. Lightning bolts Wanxiang, wreaking havoc. The cross-shaped sword beam that was a mixture of two colors was extremely domineering and sharp. It suffused a startling stream of light as it streaked across the sky like a meteor. It was extremely stunning. The terrifying aura contained within the cross-shaped sword beam immediately changed Xiahou Jin's high-spirited expression. He never expected that he would be unable to defeat Qianzong despite using all his strength and raising his combat strength to the early stages of the 6-star realm. Furthermore, He had used a terrifying killer move like Wanxiang Lightning Bolt's Wanxiang. Explosive Lightning Blast. Xiahozhen clenched his fist and punched out. Terrifying lightning bolts condensed into a golden ball of lightning that blasted at Chenzong. It exploded as a shockwave spread across a radius of several meters. The cross-shaped sword beam shot out. It pressed forward with indomitable might. All obstructions were torn apart by the two swords. This sharpness faintly revealed its peerless intent. Instantly, Chenzong had a clearer idea of the killer move he wanted to create. Slash. 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 Nice one, kid. In the pavilion, the middle-aged scholar couple smiled faintly. They were astonished by the strength Chenzong displayed. Is this his true strength? The glint in Mo Sen's eyes deepened. Brother Chen is indeed very strong. Qingchen smiled faintly. Is the 100-win streak of the 100 battles arena that powerful? Many people were puzzled. Unknowingly, Xiaoba clenched his fist. His sword was mighty as sword beams surged. Xiahozhen struck out with both hands as he constantly blasted out astonishing golden balls of lightning. They exploded one after another but were destroyed by Chenzong's sword strike. The remaining dozens of arm-thick golden lightning bolts circled around and struck at Chenzong in a pincer attack. However, Chenzong did not seem to sense the dozens of terrifying lightning bolts behind him. He continued attacking Xiahozhen with his two swords. In terms of realm, Chenzong exceeded Xiahozhen, completely suppressing him. When his combat strength was raised to Xiahozhen's level, Chenzong's execution of his killer move was gradually perfected. As a result, Chenzong's strength reached an even more astonishing level. Like a hot knife through butter, it tore through everything as the cross-shaped sword beam struck Xiahozhen's body. Xiahozhen's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense his protective true energy being torn apart. Even the defensive strength of his body-tempering cultivation technique had been torn apart. The terrifying might made Xiahozhen feel that even the grade 3 pseudo-spiritual artifact inner armor would not be able to withstand it. Once it cut into his body, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At that instant, the jade token around Xiahozhen's neck suddenly trembled. The twin dragons on it seemed to come alive. As they swam, they transformed into two phantoms that emanated out. Instantly, they covered Xiahozhen's body as though they were coiling around him. The cross-shaped sword beam cleaved down as Chenzong felt an astounding tenacity block the two swords. His eyes also saw the two dragon phantoms on Xiahozhen's body. Not only did Chenzong see it, but many people also saw it. They were all stunned. What's that? It should be a protective artifact. The twin dragon tokens are Xiaoba's protective treasure. They were actually lent to Xiahozhen. It's actually Xiaoba's protective secret treasure. Immediately, many gazes looked at Xiaoba. He sure is despicable. He actually lent his protective secret treasure to someone else. It doesn't matter if he's despicable or not. After all, it's a life and death battle in the life and death arena. He naturally has to use all the strength he can. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. With a protective treasure like the twin dragon tokens, Xiahozhen is already in an invincible position. Chenzong can't crack the twin dragon token's defensive strength, so Xiahozhen doesn't need to defend himself. All he needs to do is constantly attack. Chenzong is in danger. What a pity for a top genius who can be ranked on the minor heaven ascension roll. The moment the protective treasure, the twin dragon tokens, appeared, no one thought highly of Chenzong. Even Qingchen felt the same. Protective treasures were very rare. Although the twin dragon tokens were incomparable to a true spirit artifact, its value was several times higher than a grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifact. To put it simply, any protective treasure was worth at least 100 inferior grade spirit origins. The more precious ones cost more than 1,000. Furthermore, even if one had the spirit origins, one might not necessarily be able to buy one. This was because protective treasures were even rarer than grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifacts. They were typically in the hands of large factions and were rarely circulated in the outside world. Xiaoba and Xiahozhen were both top geniuses, but only Xiaoba had such a protective treasure. Xiahozhen did not have it. If not, Xiaoba would not have needed to lend his protective treasure to Xiahozhen. Xiahou had also forgotten about the matter of the twin dragon tokens. Now, seeing Chenzong's twin swords being blocked without being able to injure him in the slightest, he revealed a sinister sneer as his killing intent burned. "Don't waste your efforts. Your sword has no way of breaking through my defense." As Xiahou spoke, he unleashed his attacks. Terrifying lightning palms blasted out as golden bolts of lightning as thick as an arm cleaved down. Chenzong had no choice but to quickly dodge as he brandished his sword to defend. He shattered them one after another, but every time he shattered a bolt, he would suffer a certain amount of impact. With the twin dragon token's protection, Xiahou was not worried about his safety at all. This was because it was his elder brother's treasure. It was a powerful protective treasure that could withstand attacks from pseudo-transcendence. Even though Chenzong was an expert at the pseudo-transcendence realm, he was unable to break through the twin dragon token's protection in a few strikes. After the two swords shattered the bolts of lightning and the lightning palms, they struck the twin dragon phantoms on the twin dragon tokens. They were still blocked. Xiahou was completely unaffected. A sinister smile hung on his lips as he ruthlessly struck out with his palms at Chenzong. When there was no need for defense and he could attack freely, Xiahou became even more terrifying. His attacks were even more powerful, increasing the pressure on Chenzong. Chenzong's expression was cold. He did not panic because of the protective treasure that had appeared on Xiahou's body. Instead, his mind raced as he tried to think of a solution. The Wrath of Wind and Lightning's secret technique could not be maintained forever. According to the theory, it would last about 15 minutes. In other words, the Wrath of Wind and Lightning's powers would vanish after 15 minutes. When that happened, his combat strength would drop, making it harder for him to deal with Xiahou. Therefore, he needed to think of a solution to break through Xiahou's protective treasure in the next 15 minutes. Only then would he have a chance of killing Xiahou. No, he had already used the Wrath of Wind and Lightning for a short while. There was less than 15 minutes left. 15 minutes seemed long, but it was actually very short. It would pass very quickly. It was a pressing matter, but the more pressing it was, the calmer Chenzong became. Up to this point in the battle, Chenzong was still hiding something. It was the power of minor true intent. In addition, he still had the 1,000 essence body explosion pills that he had yet to consume. Chenzong believed that since he had many enemies, it was best to hide as much as possible. Immediately, all sorts of information regarding protective treasures flashed through Chenzong's mind. Protective treasures were similar to pseudo-spirit artifacts, but they were also different. According to their classification, they were classified as treasures. Such treasures often required a drip of blood to bind the owner with a mental imprint before they could unleash their full power. However, if the owner of the treasure was willing, they could lend it to others. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Treasures were often unable to unleash their full power. Typically, they would only be able to unleash 30% of their power. Chenzong had vaguely heard the voice beneath the life and death arena. The protective treasure belonged to Xiahou and not Xiahou. Therefore, it was very likely that Xiahou would not really give the protective treasure to Xiahou. Instead, he would only borrow it temporarily. If Xiahou were to borrow it, he would only be able to unleash 30% of its power. He still had a chance of destroying it. However, he had to use all his strength. With a thought, Chenzong dodged the two golden bolts of lightning. He gathered all his strength and charged at Xiahou once again. The two swords instantly struck out in unison, turning extremely violent. It was like an endless wave of fury. Chenzong changed his method and no longer demonstrated the embryonic form of his ultimate move. Although the raining sword cannon's ultimate move was very powerful in his imagination, its strength was limited before it took form. Now, in order to break through Xiahou's protective powers with all his strength, Chenzong used the 40th stance of the raining sword art. With each strike and stance, Chenzong's arms could not be seen. There were only countless sword flashes that poured out like a waterfall. It was as though the Milky Way was hanging upside down and the sea was flowing. The sword flashes were endless and endless. Every strike was extremely fast. The two swords that blotted out the sky filled Xiahou's vision, blanketing the world. It left him dumbfounded. Chenzong's strikes were too fast. When he unleashed all his strength, it completely exceeded Xiaohoushan's vision. It made it difficult for Xiaohoushan to react or attack. There was no other way. Chen Zong's two swords were too fast. They clashed continuously, leaving no gaps. Even if Xiaohoushan wanted to counterattack, he could not find an opportunity. Although he was protected by the twin dragon tokens, preventing him from suffering any damage, the terrifying and concentrated sword flashes still left Xiaohoushan shuddering from the bottom of his heart. "You have no way of breaking through my defenses," Xiaohoushan roared. He ignored the sword flashes that assaulted him and struck out again. However, before he could even unleash his palm strike's might, it was drowned out by Chen Zong's sword flashes. When a sword's speed reached a certain level, it could almost ignore everything. In the pavilion, the couple's eyes immediately lit up. The speed at which Chen Zong attacked was just too terrifying. It was much faster than before. Chen Zong's body emanated a platinum-colored glow. It was a sign that golden jade unbreakable body had been pushed to its limits. It protected his arms and the muscles on his body. After all, Chen Zong's extreme sword speed was unleashed at such a high speed. It would place a heavy burden on his body, especially his arms. It would damage the muscles in his arms. Xiaohoba wore a solemn expression. He could not help but feel worried deep in his heart. He had only lent the twin dragon tokens to Xiaohoushan. He could only use 30% of its strength. What if it was destroyed? No, that wouldn't happen. Even if he could only use 30% of its strength, it was not something an early 6-star combat strength could destroy. However, for some reason, Xiaohoba felt uneasy in his heart. The two swords came in a continuous barrage like a storm. Every strike struck the same spot on the twin dragon token's defensive strength. It was something that could only be achieved by a superb sword art realm and perfect control of one's strength. Unknowingly, an undetectable white mark gradually appeared at the spot where the two swords struck. Chen Zong's eyes glowed as he stared at the white mark. The final strike. "I'll use all my strength." Instantly, he unleashed the last of his vertically and horizontally great true force surged into the heavenly sun sword. The tip of the sword shone like resplendent stars. A sharp beam and a sharp fluctuation emanated out, sweeping through the surroundings. When it swept past the crowd, it immediately made them feel like they were being torn apart by an invisible sword. They could not help but tremble. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Its sharpness could cut through all things, its sharpness could pierce through the world. Little true intent. Too little true intents. Immediately, the guards at the edge of the life and death ring and the pseudo-transcendents below the life and death ring were horrified. The grey-robed old man beside Qing Chen could not suppress his shock and instantly released an astonishing aura. Although it was instantly restrained, it still made the people around the life and death ring feel like they were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. They were all horrified. This little guy. The scholarly couple in the pavilion was dumbfounded. "Aluo, it looks like it's not him who is worthy of the heavenly sun sword and earthine sword, but the heavenly sun sword and earthine sword that are worthy of him," the middle-aged scholarly man said with a wry smile after his shock. The beautiful woman did not answer, but her eyes flashed as she stared at Chen Zong. Secret sword, star touch, sword edge true intent, sword edge true intent. Other than infusing the true intent of water flow into it, Chen Zong had used all his strength. This strike was much more powerful than the one he used to injure the scarred pseudo-transcendent in Ascending Dragon City's dungeon. The two swords violently struck the same point of the Supreme Twin Dragon Token's protective power. Although they did not break it, they weakened it. What was truly fatal was this strike. A strike that contained all his strength. The extremely sharp tip of the sword glowed with a dazzling golden light. There seemed to be a blazing flame burning in the golden light that could incinerate everything. There was a soft cracking sound, like porcelain being struck. It was very subtle, so subtle that the people outside the life and death ring did not hear it. However, Xiaohoushan's face changed drastically in an instant. It was as if all blood had drained from his face. His eyes were filled with shock. The sound was clearly the sound of the Supreme Twin Dragon Token's protective power being broken. How could he break through the Supreme Twin Dragon Token's protective power? Without any time to think, Xiaohou's well-honed instincts made him quickly dodge and retreat. The sword tore through space like a meteor piercing through the moon. After it tore through the protective powers of the twin dragon tokens, it headed straight for Xiaohou. Xiaohou quickly avoided being struck in his vitals, but the extremely sharp sword tip still tore through Xiaohou's robes. It tore through his pseudo-spirit artifact armor and penetrated his body, severing his bones. The strike left behind a half-meter-long gash on Xiaohou's chest. Blood gushed out as Xiaohou felt his strength drain away with the gushing blood. His injuries were not light. Most importantly, the terrifying sword qi was wreaking havoc in his body. Xiaohou had no choice but to use all his strength to resist. He was unable to continue fighting. Around the life and death ring, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Their minds were frozen, and they couldn't react at all. With his next strike, Chenzong did not hesitate to stab at Xiaohou's glabella. Stop! Xiaohou's face was filled with killing intent as he roared angrily. He struck out with his palm at Chenzong's back. If he was struck by a palm strike with an 8-star combat strength, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Chenzong's back turned numb. The palm strike was just too powerful. He did not dare take it head-on and could only temporarily give up on killing Xiaohou as he quickly dodged. Immediately, Xiaohou charged into the life and death ring. As he leaped into the air, he struck out with his fist again. The terrifying fist force roared like a thunderclap. It was a lot more terrifying than the hasty palm strike from before. Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn. The terrifying pressure from the punch left his scalp tingling as though it was about to explode. His entire body felt extremely uncomfortable. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Using Point Star Secret Sword had exhausted all of his unhindered true power, and using 2 minor true intents and combining them, had also exhausted more than half of his mental strength. Xiaohou was an expert on the Heaven Ascension role. He had astonishing strength with an 8-star combat strength. Chenzong was no match for him. However, the moment Xiaohou attacked, the terrifying fist force was shattered by someone. The attacker was none other than the City Logistics Department's guard. The guard had reacted a little too slowly due to Xiaohou being injured by Chenzong's sword. As a result, he failed to block Xiaohou's palm strike in time. Fortunately, Chenzong dodged it himself. Now, how could Xiaohou's punch hit Chenzong? Wouldn't that be a slap to the Heaven Ascension City Logistics Department's face? Xiaohou, do you think this is the sacred martial palace? The guard's face was filled with anger. Get out of my way. Xiaohou's face was livid as his eyes spewed fire. The killing intent in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Xiaohou, it looks like you want to violate Heaven Ascension City's rules. Very well. The guard was even more annoyed. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more guards landed on the life and death ring and surrounded Xiaohou. The auras released by these guards were extremely powerful. They were all pseudo-transcendent realm experts. Each of them had a cold and solemn expression as they stared at Xiaohou with gleaming eyes. As long as Xiaohou made any strange movements, they would immediately take action and kill him. This was the rule of Ascension City. Of course, if Xiaohou behaved himself, they wouldn't directly take action against him for the sake of the Martial Saint Palace. Being surrounded by several pseudo-transcendent realm guards and being secretly stared at by powerful gazes, it was like a blazing sun shining down from the sky. This was what Xiaohou was truly afraid of. Suppressing his anger, Xiaohou quickly calmed down. He loosened his clenched fists and immediately walked towards Xiaohou. Since he could not kill Chenzong now, he could only take Xiaohou back to treat his injuries. Brother. Xiaohou's face was filled with shame. His injuries were not light, but fortunately, he was not weak. His life was not in danger, but he had lost face. Wait. Chenzong took a step forward as his gaze landed on Xiaohou, who was presiding over the life and death ring. This is a life and death battle between me and Xiaohou. According to the rules of the life and death ring, no one is allowed to interfere without my permission. What are you doing now? Immediately after, Chenzong's gaze swept the surroundings and landed on the guard presiding over the life and death battle. He did not say a word as he waited for an answer. The rules were clearly stated before the life and death battle. Xiaoba, don't do things more than 3 times. The guard's face was cold. I admit defeat. Xiaozhen roared with all his might. Although saying those words made his heart feel like it was being pierced by a sharp sword, he did not want to be killed. Zhen has already admitted defeat. Always leave a way out. Xiaoba ignored the guard as his cold gaze landed on Zheng's face. It was filled with killing intent. What sounded like a calm tone sounded like the repressed magma of a volcano. You were the one who came looking for trouble with me in the beginning. You were also the one who requested the life and death battle. Do you think you can leave after admitting defeat? Do you think this is a game? Zheng gave a sinister smile. His sharp eyes made Xiaozhen's eyelids twitch involuntarily. What do you want? Xiaozhen suddenly felt a little afraid. And his behavior infuriated Xiaoba. Zheng, this matter ends here. Regardless, Xiaozhen was his younger brother. Xiaoba's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zheng. He stopped Zheng but did not dare take action. If he did, he would be killed on the spot. In fact, Xiaoba knew very well that even if he took action, he might not be able to kill Zheng. He might not even be able to hit Zheng. However, Zheng ignored Xiaoba. With a flash, he circled around Xiaoba. Xiaoba's figure flashed. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He wanted to intercept Zheng but was held back by the guard. Once again, he was surrounded by the guard. Step by step, Zheng walked towards Xiaozhen. His footsteps sounded like a death warrant. Xiaozhen could not help but tremble. Was Zheng really going to kill him? Beneath the life and death arena, everyone stared at Zheng with widened eyes. All of them held their breaths. Was Zheng really going to kill Xiaozhen? Xiaozhen was a core disciple of the sacred martial palace. He enjoyed a high status and was ranked on the minor heaven ascension roll. He had a promising future. As for his elder brother, Xiaoba, who was ranked on the heaven ascension roll, he had astounding combat strength. As for his grandfather, he was ranked on the greater heaven ascension roll. He was a famous expert at the paramount mortal realm. A sect with 3 roles had long made the Xiahou family a famous existence in the Ascension Heaven domain. If Xiaozhen were to be killed here, the Xiahou lineage would not let the matter rest despite the rules of the life and death arena. They would definitely seek revenge on Zheng in a frenzied manner. Was Zheng really going to kill Xiaozhen? When he stood in front of Xiaozhen, Xiaozhen's expression suddenly changed. Killing intent burned in his eyes as he raised his hand. An extremely sharp beam of light tore through the air, bringing with it a foul stench. Zheng's expression did not change at all. With a flash of his body, the foul-smelling beam of light flew past his head. Following that, a sword flash bloomed. Stop! Xiaoba roared angrily with hatred. He wanted to charge forward to stop Zheng but was forced back by the guard. Zheng, stop! Xiaoba roared like a trapped beast. Xiaozhen's final ferocious look was still on his face but his glabella had been pierced. His final move had failed to do anything to Zheng. Instead, he had lost his life. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xiaoba's eyes spewed fire as though he wanted to burn Zheng to ashes. However, Zheng did not even look at him. He quickly removed the items from Xiaozhen's body. A mustard seed bag, a grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifact glove, and the twin dragon token around his neck. When he saw the twin dragon token land in Zheng's hands, Xiaoba's eyes turned bloodshot. Everyone below the life and death arena was dumbfounded. Killed. Zheng had really killed Xiaozhen. Wasn't he afraid of the Xiahou lineage's revenge? The guards were astonished as well. They believed that Zheng would not kill Xiaozhen. After all, the consequences of killing Xiaozhen were severe. They never expected him to kill Xiaozhen. He did not hesitate to attack. Make way. Xiaoba calmed down. However, his expression was as gloomy as dark clouds. Lightning flashed in his eyes and his voice was deep and hoarse. However, it made the hearts of those who heard it palpitate uncontrollably. Pushing the guards away, Xiaoba looked at Zheng. His eyes seemed to exude a deathly aura. Return the twin dragon token to me. Spoils of war. Chen Zong smiled faintly as he stored the twin dragon token into his mustard seed bag. Xiahou Ba nearly vomited blood. Immediately, he jumped off the life and death arena without turning his head back. He quickly left, but his body was suffused with terrifying hatred and killing intent. It made everyone hurriedly avoid him in horror. The present Xiahou Ba was the most terrifying. It was not that he did not want to kill Chen Zong, but that he was unable to kill Chen Zong. However, anyone who angered him would face terrible consequences. All of them looked horrified as they stared incredulously at Chen Zong. He did not even return Xiahou Ba's twin dragon token. He was really planning on completely falling out with the Xiahou lineage. However, since Xiahou Zhen had already been killed, it did not make a difference. Thank you, guards, for upholding justice. After Chen Zong collected the spoils of war, he cupped his hands and thanked the guards on the life and death arena. End of chapter. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. The life and death arena battle finally ended in an outcome that most people did not expect. As the initiator of the life and death arena, Xiahou Zhen had died. He had been killed by his opponent, Chen Zong. Instantly, the entire Heaven Ascension city was abuzz with discussion. Fascinating, too fascinating. I never expected Chen Zong to be so strong. When Xiahou Zhen had the twin dragon medallion, I thought that Chen Zong was doomed. I never expected Chen Zong to be able to break through the twin dragon medallion's defensive powers. In the restaurant, many people discussed as they drank. Not everyone had seen the life and death arena battle with their own eyes. That Chen Zong is truly foolish to the extreme. He actually tried to kill Xiahou Zhen. He has completely offended the Xiahou lineage. He doesn't have long to live. Someone analyzed in a self-opinionated manner. You are the foolish one. If that Chen Zong did not kill Xiahou Zhen, he would definitely lead people to kill Chen Zong once Xiahou Zhen recovers. Chen Zong would have no way out. He would be pursued by the Xiahou lineage either way, so he might as well kill Xiahou Zhen. Another person sneered. Different people often had different views on the same matter. However, it was undeniable that this person's opinion was very reasonable. With Xiahou Zhen's character, even if Chen Zong did not kill him, Chen Zong would still be pursued by the Xiahou lineage. In that case, it was better to eliminate Xiahou Zhen and have one less enemy. Inside the city logistics division. Indeed. The power Chen Zong used at the end was a minor true intent. Based on his aura, it should be the 2 minor true intents of the sword. He is very proficient in using them. It's unlikely that he has just gained insight into them. He has already grasped them for some time. A guard said with a heavy expression. This Chen Zong does not look to be more than 30 years old. He is at the true martial realm, but he has already grasped 2 minor true intents. His talent far exceeds the likes of Xiahou Zhen. After this battle, this child will replace Xiahou Zhen's ranking on the minor heaven ascension roll. I wonder if we can recruit this child into our city logistics division? It's not that easy to recruit such a genius. Let's report this matter to the division chief. He'll make a decision. Very quickly, everyone's suggestions were passed to the head of the city logistics division. You don't have to worry about this. In the beginning, he'd naturally wanted to recruit this kid for the city supplies division, but the Marshal St. Palace's Xiahou branch had already sent people to come to a secret agreement. The guards felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sacred Marshal Palace's stronghold was cold and solemn. Ah Zhen, I will avenge you. Xiahou Ba personally placed Xiahou Zhen's corpse in the coffin. His expression was extremely gloomy as he said with a hoarse and obscure voice, I will behead him as a tribute to you. Ah Zhen is a core disciple of our Marshal St. Palace. Now that he's been killed, we must avenge him. Xiahou Ba turned around and swept his gaze across. His killing intent was sharp. If anyone has the chance, they must capture Chen Zong alive. Senior brother Xiahou, don't worry. If there's even the slightest chance, I'll definitely take down Chen Zong. Everyone expressed their stance. Xiahou Zhen was killed in the life and death arena. Who can he blame for being inferior? Xianxia sneered inwardly. However, he did not say it out loud to make himself feel uncomfortable. Despite his laughter, Xianxia knew very well that the Xiahou branch was completely enraged. They had sworn to kill Chenzong. Even he would not be able to protect Chenzong. Xianxia could not help but feel a little regretful. However, he sneered. If such a genius could not be used by him, he could just die. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, Xiahou Ba's double dragon token was quite valuable. The life and death battle stirred up a storm. The entire Heaven Ascension city bustled with activity because of the battle. Chenzong had already returned to the inn. He closed the door and took out Xiahou Zhen's mustard seed bag and other items. As a core disciple of the sacred martial palace and a member of the minor Heaven Ascension role, Xiahou Zhen's mustard seed bag contained quite a number of good items. There were more than 1,000 spirit shellfish, which was used for his daily expenses. As for the substandard spirit origins, there were more than 100. It was quite a sizable fortune. There were also some healing pills that were more effective than Chenzong's own. They were clearly superior grade heaven-ranked pills. The pair of golden lightning patterned gloves that had reached the level of a grade 3 pseudo-spirit artifact was also quite valuable. However, the most valuable item was the double dragon token. Love go little say W, chew a protective treasure. Chenzong took out the double dragon token and scrutinized it carefully. The craftsmanship was exquisite and it gave off a natural feeling. It was evident that the person who made the treasure was extremely skilled and had a profound cultivation realm. As he held the double dragon token in his hand, Chenzong could vaguely sense a powerful force contained within it. If that force were to be fully unleashed, he would not be able to do anything even if he unleashed his full strength. Unfortunately, the double dragon token belonged to Xiahou Ba. It had long been refined by him. Chenzong was unable to truly take it for himself. Furthermore, without Xiahou Ba's control, Chenzong was unable to use any of the token's power. He could only temporarily put it away. At that moment, Wang Yunyu, who was standing beside Xianxia, came looking for him. His goal was not to recruit Chenzong, but for the double dragon token. The double dragon token belongs to Xiahou Ba. Unless you can remove Xiahou Ba's brand, you will not be able to use any of its power. It's better to sell it, Wang Yunyu said frankly. It might not be difficult to refine an ownerless artifact. At most, it would take some time. However, if one wanted to remove the brand, they would need a corresponding method or some unique secret method. Relying on brute force to break it would only damage the artifact itself, reduce its power, and even destroy its internal structure. How much? Chenzong's answer was extremely simple. The double dragon token was good, but unfortunately, he could not use it. If he could sell it for a sum of money, it would not be bad, but the prerequisite was that the other party would be willing to pay. 20. Wang Yunyu stretched out 2 fingers and smiled contentedly. 20 mid-rank spirit sources. Good. Chenzong said directly. Wang Yunyu's face suddenly froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged. If it were not for the fact that he was weaker than Chenzong, he would have grabbed Chenzong's collar and questioned him. Although artifacts were valuable, the double dragon token was only the lowest grade artifact. It was not worth 20 mid-rank spirit sources. 20 low-rank spirit sources, Wang Yunyu said word by word. Go ahead. Chenzong was not polite at all. Although the double dragon token was only the lowest grade artifact, people would still want it if it was sold for 100 low-rank spirit sources. Of course, that was for ownerless artifacts. You have to consider this carefully. Apart from me, who else would risk offending Xiahou Ba to buy this supreme twin dragon token? Although 20 low-grade spiritual sources are not worth the price of the supreme twin dragon token, it's better than nothing. After all, you can't use them. Wang Yunyu said clearly. That's my business. Chenzong said. To be honest, 20 low-rank spirit sources were nothing in Chenzong's eyes. You're on your own. Wang Yunyu was a little annoyed, but he did not dare to do anything. He turned around and left. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Not long after Wang Yunyu left, someone knocked on the door again, which made Chenzong frown. When the door opened, he saw 2 people standing outside, a man and a woman who looked to be in their 40s. They looked at Chenzong with smiles. Although the two people's auras were restrained, Chenzong was still keenly aware of the fluctuations of their auras. It was a kind of high and mighty aura that had surpassed a certain level. Transcendent realm, he did not know the other party's true cultivation, but he was sure that they were both transcendent realm masters. Chenzong greets two seniors. This junior is honored to have two seniors here. Chenzong first cupped his fists and bowed. This junior does not know the two seniors, but may I know why two seniors have come looking for me? Little friend, can you show us your two swords? The middle-aged scholar asked with a smile, but his eyes fell on the Heavenly Sun sword. Hearing this, Chenzong's heart suddenly moved. He took out the swords and handed them to the two people. In fact, if they wanted to snatch the swords, Chenzong would not be able to keep them. Furthermore, Chenzong had already guessed the identity of the two people. The middle-aged scholar and his wife pulled out the swords together. Their gazes fell on the swords and became gentle. Their fingers gently brushed the swords, as if they were treating their own children. Immediately after, the two of them sheathed the swords and handed them back to Chenzong. Seniors, are you the yin-yang profound sword couple? Chenzong asked after receiving the swords. That's us, the middle-aged scholar said with a smile. Originally, we were worried that these swords would not find a suitable master. However, after watching your battle with Xianxia, we know that they have found a good master. The middle-aged woman chuckled softly. I only hope that you will treat them well. My swords are like friends. Chenzong said solemnly. Although it was not a matter of whether the sword lived or died, as long as it was a sword that he used, he would treasure it very much. Of course, if he had a better sword, Chenzong would not be stuck with his original sword. This was a very simple principle. It was the same even for a transcendent realm expert. If a transcendent realm expert originally used a low-grade spirit sword and obtained a mid-grade spirit sword, he would naturally not rigidly refuse to use the mid-grade spirit sword. Little friend Chenzong, today, you killed Xianxia on the life and death arena. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. The middle-aged scholar said. Generally speaking, it was taboo to talk too much with someone who did not know each other. The yin-yang profound sword and Chenzong did not have any friendship. However, the middle-aged scholar said so because of the heavenly yang sword and earthing sword, as well as the importance and fondness he had for a junior like Chenzong. The martial Saint Palace's Xianxia lineage has many branches and leaves. One sect with 3 rankings is even famous in the Heaven Ascension rankings. Now that Xianxia is dead, his grandfather, Xianxia Yuan, is extremely protective of him. He himself is an 8th-layer extreme mortal realm expert. In addition, the Xianxia lineage also has many extreme mortal realm experts. If any one of them is sent, it will be a huge problem. Little friend, you're here for the Sky Ascension Tower, right? Challenge the tower first. After you're done with the Sky Ascension Tower, if you want to leave Ascension City, you can let us know. My husband and I will send you out of Ascension City. Whether it was the Yang Profound Sword or the Yin Profound Sword, the two of them had solemn expressions. Chenzong, on the other hand, was surprised and immediately felt grateful. The Martial Saint Palace was a high-rank sect. It was powerful and had a deep foundation. The Xianxia lineage was one of its main forces. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Profound Sword couple had just broken through to the extreme mortal realm not long ago. Moreover, they were loose cultivators. They were weak and alone in front of the Martial Saint Palace. They actually wanted to help Chenzong. Although it was not a direct confrontation with the Martial Saint Palace, their actions would undoubtedly offend the Martial Saint Palace. End of chapter. Sensing the goodwill of the Yin-Yang mysterious swords, Chenzong felt grateful. The two of them conversed. The Yin-Yang mysterious swords cultivated the sword, and so did Chenzong. Therefore, the Yin-Yang mysterious swords couple intended to give Chenzong some pointers. They shared their understanding of the sword during the conversation. After that, they also discovered that Chenzong's understanding of the sword was not only profound to the point that it surprised them, but it was also unique and actually had a certain inspiration effect on them. If the two of them had thought highly of Chenzong previously because of the Heavenly Sun sword and Earthing sword, then now they truly valued him. If such a genius with extraordinary talent in the sword were to mature, he would definitely shine brightly on the path of the sword. The Yin-Yang mysterious swords only left after a few hours of discussion. After Qinzong rested for a while, he slowly sorted out the yin-yang mysterious sword's insights into the sword and turned them into his own. This would help him create his own unique move, but more importantly, it would deepen his accumulation on the path of the sword. When Qinzong leaves Ascending Heaven City, we won't need to do anything. He's dead for sure. The three pseudo-transcendents of the Nangong family said one after another. After Xian Wuxing of the Xian family arrived at Ascending Heaven City, he immediately learned that Qinzong had killed Xia Hozhen on the life and death arena. However, he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Qinzong to leave Ascending Heaven City to kill him, because he wanted to bring Qinzong's head back. The Martial Saint Palace's Xiaohe lineage sent two paramount mortal realm experts to Ascending Heaven City. They entered the Martial Saint Palace's stronghold and paid attention to Qinzong's movements. Once Qinzong left Ascending Heaven City, they would immediately take action. They would not give Qinzong any chance to escape. In an instant, Qinzong became the focus of attention in the dark. During this period of time, Qinzong rarely went out and basically stayed in the inn to cultivate. In his battle with Xia Hozhen, Qinzong had already fully grasped the fusion of 60% of his physical strength and 60% of his Overwatch Great True Force. Now, he was beginning to fuse 70%. The improvement in his sword art was very minute, but he had more ideas for his ultimate move. Qinzong had a feeling that he would be able to complete the first move of the Overwatch sword cannon in a month or 3 months if he was fast. However, Xiaohe did not come to ask for the Double Dragon Supreme token. He probably wanted to take it back after killing Qinzong. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Heaven Ascension Tower to open. While the sky was still hazy, the entire Ascending Sky City was abnormally awake. It was as bustling as a market. Many warriors walked out of their rooms and headed towards the same destination as if they were going to the market. Sky Tower today was the day the Heaven Ascension Tower would open once a year for half a month. In theory, as long as one was not a transcendent, anyone was eligible to enter the Heaven Ascension Tower until its opening ended. Typically, those who wanted to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower would enter Ascending Sky City early to prevent any accidents from happening. The crowd surged towards the center of the city, heading straight for the Heaven Ascension Tower. Qinzong was among the crowd, accompanied by the yin-yang profound sword couple. The two of them were naturally not here to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower, but to a certain extent, to protect Qinzong. Who knew if someone would suddenly attack when there were so many people? With the Heaven Ascension Tower as the center, no one was allowed to step within a kilometer of it. Only with permission could one enter. Otherwise, rushing around would only cause unnecessary chaos. The Heaven Ascension Tower did not have a door. It was completely black, and it was impossible to tell what it was made of. It gave off an ancient aura as it stood above the ground, like a pillar that supported the heavens. It was majestic and unparalleled. The people of Ascending Sky City's city guards had already arrived. A guard swept his gaze over the crowd and said loudly, "It's time for the Heaven Ascension Tower to open once a year. I know that many people want to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower, but time is limited and the Heaven Ascension Tower itself has a limit on the number of people who can enter. It is impossible to satisfy everyone." No one showed any surprise. Obviously, they were already aware of this. Qinzong also knew that the Heaven Ascension Tower was only open for half a month. This was not a decision made by Ascending Sky City, but rather a restriction of the Heaven Ascension Tower itself. Moreover, the Heaven Ascension Tower had 11 floors, and only 11 people could enter the Heaven Ascension Tower at a time. Only when the 11 people were not on the first floor could the second batch of people enter. Simply put, each floor of the Heaven Ascension Tower could only accommodate 11 people at a time. With all these conditions and restrictions, it was destined that not everyone could challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. The way to choose was also very simple: survival of the fittest. There was a strength limit to challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower, which was below the Transcendent Realm. Generally, only the true martial realm and pseudo-transcendents could challenge it. Secondly, there was an age limit, which was a condition agreed upon by the other forces led by Ascending Sky City. Pseudo-transcendents could not be more than 50 years old, and true martial realm cultivators could not be more than 30 years old. In a sense, this was a protective strategy. The first goal of challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower was to use the power inside to temper oneself. The second goal was to obtain the treasures inside the Heaven Ascension Tower. For many people, the first goal was incidental. The second goal was more important because there were treasures inside the Heaven Ascension Tower that were difficult to find in the outside world. For example, Xiaoba's Supreme Dual Dragon token was difficult to find in the outside world, but it was obtained when challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower. No one knew how many rewards there were in the Heaven Ascension Tower, whether it was inexhaustible or there was a limit to the number. However, the common guess was that it was the latter, which was why there was a limit. Cultivators ranked on the minor Heaven Ascension list and Heaven Ascension list naturally did not need to be restricted. They completely met the conditions. As for pseudo-transcendents who were not ranked on the Heaven Ascension list but were under 50 years old, they were also qualified to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. As for true martial realm cultivators, they had to be selected. The selection method was also very simple. It was a combat test. However, the combat test required quite a bit of time. Therefore, the test was completed before the Heaven Ascension Tower opened. Qianzong did not need to undergo the test because he had killed Xiaohozhen on the life and death platform. He had replaced Xiaohozhen's ranking on the minor Heaven Ascension list. The minor Heaven Ascension list had 72 rankings. Xiaohozhen was ranked 13th, and now, the 13th place was taken by rampaging sword Qianzong. Everyone who can challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower, come forward. The guard announced. Immediately, one person after another walked out from the crowd and stepped into the 1,000-meter radius of the Heaven Ascension Tower. Qianzong was also one of them. At a glance, there were about 300 people who wanted to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. It was not a small number. Furthermore, there would be more people rushing over. According to the past, there would be at least 1,000 people challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower in half a month. These 1,000 people were qualified. They were chosen from the many people who wanted to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. Now that the Heaven Ascension Tower has opened, according to the past rules, the people on the Heaven Ascension list will be the first to challenge it. Remember, no external help is allowed. The City Guards Division's guard said. No one objected. This practice had been going on for many years. The Heaven Ascension list had fewer spots than the minor Heaven Ascension list. There were only 36 spots. Those who could be ranked on the Heaven Ascension list had combat strength that was at least at the beginning of the 8-star realm. However, not everyone on the list would rush to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower. After all, the Heaven Ascension Tower only opened once a year. Some people had already left the Heaven Ascension domain to explore other domains. Typically, they would not rush back just for the Heaven Ascension Tower. As for others, they were cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, there were only 9 people on the Heaven Ascension list. As for the 72 people on the minor Heaven Ascension list, not all of them had arrived. At the very least, those who were ranked near the top did not appear. The Heaven Ascension Tower was not the only opportunity in the world. Only 28 people on the minor Heaven Ascension list came. The Heaven Ascension list was usually the first to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower, followed by the minor Heaven Ascension list, followed by the pseudo-transcendents under the age of 50, and finally the true martial realm that had passed the combat strength test. Now, only 9 people on the Heaven Ascension list had arrived. There were still 2 spots left. Naturally, the people on the minor Heaven Ascension list would fill the gap. The order of entry was based on the ranking on the list. There were not many people in the top 10 of the minor Heaven Ascension list. There was only one, Sky Crane Hand Song Bai, who was ranked 8th. Next was Wind Cloud Kick Lu Jingxiong, who was ranked 11th. Finally, it was Qianzong, who had replaced Xiaohozhen. The first batch of people to enter the Heaven Ascension Tower was the 9 people on the Heaven Ascension list, Sky Crane Hand Song Bai, and Wind Cloud Kick Lu Jingxiong. There were 11 of them. Xiaoba's expression was gloomy. His killing intent burned as he stared at Qianzong. It was as if he wanted to kill Qianzong through his gaze. Qianzong met Xiaoba's gaze without fear. If he wanted to, Qianzong would have already become a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. His combat strength would have soared to the level of an 8-star. After all, Qianzong's accumulation of cultivation far surpassed that of many people. His combat strength would not be inferior to Xiaoba's, and might even be superior. However, Qinzong had restrained his cultivation from breaking through to the true martial realm, which he had no clue about. As such, what did Xiaoba have to fear? However, there was another gaze that made Qinzong feel uncomfortable. Following the gaze, Qinzong saw a blue-clothed man. His face was pale, as if he had never been exposed to sunlight and had been in a dark place for many years. However, his eyes were frighteningly deep, like the eyes of a ghost. They carried an astonishing chill that made one's hair stand on end. This person was clearly standing there, but it was as if he did not exist. It was extremely strange. Compared to Xiaoba, this person was much more threatening. However, Qinzong did not know. Had he offended this person before? Unable to figure it out, Qinzong did not think too much about it. He would deal with whatever came his way. He did not like to take the initiative to find trouble, but if trouble came knocking on his door, he would not be afraid. He would fight when the time came. He would kill when the time came. That person was from the Xian family, a sword family, Xian Wuxing, who was known as the Ghost Sword. Xian Wuxing's purpose was naturally to kill Qinzong and cut off Qinzong's head to bring back. Coincidentally, the Heaven Ascension Tower had opened, so he wanted to give it a try and get some rewards before killing Qinzong. The tower challenge began. The 9 people on the Heaven Ascension list and the 2 people on the Minor Heaven Ascension list walked forward and quickly approached the Heaven Ascension Tower. Then, they reached out and pressed on the wall of the first floor. This Heaven Ascension Tower was very interesting. It had 11 floors and 11 walls. Under an ancient and mysterious fluctuation, the 11 figures were instantly wrapped up. Then, under everyone's gaze, they directly entered the walls of the Tower of Ascension. When their figures all disappeared, the 11 walls of the first floor of the Tower of Ascension lit up with a soft light. It has begun. They are all top geniuses. I wonder how many floors they can reach. The pitch-black Tower of Ascension was filled with people. All of them were staring at the light on the first level of the Tower of Ascension. No one thought that the first batch of people would fail on the first level. After all, those people were all geniuses on the Heaven Ascension list. They represented the most outstanding part of the younger generation in the Ascension Heaven region. They had also tried to enter the Tower of Ascension before. Not long after, one of the walls flashed continuously. It was as if someone had jumped directly to the second level. Someone has passed the first level. Looking at his position, it should be Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing. That's right, it's Brother Wuxing, the people of the Xian clan said proudly. Among the 9 people from the Heaven Ascension list, Xian Wuxing's ranking was the highest. He was ranked 4th, much higher than Xiaoba. Not long after, a second person passed the first level and stepped into the second level. The first batch of 11 people were all top geniuses. Challenging those of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. Therefore, in less than 15 minutes, all 11 of them stepped into the second level. The second batch of challengers, come forward, Siwei's voice sounded. Another 11 people stepped into the Tower of Ascension. Qinzong was among them. The second batch of challengers were all on the Minor Heaven Ascension list. Qinzong's ranking was the highest. Walking in front of the Tower of Ascension, Qinzong stretched out his left hand and pressed it on the wall of the Tower of Ascension. A trace of coldness spread through his palm, causing Qinzong to involuntarily shiver. It was as if he had been doused with ice water. However, he did not feel cold at all. Instead, he felt refreshed. Immediately after, Qinzong felt a suction force rapidly spread through his arm and spread throughout his body. He could not resist it at all. The wall seemed to become extremely soft, like mud. Qinzong could clearly see his left palm quickly merging into it as if it was being devoured. Then, it was his arm. Soon, his entire body was swallowed. All he could see was darkness, but he did not feel suffocated at all. After what seemed like a long time, Qinzong appeared in the Tower of Ascension in an instant. The Tower of Ascension had its own space. It was very magical. At a glance, Qinzong did not see anyone else who had entered. These people had been separated into different spaces. Suddenly, the darkness was dispelled. Qinzong could clearly see that he was in a wide circular room. The spiral ceiling seemed to be full of mysteries. A ray fell down and shone directly on Qinzong's body. Limit of the ninth true martial realm, the limit. A stiff and cold voice rang out. The first sentence referred to Qinzong's cultivation, while the second sentence referred to the time he could spend in the tower. He could only stay on each level for 2 hours at most. If he was unable to reach the next level within 2 hours, he would be considered to have failed the tower. As for the verification of one's cultivation, it was a prelude to the Tower of Ascension itself. After all, in addition to the true martial realm, there were also pseudo-transcendents. The true martial realm and pseudo-transcendents naturally had different levels of difficulty. Another ray of light fell and condensed into a figure out of thin air. At the same time, a huge water glass appeared in the corner of the room, dripping water continuously. It was a person holding a long saber. His whole body was pitch black, but his eyes were glowing red. The aura around him had reached the limit of the ninth true martial realm, not weak at all. As soon as this person appeared, he immediately took a step forward as fast as the wind. The long black saber broke through the air and slashed down from above. The saber light seemed to be able to split the earth. The full strength of this saber strike was amazing. It could instantly kill an ordinary ninth true martial realm cultivator. Qinzong did not use his sword. With a snap of his fingers, sword chi broke through the air and pierced the figure's head, directly disappearing. Too weak. This figure's cultivation was at the limit of the ninth true martial realm, but his combat strength was not weak at all. The power of that saber strike was enough to make an early 4-star martial realm cultivator difficult to deal with. However, the gap between him and Qinzong was still very obvious. But this also surprised Qinzong. This kind of starting point seemed to be too high. He had to at least be an early 4-star martial realm cultivator. This was why many people were rejected. It was no wonder that Ascension City required a combat test before the tower was opened. In addition to other reasons, this difficulty was also a congenital condition. Simply put, if you were not a genius, you would not be able to enter the Tower of Ascension. Even if you had the chance, you would not gain the slightest benefit. It would be a waste of time. As the figure was shattered by Qinzong's finger, 2 more rays of light immediately fell, condensing into 2 black figures out of thin air. Their aura fluctuations were still at the peak of the 9th level of the genuine martial realm. These 2 figures were also holding long black sabers. They immediately attacked Qinzong from the left and right. Different from the previous figure, they did not use their full strength to attack. Instead, they used sharp saber techniques, which turned into saber shadows all over the sky and attacked Qinzong. Qinzong still did not draw his sword. He used his fingers instead of a sword, and after shattering the saber shadows, he defeated the 2 black figures at the same time. Soon, 4 black figures condensed and attacked Qinzong with sabers in hand. The 4 people attacked from 4 directions. The saber light was either overbearing, sharp, or endless. The saber chi was chilling. The 4 figures' combat strength was at the early 4-star martial realm. At this time, they even had the momentum of a joint attack, which was more powerful than the 4 people's random attacks. Qinzong still used his fingers instead of a sword to cut through all the saber light and saber chi. Then, he cut through the bodies of the 4 figures with unstoppable sharpness and defeated them again. Then, 8 black figures condensed around him and quickly moved around Qinzong. Saber chi filled the air, like the roar of dragons and snakes. These 8 people still had the combat strength of the early 4-star martial realm, but the momentum of their joint attack was more obvious. The difference between the same combat strength and the joint attack was obvious. For example, 8 warriors of the same combat strength were fighting against 1 person, but they fought separately. In the end, they would be defeated one by one. However, if they were proficient in the joint attack, they could fully mobilize their strength to cover their weaknesses and make full use of their advantages. In this way, they could trap and even kill the opponent. However, the difference between the early 4-star martial realm and Qinzong's combat strength was too big. They were easily defeated by Qinzong. However, this was not the end. 16 figures condensed, and they all had the combat strength of the early 4-star martial realm. However, the 16 figures were different from before. They did not surround and attack Yi Futian directly. Instead, 2 of them took the lead, followed by 4 others, and then 8 others. The last 2 suddenly appeared in the sky and struck down with their long sabers like lightning. This was another kind of joint attack. If it was an intermediate 4-star martial realm, he would definitely die facing such a joint attack. Even if it was an advanced 4-star martial realm, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage. However, Qianzong was not a 4-star martial realm. Facing such a joint attack, he would not panic. Instead, he dealt with it calmly. He waved his sword finger. It looked simple, but it contained amazing mysteries. It broke all the attacks directly like a breeze blowing through willows. Then, the 16 figures stopped in the air and dispersed. However, 32 figures condensed out of thin air. They were even faster. They pounced on Qianzong from all directions with sabers in their hands. They were so dense that they covered the sky like dark clouds. The saber light was cold and the saber shadows were like rolling clouds. It was terrifying. Qianzong frowned slightly. The difficulty of the first floor was too high. Of course, this did not apply to him. Whether it was 16 or 32 early 4-star martial realm, it did not make much of a difference to Qianzong. However, it was different for most of the warriors. Qianzong still did not draw his sword. He used his sword finger to perform a sword art. It was simple but sharp and mysterious. The 32 figures turned into 64. Kill. Kill, kill. The 64 figures were all killed by Qianzong. The first floor returned to its peaceful state immediately. Qianzong looked at the waterspout in the corner of the wall. The waterspout was supposed to last for 2 hours, but only a small part of it had dripped. Not even 15 minutes had passed. You have successfully passed the tower. Do you want to enter the next floor? A cold and stiff voice sounded. After passing the tower, the warriors had a choice. They could either leave, enter the next floor, or enter the next floor when the time was up. Enter the next floor. Qianzong replied. Although the difficulty of the first floor was not low, it was nothing for Qianzong. It would not be a challenge for him. Of course, it was better to enter the next floor as soon as possible. After the voice sounded, a beam of light shone from the ceiling onto Qianzong. Qianzong felt an irresistible force that seemed to soar into the sky. Everything around him became distorted. There was no difference between the first floor and the second floor. No, there was a difference. It was time. The time limit of the second floor was 4 hours. Outside, when Qianzong stepped from the first floor to the second floor, the corresponding wall flashed and he jumped from the first floor to the second floor. So fast. Who is that? Qianzong, the sword of the unhindered. It's him. They were all surprised. Qianzong was the fastest to pass the first floor and enter the second floor in the second batch. As expected of Brother Qin. Qin smiled. He was also one of the challengers. However, he was not on the minor heaven ascension list, so he was still waiting. As for Imo Sen, he had defeated someone on the minor heaven ascension list and was now in the heaven ascension tower. The second floor was the same as the first floor. The first to appear was an opponent with a mid-stage 4-star battle strength. He held a long sword in his hand. The sword trembled slightly like a snake coming out of its hole. However, it carried a roaring sound as it slashed towards Qianzong like a tearing storm. Qianzong was slightly startled. He staggered and quickly dodged. With such battle strength, Qianzong could naturally kill him with a finger. However, the sword technique that the opponent used was something he had never seen before. Moreover, it was quite exquisite. Qianzong wanted to see more of it. After Qianzong dodged the first sword, the black figure immediately slashed out a second sword. The wind roared, thunder roared, wind and thunder surged, and a terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions. Then, there was the third sword. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts were destroying the earth. It struck down from the sky. Then, the fourth sword became the move of the first sword and was repeatedly used. After a few times, Qianzong basically understood the mystery of this sword technique. He slashed with his sword finger and directly used the first sword. It was like a snake coming out of its hole. However, it carried a roaring sound as it broke through the air and attacked the black figure. The same sword technique in the hands of different people would often be different. Please subscribe. If you like this book, please support the official subscription. Accumulation was indispensable to a warrior's cultivation. Only with enough accumulation and precipitation could one transform. Qianzong was determined to practice the sword, so his accumulation was mainly based on the sword. Maybe some sword techniques were different for him, but they could help him understand the sword. The more, the better. The unknown sword technique that Qianzong learned from the Black Shadow should be of the highest quality of the heaven level based on his experience and insight. It was very mysterious and had the mystery of wind and thunder in it. It was indeed extraordinary. Two black shadows appeared, wielding black longswords. They displayed their swordsmanship and attacked Qianzong. Like two spiritual snakes coming out of their caves, they roared with gang qi. Their momentum was extraordinary. Qianzong's expression remained unchanged, and his finger pierced forward like a sword in a carefree manner. It was like a spirit snake leaving its hole, nimble, light, and extraordinarily swift, yet it also emitted a shocking thunderous roar. It was easy for Qianzong to get rid of these two people with his strength, but he didn't do that. Instead, he used them to practice his sword. Qianzong kept performing the first sword of the unknown sword technique. He practiced it again and again, and his mastery of it became more and more profound. He stabbed out with his finger again. It was as if there was a snake slithering in the air. Its flexible body quickly rushed out of the hole. Its body was not big, but it was like a flood dragon coming out of the abyss. It carried a shocking momentum and roared out like thunder. The appearance of a phenomenon in a single sword strike was obviously a sign that one had cultivated the sword technique to an extremely profound level. It represented that Qianzong had already grasped the essence and profundities of this sword strike and had fused it with his own understanding, causing it to be more suitable for him to execute. Wherever the sword passed, the swordsmanship of the two men was directly destroyed. Then, even their bodies were destroyed. 2 turned into 4, and after they were defeated, they turned into 8, then 16, then 32, and finally 64. The pressure brought by 64 mid-stage 4-star warriors was not small at all, but Qianzong still defeated them all. During this process, Qianzong also completely mastered the unknown sword technique. However, Qianzong became the last person in the second batch to step into the third level because he practiced that sword technique. What happened? Probably because it's my first time challenging the Heaven Ascension Tower. In the end, it's still about strength. At this moment, the highest level of the tower was the 5th level, and the lowest level was the 1st level. The opponents on the 3rd floor were even stronger. They were at the later stage of the 4-star level, and their weapon was a long spear. The spear was like a dragon, and when it was blasted out, it was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. When the 64 of them attacked together with their spears, the momentum was extremely shocking. It was as if 64 dragons were roaring and attacking at the same time, shocking the world with their movements. Facing such an attack, Qianzong was indeed shocked. He could also feel the shocking pressure. If it was an ordinary 5-star warrior at the beginning stage, it would probably be difficult to deal with it. Qianzong pointed his sword forward, and there seemed to be lightning blooming at the tip of his finger. It was as if thunder broke through the sky, and as if it was a thunderbolt, it caused the void to shake, and it majestically shattered all the attacks. The opponents on the 4th floor were at the peak of the 4-star level. The opponents on the 5th floor were at the peak of the 4-star level. The opponents on the 6th floor were at the beginning stage of the 5-star level. Time flew by, and batches of people entered the Heaven Ascension Tower. At the same time, there were also people who failed and were sent out. When Qianzong stepped into the 6th floor, Xian Wuxing, who had challenged the highest level of the tower, had already reached the 8th floor. The higher the level of the Heaven Ascension Tower, the more difficult it would be because the opponent's strength would become stronger. The first opponent on the 6th floor was quickly defeated by Qianzong. Then, there were 2 opponents, 4 opponents, 8 opponents, 16 opponents, 32 opponents, 64 opponents. When Qianzong faced 64 opponents, he pulled out the Heaven Sun Sword and the Earthine Sword, and performed the prototype of the Zongheng Sword Codex's unique skill. Fight, 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 the saber radiance was like a blazing sun, and it slashed down from the sky. It was as if 64 blazing suns were emitting a terrifying heat that seemed to burn the entire void into ashes. Chen Zong's expression was cold. His two swords slashed out countless cross-shaped sword radiances, shattering the blazing saber radiances and shattering the figures. However, Chen Zong was unable to step into the 7th floor at the moment, because there were exactly 11 people on the 7th floor, and he had to wait. The higher the floor, the longer the time limit. For example, the 2nd floor's time limit was 4 hours, and the 3rd floor's time limit was 6 hours, and so on. While waiting, Chen Zong continued studying the Sword Codex's unique skill, slowly perfecting it. Soon, 2 hours were up. Those who had failed to clear the 7th floor were sent out of the Heaven Ascension Tower. Chen Zong's figure also appeared on the 7th floor at the same time. The opponents on the 7th floor were even stronger, with mid-stage 5-star combat strength. 1 or 2 of them were not difficult for Chen Zong, but when there were 32 of them, their combined strength put a certain amount of pressure on Chen Zong. The pressure brought by the 64 opponents was even greater. To Chen Zong, having sufficient pressure was a good thing. Chen Zong should have reached the 7th floor, right? It's not bad for him to reach the 7th floor on his first attempt at the Heaven Ascension Tower. Xiahozhen reached the 8th floor last year. Chen Zong is stronger than Xiahozhen, so reaching the 7th floor isn't a big deal. There was plenty of time for 2 hours to clear the 1st floor, but as the floors went up, the opponents became stronger. The 2 hours gradually became tight. Slashing out with his 2 swords and vanquishing a figure, Chen Zong had to face the attacks of the other figures. It was as though everything was under his control. He shifted his feet and twisted his body, shuttling through the flowers like a butterfly. He was light and elegant as he dodged one attack after another. His 2 swords tore through the air like lightning, unhindered and domineering. One opponent after another was vanquished. Finally, all the opponents were vanquished by Chen Zong's 2 swords. The next floor was the 8th floor, but there were still people challenging the 8th floor. Chen Zong could only wait. I wonder which floor my young friend can reach. Yang Xianxia said with a smile. The 9th floor shouldn't be a problem. Yin Xianxia said with a smile. The 2 of them had seen the battle between Chen Zong and Xiahozhen. They knew that Chen Zong's combat strength was very strong. Later, they conversed with him and knew that Chen Zong had a unique understanding of the Tao of the sword. With such a combination, it was certain that he could reach the 9th floor. To date, the 9th floor was the record for the highest tower challenge in the past 100 years. Chen Zong was completely immersed in his meditations. And in the corner of the wall, water constantly dripped down, indicating the passage of time. Chen Zong, who was immersed in his meditations, did not notice the last drop of water dripping down. Immediately, an irresistible force enveloped Chen Zong. Chen Zong disappeared from the 7th floor and appeared on the 8th floor. In the beginning, people outside could more or less tell what floor someone had reached. But as more and more people challenged the tower, and people were sent out after failing, it was difficult to judge from the light on the Sky Ascension Pagoda's walls. Someone has reached the 9th floor. Who is it? It should be Phantom Sword Xian Wuxing. Among the people challenging the tower, he is the strongest. This view was agreed upon by most people, but there were a number of people who disagreed. They believed that it was someone else. The opponent on the 8th floor had a late-stage 5-star combat strength and was easily killed by Chen Zong. However, when the number of opponents increased to 32, Chen Zong felt the pressure increase significantly. 32 late-stage 5-star warriors working together was enough to defeat an ordinary peak 5-star warrior. Only a powerful peak 5-star warrior or a 6-star warrior with combat strength that exceeded 5 stars could defeat them. When the number of late-stage 5-star warriors reached 64 and they worked together in an orderly manner, the terrifying strength was enough to kill any peak 5-star warrior. Back then, Xiahozhen had been defeated by this. Chen Zong was not Xiahozhen. He was much stronger than Xiahozhen, especially when his physical strength and unhindered true force had fused to 70%. In terms of strength, it was equivalent to 14% of his previous strength. This had already exceeded the limits of 5 stars and had truly stepped into the early stages of 6 stars. If he were to fight Xiahozhen again, Chenzong would not need to use the wrath of wind and lightning. Fight! Fight, fight! Chenzong also used all his strength. His two swords were sometimes as violent as a tidal wave, sometimes as domineering as a dragon, sometimes as continuous as water, and sometimes as fast as the wind. Each strike was unstoppable. The 64-sword Dao sword flashes bloomed like the tail of a dragon sparrow. With Chenzong at the center, it was as if radiance radiated in all directions. Under the 64-sword flashes, the 64 figures paused. Following that, they dissipated like smoke blown by a strong wind. Looking at the water hourglass, only 2 hours had passed. There were 14 hours left. However, there were only 2 people on the 9th floor. Chenzong could easily enter directly, but he was in no hurry. Instead, he stayed on the 8th floor to meditate. He had gained something from the previous battle. Soon, 14 hours passed. Chenzong was also meditating when he was sent to the 9th floor by the Sky Ascension Pagoda's powers. The further one went in the Sky Ascension Pagoda, the more difficult it became. Hence, before Chenzong entered the 9th floor, only 2 people had stepped into the 9th floor. Another person has entered the 9th floor. Who could it be? It's hard to guess. There are many possibilities. Among the people who challenged the Sky Ascension Pagoda this time, there was no lack of top-notch geniuses. However, those who could make it to the 6th floor were already very good. Those who could make it to the 7th floor were considered quite powerful. Those who could make it to the 8th floor were the cream of the crop. The combat power of the opponents on the 9th floor increased again. They were at the peak of the 5-star level. However, 1 or 2 5-star peak opponents were still nothing to Chenzong. He could kill them easily. They did not have the slightest effect on him. 4, 8. When the number of 5-star peak opponents reached 16, Chenzong began to feel the pressure. When the number of 5-star peak opponents reached 32, the pressure became more obvious. It was already stronger than the previous 64 5-star peak opponents. 64 5-star peak opponents appeared and surrounded Chenzong directly. When they attacked, every attack was shockingly powerful. The stronger the pressure brought by the opponents, the happier Chenzong was. Because the stronger the pressure, the more effective it was for him to train. Every time he passed a floor, his strength would be restored to its peak by the Sky Ascension Pagoda. Otherwise, Chenzong would not have been able to make it here. The sword pierced through the air like a thunderbolt, yet it was also like a swallow flying back. As the sword swept past, it shattered everything. In the blink of an eye, countless rays of light with violent destruction bombarded from all directions, drowning Chenzong's figure. Xian Wuxing's sword was green with a chilling intent, as if it had been soaked in the river of hell for hundreds of years. Every time he slashed out, the sword's blade could not be seen, only a touch of chilling green. It was like the fog of hell, emitting a chilling light. It was like the eyes of an evil spirit, coldly and mercilessly devouring all life. Xian Wuxing's face was pale, and his eyes were dark. His figure was as mysterious as a sword, dodging all the attacks from all directions. Among the people who were challenging the Sky Tower, Xian Wuxing was ranked 4th on the Heaven Ascension list. He was undoubtedly strong. He was also the fastest to challenge the tower and the first to reach the 9th floor. However, the opponents of the pseudo-transcendent were different from those of the true martial realm. The opponents of the true martial realm were at the beginning of the 4-star level, while the opponents of the pseudo-transcendent were at the beginning of the 7-star level. Now that he had reached the 9th floor, the opponents that Xian Wuxing faced were all at the peak of the 8-star level. Xian Wuxing's combat strength was indeed amazing. He was ranked 4th on the Heaven Ascension list, and his combat strength had already reached the peak of the 8-star level. He was only 1 step away from becoming a 9-star master. An ordinary peak of the 8-star level would not be able to resist Xian Wuxing at all and would be easily killed. However, when the number of peak of the 8-star level reached a certain level, the pressure that Xian Wuxing faced would increase tremendously. Under the joint attack of 16 peak of the 8-star level, Xian Wuxing could only perform his movement skill to dodge continuously. He wandered among the strong enemies, waiting for an opportunity to strike with his ghost sword and destroy them one by one. The 16 peak of the 8-star level strong enemies were defeated by Xian Wuxing one by one. However, the 32 opponents that appeared after that made Xian Wuxing's face turn solemn. Although he had tried his best to conserve his energy, he had consumed most of it during the battle. Soaring Crane. With a low shout, Sky Crane Han Songbai's arms flapped like crane wings. His body soared into the sky like a white crane. He was as fast as lightning and as light as the wind, avoiding all the attacks from the 16 peak of the 5-star level strong enemies. Heavenly Crane 100 Pecs. While he was still in midair, he spread out his arms like the wings of a white crane, causing his body to pause in midair for a short moment. A strong force rushed towards his arms like a tide, but it was as light and agile as the wind. Amidst the whistling sounds, it was as if there were gusts of wind blowing, circling around Songbai's body. His arms trembled slightly, transforming into countless afterimages, like a pair of wings spread out from feathers. Then, both his hands pinched together with his index finger, middle finger, and thumb, like the sharp beak of a white crane. Countless chi revolved and surged, blossoming with an astonishing cold light. In an instant, it exploded, continuously pecking at the strong enemies below. Accompanied by the sharp cries of cranes, the arms disappeared. Only the hundreds of cranes' beaks descended. It was as if there were hundreds of white cranes' heads that were driving their sharp beaks to peck at their prey in an instant, shattering the air like cotton. On the 8th floor, Xiaohoba used one palm technique and the other fist technique. He unleashed a flurry of attacks. Qing Chen had also made it to the 8th floor, and was currently fighting with the last 64 strong enemies on the 8th floor. His fingers, palms, and fists were all in one hand. Not only were they flexible, but they were also extremely powerful. Every attack brought about layers of afterimages, which was extremely mysterious. Qing Chen's expression was calm, as if he did not feel any pressure at all. But in reality, the pressure from the 64 late-stage 5-star strong enemies was very obvious. Even so, Qing Chen still defeated the 64 strong enemies one by one and made it to the 9th floor. Another person has made it to the 9th floor. Who is it? It caused another commotion in the outside world. The 9th floor was the current record for the tower. Since ancient times, there had been too few people who had made it to the 9th floor every time. On the 8th floor, Emosen held his long saber. The saber light spilled out, and it was extremely sharp. I have completely grasped 70% of the sword energy. So, I can kill them all. Chen Zong thought to himself. His eyes were like the tip of a sword, and a cold light flashed past. The two swords pierced through the air, and the sword light flowed continuously like water. Every sword attack was extremely powerful, and it was extremely domineering and sharp. The sword light in the shape of a cross seemed to be imprinted in the air, and it seemed to be stagnant. Then, it burst out at an astonishing speed, and it was unavoidable. Break! Break! One by one, the opponents were defeated by Qinzong's two swords. There were less than 10 of the 64 peak 5-star strong enemies left. However, Qinzong had also used up a lot of his power. He only had 30% of his power left, but it was enough to kill the remaining 10 opponents. Kill! 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 As expected, the remaining opponents were all defeated. Looking at the water clock, there were still a few hours left. Qinzong sat down with his legs crossed, but he did not recover his power. Because when he entered the 10th floor, his power would be restored to the peak by the Sky Tower. Therefore, the most important thing now was to comprehend. The battle just now had brought Qinzong a lot of training, especially in the interpretation of his unique skills. It was more efficient than comprehending by himself. In addition, the cultivation of the second change of mind could integrate 80% of his power. Once he started comprehending, he did not know how much time had passed. Soon, the last drop of water fell, and Qinzong's body was enveloped by an irresistible power. That power wrapped Qinzong's body and entered Qinzong's body at the same time, causing Qinzong's consumed power to recover rapidly. In the outside world, everyone was staring at the Sky Tower, whether it was the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th floor. Suddenly, one of the 4 glowing walls on the 9th floor flickered rapidly. Instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. As the light flickered, it quickly dimmed, and a figure seemed to be squeezed out, appearing outside the wall and falling down. Phantom Sword Xian Wuxing. He is indeed one of the people who made it to the 4th floor. He still couldn't pass the 9th floor and enter the 10th floor? I wonder what kind of reward he got. While everyone was discussing, Phantom Sword Xian Wuxing left the Sky Tower and walked to the Xian family. Everyone knew that one would be rewarded for passing the Sky Tower. Simply put, as long as one passed the 1st floor and entered the 2nd floor, even if they failed the 2nd floor, they would still be rewarded. Of course, the higher the floor, the better the reward. Basically, the reward for passing the first 3 floors was relatively ordinary. Only the reward for passing the 4th floor was more valuable. Furthermore, the first time one entered the Heaven Ascension Pagoda, the rewards obtained were usually better. If it was the 2nd time, unless one could break the record of the first time, the rewards obtained would be slightly inferior, and the 3rd time would be even worse. This was the 3rd time Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing had entered the Heaven Ascension Tower. Every time, he had reached the 8th floor and obtained a decent reward. The 2nd time, he had reached the 9th floor. However, he had been defeated by 16 powerful enemies. The 3rd time, he had been defeated by 64 powerful enemies. Therefore, the reward he had obtained this time was inferior to the reward he had obtained in the 2nd time. Not long after, several walls on the 8th floor flickered continuously, and figures were squeezed out. Xiaoba was among them. This was also the 3rd time Xiaoba had passed the Sky Tower. Unfortunately, the first time he reached the 7th floor, the 2nd time he reached the 8th floor, and now he was still at the 8th floor. Almost there. Xiaoba was annoyed. Compared to the previous 2 times, he had improved. Unfortunately, he still couldn't pass the 8th floor and enter the 9th floor. The 2nd time he reached the 8th floor, his reward was the Supreme Double Dragon Token. If he could reach the 9th floor, his reward would be even better. But now that he had failed the Sky Tower, he would have to wait until next year if he wanted to try again. Xiaoba glanced around and didn't see Chenzong. He immediately asked the people of the Martial Saint Palace and learned that Chenzong was still in the Sky Tower. According to the time, this Chenzong has probably reached the 8th floor. Xiaoba secretly guessed. He even came up with a guess that he didn't want to believe. The 9th floor, it didn't matter if Chenzong reached the 9th floor or not. In short, if there was a chance, he would kill him even if he had to pay a certain price. At this moment, another wall flickered on the 9th floor. Is someone coming out again? Who could it be? Everyone stared at the wall and guessed. But when they opened their eyes wide, they didn't see anyone being squeezed out of the wall. The 10th floor has lit up. A resounding voice pierced through the air, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. The 10th floor had lit up. What did that mean? It meant that someone had passed the 9th floor and entered the 10th floor. Since ancient times, no one had ever entered the 10th floor. Who is it? Who made it to the 10th floor? For a moment, everyone was alarmed. Even the transcendents were not spared. Could it be little friend? Yang Xianjian asked Yin Xianjian. I'm not sure. Yin Xianjian shook his head. The 10th floor. It's just the 10th floor, not the 11th floor. Someone was angry. No one has reached the 10th floor in the past 100 years. Not only is it a record, it will also be passed down through the ages. What a joke. If the top 3 of the Minor Heaven Ascension list or the top 3 of the Heaven Ascension list come again, they will definitely be able to reach the 10th floor. That makes sense. As far as I know, the top 3 of the Minor Heaven Ascension list and the top 3 of the Heaven Ascension list have left the Heaven Ascension region to gain experience in other regions after reaching the 9th floor. They haven't returned yet. Someone analyzed, Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing reached the 8th level 2 years ago and is now at the 9th level. If the top 3 on the list come to challenge the Heaven Ascension Tower, there is at least an 80% chance of passing the 9th level and reaching the 10th level. The top 3 of every list were usually the strongest. Listening to this person's analysis, the shock of reaching the 10th floor lessened a lot. After all, it wasn't that no one had reached the 10th floor before, at least 100 years ago. It was just that no one had reached the 10th floor in the past 100 years. But now, after some analysis, it seemed that there was more than one person who could reach the 10th floor. It was just that those people hadn't returned yet. No matter what they thought, Chenzong reaching the 10th floor was a fact. The difference between the 10th floor and the first 9 floors was the opponent's combat power and time limit. The first opponent appeared with peak 5-star combat power, and the time limit was 20 hours. The Black Shadow stood in front of Chenzong with a sword in his hand. His footsteps were small and hurried, and he approached Chenzong like a flash of lightning. His body swayed with his footsteps, and countless afterimages appeared around him. It was as if countless people were charging at him with swords at the same time. His aura was so sharp and cold that it chilled people to the bone, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The sword light was restrained, and it became limitless as the figure swayed. It was impossible to tell where the sword would come from. It was so mysterious. At first glance, Chenzong could tell that this sword technique was very exquisite, far better than the one he had learned before. The technique was drawn but not released, but its aura was extremely sharp. As it approached, it kept increasing until it was close to Zong, and it exploded with all its power. It was extremely terrifying. When the Black Shadow was 3 meters away from Chenzong, countless figures and countless sword shadows gathered in an instant. It was as if the power of countless swords was integrated into this sword at the same time. It was like a falling meteorite, and the terrifying aura made Chenzong's expression change slightly. A mere peak 5-star combat strength was naturally no threat to Chenzong, but the power of this sword was really amazing. Moreover, this was only the first opponent. According to the rules of the Sky-Reaching Tower, after the first opponent was defeated, there would be 2, 4, 8, until 64 opponents. Thinking that he would face so many powerful opponents in the future, Chenzong was excited but also had a tingling feeling on his scalp. He attacked with his sword, and it directly collided with the opponent's strongest sword that was charging at him with all its strength. It was like a collision of meteorites, and an amazing power burst out. Terrifying airwaves spread in all directions, as if they were going to break the sky. The Black Shadow's forward momentum was stopped. Then, from the black sword, it began to crack inch by inch and disappeared in front of Chenzong's eyes. As for Chenzong, he did not move at all. In the next moment, 2 black shadows condensed, one on the left and the other on the right. Their figures swayed, leaving countless residual shadows. Their long swords also swayed, leaving countless sword shadows. Their astonishing chi locked onto Chenzong, bringing a terrible pressure, as if 2 huge meteorites were rotating and condensing in the sky, exuding a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Chenzong was still standing where he was, allowing the terrifying aura to lock onto him. He did not move an inch. When the 2 figures were within 3 meters of each other, all of his power erupted in an instant and poured into the long sword. He charged towards Chenzong with an indomitable will. It was incomparably tragic. Chenzong struck out with both of his swords and collided with the 2 swords. The overbearing and sharp sword energy surged like a volcanic eruption. Just like before, the 2 figures began to disintegrate from the long sword and disappeared into the air. Then, there were 4 figures. They attacked in the same way, causing Chenzong to face 4 terrifying attacks at the same time. He had no choice but to slash out 4 times to defeat them. Then, there were 8 figures. These 8 black shadows did not attack at the same time. Instead, they were the first to arrive. Before Chenzong could defeat them, the second one arrived, followed by the third one. Chenzong was enduring the attacks of 8 peak 5-star combatants continuously. If it were another peak 5-star combatant, he would have been blasted into pieces. However, Chenzong still did not move an inch. Even his sword-wielding arms did not move an inch. The impact of each attack was very terrifying. There would be a small part of it remaining. The continuous attacks would stack up and wreak havoc in the body. If there was time, it could be expelled. However, if there were still external attacks, there was no way to expel it. Instead, the external attacks would intensify. 16 terrifying opponents attacked continuously, causing Chenzong's hands to tremble. Indomitable will, however, Chenzong did not seem to notice it. He was immersed in the mystery of the Black Shadow swordsmanship. Under the continuous attacks, Chenzong had a better grasp of the mystery of that sword. That sword was about gathering all the strength in one's body and increasing it as much as possible. Then, it would be condensed and unleashed in an instant. It was the most powerful attack. The sword codex of the unhindered sword, which runs through the heaven and earth, sweeps in all directions, and is invincible. It must be powerful enough. A strong feeling was about to burst out. 32 peak 5-star combatants exerted all their strength to launch the most powerful attack. They rushed toward Chenzong with the determination to die together with him. Chenzong's feet gradually stepped on the ground. He resisted the attacks of these black shadows and continued to comprehend. When he defeated 16 people, his arms trembled slightly. The 17th person's arms trembled more obviously. The 18th person's trembling became more obvious. When the 24th person arrived, Chenzong could not help but lean back. When it came to the 28th person, Chenzong could not help but take a step back. Chenzong was forced to take 3 steps back when the last person arrived. Every step he took seemed to shatter the ground beneath his feet. However, the floor of the Heaven Ascension list was extremely hard. Even the attack of a Transcendent Realm Master could not damage it. It was even more impossible for Chenzong to destroy it. The force of the rebound made Chenzong's feet ache. It was enough to show how powerful the trampling force was. However, in the end, he managed to hold on. However, 64 figures appeared. There was no room for retreat. They attacked Chenzong again, one after another. Continuously resisting the previous strong enemies, Chenzong not only sharpened his sword qi, but also consumed a lot of his strength. However, Chenzong still had no intention of dodging. He was still resisting the attacks of his opponents. The cross-shaped sword light broke through the air and collided head-on with the opponent. A strong feeling was about to burst out. Fight, 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 slash, 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 traces of peerless sharpness gradually condensed on the two swords. The 30th strong enemy rushed forward. Under the combination of the terrible power and the residual power from before, Chenzong was forced to take 3 steps back. However, just as he steadied himself, the 31st strong enemy also arrived. Chenzong did not retreat. However, he had to retreat because the impact was too strong. For a moment, the great true qi in Chenzong's body surged endlessly. His pure yang blood qi was agitated. The combined sword force of the two was like a surging tide. Although his strength was constantly being consumed and there was not much left, the remaining strength was constantly condensing and accumulating. It was like a torrent that was about to burst a dam. The 56th strong enemy, Chenzong, was forced to take 10 steps back. The 2 swords in his hands almost flew out. His blood qi reversed and he almost vomited. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt like they were burning. He was injured. However, Chenzong did not care at all. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, with an earth-shattering light. There was a trace of arrogance unparalleled in the world. Heaven and earth. Vertical and horizontal, when the 4 words were spoken, their auras shook the heavens. The 2 swords emitted an incomparably resplendent light, bringing with them the last of Chenzong's strength as they slashed out. The cross-shaped sword light illuminated the world, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth into 4. It brought with it an extreme power that could destroy everything. Words could not describe the tyrannical power of this attack. Wherever it passed, the 57th strong enemy was completely defeated before he could use his sword technique. It was irresistible. The 58th, the 59th, the 60th, the 61st, the 62nd, the 63rd, when the cross-shaped sword light dissipated, there was still one last strong enemy to be killed. However, Chenzong had exhausted all his strength. Not only did he use the great true force, but he also used up all his physical strength. He was still standing only because of his amazing willpower. Chenzong couldn't even move his fingers, yet he still managed to squeeze out a smile. After which, the black figure in front of him slashed out with his sword. A terrifying strike directly slammed into Chenzong's body. In that instant, Chenzong could clearly feel his body shattering inch by inch. Under the ravaging power of the attack, he was reduced to dust. The moment Chenzong turned into powder, a ray of light appeared out of thin air and disappeared with Chenzong. His consciousness sank into complete darkness. When Chenzong felt something, he found that countless eyes were on him with horror, as if they were going to pierce through him. It's him. Impossible. How can it be him? Although after some analysis, the 10th level of the Heaven Ascension Pagoda was not that insurmountable, and that someone could still reach it, no one expected it to be Qinzong. In the battle with Xiahou on the life and death arena, everyone could tell that Qinzong had used a secret technique and used all his strength to kill Xiahou. As for Xiahou reaching the 8th level, it was estimated that Qinzong had a chance of reaching the 9th level. However, the 10th level was just too difficult. No one believed that he could reach it. How is this possible? Xiaoba muttered under his breath as he clenched his fists. An intense sense of danger filled his eyes with murderous intent. It was as if lightning was flashing in his eyes. Reaching the 10th level meant that Qinzong's combat strength was extremely terrifying. His talent was also astonishing. He might not be Xiaoba's match now, but once he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm, he might have the strength to match Xiaoba. When that happened, it would be even more difficult to kill him. However, Ghost Sword Xian Wuxing smiled faintly. Even though it was a normal smile, it was enough to send chills down one's spine. His eyes turned even deeper. He unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. It would be more interesting to kill such a genius. Xianxia, who had failed the tower challenge, had an ugly expression. As for the Yin-Yang profound sword couple, they were shocked but also happy. Young friend, congratulations on breaking the record. Yang Profound Sword said with a smile. I was lucky. Qinzong also said with a smile. At that moment, Emosen came out after failing the 9th level. Immediately following that, a wall on the 10th level lit up. Another person has reached the 10th level. Who is it? 2 people have broken the century-old record. Everyone exclaimed. Qinzong was also rather surprised because he had reached the 10th level after clearing the 9th level. He knew very well how difficult it was. To be able to reach the 10th level, one had to be extremely powerful. Unknowingly, a word appeared in Qinzong's mind. It was a name. As for whether it was true or not, he could not be sure. He would only know when the person left the Heaven Ascension Pagoda. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 10th level. Time passed. About 4 hours later, the wall of the 10th level flickered, and a figure was squeezed out of it. Who is he? I don't know him. It really is him. Qinzong secretly smiled. A young man in a green robe with a flame-like pattern on his forehead was Qing Chen. End of chapter 562. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.